In a moment of despair, Lin Han perished from overwork, only to find herself transported back to her senior year of college. As she prepared to leverage her past life's memories to soar to new heights, she soon discovered that something vital was amiss. Where's my second brother? Wait a moment. Who is Lin Han? No. How have I become a girl? Well, if I am a girl, then so be it. Thus, Lin Han, who accepted her current circumstances, inadvertently penned a film review during her illness that accurately predicted the year's dark horse. The column she carelessly devised transformed into a cultural phenomenon, serving as a barometer of societal trends. The story she created under a pseudonym quietly ignited a literary website. However, unexpected developments arose during this journey. The unattainable moonlight from her past life, the aloof campus Belle, Zhou Ying, approached her, her gaze fervent as she cornered Lin Han. Lin Han, this time, you cannot escape. Wait a moment. Has the script been reversed? The one who rejected me in my past life has now fallen for me after my transformation into a girl and has even begun to pursue me? Chapter 1. Where's my second brother? Lin Han was abruptly awakened by the shrill sound of an alarm clock. Groggily, she reached out to the bedside table, only to find it empty. Forcing her eyes open, she was met not with the familiar ceiling of her rental apartment, but rather a ceiling adorned with delicate floral patterns. She sat up abruptly. The pink bedspread, the plush toys hanging above, and the cosmetics and skincare products adorning the desk filled the air with a faint fragrance. This was not her room. Lin Han glanced down at herself. She was clad in a loose, pink nightgown, the neckline slightly too low, revealing her delicate collarbone and expanse of fair skin. Her hand moved stiffly to her chest. Soft, curvaceous, definitely not muscle. Lin Han's mind buzzed, and she tumbled out of bed, racing barefoot into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The face reflected in the mirror left her momentarily speechless. Her features remained familiar, yet the contours were much softer, her skin as delicate as porcelain, her brows neatly groomed, and her lips a natural shade of soft pink. Her long, black hair cascaded messily down her back. Trembling, she lifted her hand to the hem of her nightgown. The reflection revealed a slender, fair body, her waist easily clasped in one hand, her chest not overly full but distinctly curved, and most importantly, the space below was utterly vacant. Where's my second brother? Lin Han silently cried out at her reflection. Where's my substantial second brother? She slumped onto the cold, tiled floor, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Last night, she distinctly recalled working late until 2 in the morning and collapsing in a bed upon returning home. How could she awaken to find herself transformed into a girl? Suddenly, a knock on the bathroom door interrupted her thoughts. Han, are you not ready yet? I'm in a bit of a hurry. A gentle, familiar voice resonated from the other side. Lin Han. No, now she should be called Lin Han, frantically stood up and splashed water on her face. The person in the mirror bore droplets of water, her expression one of terror. It was still evident that she was a pretty girl. Han, the voice outside called again. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Han responded with a forced cheerfulness, startling herself with the clarity and softness of her voice. It was unmistakably that of a girl. Taking a deep breath, she opened the bathroom door. Standing outside was a girl in pajamas with slightly curled long hair, her beautiful face etched with concern as she gazed at Lin Han. Did you have another nightmare? You look so pale. Lin Han recognized her as Chun Siu, her university classmate from her previous life, now her roommate. I'm fine, Lin Han mumbled, retreating back to her desk. The room was a standard 4-person setup, with bunk beds and desks. Only 2 of the beds showed signs of occupancy. She glanced toward the opposite bed, where the quilt lay neatly arranged, and a few books alongside a picture frame adorned the desk. Inside the frame was a group photo of the 4 dorm mates. Aside from herself, the other 3 were her university classmates from her previous life, with whom she had little interaction. Yet in this life, they were now her roommates. Lin Han's gaze fell upon another photograph on her desk, a family portrait featuring her familiar parents. Alongside them stood a girl in a dress whose face was exactly the same as her current one. Seeing that her parents were unchanged from her previous life, Lin Han felt as if she had clutched onto a lifeline and hurriedly retrieved her phone to dial her mother's number. Han, have you gotten up? Her mother's gentle voice came through the line. Have you had breakfast? The voice was achingly familiar, undeniably her mother's, with the same tender tone she remembered. Mom, Lin Han struggled to articulate. Why have I turned into a girl? There was a brief silence on the other end before her mother's worried voice replied. Han, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well? Or did you go drinking again last night? At that moment, the memories belonging to Lin Han began to resurface slowly. She replayed the recollections in her mind, ended the call, and slumped into a chair. After a long while, she stared blankly, reclining back in the chair, her demeanor one of utter despair. Firstly, she had been reborn and returned to her university years. Secondly, she had transformed into a girl, and her name seemed to have shifted from Lin Han to Lin Han. Thirdly, This world mirrored her past life's memories, yet was subtly different. The most significant divergence was that she had become a girl. Her parents remained unchanged. Her school was the same. Her classmates were the same. Oh right, her roommates had changed, now consisting of girls from her former class. Lin Han fixed her gaze upon her reflection in the makeup mirror on her desk, slowly coming to terms with the fact that in this world, she had always been Lin Han, the beloved daughter of her parents, a girl. Last night, after work, the company supervisor organized a gathering and insisted on our attendance. At the event, Lin Han was coerced into consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, and upon returning to her dormitory, she spent a prolonged period vomiting. In retrospect, it seems she must have already passed away in her sleep last night. Otherwise, she would not have reincarnated into Lin Han's body. Perhaps I simply overindulged. My head is throbbing, Lin Han murmured, massaging her temples. The initial bewilderment over this unfamiliar body had overshadowed all else, but now, upon accepting the reality of her rebirth as a girl, she could distinctly feel the relentless ache of a hangover surging through her. Chun Siyu, observing her condition, approached and gently placed her hand on Lin Han's forehead. You seem to have a slight fever. Given how much you vomited last night and the chilly breeze, you might have caught a cold. Should we, perhaps, visit a hospital? It is the weekend, after all, and you need not work today. Lin Han had intended to decline, yet a profound sense of discomfort was indeed brewing within her. It was not solely a headache, as her stomach also roiled faintly. Don't force yourself. I'll accompany you, Chun Siyu insisted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Siyu, don't you have a tutoring session this morning? Lin Han hesitated. Yes, I need to leave by 10. Chun Siyu glanced at her phone. But it's still early. Let me first accompany you to register at the hospital. Lin Han felt a warmth in her heart at the sight of her roommate's concerned expression. All right, she conceded, no longer resisting. Washing up and changing became a new challenge. Lin Han rose to her feet and approached the wardrobe. Upon opening it, she found it filled with women's clothing, dresses, blouses, jeans, and skirts. She awkwardly selected the simplest white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, then searched for undergarments, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks as her fingers brushed against them. Clutching the clothes, she entered the bathroom to change. The white t-shirt hung loosely on her frame, yet it still accentuated her body's contours. The jeans embraced her long legs, cinched at the waist with a modest belt. The girl reflected in the mirror was both delicate and beautiful, her gaze bewildered, faint echoes of her past life lingering, yet undeniably a girl. She tidied her hair into a simple ponytail, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the bathroom. Wow, you're going for a minimalist look today, Chun Siyu remarked with a smile. But it looks good, fresh and crisp. Lin Han offered a slight smile in response. Let's go. She grabbed a small canvas bag, stuffing her phone, keys, and campus card inside. Chapter 2. As Lin Han stepped out of the dormitory building, her gait was somewhat unsteady. The combination of a hangover and a mild fever left her feeling somewhat dazed. Chun Siyu, noticing her condition, reached out to support her arm. Lean on me a bit. You'll be fine, she said with natural ease. Lin Han felt a twinge of embarrassment, but, recognizing her own fatigue, refrained from declining the offer. The fragility of a woman's body was more pronounced than she had anticipated. At least, the sense of weakness she felt at that moment was something she had rarely experienced in her previous life. The morning sun was already quite blinding, causing Lin Han to squint her eyes as she allowed Chun Siyu to assist her in making her way outside the campus. The tranquility of the campus on a weekend morning was markedly different from its usual bustle, with the air fresh and imbued with the fragrance of burgeoning summer foliage. As Lin Han traversed the familiar path to the hospital, her mood was entirely different. In her past life, she had occasionally visited this place due to injuries from playing basketball or bouts of illness, but now, she was accompanied by a female friend and entering as a woman herself. Oh, by the way, Chun Siyu suddenly recalled, after all that vomiting last night, your stomach must be upset. Make sure to ask the doctor for something to protect your gastric mucosa. And don't take that painkiller indiscriminately. Remember the last time you said you took it for menstrual cramps, and it only made your stomach feel worse? Menstrual cramps. The term pierced Lin Han like a fine needle, eliciting fragments of memories associated with this body, those monthly days of lower back pain and abdominal heaviness, as if an icy lead weight were descending within her, sometimes causing such agony that she could only curl up in bed. In her previous life, as Lin Han, she had only ever heard female classmates complain about it, and had never truly comprehended the sensation. Now, she was on the brink of experiencing it firsthand. A sense of absurdity mingled with the genuine discomfort surged within her, causing her head to spin even more. Fortunately, the hospital was not far from the school, and they arrived within a 10-minute walk. The hospital on a weekend morning was relatively quiet, and Chun Siyu expertly guided her to register for the internal medicine department. Seated on the cold metal chair in the waiting area, Lin Han crossed her arms, feeling somewhat chilled. Number 23. Lin Han, Please proceed to examination room 3. Called out the nurse. Chen Siyu patted her arm. It's your turn. Do you want me to come in with you? No need, Lin Han. Standing up and taking a deep breath as she pushed open the door to the examination room. Inside sat a woman in her 40s, wearing glasses and exuding a gentle demeanor. Slightly behind the doctor stood a young girl clad in a white coat, intently studying the medical folder in her hands. When Lin Han's gaze fell upon the seemingly intern girl, her breath caught momentarily. Zhou Ying, even clad in a simple white coat. Her ethereal beauty and the aura of serene detachment were unmistakable. Lin Han could never be mistaken. In her past life, she had observed this campus belle from afar on countless occasions, mustering all her courage to confess her feelings, only to be politely and firmly rejected. That face, that figure, had long been etched into her very being. What was she doing here? Oh, right. Zhou Ying was a top student in her 3rd year at the medical school. Conducting clinical internships or research here, perfectly normal. Lin Han's heart raced irregularly within her chest, a sense of temporal dislocation washing over her. She quickly averted her gaze, suppressing the tumult of emotions that surged within her, reminding herself, at this moment, she was Lin Han, not Lin Han from her previous life. In this world, Zhou Ying ought to be merely an accomplished and unfamiliar senior. She seated herself on the stool opposite the doctor, striving to appear composed. What seems to be the problem? The physician inquired, raising her eyes to meet Lin Han's. I drank last night, vomited, woke up with a headache, and have a slight fever. My stomach is also uncomfortable. Lin Han succinctly described her symptoms, sensing that the gaze beside her lingered on her momentarily, though she did not return it. The doctor nodded, gesturing for her to sit down, taking out a thermometer for her to place under her arm, and proceeded to ask a few questions. How much had she drunk? How many times had she vomited? Did she experience any abdominal pain or diarrhea? And when was her last menstrual period? The last question caused Lin Han to falter. Fragmented memories surged, and she struggled to recall, vaguely remembering an app on her phone that tracked her menstrual cycle. Hesitantly, she pulled out her phone to check and provided a date. The doctor did not press further, jotting down notes in the medical record. Throughout the process, the doctor occasionally murmured explanations to Zhou Ying, who leaned in attentively, nodding occasionally, her gaze primarily fixed on the medical folder or the doctor's pointed examination list. Only when Lin Han responded to certain questions did that gaze briefly sweep over her before quickly moving away again. A few minutes later, the thermometer indicated a temperature of 37.8°C, confirming a low-grade fever. Acute gastritis, possibly accompanied by some upper respiratory symptoms due to exposure, the doctor advised. I'll prescribe some medication. For the next few days, eat lightly, drink some congee, and rest well. Refrain from drinking alcohol. Even young people must take care of their health. As the doctor continued typing and offering advice, she added, considering your complexion, you might be slightly anemic. I recommend a complete blood count. If you frequently experience menstrual pain, it might be beneficial to consult a gynecologist for some regulation. Thank you, Doctor, Lin Han replied, taking the prescription without casting another glance in Zhou Ying's direction as she turned to exit the room. She felt a lingering gaze upon her back, but that sensation was quickly severed by the closing door. How'd it go? Chen Siyu approached her. Acute gastritis, low fever. I have a prescription and a recommendation for a blood test, Lin Han replied, shaking the prescription slip, though her mind was still entangled in the turbulence of that brief encounter. The dissonance between her past life and the present reality left her emotions in a complex state. The blood draw was swift. After bidding farewell to Chen Siyu, who was in a hurry, Lin Han discarded the cotton swab pressed against her arm and sank into a chair in the corner of the first-floor hall, closing her eyes to rest as she awaited the report. Exhaustion and discomfort made her drowsy, yet her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Zhou Ying in her white coat and the cold figure from her past life, sitting in the library, calmly apologizing to her. Time passed unnoticed until a soft, melodious voice broke the silence beside her, laced with concern. Lin, are you all right? Chapter 3, does this count as an indirect kiss? Startled by the voice, Lin Han opened her eyes abruptly. Zhou Ying had shed her white coat and now stood before her, clad in a light blue shirt paired with simple jeans. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, the ends curling softly, and in her hands she held a thermos and a plastic bag containing medication, suggesting she had just finished work. Her gaze rested calmly on Lin Han's still pale face, an expression of concern evident, albeit tempered with a polite detachment. Lin Han's heart raced anew, this time not from memories, but from the impact of the real person before her. She quickly steadied herself, reminding herself of her present identity. I'm fine, just waiting for my report, she replied, striving to keep her voice steady. Zhou Ying's eyes flicked over to the small puncture mark on Lin Han's arm, noticing the faint bruise and her brow furrowed slightly. though her tone remained steady. Acute gastritis with a low-grade fever. Waiting alone here after a blood draw. It could become troublesome if you feel dizzy or unwell. She glanced at the clock in the hall. I just finished my shift and am about to head back to Haizu University. If your report doesn't show any significant issues, would you like me to give you a ride? You look like you could use some rest. Lin Han paused, taken aback. In her past life, Zhou Ying had never initiated such a lengthy conversation, let alone offered assistance. Just as she was about to respond, a question suddenly surfaced in her mind. Dr. Zhou, how did you know I attend Haizu University? In Lin Han's memories, she had never encountered Zhou Ying before. She was certain she had mentioned her school during the consultation. You performed a classical dance at the freshman welcome gala in your first year. It was quite impressive. So I remember you, Zhou Ying explained. Lin Han recalled the event. It indeed had been a highlight of her university life. Zhou Ying must have been in the audience at that time, witnessing her performance and remembering her. It is indeed you, Zhou Ying suddenly spoke again. Her gaze seemingly more intently fixed on Lin Han's face, carrying a hint of inquiry. Lin, it seems you know me? How do you know my surname is Zhou? I believe I did not wear a name tag just now. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure and replied. Senior Zhou is the Belle of Haizu University. How could I not know you? Zhou Ying regarded her, her calm eyes lingering on Lin's face for a few seconds. Lin Han endeavored to maintain a natural expression, even raising a hand to massage her still slightly throbbing temples, appearing as though she were recovering from a hangover. After a moment, Zhou Ying slightly nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. She redirected the conversation back to its course. I see. The report should be out. I'll go check. Shall I accompany you back? She once again proposed to escort her, as if the earlier brief interlude had never occurred. Lin Han hesitated for a moment. Would that be too much trouble for you? It's on the way. Not a bother at all, Zhou Ying replied succinctly. You rest for now. I will see if the report is ready. Before long, she returned with the report in hand, quickly scanning it. The elevated white blood cell and neutrophil counts suggested an infection and inflammation. Nothing else appeared abnormal. She handed the report to Lin Han, her tone purely informative. Have you collected the prescription? Not yet, Lin Han indicated. Give it to me. Zhou Ying naturally took it from her. You stay here, don't move. I will fetch it. Watching her retreat towards the pharmacy, Lin Han felt a tumult of emotions, even a sense of strangeness. Given her previous life's understanding of this aloof campus beauty, she would never have taken such meticulous care of someone, especially not of a person who had not lost their ability to function. The medicine was swiftly retrieved. Zhou Ying handed the medicine bag to Lin Han, while also offering her own thermos. Here is some warm water. Drinking a bit might make you feel better. Lin Han gazed at the thermos being extended towards her, her ears warming slightly, and her movements clearly stiffened. The thermos was a clean, pale blue, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, yet it gleamed delicately under the fluorescent lights, clearly the owner's frequently used personal item. This act of sharing, almost intimate in nature, struck her with a force greater than she had anticipated. No, it's all right, thank you. I'm not thirsty. Lin Han hastily waved her hand, her voice slightly hoarse from anxiety. She even instinctively licked her dry lips. Zhou Ying's keen gaze detected this subtle gesture, her eyes lingering on Lin's lips for half a second. She did not withdraw her hand, insisting, your lips are quite dry, and with your stomach discomfort. Warm water would be beneficial. Pausing for a moment, she added, the cup has been freshly washed, and the water is newly filled clean. Lin Han, confronted by Zhou Ying's unwavering gaze, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of being unable to resist her. Her mind was a whirlpool of conflicting feelings, both stirred by this indirect contact and a touch of embarrassment. Well then, thank you. She finally extended her hand, accepting the pale blue thermos. However, as she grasped it, her hand brushed against Zhou Ying's, which seemed to have intentionally shifted downward. It must have been accidental, she thought. Unscrewing the lid, a wisp of steam wafted up, and after a moment's hesitation, she brought the cup to her lips. The warm water flowed into her parched mouth, soothing her throat and indeed bringing a wave of comfort. Yet, during her small sips, her gaze involuntarily flickered upwards, landing on Zhou Ying's face, more specifically, on her softly tinted yet elegantly curved lips. Zhou Ying's lips were beautiful, slightly pursed at the moment, appearing soft yet somewhat dry. No, perhaps they were fine. Lin Han felt as if her thoughts had been scalded, abruptly pulling her gaze away, her heart racing uncontrollably. What was she doing? She was actually contemplating whether the rim of the cup had just brushed against those lips, and that she was now sharing the same source of water with that softness. This realization made her cheeks flush with heat, her hand trembling slightly as she held the cup. She quickly took another couple of sips, attempting to mask her own discomposure, then hastily capped the cup and returned it to Zhou Ying, her movements almost frantic. Thank you. That is much better. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet Zhou Ying's eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhou Ying accepted the cup back, her fingertips seemingly brushing against Lin Han's hand in passing. A fleeting touch. Her expression remained undisturbed, as natural as ever. Well, that's good, she said, casually holding the thermos by her side. Shall we head back now? Are you able to walk? Lin Han secretly sighed in relief, yes. She stood up, feeling that the few sips of warm water had somewhat quelled the discomfort in her stomach, yet the turmoil in her heart remained difficult to calm. Chapter 4. The campus beauties attentive care. Lin Han and Zhou Ying walked side by side out of the hospital building. The midday sun was somewhat glaring, and Lin Han instinctively tilted her head away. Zhou Ying paused briefly, adjusting her position naturally, stepping half a pace ahead on Lin Han's left side, conveniently blocking the somewhat blinding light and a cool breeze. Lin Han was taken aback, watching Zhou Ying's profile, softly illuminated by the sunlight with her flowing hair. The ripples in her heart that had arisen from the thermos now gently stirred again. Zhou Ying's movement was fluid and natural, appearing as an unintentional act, and Lin Han did not think much of it, assuming Zhou Ying simply preferred the outer side. Yet, the sight of Zhou Ying under the sunlight quickened her heartbeat even further. As they made their way back to school, both fell into silence. Zhou Ying did not seem to be a person of many words, while Lin Han was preoccupied with her discomfort and still grappling with her new identity as a girl. Her thoughts now muddled by Zhou Ying's presence. The afternoon streets were relatively quiet, with only the occasional passing vehicle and scattered pedestrians. Lin Han could catch glimpses of Zhou Ying's hair swaying gently with her steps, and she could detect a fresh scent of soap mixed with a hint of disinfectant emanating from her, not unpleasant, but rather imbued with a reassuring cleanliness. After walking for a while, Zhou Ying naturally twisted the lid off the pale blue thermos in her hand, tilting her head back to take a few sips. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, perfectly illuminating her slightly raised neck and jawline, outlining a graceful curve. Her Adam's apple gently moved with each swallow, a few strands of black hair slipping to her shoulder before she casually tucked them behind her ear. After drinking, she capped the thermos and turned her head, only to find Lin Han staring at her, her expression slightly dazed. What's wrong? Zhou Ying inquired, her tone unperturbed. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Han hastily averted her gaze, her cheeks warming. Are you thirsty too? Zhou Ying shook the thermos in her hand, a little. No. It's fine. Lin Han waved her hands repeatedly, recalling the awkwardness of their earlier shared drink, her ears flushing once more. Zhou Ying seemed to slightly curve her lips, saying nothing further as they continued walking. Lin Han followed alongside her, her heart still racing, unable to shake off the previous scene from her mind. She suddenly realized that this was the first time she had seen Zhou Ying in such a down-to-earth manner. No longer merely a figure of admiration or a professional silhouette in the clinic, but a living, breathing person who thirsted, drank water, and casually played with her hair, so tangible and within reach. This realization added to her complex emotions. Are you still feeling unwell? Zhou Ying's voice broke through her wandering thoughts. Much better. Lin Han quickly gathered her thoughts, though I still feel a bit weak. Yes, inflammation and dehydration can cause fatigue. Zhou Ying maintained her professional, analytical tone. Make sure to take your medication on time, get a good night's sleep, and try to consume easily digestible fluids. Understood, Dr. Zhou, Lin Han replied half-jokingly, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Zhou Ying seemed to glance at her, a slight upward curve at her lips, faint but noticeable, which Lin Han caught. In that fleeting moment, the solemnity typical of a medical student seemed to fade slightly from her demeanor. Not yet a doctor, still immersed in clinical training, she could merely be regarded as a resident in the hospital, Zhou Ying corrected. So, Senior Zhou, Lin Han tentatively altered her form of address. This time, Zhou Ying did not respond immediately. She walked silently for a few paces, and just as Lin Han believed she would not engage further, a soft escaped her lips. The sound was barely audible, almost lost to the breeze, yet Lin Han heard it. They turned onto the tree-lined path leading to the side entrance of Haizu University. The sycamore trees cast mottled shadows, and the temperature dropped significantly, becoming pleasantly cool. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, Lin Han halted her steps and expressed her gratitude once more. Senior Zhou, I've arrived. I truly appreciate your help today. Zhou Ying also paused, her gaze sweeping over the entrance of the dormitory before returning to Lin Han's still somewhat pallid face. Which floor is your dorm on? She inquired. The third floor. Lin Han instinctively replied. I'll escort you upstairs, Zhou Ying stated matter-of-factly. Your complexion is still not quite right. Climbing might induce dizziness. I'll ensure you safely return to your dorm before I leave. Lin Han opened her mouth to assert her independence. Yet Zhou Ying had already stepped towards the entrance of the dormitory, effortlessly pushing open the somewhat heavy glass door for her. The dormitory matron seemed to recognize Zhou Ying. She glanced up briefly, posed no questions, and returned her attention to the television drama playing before her. Lin Han had no choice but to follow. This was an older dormitory building at Haizhu University, not particularly tall, and thus lacking an elevator. The only means of ascent and descent was via the stairs. The stairwell was dimly lit, with dust particles suspended in the air alongside a faint scent of disinfectant. Indeed, her strength had not yet fully returned. After climbing 3 flights, her breath had quickened, and a fine sheen of sweat formed at her temples. Zhou Ying maintained a half-step behind her, walking steadily, her gaze resting on Lin Han's slightly heaving shoulders. She neither rushed nor offered assistance, merely keeping a distance that allowed for support should it be needed. At last, they arrived on the 3rd floor, and Lin Han located her dormitory door, fumbling for her keys. Her hand trembled slightly from weakness and an inexplicable nervousness, requiring several attempts to align the key with the lock. "Let me," Zhou Ying's voice came from behind, her warm breath brushing against Lin Han's ear. Lin Han's hand quivered, nearly dropping the key. Zhou Ying stepped forward, naturally taking the key from Lin Han's grasp and effortlessly unlocking the door. The dormitory was empty. Chen Xiu had yet to return. The other 2 roommates were interning at companies far away, had places to stay, and seldom returned to the dormitory. "Which is your bed?" Zhou Ying asked, her gaze sweeping across the room. "The one by the window," Lin Han indicated. Zhou Ying nodded, approached Lin Han's desk, placed the medication bag upon it, then turned to face Lin Han, who still stood dumbly at the doorway. "Come over and sit down. Take your medicine first. Is there any warm water?" "Yes. I have mineral water." Lin Han mechanically walked to her chair, retrieving half a bottle of mineral water from the desk. Zhou Ying glanced at the bottle, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she said nothing. She extracted the prescribed medication from the bag, carefully reviewing the instructions, portioning out the required dosage, and placing it before Lin Han. "Take these in this order, half an hour after meals. You haven't eaten yet, so start with these to protect your gastric mucosa." She indicated 2 of the pills, instructing that the others should be taken after food. Lin Han obediently complied, like a well-behaved puppet. The bitterness of the tablets dissolved in her mouth, and she quickly washed it down with several gulps of water. Watching her finish the medication, Zhou Ying appeared to finally exhale in relief. She picked up her thermos, took a small sip, and then casually placed the cup at the corner of Lin Han's desk. Standing beside Lin Han's desk, Zhou Ying's gaze fell upon various small items scattered across the surface. A cartoon pencil holder, several textbooks, and a photo frame containing a picture of Lin Han with her parents. Her eyes lingered on that photograph for a few seconds. Lin Han followed her gaze, seeing her own radiant smile in the picture, dressed in a dress, nestled beside her parents. A wave of disorientation washed over her. That was Lin Han, not Lin Han. "Your parents are quite good-looking," Zhou Ying suddenly remarked, her voice soft. Lin Han replied quietly, a swirl of emotions stirring within her. Zhou Ying withdrew her gaze, turning back to Lin Han. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before retrieving her phone from her jeans pocket. "Lin Han," she looked into Lin Han's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. "May I add you on WeChat?" Chapter 5. The forgotten thermos. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's unexpected request for her WeChat, Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for this development. Zhou Ying seemed to sense her surprise and explained, "You need to monitor your condition over the next few days. If you feel unwell or have questions about the medication, you can reach out to me anytime. After all," she paused, "I am somewhat of a supervising intern. It's only proper that I keep track." This rationale sounded quite reasonable, yet Lin Han felt an inexplicable sense that there was more beneath the surface. She gazed into Zhou Ying's eyes, her heart inexplicably racing. "All right," she heard her voice respond, and she too retrieved her phone. The 2 exchanged QR codes and added each other as friends. Zhou Ying's avatar was simple, a deep blue starry sky, her nickname a capital Z. "I've saved you," Zhou Ying said, finishing with her phone, then looking up at Lin Han. "Make sure to rest well, try to get some sleep. If you feel hungry tonight, you can have some kanji, the cafeteria, or takeout is fine, but keep it light." "I'll remember," Lin Han nodded. Zhou Ying seemed to finally feel that everything was in order. She cast one last glance at Lin Han, her gaze sweeping across her face as if confirming her well-being. "Well, I'm off now. Senior Zhou, take care." Lin Han stood up. Zhou Ying walked to the door, her hand resting on the doorknob, glancing back at Lin Han once more. "Lin Han, next time, try not to drink so much." Zhou Ying's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable seriousness. "Your body is your own." After saying this, she opened the door and stepped out, gently closing it behind her. After Zhou Ying left, Lin Han slowly returned to her chair, her gaze unfocused as it fell upon the desk. The bitterness of the pills lingered on her tongue, mingling with the sweet taste of mineral water. The discomfort in her body remained palpable. Yet what troubled her more was the entirety of what had just unfolded. Zhou Ying, how could she be so kind to her? Lin Han found herself baffled. In her past life as Lin Han, she had gazed up at Zhou Ying for so long, receiving nothing but a polite yet firm rejection. Back then, Zhou Ying had been courteous and distant, like moonlight, cold and bright, yet utterly unattainable. In this lifetime, as Lin Han, they could scarcely be considered acquaintances. Yet Zhou Ying had taken the initiative to escort her home, accompany her upstairs, distribute her medication, and even proactively added her on WeChat. All of this felt overwhelmingly surreal. Lin Han temples. The haze of a hangover and mild fever had not yet entirely dissipated, and Zhou Ying's sudden appearance had only stirred her already tumultuous emotions. She needed a moment of solitude to gradually accept the reality of her rebirth as a girl, to adapt to this body, and to clarify the rules of this new world. As her gaze inadvertently swept across the desk, she suddenly halted. At the corner, that light blue thermos stood quietly. Zhou Ying's thermos. She had forgotten to take it with her. Lin Han stared at the cup, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Had she genuinely forgotten? Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Zhou Ying casually place the cup here, her attention seemingly shifting entirely to adding her on WeChat and reminding her to rest. She reached out, her fingertips gently brushing against the cool surface of the cup. Hesitating for a moment, she twisted off the lid. Inside remained approximately a third of water, clear and transparent. The rim of the cup seemed to retain a faint trace of another person's presence. Lin Han's cheeks began to flush once more. She abruptly replaced the lid, as if scalded, and pushed the cup a bit further away. No, I must not indulge in fanciful imaginings. Zhou Ying merely extended a kind gesture, nothing more. The thermos was forgotten simply because she had just finished a night shift, exhausted and preoccupied with tending to this ailing roommate, resulting in a momentary lapse. Yes, that must be the case. Lin Han endeavored to convince herself, yet her gaze inevitably drifted toward the pale blue cup. It stood as a silent testament, affirming that everything that had transpired was no illusion, affirming that the person from a distant past had truly entered her dormitory and performed those acts on her behalf. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat. At the top of her new friends list, Z's avatar calmly dominated the screen. A deep blue starry sky, vast, serene, and imbued with a subtle air of mystery, much like Zhou Ying herself. Lin Han opened the chat window, her finger hovering hesitantly above the screen. Should she inform her about the thermos now, or wait a little longer? If she told her immediately, would Zhou Ying come back at once to retrieve it? Would they meet again then? This thought quickened Lin Han's heartbeat once more. Yet, she instantly chastised herself as ridiculous. After all, it was only natural for someone to return for a forgotten item. Why was she so anxious, so expectant? She took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. To remain silent felt like deliberate concealment, and if Zhou Ying discovered her cup missing, she might become worried. With this in mind, Lin Han resolved to act. She tapped open the input field, carefully weighing her words. Senior Zhou, you left your thermos here. After typing this, she stared at the message for a few seconds before deleting it. It sounded too stiff. Senior Zhou, it seems you left your thermos on my desk. Still somewhat awkward. Rubbing her forehead, Lin Han felt absurdly fussy. It was merely a notification about a forgotten item. Why was it so difficult? Ultimately, she abandoned the struggle and simply typed the plainest sentence. Senior Zhou, your cup is with me. Pressing send, her heart lifted alongside the message. She set down her phone, refusing to glance back, her gaze returning instead to the thermos. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the window, casting a bright patch upon the desktop. The pale blue cup stood quietly at the boundary between light and shadow, half illuminated, half cloaked in darkness. The dormitory was so silent she could hear her own heartbeat. Minutes slipped by, yet the phone remained inert. Had Zhou Ying not seen the message? Was she busy? Or did she consider a mere cup too trivial to bother with? A myriad of speculations swirled in Lin Han's mind, exacerbating her already throbbing headache. She sighed and resolved not to wait any longer. A wave of physical discomfort surged anew. Her stomach ached faintly, and dizziness intensified. She needed rest. She ate a little in the dormitory, swallowed the remaining medicine, then rose, climbed on her bed, and pulled the covers snugly around her. Curling up, she closed her eyes, fatigue washing over her like a tide. Just before consciousness surrendered to darkness, her last lucid thought lingered. Would Zhou Ying reply? After an indeterminate interval, Lin Han was roused by the vibration of her phone. Groggily opening her eyes, she saw the sky had darkened, and the dorm was unlit, enveloped in gloom. It was a WeChat notification. Instantly alert, she fumbled for her phone beside her pillow. The screen's glow was sharp in the dim room. On Z's avatar appeared a red numeral 1. Lin Han's heart raced. She tapped open the chat. Zhou Ying's reply was succinct. Only 3 characters. Seen it. No indication of when she might retrieve the cup, nor any further inquiry. Just seen it? Lin Han stared at those words, unsure how to respond. Hesitating, she typed, "When would it be convenient for you to come get it? Or shall I bring it to you?" This time, the reply came swiftly. "No need to bring it over. You should rest well." After a brief pause, another message appeared. "Keep the cup for now. It's clean." Lin Han was momentarily stunned. Keep it for now? What did that imply? Her eyes shifted to the pale blue thermos at the corner of the desk, which in the dim light resembled a quiet enigma. Did Zhou Ying find retrieving it inconvenient? Or was there another meaning? Lin Han dared not speculate further. She stared at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard for a long moment before finally typing a single character. "Okay, sent." The conversation seemed to end abruptly. Zhou Ying offered no further reply. Lin Han set down her phone, lying quietly in the darkened dormitory for a while. The discomfort in her stomach had lessened considerably. The dizziness had abated somewhat. The medicine appeared to be taking effect. She sat up and switched on the small bedside lamp. The warm light dispelled the darkness and illuminated the pale blue cup resting at the desk's edge. Lin Han rose and approached the desk, picking up the thermos. The body of the cup was cool, yet in her palm it seemed to emanate a gentle warmth. She unscrewed the lid and found it still half filled with water. Hesitating momentarily, she brought the cup to her lips and took a small sip. The water was cool, sliding down her throat with a crisp clarity. Curiously, though it was merely ordinary water, it tasted somehow different at that moment, as if infused with a subtle new significance. Lin Han replaced the lid and gently set the cup back in its place. Outside, night had fully descended, and the surrounding dormitory buildings twinkled with scattered lights. This tumultuous day was finally drawing to a close. Lin Han moved to the window and gazed out at the campus cloaked in darkness. Memories of her past life remained vivid, yet the path ahead was entirely altered. She did not know what awaited her. But at least now, she no longer felt the morning's confusion and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han closed the window and turned back to the desk, casting another glance at the pale blue thermos before picking up her phone to send a message to Chen Su. "Su, what time will you be back tonight? Could you bring me some plain kanji?" Not long after sending, Chen Su replied, "All right, Han, I should be back around 7:30. I'll bring you the vegetable kanji from the second floor of the cafeteria, very light and gentle." Reading the reply, Lin Han felt a warmth in her heart. At least in this unfamiliar new world, her parents were still present, and others cared for her. Setting down her phone, the emptiness in her stomach reminded her it was time to eat, but with over an hour until 7:30, Lin Han resolved to make use of her clearer mind to organize her thoughts and her belongings from her former self. She sat back at the desk, her gaze sweeping over the surface. Besides the pale blue thermos, scattered across the desk were several books on literary theory, notebooks, and a somewhat antiquated laptop. She powered on the laptop. The screen brightened to reveal a simple scenic wallpaper and neatly arranged desktop icons. Lin Han opened the browser. Her history was filled mostly with academic searches, literary forums, and links to several mainstream content platforms. Then she opened the Documents folder, which contained several unfinished course papers, some reading notes, and a folder labeled Essays. She clicked into Essays, revealing a dozen or so articles of varying length. Some were critiques of literary works. Others were personal reflections, composed with delicate prose and unique perspectives, evidence of Lin Han's genuine talent and passion for literature. The most recent document, created 3 days prior, bore the title Wine and Sorrow. Lin Han opened it. The piece was brief, written before the previous night's drunken gathering. Between the lines lay a palpable sense of uncertainty about stepping into society and weariness towards social interactions. Sometimes it seemed that what swirled in the wine glass was not wine, but her own blurred reflection. Drinking it did not dispel sorrow, but swallowed that reflection whole. Reading this, Lin Han's fingers paused. The emotions conveyed in this passage resonate with her current state of rebirth in a subtly profound manner. However, her feelings of vagueness and solitude are further compounded by an absurdity born from a dislocation in time and space. She closed the document, leaned back in her chair, and gazed at the ceiling. In her previous life, she had also studied literature. Although she graduated from Haizu University, she ultimately bowed to reality and took a mundane position at an ordinary cultural company, engaging in routine copywriting tasks. Daily interactions with words distanced her from true creativity, and her passion gradually became tarnished under the relentless grind of trivialities and the pressures of survival, eventually transforming into a faint and reluctant spark for mere subsistence. In this life, by a twist of fate, she has become Lin Han, studying literature once again, but this time, it seems she has opened an entirely different door. She has returned, carrying the ember of her past that had never fully extinguished, coupled with a unique prescient vision. Even with knowledge of the future, Lin Han has never delved into the realms of lotteries or stock markets, making overnight wealth an impossibility. Her reliance rests solely on literature. Consequently, Lin Han instinctively reflects on her previous reading experiences. As a liberal arts student and a once aspiring literary professional, her reading repertoire is impressively diverse. She has explored classic masterpieces, avant-garde literature, popular novels, internet sensations, and a multitude of social science and humanities works. More importantly, her experience in the cultural company has endowed her with an industry intuition far surpassing that of an ordinary student, particularly regarding market trends, shifts in reader preferences, and the intricacies of IP operations. Furthermore, her rebirth has granted her the invaluable asset of temporal disparity, or perhaps a divine perspective. She is aware that in the coming years, certain literary movements will rise and fall, specific genres will transition from the periphery to the mainstream. Certain authors will achieve remarkable success, and particular cultural phenomena will ignite public discourse. Moreover, she foresees that seemingly inconspicuous online serials may, in a few years, command millions in value. Could this truly be an opportunity? An occasion to leverage her past experiences as a foundation, guided by foresight, to rediscover her life's direction under this entirely new identity? She is not the original Lin Han, nor is she the former Lin Han. She is a new entity, a synthesis of 2 lifetimes of memories and insights. This realization sends a jolt through her previously dormant heart, which suddenly beats with renewed vigor. A powerful urge to create surges within her chest. It is as if the suppressed desires for words and expression from her previous life are violently resurrecting within this new vessel, in the face of newfound opportunities. At that moment, her phone vibrated once more. It was Chun Siu, Han. I just remembered that our Class S study committee announced in the group this afternoon that Professor Wang has assigned us a short review on the current phenomenon of adaptations of online literature into films and television. Due next Friday. This will be Professor Wang's final assessment before our graduation. Did you see it? It was then that Lin Han recalled she had scarcely checked the class group. She opened WeChat and indeed found a flurry of messages from all members. The assignment required an 800 to 1,500 word commentary on a recent adaptation of an online novel, with the angle left to the writer's discretion. Several titles flashed through Lin Han's mind regarding online literature adaptations. It was early summer of 2018, a time when the wave of IP adaptations from web literature was burgeoning yet chaotic. Many works that would later be hailed as exemplary adaptations or criticized for their poor fidelity were either airing or in production, with public opinions still fragmented. Soon, Lin Han recalled a recently aired fantasy drama, King Yun Jie, which had garnered mixed reviews but would later ignite significant controversy due to various factors. The original novel was of mediocre quality, yet the adapted storyline was heavily altered, the lead actors' performances were disputed, and the special effects received mixed feedback, initially making little impact. However, in about a week, an unexpected internet meme and the sudden popularity of a supporting character couple would lead to a remarkable turnaround for the show, transforming it into a dark horse and a topic of conversation for the year, along with its original novel and adaptation model being fervently discussed. What if she were to write a commentary on King Yun Jie now? Not merely echoing the criticisms or praises of others, but rather analyzing the gains and losses of its adaptation from a more prescient and composed perspective, subtly hinting at its undiscovered potential for virality. This could not only fulfill her assignment, but might also serve as her inaugural attempt to voice her insights in this domain. With this thought, Lin Han felt a surge of renewed energy coursing through her. She straightened her posture, reopened her computer, and created a new document. After contemplating the title, she typed, Prophecies and Misinterpretations, an analysis of the gains and losses in the adaptation of King Yun Jie, along with a discussion of its potential to become a phenomenon. The title was somewhat lengthy and bold, yet it felt entirely fitting. She began to recall the details of the drama, combining her previous life's exposure to professional reviews and industry analyses to organize her thoughts and construct a framework. She carefully calibrated her predictions, focusing her analyses on the adaptation techniques, character development, and cultural elements employed, only cautiously suggesting at the conclusion that the show's potential resonance with younger audiences might be underestimated, and its dark horse potential could exist in dimensions yet unnoticed by mainstream critics. The writing process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. Perhaps this topic resonated with her as a seasoned observer, igniting her desire to express herself. By the time Lin Han typed the final period, Only an hour had elapsed. She glanced at the word count. 2,300 words, far exceeding the requirements. After reading through it, she found the prose fluid and the arguments clear. While some of her analyses might seem slightly ahead of their time, the overall logic held firm. She saved the document and closed her computer, exhaling deeply. The sense of accomplishment somewhat alleviated the feelings of powerlessness and confusion that had plagued her since her rebirth. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the dormitory door. "Could see you have returned so soon. Wasn't it supposed to be 7:30? It was only 7 o'clock now." Puzzled, she rose to open the door, only to be momentarily stunned upon pulling it open. Standing outside was Zhou Ying. Chapter 7. Astonishment. Senior Zhou Ying from the medical school, the epitome of grace. Seemingly escorting a mysterious girl back to the dormitory. Zhou Ying had changed into a simple cream-colored short-sleeve shirt paired with light gray linen pants. Her long hair casually tied in a low ponytail, with a few strands softly framing her face, embodying a relaxed summer evening charm. She held a thermos bag and a small paper bag in her hands. "Senior Zhou?" Lin Han exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What brings you here?" "To retrieve a cup," Zhou Ying replied calmly, her gaze lingering on Lin Han's still somewhat pale face. "I brought you a few things." Lin Han then realized and quickly stepped aside to invite her in. "Please come in." Zhou Ying entered the dormitory, her eyes swiftly scanning the room before finally resting on the light blue thermos on Lin Han's desk. However, she didn't immediately reach for the cup. Instead, she placed the items she was holding on Lin Han's desk. "This is vegetable porridge from the kanji shop near the school. Light and suitable for you to eat right now." She opened the thermos bag and took out a steaming bowl of porridge. Then from the paper bag, she produced a small box. "These are probiotics, helpful for regulating your stomach. You can take them once your stomach feels better." As Lin Han looked at the items on the table, a complex warmth surged within her. "Senior Zhou, this is too much trouble for you." "Not all, it was on my way," Zhou Ying said, glancing at the half-full bottle of mineral water on Lin Han's desk. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I've already had my roommate bring me something." Lin Han admitted. "Eat mine instead. You can have it now. No need to wait. Enjoy it while it's hot." Zhou Ying had already opened the porridge lid, releasing a gentle aroma of rice mixed with the sweetness of vegetables. She even took a small spoon from the thermos bag, wiped it with a tissue, and handed it to Lin Han. Han Lin accepted the spoon, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Ying Zhou's hand. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a subtle pause in Ying's touch. "Thank you," Han murmured softly, settling in her chair and taking small sips of the porridge. The warm porridge slid down her throat, soothing her empty stomach considerably. It was cooked to a tender softness, its flavor mild yet imbued with a delicate sweetness, precisely the nourishment suitable for someone convalescing. Ying Zhou remained standing by the table, quietly observing her eat, her gaze so intent that Han felt slightly uneasy. "Senior Zhou, have you eaten?" Han attempted to break the silence. "I have," Ying replied succinctly. A brief quiet settled over the dormitory, broken only by the gentle sounds of Han sipping her porridge. Outside, the night deepened. Distant campus announcements murmured faintly, broadcasting the evening news. Occasionally, footsteps and door openings echoed along the corridor, yet they felt distant and unreal. Within this confined space, it was just the two of them. Han ate slowly, partly due to her unsettled stomach, partly because Ying's unwavering attention made her nervous. "Have you taken your medicine?" Ying suddenly inquired. "I took one dose before bed. This is the second. Since I'm just now eating," Han indicated the medication packet on the table. Ying nodded, her eyes finally drifting from Han's face to the pale blue thermos. She reached out and picked it up. Han's heart inexplicably tightened. Yet Ying did not immediately leave. Instead, she unscrewed the lid and glanced inside. "The water is cold," she remarked, then naturally moved to the small sink in the dorm. Emptied the water, refilled it with hot water, gently swirled the thermos, and poured it out again. Han watched this fluid sequence, momentarily dazed. Ying refilled the thermos halfway with warm water, capped it, and returned it to the corner of Han's desk. "And look here, positive. You can use this for now," Ying calmly explained. "Patients should drink plenty of warm water. Your bottled water is too cold. It isn't good for your stomach." "But senior, I have another cup," Han began. Ying cut her off. "Use this one first." Han opened her mouth, unsure what to say. She did have a thermos of her own, but it was left at her office, and in summer, she rarely used one. Ying pushed the box of probiotics toward her, preparing to leave. "Take your time eating. I have to return to the hospital for work. Remember to take your medicine on time and get some rest. If you feel unwell during the night, you can message me." Her gaze lingered on Han's face for 2 seconds, her complexion slightly improved from earlier. Han instinctively touched her cheek. Perhaps the porridge had warmed her. Ying softly responded and turned toward the door. Han quickly rose to see her off, then hastily finished the remaining porridge and took the second dose of medicine. Just as she swallowed the pills, the dorm door opened. Siyu Chen entered, carrying takeout porridge and side dishes. Han, feeling any better? I brought you some porridge. Siyu approached with concern, placing the food on Han's desk. Her eyes caught the pale blue thermos. Oh, a new cup? That style doesn't seem like you. Han's heart skipped, but she kept a calm facade. No, it belongs to a friend. I'm just keeping it here temporarily. Oh, Siyu didn't press further, but urged, eat it while it's hot. She noticed the empty porridge container on the table and abruptly stopped. Wait, did you buy that porridge yourself? Oh no, that was just brought by the friend I mentioned earlier, Han quickly explained, feeling inexplicably guilty. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to tell you not to bring any. It's fine, as long as you're eating. Siyu waved it off and changed the subject. By the way, did you see the assignment notice? It's due next week. Professor Wang seems to be taking it very seriously. Yes, I just finished writing it, Han said, tidying away the porridge container brought by Zhou. Finished already? Siyu's eyes widened in surprise. That's impressively fast, especially since you're sick. Lying around just makes me overthink things. Keeping busy feels better, Han replied, carefully covering the porridge Siyu brought, planning to save it for the next morning. With warm sustenance in her stomach, her discomfort diminished significantly, and her spirits lifted. Yeah, Siyu sat at her own desk and began eating. By the way, have you checked the campus forum? Campus forum? No, why? Han asked. Siyu scrolled through her phone, her tone tinged with gossip-fueled excitement. Just saw a hot post, apparently. Our campus Belle, senior Zhou from the medical school, was spotted escorting a mysterious girl back to the dormitory. There are photos and evidence. Han's heart jolted. Photos? She asked, feigning curiosity and leaning in. Nah, no real photos, just a clickbait title, Siyu said, turning the screen toward Han. The screen displayed a campus forum post with a bold headline. Shocking. Medical school aloof beauty senior Zhou allegedly escorts mysterious girl back to the dormitory. Photos and proof included. Siyu continued as she scrolled. See, the main building just a paragraph describing that around noon, near our dorm, the poster saw senior Zhou walking with a girl. Helped open the door, and they went in together. They stayed inside for about 15 to 20 minutes before came out alone. The description detailed. But no pictures, maybe too far away, or they didn't dare snap any. Han's pulse raced as she read the text. The replies below were ablaze with activity. Siyu eagerly browsed them aloud. 1L. No pics, no truth. 2L. The description detailed, I believe it. But what's wrong with senior Zhou escorting a girl? Isn't it normal for girls to look after each other? 3L replying to 2L. It's normal, but that Zhou. When have you ever seen her so caring and protective? She is known for being aloof and rarely participates in student council events. Always keeps to herself. 4 litres, yeah? Senior Zhou is nice, but cold. This level of care is rare. Curious who the girl is. 5L. Could it be a direct junior from the medical school? The supervisor might have asked her to look after a sick student. 6 litres, unlikely. The poster said the girl entered dorm building 3, which mainly houses liberal arts, history, philosophy, economics, and management students. The medical school dorm is elsewhere. 7L. Blind student, you've spotted the key point. So not a junior from the same faculty? That is even more unusual. 8L. Did anyone notice they stayed inside for 15 to 20 minutes? Usually, escorting someone up and leaving quickly is normal. What were they doing in the dorm so long? 9L. Unhealthy thoughts upstairs. ISNT senior Zhou interning at hospital? Maybe she was just helping settle the patient and explaining medication. 10L. Regardless, I'm curious who could make senior Zhou break her usual aloofness. Any sisters from dorm building 3 want to share info? Han's voice wavered unconsciously. Maybe senior Zhou was just being kind, helping a classmate who wasn't feeling well. Yeah, Siyu nodded, engrossed in the post again. But honestly, senior Zhou is usually quite cold. Rarely have I heard of her being close to anyone, let alone escorting someone so thoughtfully. That's why everyone is so curious. Luckily it's a girl. If it were a guy, the campus forum would totally explode. Yeah, han murmured vaguely, Harriet's flushed. A singular, vivid thought struck her like lightning, cleaving through her swirling emotions. She is now a girl. So what if she and Zhou Ying, 2 young women, were seen escorting a sick junior back to the dormitory? What is there to be concerned about? What is there to gossip about? Others are merely speculating about the unusual behavior of the aloof campus Belle. Lin Han silently exhaled, feeling the tension in her shoulders and neck dissipate. After dining and taking her medication, Lin Han sensed a significant restoration of her energy. While Chun Siyu went to freshen up, she picked up her phone and reopened the conversation thread with Zhou Ying. Her fingers glided across the screen, hesitating on whether to express her gratitude for her concern, discuss the forum matters, or perhaps mention the cup again. Ultimately, she sent nothing at all. She opened Zhou Ying's moments, which was predictably succinct, lacking any 3-day visibility settings, yet the content was sparse. The latest post was from a month ago, sharing an article on cutting-edge medical research without any accompanying commentary. Before that, there were a few photographs of the city lights, seemingly taken from the rooftop of a hospital or some elevated spot, devoid of text. Even earlier, there were scattered links to songs, mostly instrumental or soothing English melodies. Her moments, much like her persona, exuded cleanliness, simplicity, and a tranquil sense of distance. Lin Han stepped back, her impression of Zhou Ying becoming more vivid. This senior, who appeared composed and professional in school and at the hospital, seemed to prefer solitude and quietude in her private life. Setting her phone aside, she picked up the light blue thermos and walked to the balcony sink, meticulously washing it. The warm water cascaded over the cup and lid, and she scrubbed with great diligence. Once cleaned and dried, she placed the cup back in the corner of her desk. This time, it no longer seemed out of place. Instead, that soft blue added a reassuring hue to the familiar yet strange space. With a gentle click, the bathroom door opened, and Chen Xiu entered, enveloped in a refreshing mist and a faint scent of shower gel. As she toweled her damp hair, she looked at Lin Han and said, Han, I'm done washing up. You should go wash too. You'll feel much better afterward and can sleep well. The mere mention of washing again stirred Lin Han's emotions, her fingers instinctively curling. Okay, I'll go in a bit, she replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. Chen Xiu, oblivious to her unease, climbed onto her bed and sighed contentedly. Hurry up, the sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. Lin Han slowly pulled open the drawer, retrieving the pale, pink toiletries basket, her gaze sweeping over the fragrant bottles and jars within, her fingertips absent-mindedly brushing against the cool plastic edges. Then, she opened her wardrobe and selected the most modest cotton pajamas, a light gray short-sleeve top and knee-length shorts, and pulled out a clean towel. Cradling these items, Lin Han took a deep breath, as if preparing for battle, and turned to push open the frosted glass door of the dormitory bathroom. Click! The door closed softly behind her, the sound of the lock echoing in the confined space. The bathroom, though small, was clean and tidy, with white ceramic tile walls and a mirror still misted from Chen Xiu's shower. The air was thick with warmth and the sweet aroma of shower gel, reminiscent of the scent lingering on Chen Xiu. Lin Han placed the toiletries basket and her clothing in a dry corner of the sink, standing frozen before the mirror, her reflection blurred by steam. Let us begin, she told herself, yet she remained motionless. The figure in the mirror stood still, only her chest rising and falling slightly with her somewhat hurried breaths. She reached out, her fingertips grazing the cool surface of the mirror, slowly clearing a small patch of fog. A delicate face, with an air of bewilderment, emerged, damp black hair clinging to her cheeks, her eyes reflecting a sense of unfamiliarity even to herself. Gritting her teeth, she felt the fabric of her top beneath her fingers, her cheeks flushing, her ears burning. She closed her eyes and suddenly lifted her top, stripping it off in one swift motion. Without pausing, she resolutely shed her long pants and underwear in a near act of reckless abandon. Standing completely bare on the cool tile floor, Lin Han took a slight breath, gradually opening her eyes to the mirror. The body reflected was slender, the skin glowing softly under the light with an ivory sheen. The curves of her chest, the delicate lines of her waist, and the elongated contours of her legs captivated her. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, yet this time, she did not immediately avert her gaze. She simply stood there, quietly observing for a few seconds. After the initial shock, a sense of calm began to spread. Perhaps it was due to a day filled with too many experiences, or perhaps fatigue dulled her senses, or maybe it was simply because this body existed in quietude, offering no resistance, no cries, silently presenting itself before her, awaiting her acceptance. She turned around and turned on the shower. Water cascaded down, enveloping her in an instant. She squeezed out shampoo from the familiar brand she often used, imbued with a refreshing lemongrass scent. The lather built up in her hair as she fumbled yet earnestly scrubbed. This long hair was more challenging to manage than her accustomed short hair, but gradually, she found her rhythm. After rinsing her hair clean, she took the shower gel, its foam gliding across her body, from her neck to her shoulders, down to her chest, waist, and legs. The steam in the cramped space enveloped her, amplifying every unfamiliar sensation on her skin. This extraordinary tactile experience made her body slightly stiff. Having previously been a single mother at an older age, this was her first genuine encounter with a girl's body. As the water washed away the foam, revealing clean, fresh skin, comfort began to eclipse the psychological barriers. She began to wash more attentively, Her fingertips brushed over her arms, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Water flowed over her back, tracing the path of droplets rolling down. Even as she bent to clean her calves and ankles, the flexibility and balance of her body felt distinct from her memories. Yet, it didn't seem so terrible after all. She turned off the water, drying her body with the towel, her movements shifting from initial hesitation to increasing fluidity. The soft fibers of the towel caressed her skin, soaking up the droplets, leaving her dry. Almost instinctively, like all girls do, she gently pressed the towel against her hair tips, absorbing the excess moisture. After donning her clean pajamas, she picked up a hair-drying towel, wrapping it around her damp hair, then looked at the girl in the mirror, dressed neatly. Her cheeks flushed from the steam. The bewilderment in her eyes seemed to have faded considerably, replaced by a sense of relaxation after accomplishing something significant. She opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Chen Xiyu was already propped against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Lin Han emerge, she glanced up and remarked, "Finished washing? You look much better." "Yes, a hot shower feels so much more refreshing," Lin Han responded, her voice sounding more natural than before. She walked to her desk and picked up the hairdryer. The buzzing filled the dormitory. Warm air blew over her damp hair as she used her fingers to comb through it. The water droplets evaporated under the heat, her strands gradually becoming light and voluminous. She gazed at her reflection, somewhat lost in thought while drying her hair. Chapter 9. Submission night. The night deepened, and Chen Xiyu had set aside her phone, her breathing now steady and rhythmic. Lin Han returned to her bed, but found herself unable to sleep. The day's experiences, her physical sensations, Zhou Ying's figure, and vague visions of the future interwove in her mind. Suddenly, she recalled the review she had written. An even bolder thought emerged. Why not try to submit it? Not merely as an assignment for the professor. She knew that the university had a well-regarded literary criticism WeChat public account, which held some influence within the local college community, managed by a student organization from a school of arts. Perhaps she could submit her work there and see what happens. Even if it were not accepted, there would be no loss. But what if it were accepted? This notion sparked a blend of excitement and apprehension within her. A completely new identity, an entirely fresh existence. Perhaps this article could indeed mark the beginning of it all. As she drifted into slumber, Lin Han vaguely contemplated that upon awakening, when her spirits were revived, she would refine her article slightly and seek out the submission email for that public account. As for Zhou Ying, the thermos, and the entangled thoughts of past and present lives, she decided to take her time. The following dawn, Lin Han was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was to touch her chest and then venture lower, causing her cheeks to flush warmly as she slowly withdrew her hand. Well, this is not a dream. She sat up in bed, feeling a substantial recovery of her strength. Her stomach no longer ached, and dizziness had dissipated. Chen Xiyu's bed was already vacant, and on the desk lay a sticky note. Han, I've gone to my tutoring session. The porridge from last night has cooled, but I bought you a fresh portion and left it in the small rice cooker. Remember to eat. See you. A warmth blossomed in Lin Han's heart. She quietly got out of bed and indeed found a bowl of porridge in the rice cooker, still somewhat warm. While washing up, she faced the mirror and found herself more at ease, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and even applying a bit of toner in a manner reminiscent of her memories. She felt a sense of normalcy returning. After her morning routine, she returned to her wardrobe, pulling open the doors to reveal an array of women's clothing. Her gaze skimmed over the jeans and t-shirts, finally settling on a light beige cotton dress hanging in the corner. The dress was simply styled with a round neckline and mid-length sleeves, falling gracefully to her knees, cinched at the waist with a matching belt. It appeared to be the most comfortable and least intimidating garment in her closet. Lin Han reached for the dress, pausing momentarily as her fingertips brushed against the soft fabric, as though she were making an important decision, since she was now Lin Han, and if she were to continue living in this identity, perhaps she could begin by embracing these elements. She retrieved the dress and selected a set of light-colored undergarments from the drawer. After last night, her psychological resistance to these intimate garments had lessened considerably. Standing beside her bed, she took a deep breath and began changing. She shed her night clothes and donned the undergarments. As she fastened the clasps, her fingers still felt somewhat uncooperative, yet they were more adept than the day before. Next came the dress. She slipped it over her head, the soft fabric gliding over her shoulders and body, gently cascading down to her legs. Once dressed, she turned to face the full-length mirror behind the door. The girl in the mirror, adorned in a light beige dress, had the belt loosely tied at her waist, accentuating her slender silhouette. Her calves were visible beneath the hem, and her long hair fell somewhat tousled over her shoulders. Lin Han gazed quietly at her reflection, experiencing none of the intense discomfort or aversion she had anticipated. The dress was soft and loose, undeniably more comfortable than trousers. After consuming the porridge and taking her medication, she returned to her desk and opened her laptop. The morning light was just right, and her mind was clear, an opportune moment for revising her article. She reopened the document titled Prophecies and Misreadings, a brief analysis of the gains and losses in the adaptation of King Yun, coupled with a discussion of its potential to become a phenomenon. Having let it sit for a night, the initial excitement had settled, allowing her to examine her writing with a more critical eye. Certain hasty conclusions were refined for greater nuance, and several inadequately cited references were promptly researched and corrected. The prophetic analyses were meticulously reconsidered. While maintaining the sharpness of her viewpoints, she cloaked them in a more rigorous academic guise, employing terms like potential, perhaps, and a nascent trend as softening phrases. She also thoughtfully adjusted the structure, allowing the entire piece to evolve from a specific case study of a work into a broader observation of the current landscape of online adaptations, ultimately returning to a discussion of the potentiality surrounding King Yun, thus elevating the article's scope and intent. Before she realized it, over an hour had passed. The article had expanded to approximately 100 words, yet every sentence carried more weight, preserving the core arguments while becoming more succinct. Lin Han saved the final version, marking it for submission. She then began searching for the submission email of Haida Wings and Review, a publication operated by the Literary College's Kingmo Society, which primarily featured student critiques of literature, film, and cultural phenomena, enjoying considerable influence among local universities. Finding the email address was effortless as it was listed on the Literary College's official website, accompanied by brief submission guidelines. After locating the submission email, she carefully reviewed past articles to understand the style and inclinations of the publication. Taking a deep breath, she composed a new email, attaching her article and including a brief self-introduction and her contact information in the body. The cursor hovered over the send button for a moment. Would she truly send it like this? What if it were rejected? What if the prophecies in her article were ridiculed as overly presumptuous? In her previous life, she had encountered countless such moments, submitting to various platforms, most of which fell into silence, and occasionally receiving template rejection letters. That once fervent enthusiasm had been gradually dulled by such experiences. Yet, another voice echoed within her. So what? The worst outcome would merely be a rejection letter. Moreover, this time was different. She was acutely aware that King Yun would be a sensation, and some of the insights in her article were poised to penetrate the very heart of future discourse. Even if this submission were rejected, when King Yun exploded in popularity, the reviewers would realize how foolish their decision had been to decline her work. With a resolute click, she pressed send. The email soared into the digital ether. After sending the email, she located Professor Wang's contact and forwarded the document to him. Lin Han leaned back in her chair, exhaling a long, relieved breath. Chapter 10. You aren't writing something akin to that cliché drama King Yun, are you? Lin Han rose later than usual. By the time she finished revising and sent out her manuscript, it was already noon, just as she was about to recline in her chair and clear her mind. The sound of the door lock turning broke the tranquility of the room. Chun Siu entered, carrying 2 takeout containers, a sheen of perspiration on her forehead. Her cheeks slightly flushed from the midday sun. I'm back. The tutoring session ended, and I was starving, so I brought lunch. Han, how are you feeling? As she spoke, she placed the containers on the desk and looked up to see Lin Han, her eyes lighting up. Wow, you're wearing a dress. How did your style change so quickly in just a couple of days? She leaned in to scrutinize Lin Han closely. You look so much better. There's finally some color in your face. Lin Han felt a bit bashful under her straightforward compliment, instinctively smoothing the hem of her dress. I just wore something comfortable. What did you bring back? Sweet and sour shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, along with rice. Chun Siu opened the takeout containers, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Oh, and I packed your porridge too. I got you preserved egg and lean meat porridge, much tastier than plain vegetable porridge, but not greasy. You should be able to eat it. Thank you. Lin Han felt warmth spread through her. Although she had eaten porridge just over an hour ago, it was a food that could easily leave one hungry again. She helped arrange the disposable utensils. Did your tutoring session end so early today? The kid was in good spirits today. We finished the planned material in the morning. Chun Siu sat down across from Lin Han, breaking apart her disposable chopsticks. Since I had some spare time today, I hurried back to try to finish that review for Professor Wang this afternoon. By the way, Han, which drama did you write about? It's not something like King Yun, is it? Lin Han paused momentarily, a wry smile emerging. Well, it actually is King Yun. What? Chun Siu's hand, poised to pick up food, froze in midair, her expression one of incredulity. What is there to write about? Isn't everyone online just complaining about it? Precisely because everyone is complaining, I thought perhaps there might be another perspective to consider. Lin Han vaguely explained that the assignment required was an adaptation of online literature. So writing it wasn't straying off topic. Chun Xiu nodded in agreement, but then sighed, lamenting her own predicament. Alas, I'm in a dire situation. I haven't even started writing yet. I must quickly find a drama to watch this afternoon and churn out a piece. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Han. By the way, Anan, let me see yours. Lin Han rose and approached her computer, opening the saved final draft. Chun Xiu immediately leaned in, her gaze swiftly scanning the title on the screen. Prophecies and Misreadings, an analysis of the gains and losses in the adaptation of King Yunjie, along with a discussion on its potential to become a phenomenon. Wow, that's quite an academic title, she exclaimed, patting Lin Han on the shoulder. Look at how your company has pushed you to this extent. Even an assignment can bear such a refined title. Lin Han chuckled, yielding her seat to Chun Xiu while she stood to the side, watching her peruse the article. Chun Xiu read rapidly, but her brows gradually furrowed as she progressed through the text. She scrolled the mouse, occasionally pausing to scrutinize a particular section. Han, your analytical perspective is rather unique, she remarked, her expression revealing surprise. And the potential of the subplot CP? That's an interesting angle. But, she looked up at Lin Han. Do you truly believe this drama can succeed? The online reviews are overwhelmingly negative. Phenomenal success doesn't necessarily hinge on reputation. Lin Han thoughtfully replied, sometimes, the very topics and controversies can generate buzz. I believe it has that foundation. Fair enough, you make a valid point. Chun Xiu scrolled to the end of the article to check the word count. Over 2,000 words. You put in genuine effort. Have you submitted it to Professor Wang? I have. Lin Han hesitated briefly before continuing, though I also submitted it to Heyday, Wang's in review. Wow, you submitted it to Wang's in too? Chun Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. That's impressive. Han, if it gets selected, it would indeed bring honor to our class. But for something like King Yunjie, it might be a bit challenging. Lin Han nodded silently. Fully aware that the choice of King Yunjie was somewhat audacious in the current climate, it was uncertain whether Wang's and editors would accept it. Returning to her seat, Chun Xiu searched for a long time on her computer, but to no avail. She turned to Lin Han. Han, do you have any recommendations? Are there any recent dramas worth delving into? I definitely don't want something like King Yunjie. Lin Han pondered for a moment. In the summer of 2018, there were indeed several well-received dramas, either airing or recently concluded, though most were rather conventional. Suddenly, she recalled a nearly promotional free series, featuring lesser-known actors but boasting a solid script, Under the Dark River. This drama was currently overlooked, yet in a month or two, it would likely gain traction due to an in-depth analysis video by a film blogger. You might want to check out Under the Dark River, Lin Han suggested. It seems to be a low-budget web series, but I've heard the script is quite solid. It's a mystery thriller with well-developed characters. Writing about such an obscure, yet quality drama might actually yield remarkable results. Under the Dark River? I've never heard of it. Chun Xiu took out her phone to search. It actually has a rating of 79, but there are hardly any reviews. Alright, I'll watch it this afternoon. Thank you, Han. You're truly my saving grace. After lunch, Chun Xiu eagerly tidied up her meal container, then promptly opened her laptop, plugged in her headphones, and began searching for Under the Dark River to prepare for viewing. Lin Han, on the other hand, glanced at her phone and, almost unconsciously, clicked into her chat interface with Zhou Ying. Should she say something? At this hour, Zhou Ying should have finished work. Was she perhaps already asleep? As Lin Han deliberated, she noticed the typing indicator appear at the top of the chat window, blinking in and out several times within a span of mere seconds, causing her heart to flutter with each appearance. At last, the notification sound chimed, and Zhou Ying's message popped up. How are you feeling today? Have you eaten? Chapter 11. Meeting the parents? Lin Han's heart raced at Zhou Ying's simple inquiry. She took a deep breath and typed on the screen. I feel much better now. There's hardly anything wrong. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I just had lunch. After sending that, she pondered for a moment before adding, what about you, Senior? Have you eaten yet? This time, the typing indicator quickly vanished, and a reply came swiftly. Not yet. I'm still at the outpatient clinic. I haven't finished work. Lin Han gazed at the screen, almost envisioning Zhou Ying in her white coat, taking a moment from her busy schedule to send her a message. As she contemplated how to respond, Zhou Ying's next message arrived. The medication the doctor prescribed yesterday should only last a day. You should come back today for a follow-up to get another day's worth of medication. Gastritis needs to be reinforced to prevent recurrence. Reading Zhou Ying's reply warmed Lin Han's heart. She gently tapped the screen. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I feel much better now. I shouldn't need to trouble you with another trip to the hospital. If I'm still uncomfortable tomorrow, I'll just go to the campus clinic. After sending her message, Lin Han set her phone down. Just as she lifted her water cup to take a sip, her phone vibrated again. You should definitely come. I'm still at the outpatient clinic. I can take you for follow-up and prescribe more medication. Lin Han blinked, sensing a slight increase in Zhou Ying's assertiveness compared to yesterday. Was this a trait of her professional demeanor as a doctor? Her fingers hovered over the screen until she finally relented and typed. All right, thank you, senior. I'll head over now. She mused that perhaps Zhou Ying's insistence stemmed from a sense of responsibility as a doctor, feeling the need to personally verify her recovery. See you. I'm stepping out for a bit to the hospital to get some more medication. Lin Han called to Chun Su, who was engrossed in her drama with her headphones on. She then approached her wardrobe. What should she wear for this outing? Her gaze swept across the garments, landing on a beige dress still on her. It seemed suitable to wear as is. She looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was elegant, of appropriate length, giving her the appearance of a fresh-faced student. This will do. All right, be careful on the way. Chun Su waved her hand without looking up. Stepping out of the dormitory, the afternoon sun was quite intense. Lin Han opened her sunshade and walked towards the hospital. She felt significantly lighter, with no discomfort in her stomach, which made her steps a bit more buoyant. Upon arriving at the hospital, the outpatient department was not crowded. As Lin Han glanced around at the reception desk, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found Zhou Ying standing behind her, still clad in her white coat, her long hair tied back, a hint of fatigue on her face. Yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. You're here. Zhou Ying assessed her from head to toe, her gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Han's noticeably improved complexion. You look much better. Yes, I took a nap, ate some medication and kanji, and I feel a lot better, Lin Han replied obediently. Follow me, Zhou Ying said, naturally leading Lin Han through the outpatient corridor to a consultation room. She knocked on the door, and a voice from inside called, Come in. Upon entering, they were greeted by a middle-aged male doctor. Noticing Zhou Ying, he nodded. Ah, Xiao Zhou, what brings you here? Dr. Zhang, this is my junior. She was seen by Teacher Li yesterday for acute gastritis and was prescribed medication for 1 day. She is here for follow-up today to request another day's worth. Zhou Ying explained respectfully and clearly. Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Han. How are you feeling? Still nauseous? Any pain in your stomach? I'm not nauseous anymore, and the pain has subsided. I just feel a bit weak, Lin Han answered truthfully. Dr. Zhang nodded. You're recovering well. We'll prescribe another day's worth of medication. Just continue to pay attention to your diet. Keep it light and easy to digest. As he spoke, he entered information into the computer. Xiao Zhou, please take her to pay the fee and collect the medication. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhou Ying nodded in acknowledgement and led Lin Han out of the consultation room. The process of payment and collecting the medication proceeded seamlessly. Zhou Ying was evidently well-versed in the procedure, exhibiting remarkable efficiency throughout. Lin Han merely needed to follow her lead, occasionally handing over the necessary documents. Here you go, Zhou Ying said, handing Lin Han a plastic bag containing the new medication. Remember to take it on time and pay attention to your diet for the next couple of days. Yes, I'll remember. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Lin Han replied sincerely as she accepted the bag. Zhou Ying's arrangements had indeed alleviated a great deal of her burden. Let me escort you out, Zhou Ying offered. But instead of heading directly toward the exit, she turned down another corridor, which was evidently a shorter route. Lin Han, without a trace of suspicion, followed closely by Zhou Ying's side. The hospital corridor was notably quieter in the afternoon, though the scent of disinfectant remained pungent. As they walked, passing by the emergency observation area, a faint conversation reached their ears. Annie, are you sure you don't want to call a family member? Your ankle is quite swollen. No, dear, thank you. I can manage. I just twisted a bit. I'm not that delicate. This minor issue shouldn't trouble my daughter. Upon hearing the latter voice, Lin Han abruptly halted, turning toward the source. Not far away, she spotted her mother sitting on an observation bed. Her mother had a makeshift bandage wrapped around her left ankle, which was evidently swollen, and her complexion appeared somewhat pale as she waved her hands dismissively at a young nurse beside her. Mom, Lin Han exclaimed, rushing over in haste. Lin mother looked up at the sound of her daughter's voice, her face instantly reflecting a mix of panic and surprise. Han, what are you doing here? That's what I should be asking you. Lin Han reached her mother's bedside, crouching down anxiously to examine her mother's swollen ankle. How did you get injured? Is it serious? What did the doctor say? Just as the nurse was about to provide an explanation, Zhou Ying interjected. Is this lady your mother? Lin Han, her eyes reddening with worry, nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's my mom. Senior Zhou, what on earth happened? Is it serious? Zhou Ying explained. Your mother accidentally twisted her ankle on the road and was brought in by a good Samaritan. The emergency doctor has examined her, taken some x-rays, and thankfully, there are no fractures, just a severe soft tissue sprain. She needs ice compresses and rest, and has been prescribed some topical and oral anti-inflammatory painkillers. She has just been treated and is under observation now. Lin Han's heart tightened as she looked at her mother. Why did you come to the hospital without telling me? Lin mother, slightly embarrassed, grasped her daughter's hand. I just couldn't help but worry about you. When you spoke on the phone yesterday, you sounded so muddled. I was anxious because your company often makes you drink, and I feared something might have happened to you. I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I'd come by your school to check on you. I didn't expect to twist my ankle just after getting off the bus. She left her sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Out of concern for her daughter, she had come over, only to injure herself in her haste. A wave of guilt and sorrow surged within Lin Han. In her past life, her mother had always been this way, quietly caring and selflessly devoted. Mifine, Mom, look at me. I'm perfectly all right. It's just a bit swollen, and the doctor said it didn't affect the bone. Lin mother quickly reassured her daughter, then turned to Zhou Ying. Thanks to this Dr. Zhou, who has been so helpful in taking care of things for me. Otherwise, I would have found it very inconvenient. Only then did Lin Han realize the extent of Zhou Ying's efforts and turned her gaze back to her. Zhou Ying continued. I had just finished my outpatient duties this morning and was preparing to leave when I saw your mother being brought into the emergency hall. Noticing she was having difficulty moving, I decided to assist her. Since she insisted on not notifying her family, I was genuinely concerned she might struggle alone. Assisted is an understatement. You were incredibly helpful, Dr. Zhou. Just now, you even helped me get a meal from the hospital cafeteria. Lin mother's eyes brimmed with gratitude, her curiosity piquing. Do you know each other, Dr. Zhou and my Han Han? Chapter 12. Zhou Ying. Why don't you stay in my apartment? In response to Lin mother's gaze, Zhou Ying nodded. Yes, we are acquaintances. Lin Han and I are alumni. I happened to run into her at the hospital yesterday when she was feeling unwell, so I offered her a ride home. Today I called her in to collect her medication. Upon hearing the words, feeling unwell, Lin mother's brow immediately furrowed, and she tightened her grip on Lin Han's hand. Unwell? Han Han, what is wrong with you? Why did you tell your mother? You just said you were fine. Did you drink again? The rapid-fire questions left Lin Han somewhat overwhelmed, and she hastily reassured her mother. Mom, it's nothing serious. Just a bit too much drinking during a social gathering, causing a slight stomach ache and a low fever. I saw a doctor yesterday, took some medication, and I'm feeling much better now. Look, I'm perfectly fine. As she spoke, she stood up and twirled around in front of Lin mother, demonstrating that she was indeed moving normally. Lin mother scrutinized her daughter's complexion closely. Her cheeks were flushed, and her voice was certainly much better than it had been during their phone call yesterday. Only then did she begin to relax. But her concern soon shifted back to her own ankle. But I wanted to visit your dorm. It seems that today I want to be able to. Mom, given your condition, you still want to visit my dorm? Lin Han felt a mix of affection and helplessness. You should just stay here. The doctor said you need to rest and observe your ankle. Let me think of a way to arrange things. No, I can manage, Lin mother insisted, waving her hand. You go about your business. Don't let me interfere. I could just call your father to come pick me up. It's rare for Annie to come by. She should spend a bit more time with her daughter. Zhou Ying interjected again, but then added, however, Annie's ankle is really not suitable for moving around. The stairs in Lin Han's dorm will be difficult for her to navigate. Pausing for a moment, she turned her gaze toward Lin Han, as if seeking her input while also offering a suggestion. I have a small apartment near the hospital, within a 10-minute walk, and the environment is quite serene. If Annie doesn't mind, she could rest there for a night or a few days, and Lin Han can stay with her to provide care. This proposal took everyone by surprise. Lin Han stood frozen, looking at Zhou Ying. The latter's expression was calm and composed, as if she were merely offering the most reasonable and practical solution. Lin mother's eyes widened in astonishment. How can we impose on you, Dr. Zhou? You've already been so helpful with my situation, and with Lin Han's yesterday. It must be quite a burden for you. It's no trouble at all. I don't have to work tonight. And I was planning to return to my place to organize some materials, Zhou Ying clarified. There are 2 bedrooms in the apartment, and I usually live there alone. It will be empty otherwise. Auntie can rest comfortably, and Lin Han can feel more at ease. Lin Han gazed at Zhou Ying's serene profile, a complex warmth swelling within her. Mom, why don't we go with Senior Zhou's arrangement? Lin Han tentatively suggested to her mother. She truly didn't want to send her mother back home in this condition, but bringing her back to her dorm was impractical, not to mention the stairs. Navigating them with a sprained ankle would be burdensome. Zhou Ying's proposal was, indeed, the best option available. Lin mother looked between her daughter and the clear-eyed Zhou Ying, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding, a look of gratitude on her face. Then I'm so sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhou. Auntie, you're too polite, Zhou Ying remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Let me inform the emergency team and handle the paperwork, and then we can be on our way. Her efficiency was remarkable. She swiftly took care of the necessary arrangements and even procured a wheelchair from somewhere. "Auntie, please sit in this. I'll push you over." Zhou Ying gently assisted Lin mother into the wheelchair, her movements both professional and delicate. Lin Han attempted to take over. "Senior, let me push it." "No need, just follow along and watch your step." Zhou Ying firmly declined, confidently steering the wheelchair ahead. Lin Han had no choice but to carry the bag of medication and walk beside the wheelchair, casting concerned glances at her mother from time to time. As they exited the hospital, Zhou Ying turned the wheelchair onto a tree-lined path, just as she had mentioned. They arrived at the entrance of a tranquil neighborhood in less than 10 minutes. The security guard evidently recognized Zhou Ying, greeting her with a smile and casting a polite glance at the wheelchair and Lin Han before allowing them to pass. The apartment was situated on the 5th floor, accessible by elevator. Zhou Ying pushed the wheelchair inside, with Lin Han following closely behind. The elevator was compact, and the three stood in close proximity. Lin Han detected a subtle scent emanating from Zhou Ying, a blend of disinfectant and fresh soap berries, and observed her mother's curious gaze as she appraised Zhou Ying. Breaking the silence within the elevator, Lin Han inquired with genuine curiosity, "Senior Zhou, aren't you still residing in the dormitories at Haida University? Why have you rented an apartment here as well? I will be graduating with my Master's degree this June, and the dormitory accommodations will soon be discontinued." Zhou Ying explained, "I recently rented this apartment near the hospital to facilitate an easy move after my thesis defense and to prepare for my future employment." Lin Han nodded in understanding. Indeed, the graduation season was upon them. After this month, she too would be graduating and ought to find a place to live. Lost in thought, the elevator bell chimed, signaling their arrival. Zhou Ying pushed the wheelchair out into a pristine, brightly lit corridor adorned with beige floor tiles. She halted before a dark gray door and retrieved a key from her pocket. A soft click announced the door's opening, releasing a refreshing aroma tinged with faint lemon notes. Zhou Ying stepped aside, allowing the wheelchair to enter first, then turned to Lin Han, who hesitated momentarily at the threshold. "Come in. No need to change your shoes." Lin Han then crossed the threshold. The apartment was modest in size, yet its immaculate tidiness was striking. A small foyer led into an open-plan space integrating the living room, dining area, and an adjacent compact kitchen. The color palette comprised off-white, light gray, and natural wood tones, minimalist and luminous. The living room contained only a pale gray two-seater fabric sofa and a sleek white coffee table. Along one wall stood a built-in white bookshelf, meticulously arranged with medical textbooks interspersed with selections of literature and social science volumes. Before the floor-to-ceiling window rested a desk, atop which sat a laptop, several open documents, and an elegantly designed desk lamp. The linen curtains, a creamy off-white, were drawn halfway, filtering the afternoon's harsh sunlight into a soft radiance. The space was nearly devoid of superfluous decorations, save for a transparent glass vase on the bookshelf holding a few fresh sprigs of green eucalyptus, imbuing the orderly environment with a touch of vitality. "This place is impeccably clean," Lin Han whispered, unable to suppress her admiration. Unlike the warm or cluttered image she had imagined of a young woman living alone, this space resembled a highly efficient and disciplined studio. "I just finished organizing it a few days ago. Since I'm usually alone, I prefer to keep it simple and easy to maintain," Zhou Ying remarked casually as she guided the wheelchair beside the sofa. "Auntie, you'll be more comfortable sitting here. Lin Han, please assist her." Without hesitation, Lin Han stepped forward, carefully helping her mother transfer from the wheelchair to the sofa. Once seated, Lin Han's mother cast a discerning gaze around the room, her eyes betraying unreserved admiration. "Dr. Zhou, you've arranged this place so well. You clearly are a person of great efficiency." "You flatter me," Zhou Ying replied modestly, pushing the wheelchair into a corner before turning toward the kitchen area. "Auntie, Lin Han, please have a seat. I'll boil some water." With deft movements, she filled the electric kettle and switched it on, then opened the refrigerator, glancing inside before asking, "Annie, Lin Han, would you prefer water or tea?" "I only have ordinary green tea and chrysanthemum." "Plain water will do, Dr. Zhou." "Thank you," Lin Han's mother replied promptly. "Water for me as well," Lin Han added, her gaze involuntarily following Zhou Ying's nimble figure in the kitchen. She wore the same cream-colored short-sleeved shirt and light gray cotton linen trousers as the previous evening, her long hair casually tied back with a few loose strands resting against her neck. Leaning into the soft sofa, Lin Han's mother whispered to her daughter, "Dr. Zhou is truly kind and considerate. Han, do you know her well? From what she said earlier, it seems you only met yesterday." Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, in this lifetime, they had indeed only formally met the day before, having exchanged fewer than 100 sentences. Yet what Zhou Ying had done for her and her mother far transcended the bounds of mere acquaintanceship. "We're not particularly close, just schoolmates," Lin Han answered vaguely. Senior Zhou is genuinely kind and enthusiastic. The water soon boiled, and Zhou Ying poured 3 cups of warm water, carrying them on a tray to the coffee table. "Thank you," Lin Han's mother said, the warmth radiating through the glass, soothing the weariness etched on her face. "Dr. Zhou, I'm truly grateful for all your help today. Sorry for troubling you and intruding on your space." "Please, Annie, there is no need for thanks," Zhou Ying replied, settling into the single sofa beside Lin Han's mother with a more relaxed posture, though her back remained impeccably straight. "Having you here brings a bit of liveliness. It's usually just me here, and it can be too quiet." Lin Han's heart stirred. So, despite the solitude, she did not entirely mind the occasional company. "Mother, is your foot still hurting badly? Have you taken the painkillers the doctor prescribed? I had them at the hospital earlier." "It's much better now, just a bit swollen. Not painful," her mother reassured her, patting her daughter's hand before turning to Zhou Ying with a gaze full of esteem. "Being a doctor is truly admirable. Studying medicine is arduous, but the future is bright, and saving lives is a noble profession. I once hoped Han Han would study medicine, but alas, she pursued Chinese language and literature instead. The company she is interning at now pays little, demands much, and offers little prospect. I'm uncertain what her future holds." "Mother," Lin Han murmured, embarrassed to speak so frankly in another's presence. Zhou Ying, however, disagreed gently. "Studying literature is also commendable. Who knows? Perhaps Lin Han will become a great literary figure one day." Yet, shifting her tone, she continued, "But from what Annie says, your current internship seems quite unfavorable. Low pay, heavy workload, and frequent social drinking obligations. To put it bluntly, you might as well quit that job," Zhou Ying urged with rare earnestness, her concern evident. "You've already been hospitalized once for drinking too much. No one knows what might happen next time. Work is nothing compared to your well-being." Hearing this, Lin Han's mother nodded vigorously, her worried gaze now fixed on her daughter. "Dr. Zhou is right. You really should resign." Lin Han felt both comforted and embarrassed. Though she understood their concern, being reprimanded so openly made her cheeks flush. She murmured in defense, "It's not every time. That day was an exception. Besides, I've already decided to quit." Zhou Ying's words resonated deeply. If not for her knowledge of the future, Lin Han might have ended up in a mortuary instead of a hospital. From the moment she discovered she could leverage information from the future, she had contemplated resigning. Having obtained her internship certificate, there was no need to continue at that dreadful company. "Yes, it's time to resign," Lin Han's mother said, grasping her daughter's hand with palpable tenderness. "I never approved of that job anyway. A so-called cultural company that constantly forces you to drink. What kind of serious work is that? Your father even mentioned an old classmate at a publishing house. Maybe we can ask for help there." "Mother," Lin Han drew out the word, a mix of helplessness and embarrassment in her tone. She glanced swiftly at Zhou Ying, who remained serene, her eyes cast downward on her cup of water, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. "You're right, Auntie. Health and safety must always come first," Zhou Ying said, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Han's with clear, sincere eyes. "Since you've made your decision, it's best to act sooner rather than later. If you need any medical documentation to support your resignation, I'd be happy to assist." "Thank you, Senior Zhou. I can handle it myself," Lin Han replied softly, fingers absent-mindedly tracing the warmth of her cup. "That is good to hear." Zhou Ying nodded, refraining from further words, and turned her gaze towards Lin's mother. "Auntie, you must be weary. Allow me to escort you to the guest room for some rest. The linens have been freshly changed and are quite immaculate." Indeed, Lin's mother was somewhat fatigued. While the swelling in her ankle had subsided, both her mind and body had endured considerable strain. She ceased to decline Zhou Ying's offer and, with Zhou Ying's assistance and Lin Han's support, gradually made her way to the adjacent guest room. The room was equally simple, furnished with a single bed, a wardrobe, and a small desk, all set in a bright and tidy environment. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting gentle patches of light upon the floor. "Auntie, please rest first. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me, or have Lin Han summon me," Zhou Ying said as she adjusted the pillow for Lin's mother and carefully drew the curtains halfway. "Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Zhou," Lin's mother replied, sinking into the bed with a comfortable sigh. Her gaze shifted between Zhou Ying and Lin Han with a warm smile. "You two should also take a break. There is no need to hover around me." The two exited the guest room, gently closing the door behind them. "I truly appreciate your help today, Senior Zhou." Lin Han expressed her gratitude. "It was merely a small effort. My gratitude extends beyond that. Had you not called me to the hospital, I would have been unaware of my mother's admission," Lin Han said earnestly, feeling that mere words fell short in this moment. She realized that Zhou Ying had seen her family portrait in her dormitory, lingering on it for quite some time. How could she not recognize her mother? Perhaps, out of respect for her mother's wishes to not inform the family, Zhou Ying had devised this means for her to discover the truth. However, Zhou Ying feigned ignorance of Lin Han's implication, stating, "I summoned you here merely for a follow-up and medication. The rest was purely coincidental." Chapter 14. Accompanying the young bride to the supermarket, Lin Han and Zhou Ying settled onto the sofa, sitting rather close together. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, creating a dance of light and shadow upon the coffee table and floor. A faint scent of lemon cleaner mingled with the comforting cleanliness that Zhou Ying exuded. Zhou Ying took a seat on the single sofa beside Lin Han, crossing her legs in a posture that appeared more relaxed than before. "Your mother is quite lovely. She simply tends to worry too much," Lin Han chuckled helplessly, feeling a warm glow within. Regardless of past or present, a mother's meticulous care had remained unchanged. Having a family that cares is indeed a blessing. Zhou Ying's gaze drifted outside, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Han suddenly recalled the solitary nightscape photographs on her social media, along with the aloof, solitary image of Zhou Ying that everyone perceived. Hesitating for a moment, she softly inquired, "Senior, are your family not here?" Zhou Ying withdrew her gaze to meet Lin Han's. Pausing for 2 seconds before responding, "My parents passed away in a car accident when I was very young. I have lived with my uncle ever since." Lin Han's heart tightened painfully. She opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to articulate any words of comfort, unsure of how to begin. She simply gazed at Zhou Ying, observing her silhouette slightly blurred against the backlight. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Lin Han's voice came out somewhat hoarse as she lowered her eyes, unable to meet Zhou Ying's gaze. "I shouldn't have asked." "It's all right," Zhou Ying replied calmly, taking a sip of her water. "It's all in the past." She paused, her gaze returning to Lin Han's face. "Thus, witnessing your mother's concern for you makes me envious and happy for you." Lin Han felt as if those words struck her deeply. She lifted her head, locking eyes with Zhou Ying. Those eyes were so pure that all overflowing sympathy seemed superfluous. "Senior," Lin Han struggled to find her words, her heart a chaotic mess. In her previous life, and for the majority of this life, perhaps most only recognized the glamorous facade of this esteemed school beauty, without understanding the misfortunes that lay behind it. "My uncle and aunt are very kind to me." Zhou Ying seemed to sense Lin Han's discomfort and added, "They support my education and my pursuit of medicine. However, after my cousin got married during my university years, it became awkward for me to continue living there, and I seldom returned." "You are remarkable, Senior," Lin Han quietly stated, her gaze steady upon Zhou Ying's eyes, filled with sincerity. "Really?" Zhou Ying met her gaze, remaining silent for a moment. There is nothing remarkable about it. She finally averted her eyes, looking out the window, her voice barely above a whisper. "Therefore," Zhou Ying suddenly spoke again, turning her head to face Lin Han, "you must cherish your time. Do not let your mother worry unduly. Especially do not take your health lightly." The conversation circled back. Lin Han nodded emphatically. "I understand, Senior. I will resign from my job tomorrow." "Good," Zhou Ying replied with satisfaction, rising to straighten her shirt. She glanced toward the kitchen, noting, "I still need to procure some kitchenware, and there are no ingredients at home. You and Auntie should eat some light and nutritious food. Takeout porridge often lacks proper control of oil and salt. I intend to visit the nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients and basic kitchen tools to cook myself." Lin Han immediately stood up. "I will accompany you." Zhou Ying glanced at her, hesitating to agree, "But your mother is alone in the house. There should be a supermarket nearby. We can return swiftly." "It's fine," Lin Han insisted. "It would be inconvenient for you to carry so many things alone. I can help." "Very well." Zhou Ying finally nodded in acquiescence. Lin Han sent her mother a message to avoid her waking up and finding no one around. Then the two set out together. The supermarket was just across the street from the community. Zhou Ying exited the elevator first, walking at a leisurely pace as if accommodating Lin Han. They walked side by side along the tree-lined path, their shadows stretching behind them and occasionally intertwining. When crossing the street, Zhou Ying naturally positioned herself closer to the flow of traffic. The supermarket was modest in size, yet well-stocked and tidy. On a weekend afternoon, it wasn't overly crowded. Zhou Ying pushed a shopping cart, her aim clear as she headed straight for the fresh produce section. "Let us examine the vegetables and meats first. Annie needs to replenish her protein and vitamins, but they should also be easy to digest." Lin Han followed closely, observing Zhou Ying as she stood before the vegetable shelf, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. Zhou Ying picked up a handful of vibrant green leafy vegetables, inspecting the freshness of the roots, then selected 2 tomatoes, weighing them in her hands before choosing the one with a more uniform and rosy hue. Her movements were practiced, her expression focused, as if she were performing a delicate operation. Is this suitable? Zhou Ying held up a box of silken tofu for Lin Han to see. Rich in protein and smooth, it's perfect for soups or steaming. Yes, it looks good, Lin Han nodded, watching as Zhou Ying gently placed the tofu into the shopping cart. As they approached the meat section, Zhou Ying paused in front of the refrigerated display, scrutinizing the labels and selecting a small box of pre-sliced chicken breast. This has low fat. It can be used for porridge or stir-frying. Subsequently, she picked out a few eggs marked as safe for raw consumption. They're great for soft-boiled eggs or egg drop soup. The nutrients are well absorbed. Lin Han silently observed, feeling that Zhou Ying's considerations were thorough, akin to accompanying a young bride on a supermarket outing. Except she was the one playing the role of the bride. After purchasing the main ingredients, Zhou Ying turned towards the seasonings and kitchenware section. At home, there is only salt and a bit of oil. We lack everything else. As she spoke, she picked up a bottle of soy sauce, carefully examining the ingredient list and opting for one with the simplest composition and relatively low sodium content. Do we need vinegar? Lin Han inquired softly. Just a bit. It can be used for salads or to enhance flavors, Zhou Ying replied, selecting a small bottle of aged vinegar. Next, she added a medium-sized pot, a frying pan, a set of bowls and plates, along with several pairs of chopsticks and spoons to her cart. Zhou Ying was meticulous in her selection, weighing the pots and checking the smoothness of the glaze on the dishes. We'll start with these basics. If we need more later, we can always add. She placed the chosen cookware into the cart and turned to Lin Han. What else do you think we need? Is there anything special you'd like to eat? The last question came with a hint of hesitation, her gaze resting on Lin Han's face, carrying a touch of inquiry. Lin Han paused for a moment, the peculiar feelings within her resurfacing once more. She shook her head, saying, "No, I can manage anything. It's entirely up to you, senior." Zhou Ying acknowledged with a soft as she pushed the cart forward, picking up a small bag of rice, a bucket of cooking oil, and a case of mineral water. Before they knew it, the shopping cart was brimming with items. At the checkout, Zhou Ying effortlessly pulled out her phone to scan the payment, her movements brisk and decisive. Lin Han attempted to offer to pay, but Zhou Ying gently rebuffed her, saying, "Maybe next time." Once outside the supermarket, Zhou Ying unhesitatingly took the heaviest shopping bag, leaving the lighter one for Lin Han. She strode forward with the weighty bag in hand, her balance impressive, leaving Lin Han in quiet admiration of the medical student's physical strength. Upon entering the residential complex, while waiting for the elevator, Lin Han couldn't help but speak up. "Senior, I truly appreciate your help today. You've bought so much, and it's quite an expense." "Not at all," Zhou Ying replied, glancing at the flickering numbers of the elevator display, her profile soft and serene. "I just took this opportunity to stock up on the essentials." As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped inside. In the cramped space, bags pressed together, they stood close. Lin Han could catch a faint whiff of Zhou Ying's delicate scent, which lingered after a light sweat. Zhou Ying's voice resonated lightly within the elevator's subtle ascent. "It's more enjoyable to cook and dine together." Chapter 15. Rejection. Upon returning to Zhou Ying's apartment and placing the groceries down, Lin Han's phone suddenly emitted a soft ping. It was the notification sound from her email. Her heart skipped a beat as she instinctively held her breath, slowly retrieving her phone. Having faced numerous rejections in her past life, each email notification sent a ripple of anxiety through her. Sende, Haizawen Xin Ziu, Hanwen Tingan. Subject, response, submission prophecy and misreading. Analyzing the gains and losses in the adaptation of Qin Yun Jie and its potential to become a phenomenon. It had arrived. Lin Han's fingers trembled slightly as she inhaled deeply and opened the email. "Dear Lin Han, greetings. Your submission has been received and reviewed. We appreciate your interest and support for Haida 1 XIN Review. Your article provides a meticulous analysis of the adaptation of Qin Yun Jie, showcasing your observations and insights. However, after careful consideration by the editorial team, we believe the article has certain deficiencies in the following areas. Some viewpoints appear overly subjective and assertive, lacking the solid textual details or data to support them. The structure of the article is somewhat loose, with transitions from specific case analyses to broader trend discussions lacking natural fluidity. The overall grasp of the current ecology of online literature adaptations seems somewhat distant from mainstream academic and industry discussions, with some conclusions potentially being skewed. In summary, we find this submission unsuitable for publication at this time. We look forward to seeing more mature and persuasive works from you. Thank you once again for your submission, and we wish you success in your studies and fruitful creativity. Editorial team, Haida 1 XIN Review, Qing and Mo Society. Rejection. Although she had braced herself for this possibility, reading the politely worded yet definitive rejection letter felt like a heavy blow to her chest, a dull ache settling within. A wave of profound disappointment and embarrassment washed over her. Indeed, in her effort to emphasize prophetic elements, she had been overly assertive in certain assertions, neglecting the nuance that scholarly discourse necessitates. Particularly, the subsequent explosion in popularity of Qing Yunjia was not necessarily due to the quality of the work itself. What is wrong? Zhou Ying's voice broke through her thoughts, filled with concern. She was methodically unpacking the groceries, her movements subtly attentive to Lin Han's demeanor. Lin Han instinctively pressed the screen of her phone to turn it off, hesitating momentarily before ultimately refraining. She attempted to force a nonchalant smile, but found it impossible to do so. Nothing, she replied, her voice slightly hoarse, turning her phone screen toward Zhou Ying. It's just an article I submitted to a school publication. It got rejected. Zhou Ying paused her task, her gaze falling on the phone screen as she quickly scanned the rejection letter. Her brow furrowed slightly. Hai Zhao Wen Xin Zivu. Yes. It's run by the School of Literature. Lin Han retrieved her phone, offering a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps my writing truly wasn't up to par, or my ideas were too avant-garde for them to accept. May I take a look? Zhou Ying suddenly inquired. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a request. The article contained numerous prophecies regarding the drama Qing Yunjia, cloaked in scholarly attire, but might still seem peculiar to someone like Zhou Ying, who was not deeply familiar with the intricacies of film and television. Yet, looking into Zhou Ying's tranquil, clear eyes, devoid of any judgment, she found herself unable to refuse. All right. She hesitated, opening the document she had saved on her phone and handed it over. Zhou Ying took the phone, her fingertips brushing against Lin Han's. Lowering her head, she began to read intently. Lin Han stood by, her heart racing, unable to resist stealing glances at Zhou Ying's expression. Zhou Ying read with great focus, occasionally swiping the screen, presumably to revisit sections that required closer scrutiny. Her expression remained largely unchanged, save for the slightest movement of her brow, a subconscious response to contemplation. As time ticked by, Lin Han felt the duration stretch interminably. Finally, Zhou Ying finished. She looked up and returned the phone to Lin Han. Your writing is quite professional, she remarked, her tone steady, with clear logic and solid arguments. Especially your analysis of character relationships and potential emotional resonance. It is astute. Lin Han regarded her with surprise. Was this a compliment? However, Zhou Ying continued, yet, regarding the section on its potential to become a phenomenon, the tone was a bit too assertive. In the eyes of academic publications, it might indeed come across as dogmatic. She paused, her gaze locking onto Lin Han's face. Her tone resolute. But I believe this isn't dogmatism. Perhaps you are seeing things that others have yet to recognize. Do you really think so, senior? Lin Han's voice instinctively softened. Yes, Zhou Ying affirmed with a nod, confident. At least from my perspective. The value of this article lies not in whether it conforms to a publication's rigid standards, but in the fresh, promising perspectives it offers. However, such perspectives sometimes require time or an alternative platform to be acknowledged. Lin Han felt an odd sense of calm wash over her due to Zhou Ying's words. Indeed, what did it matter to be rejected by campus publication? Her initial intention in writing the article was never solely to pass an assignment or gain approval from small circle. Her prophetic vision, her accumulated insights from 2 lifetimes, deserved to reach a broader audience. A thought began to crystallize in her mind. Senior, Lin Han spoke up, her voice now much more resolute. Thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for not thinking I'm being fanciful, Lin Han replied softly. Zhou Ying looked at her, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, and chose not to say anything further. Instead, she began categorizing the ingredients and placing them into the refrigerator, while the newly purchased pots and dishes were brought to the sink, ready to be unwrapped and cleaned. Watching Zhou Ying's busy figure, Lin Han found that the feelings of disappointment and embarrassment stemming from the rejection miraculously dissipated significantly. She exhaled gently and returned to the sofa. Picking up her phone, she opened a rejection email once more and read it again. This time, her emotions were much calmer. Zhou Ying was right. Her perspective was indeed fresh and promising. It was merely that Haida when XIN Review, being an academic-oriented publication with a relatively conservative style, was not yet ready to embrace such a bold analysis infused with prophetic elements. She needed to find a more suitable platform or employ a more clever approach to ensure her voice was heard. A new idea gradually took shape in her mind. Since in-depth single-article critiques are currently not embraced, perhaps it would be prudent to begin with more agile and rapidly disseminated mediums. The year 2018 marked a golden era when platforms such as WeChat official accounts, Zhu columns, and Bilibili knowledge sections flourished, providing fertile ground for distinguished content creators to emerge. Even conceding that the article Qing Yun Jia harbored numerous flaws, should its predictions come to fruition within a week. It would undoubtedly enhance the author's reputation considerably. Chapter 16. A serene afternoon, Lin Han registered a new WeChat official account after much deliberation, ultimately christening it Guanlin, symbolizing the observation of ripples and insight into trends, an appellation perfectly aligned with her aspiration to engage in cultural observation and critique. For the profile picture, she casually selected a minimalist ink-wash lotus painting imbued with traditional aesthetics. After prolonged contemplation, she penned the biography, a literature major's observational notes, focusing on cultural hotspots, capturing the zeitgeist, endeavoring to illuminate the overlooked glimmers and undercurrents of our era. Updated irregularly, written with spontaneity. Having completed these preparations, Lin Han experienced a rare, tranquil exhilaration unique to creators. Without her laptop and unwilling to retrieve it, she resorted to crafting a new document on her phone entitled Content Direction and Preliminary Planning. She began to sift through the future information reservoir in her mind. Beyond King Yunjia, which dramas in the coming months would ignite discussion or stage a comeback? Which acting performances, scripts, and productions would undergo reappraisal? Which niche gems might be discovered? Which authors would unveil major new works? What overlooked literary prizes might spark controversy? What memes would trend next? Which subcultures would enter the mainstream? What novel sentiments and topics would arise on social media? How would the interests of youth evolve? Which gender, workplace, and consumer issues would intensify? She had no intention of making outright prophecies, as that would resemble a charlatan and invite needless trouble. Instead, her plan was to synthesize these foresights, selecting nascent yet insufficiently explored signs for rigorous and profound analysis. Her advantage lay in her ability to identify promising trends earlier and more accurately than others and to contextualize them within future trajectories, offering penetrating interpretations. For instance, regarding King Yunjia, rather than composing another lengthy, in-depth article for traditional publications, she could dissect it into several angles more suited to new media dissemination. Why do we despise drastic alterations, but may fall for the couple born of such changes? From low-budget special effects to a true fragrance moment. What does it take for a drama's reputation to reverse? Modern maladies in fantasy dramas, when classical exteriors are infused with contemporary emotional cores. These topics were more eye-catching, narrowly focused, and more apt to resonate with ordinary readers, sparking engagement and discussion. Lin Han rapidly documented her inspirations and outlines in the document, the crisp, rhythmic tapping of her fingertips on the keyboard filling the quiet room. The sound of water in the kitchen had ceased at some unknown moment. Zhou Ying dried her hands, drained the washpots and bowls, and neatly arranged them on the countertop. Glancing at Lin Han, who was engrossed in typing at the computer in the living room, she refrained from interrupting and instead turned toward her desk. Seated before her laptop, Zhou Ying's expression grew more focused and meticulous, a stark contrast to her earlier kitchen demeanor. The afternoon sunlight shifted, filtering through the curtain slits and casting an interplay of light and shadow across the living room and study area. In one corner of the living room, Lin Han immersed herself in the realm of words, sometimes knitting her brow in thought, sometimes typing swiftly, utterly oblivious to time and surroundings. Meanwhile, at the desk, Zhou Ying's fingers glided over the touchpad, occasionally striking the keyboard to revise her document. Time flowed slowly amid their mutual, silent concentration, separate yet harmoniously coexisting. After an indeterminate interval, Lin Han typed the final period, saved the document, and exhaled deeply, reclining into the sofa as she rubbed her weary eyes and neck. She raised her head, stretched her stiff shoulders, and her gaze naturally shifted toward the desk. Zhou Ying remained in her focused posture, eyes fixed on the screen, her profile sharply defined by the monitor's glow. She appeared to have encountered a difficulty, furrowing her brow and absently tapping her chin with the end of a pen. Lin Han refrained from disturbing her, quietly observing. This aura of immersion in one's own world possessed a unique allure. Lost in contemplation, Lin Han only returned to reality when Zhou Ying seemed to resolve the issue, her brow smoothing as she pinched the bridge of her nose and feigned looking out the window, rubbing her slightly dry eyes. Zhou Ying glanced at the clock in the lower right corner of her screen. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Turning toward the living room, she inquired, "Finished writing?" "Yes, I've just organized my thoughts for now," Lin Han replied, nodding. "What about you? Done with your work?" "Not yet. I'm still sorting through a set of data. It's more troublesome than I anticipated," Zhou Ying said, standing and stretching her stiff body by the window. "Are you hungry? It's only mid-afternoon, and dinner is still a while off. If you are, you could grab a snack to tide you over." Lin Han shook her head. "Not hungry. How about you?" "Neither am I," Zhou Ying answered after a pause. "I'll continue with the data, then." Feel free to read. All right, you focus on your work. Don't worry about me, Lin Han said. Zhou Ying nodded and returned to her desk. Lin Han took a few sips of water, then quietly approached the bookshelf. Most of the volumes were medical texts, ranging from fundamental anatomy and physiology to cutting-edge journal compilations, meticulously arranged by field and publication date. Only on the lowest shelf were scattered some non-specialist books, a few Chinese translations of foreign literary classics, 2 popular psychology books, a hefty bound volume of Chinese national geography, and several modestly designed, somewhat aged poetry collections. Lin Han pulled out a Chinese translation of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. The title page bore no signature or annotation. The pages were clean, though the corners showed slight wear from frequent reading. Holding the book, she returned to the sofa and quietly leafed through it. The sunlight continued to wane, softening the indoor light. Each occupied a corner of the space, one grappling with data and charts on the screen, the other immersed in poetic imagery and rhythm. Occasionally, Zhou Ying would pause, pondering some data, her fingertips tapping the desk absent-mindedly. Occasionally, Lin Han would be stirred by a line of poetry, lifting her gaze with unfocused eyes, as if savoring the lingering resonance of the words. They spoke not, nor exchanged glances often, yet the atmosphere was suffused with a comfortable serenity. When the sky outside began to tint with a gentle golden hue, Zhou Ying finally saved her document, closed her laptop, and concluded her day's work. Removing her glasses, she massaged her brow and exhaled deeply. Noticing this, Lin Han closed the poetry book and carefully returned it to its place on the shelf. Finished reading? Zhou Ying asked. Not really, just browsing, Lin Han replied, returning to the sofa. Done with your work, senior? Yes, a pause for now. Zhou Ying glanced at the time. Nearly 5 o'clock, time to prepare dinner. Annie should be waking up soon. Before she finished speaking, the guest room door opened. Lin Han's mother, supporting herself on the doorframe, cautiously hopped on one foot as she edged out. Her voice was urgent. No need, no need. Why not just order some takeout? Something simple will do. I already feel quite embarrassed staying at Dr. Zhou's place. There's no way I can ask you to cook. No waities, no waities. Much better now. Mrs. Lin waved her hand gently. Her complexion markedly improved compared to before her nap. Lying down for too long was uncomfortable. Stepping out for some fresh air felt necessary. Oh, it's nothing, just a few simple dishes, quick and not troublesome at all. Zhou Ying shook her head as she approached. Besides, the ingredients have already been purchased. I seldom cook when I'm alone, so it would be a waste not to prepare something now. With their support, Mrs. Lin slowly moved to sit by the sofa, sighing softly. That truly is very kind of you, Dr. Zhou. It's no trouble at all, Zhou Ying replied warmly. Glancing at Lin Han. Lin Han, please keep Annie company while I prepare the meal. She rose and made her way to the kitchen, retrieving the ingredients bought earlier that afternoon from the refrigerator. No need to accompany me. Mrs. Lin waved her hand dismissively. Han, you go help out. Lin Han nodded and followed. Senior sister, I'll assist. No need, Zhou Ying said as she donned a pale blue checkered apron, quickly setting to work. I can help wash the vegetables, Lin Han insisted, already picking up a bunch of leafy greens. Zhou Ying glanced at her, but did not refuse, handing her a vegetable colander instead. That's fine. In a compact kitchen, the two worked in harmony. Zhou Ying expertly handled the chicken breast, slicing it into uniform. Delicate strips, marinating them with a touch of cooking wine and starch. Lin Han stood by the sink, meticulously washing the greens, separating each leaf and rinsing away the dirt lodged in the crevices. We'll make shredded chicken with greens, a tofu soup, stir-fried tomato with eggs, and steamed rice. That should suffice, Zhou Ying planned aloud while marinating the meat. The soup will be light and nutritious, perfect for Annie and your current appetite. Sounds delicious just hearing about it, Lin Han said, placing the washed vegetables in the colander and turning to Zhou Ying. Do you often cook for yourself? Not often. I usually eat at the hospital cafeteria. Occasionally, when I crave a change, I cook a bit, Zhou Ying replied, arranging the prepared ingredients separately as she began beating the eggs. Before college, I frequently cooked in my uncle's house. The eggs were swiftly whisked in the bowl, the chopsticks producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Lin Han recalled the bare kitchen she had until recently equipped with only the most basic utensils, nodding appreciatively. Impressive. She spoke sincerely. In her previous life, living alone, Lin Han had also attempted cooking, but often resorted to takeout and instant meals. Zhou Ying said nothing but a faint smile curved her lips. She heated oil in the wok. Once hot, she poured in the beaten eggs. With a sizzling sound, the egg mixture rapidly expanded and solidified into fluffy golden curds. Skillfully flipping and stirring with her spatula, Zhou Ying then removed the eggs, adding chopped tomatoes to the hot oil. The tomato pieces softened quickly, releasing a vibrant, red-hued broth. She returned the eggs to the wok, adding a pinch of salt and sugar, quickly tossing everything together before plating the dish. The simple stir-fried tomato and egg was bright in color and fragrant. As Lin Han moved the plate aside, Zhou Ying had already cleaned and heated the wok again. She swirled a little oil to stir-fry the chicken strips, then set them aside. Next, she sautéed ginger strips until aromatic, tossed in the greens for a quick stir-fry, and once softened, returned the chicken, seasoning with a dash of salt and light soy sauce before mixing everything evenly and plating the delicate, light chicken and greens dish. Using another small pot, she brought water to a boil and gently slid in silken tofu, simmering it over low heat to prepare a simple tofu soup. The entire process flowed seamlessly, her movements precise and efficient, demonstrating a fine grasp of timing and seasoning, clearly revealing her culinary proficiency. Not only in her former life, but even in this one, her own cooking skills hardly extended beyond instant noodles and fried eggs. That's enough, Zhou Ying said, turning off the heat and ladling the tofu soup into a bowl, garnishing it with a sprinkling of scallions. Let us call Annie to eat. All right, Mrs. Lin was deeply moved and somewhat embarrassed upon seeing the modest yet appetizing 2 dishes and soup, accompanied by glistening white rice. Dr. Zhou, your cooking is truly wonderful. Simple but bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. You flatter me. Annie, these are just everyday home-cooked dishes, Zhou Ying demurely replied, pulling out a chair for Mrs. Lin. The three gathered around the small dining table, warm yellow light casting a cozy glow over the steaming dishes, filling the air with comforting aromas. Annie, please try and see if it suits your taste, Zhou Ying encouraged, gently pushing the food toward Mrs. Lin. Very good, Mrs. Lin said as she picked up some chicken and greens, savoring it carefully, nodding repeatedly. The flavor is just right, not too salty or bland. The greens are crisp and tender, and the chicken silky, delicious. She then took a spoonful of tofu soup, blowing on it gently before drinking. The soup is fresh and the tofu as delicate as soft bean pudding. Receiving such praise, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Ying's lips. I'm glad you like it, Auntie. Lin Han, eat more too. Lin Han nodded, taking a piece of the tomato and egg stir-fry. The eggs were fluffy, with the tomato as sweet and tangy notes perfectly blended. Though the other dishes appeared simple, their cooking times and seasoning were expertly balanced, preserving the natural flavors of the ingredients. Light yet flavorful, ideal for patients and those recovering. Dr. Zhou, whoever marries you'll be so fortunate, Mrs. Lin exclaimed between bites. Handsome, intelligent, kind-hearted, and a skilled cook. Lin Han nearly choked on her food, a pang of melancholy piercing her heart. Zhou Ying, however, maintained a composed expression, though a faint blush tinged her ears. She lowered her gaze to sip her soup, choosing not to respond. During the meal, Mrs. Lin engaged Zhou Ying in conversation, mostly asking questions to which Zhou Ying replied succinctly, yet her answers clearly earned Mrs. Lin's deep admiration. Lin Han, meanwhile, seemed somewhat distracted, her eyes repeatedly drifting toward Zhou Ying. Chapter 18. Having someone you like dinner concluded amidst a subtle yet harmonious atmosphere. Outside, the city lights had begun to twinkle. Lin Han rose to clear the dishes but was gently stopped by Zhou Ying's hand. I'll do it. You stay and keep Annie company. Lin Han's fingers trembled slightly under Zhou Ying's touch, but she withdrew her hand. Then I'll help wipe the table. They divided the tasks and soon tidied the small dining table. Zhou Ying carried the dishes to the kitchen sink, rolling up her sleeves to begin washing. Lin Han assisted her mother to the sofa, where she settled and turned on the television, tuning to the local news channel her mother preferred. That girl is truly impeccable, Mrs. Lin whispered appreciatively, watching Zhou Ying's back in the kitchen. Han, why don't you help set them up? Maybe introduce your cousin to Dr. Zhou? Lin Han was so startled by her mother's suggestion that she nearly bit her tongue, a wave of indescribable bitterness flushing her cheeks. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? She whispered sharply, struggling to get the words out through clenched teeth. How long have seen your sister Zhou and we known each other? Don't make such baseless matchmaking. Mrs. Lin was taken aback by her daughter's vehement reaction. What do you mean baseless? Your cousin is a good match, prestigious university graduate. Stable job, handsome. Wouldn't he be perfect for Dr. Zhou? I just think it's not up to us, Lin Han replied, her heart in turmoil and her tone a little harsh. Senior sister Zhou is so outstanding. She might already have someone special. Please don't meddle. Her gaze involuntarily flicked toward the kitchen. Zhou Ying, with her back turned, was washing dishes under running water, the sounds masking the conversation in the living room. She seemed unaware of their words. Mrs. Lin was somewhat silenced by her daughter's rare firmness and gave her a puzzled look. Han, why such a big reaction? Lin Han hurriedly interrupted, her heart pounding fiercely as if trying to break free from her chest. She has helped us so much. We should be grateful. But it's disrespectful to take advantage and try to pull her into our family connections. That is simply improper. Besides, you don't know, my cousin isn't sure girlfriends. He is quite the Casanova. She spoke with impeccable righteousness, half believing that her mother's suggestion was abrupt, while the other half was driven by a private sentiment she had yet to fully comprehend herself. Nonsense. Your cousin is nothing like that. Lin's mother refused to accept it. Lin Han glared. How can my cousin not be like that? In my past life, I witnessed him wandering amidst a throng of admirers. Hearing this from her daughter, Lin's mother paused thoughtfully and admitted she might have been a bit hasty. Sheepishly, she said, I merely mentioned it casually. Dr. Zhou seems kind and capable. All right, I want to say more. She redirected her attention to the television news, though her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the kitchen. Lin Han exhaled quietly, though a thin sheen of sweat had gathered on her palms. She lifted her cup and took a sip. The icy water slid down her throat, slightly quelling the restlessness within her heart. The news echoed through the living room, while in the kitchen, the sound of running water and the gentle clinking of dishes resounded crisply. Lin Han reclined against the sofa, her eyes once again resting upon the busy figure in the kitchen. Zhou Ying washed meticulously, rinsing each dish twice under flowing water, then drying them with a clean cloth before placing them into the cabinet. Her movements were methodical, imbued with a reassuring rhythm. At this moment, Zhou Ying had finished washing and stepped out of the kitchen, drying her hands with a clean towel. Annie, Lin Han, I've tidied up, she said as she approached the sofa. Annie, how is your foot feeling? Is the swelling still severe? Remember to take your medicine on time. Much better, much better. I just took my medication, Lin's mother replied quickly with a smile. Dr. Zhou, you've really worked hard today, running around so much. Zhou Ying nodded but added, Auntie, if the medicine alone isn't enough, you'll need to change the dressing tonight. Let me check your ankle. Oh, I don't want to trouble you again. Lin's mother hurriedly waved her hand. No need, I can manage myself. The doctor gave me ointment. Let me do it. I want to assess the recovery. Zhou Ying insisted, already rising to fetch her medical kit, a small, elegant silver box stored on the lower shelf of the bookcase, evidently something she kept on hand. Lin Han quickly stood up as well. Zhou Ying knelt gently on one knee on the carpet before the sofa, carefully cradling Lin's mother's injured left foot with a tender, professional touch. She unwrapped the simple bandage and examined the swelling with care, then pressed lightly around the ankle, inquiring about any pain. The swelling has reduced somewhat since this afternoon, and the tenderness has lessened. This is good, Zhou Ying assessed. She retrieved an ice pack, wrapped it in a thin towel, and applied it for 20 minutes before applying ointment and rebandaging the foot. Adjusting the ice pack's placement, she asked, Annie, is this temperature comfortable? Is it too cold? Lin Han stood nearby, observing Zhou Ying's half-kneeling posture, her lowered eyelashes and pursed lips stirring a gentle softness within her heart. Just right, Lin's mother nodded repeatedly, her gaze softening as she looked at Zhou Ying's focused profile. The thought that Lin Han had just suppressed crept back. Dr. Zhou, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Han has a cousin who graduated from a prestigious university, has a stable job, and is quite handsome. Why don't you meet him? Even if it doesn't work out, it could just be a friendship. Mom, Lin Han exclaimed in displeasure, then turned to Zhou Ying. Senior, don't listen to my mother. My cousin is a player. He is not worthy of you. Zhou Ying's fingers paused briefly on the ice pack. Then she continued to hold it steadily, looking up calmly at Lin's mother and then at the anxious Lin Han. Thank you for your kind offer, Annie. However, I already have someone I like. Lin Han's mind buzzed, instantly blank. Someone she liked? Who is it? When had this happened? Countless questions surged, choking her voice, leaving her speechless as she stared at Zhou Ying. Lin's mother was also stunned. Her smile faltered for a moment before she quickly recovered and laughed. Oh dear, I was meddling in matchmaking again. So Dr. Zhou already has someone she likes. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. That person must be extraordinary to win Dr. Zhou's affection. Her words were sincere, easing the earlier awkwardness. Yes, Zhou Ying replied softly, neither explaining further nor denying the speculation. Thus, the three passed 20 minutes in silence. Afterward, Zhou Ying removed the ice pack, applied ointment evenly to the swollen area with a cotton swab, and wrapped a new elastic bandage snugly but comfortably. I'll help you change the dressing again tomorrow morning. When you sleep tonight, you can prop your foot up with a pillow to reduce swelling, she advised while packing away her medical kit. All right, we'll follow Dr. Zhou's instructions. Lin's mother smiled, flexing her ankle. It feels much better. Dr. Zhou, your technique is even more professional than some young doctors at the hospital. You flatter me, Andy. It's all basic care, Zhou Ying said, returning the medical box to its place. The news segment had ended, and a television drama began. The three watched quietly as the evening gradually deepened toward 9 o'clock. Chapter 19. Zhou Ying, Sleep with me. The city lights outside the window shone ever more brilliantly, yet beneath the warm yellow glow indoors, drowsiness quietly settled. Lin's mother was the first to yawn softly, rubbing her eyes. It's late, Zhou Ying observed keenly as she stood. Auntie, you've been injured and need proper rest. I'll prepare hot water and toiletries. Saying this, she moved toward the bathroom. Lin Han hurriedly rose as well. Senior, let me help you. No need, everything's ready. You sit with Auntie for a while. Lin Han's steps faltered as she watched Zhou Ying enter the bathroom. Soon hearing the faint sounds of cabinet doors and items being arranged, her mind was tangled with confusion. The realization that Zhou Ying had someone she liked churned through her thoughts, bringing an inexplicable ache and bitterness. She and T even absorbed the content of the earlier drama. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip until Lin's mother gently tapped her hand. Han, are you all right? You look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Huh? No, I'm fine. Lin Han snapped back to herself with a forced smile. Maybe just a little tired. If you're tired, you should rest early. Lin's mother held her daughter's hand tenderly. You've had a long day. As she spoke, she glanced appreciatively at Zhou Ying, marveling at the fortunate young man who might win her heart. Dr. Zhou is truly exceptional in looks, character, and ability. Lin Han lowered her eyes, focusing on her intertwined fingers without responding. Indeed, Zhou Ying was remarkable. The person she liked must be outstanding as well. Could it be a senior at the medical school? Or a doctor at the hospital? She dared not think further. In truth, it was only natural for Zhou Ying to have someone she liked. In her past life, Zhou Ying had rejected her. Now, as another girl, there was no need to feel sorrow over this fact. No need to be sad. Perhaps they could remain best friends. Or even confidants, always by her side. Lin Han comforted herself silently. At that moment, Zhou Ying emerged from the bathroom. Auntie, the hot water is ready and at a suitable temperature. The toiletries are on the sink. The towel and toothbrush are fresh. She approached Lin's mother and naturally extended her hand. Let me help you. Ah, thank you, Dr. Zhou. Lin's mother grasped Zhou Ying's arm and carefully shifted her weight onto one foot as she moved toward the bathroom. Lin Han quickly rose to support her from the other side. In the small bathroom, Zhou Ying had arranged everything meticulously and thoughtfully. On the wash basin, 3 sets of brand new toiletries were arranged. Toothbrush, toothpaste, mouthwash cup, facial cleanser, and even a moisturizing lotion for skincare, all presented in minimalist, neutral packaging. The towels were neatly stacked and hung on a rack. A disposable paper mat had been thoughtfully placed over the toilet seat. The bathtub was filled with warm water, accompanied by a small stool and bathing supplies. Auntie, please wash up briefly first. Soaking your feet might be inconvenient. I'll fetch a basin for you to wash your feet, Zhou Ying suggested, pulling out a clean plastic basin. No, I can manage by myself. Lin's mother hurriedly waved her hand, not wanting to trouble her. It's no trouble at all, Zhou Ying assured, having prepared the warm water and tested its temperature before placing it on the small stool. You can sit and wash. It's safer. She helped Lin's mother sit on the small stool beside the bathtub, placing the towel and body wash within easy reach. Take your time, Auntie. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be right outside. With that, Zhou Ying exited the bathroom, gently closing the door, but leaving it ajar to hear any sounds from within. In the narrow corridor, the two were in close proximity. Lin Han could clearly see the fine down on Zhou Ying's cheek, glowing softly in the dim light. Silence enveloped them. Lin Han had many questions she yearned to ask, about the person Zhou Ying liked, how they met, and so much more. Yet, when the words reached her lips, she could not utter a single one. What position did she hold to inquire? A junior who had only known her for 2 days and had received much care? Ultimately, she managed to stammer out, Senior, I really appreciate your help today. Zhou Ying turned her head to glance at her. Those clear eyes appeared particularly profound under the somewhat dim light of the corridor. You've mentioned being troubled many times tonight, she said softly. There's no need to be so formal. But there are no buts, Zhou Ying interrupted. Lin Han, given our relationship, you needn't be so cautious around me. Lin Han nodded in response. That's true. We should consider ourselves good friends by now, right? Friends indeed need not be overly polite. Zhou Ying fell silent for a moment. If you say so, then so be it. What do you mean by if you say so? Lin Han curious hooned. Unable to discern the nuance before Zhou Ying had already shifted her attention to listen for sounds from the bathroom. The sound of water ceased. Auntie might be done, Zhou Ying remarked, raising her hand to gently knock on the bathroom door. Annie, are you done? Do you need any assistance? Yes, I'm dressed now. Lin's mother's voice came from within. Zhou Ying opened the door and stepped inside, with Lin Han following suit. Lin's mother had already changed into the clean pajamas Zhou Ying prepared, her hair wrapped in a towel, her complexion rosy from the steam, appearing much more revitalized. Dr. Zhou, Your preparations are so considerate. Even the pajamas are new, Lin's mother exclaimed as she slowly made her way out of the bathroom with Zhou Ying's support. I had bought extras just in case, so it worked out well, Zhou Ying explained, guiding Lin's mother toward the guest room. Lin Han, supporting her mother, suggested Mom. You should rest first. I'll come in after I finish washing up. No way, Zhou Ying suddenly interjected. Both Lin Han and her mother were taken aback, looking at her. Zhou Ying realized her voice had risen slightly and quickly lowered it, though a hint of tremor crept in. Auntie's foot injury requires a quiet environment for rest. Moving around too much at night might disturb her injury. Plus, this bed is a single, and it might be cramped for two. Lin Han, if you sleep here, it may disrupt Auntie's rest. Lin's mother pondered for a moment before nodding. Dr. Zhou is right. Han, you tend to toss and turn in your sleep. You used to kick off the covers when you were little. I can't afford you bumping into the injury now. I don't do that. Lin Han protested softly. Therefore, Zhou Ying looked at Lin Han. Her gaze clear, you can sleep in the master bedroom with me. Lin's mother saw no issue with this arrangement. But Lin Han's heart raced at the thought, exclaiming, sleep with you? Zhou Ying regarded Lin Han with a natural expression. The master bedroom bed is quite large. Two people can sleep comfortably. We can't have you sleeping on the floor or the couch, can we? That wouldn't be pleasant. Lin's mother considered this and found it reasonable, nodding in agreement on behalf of her daughter. Then it's another favor to you for the night, Dr. Zhou. Han, be good and sleep soundly without disturbing Dr. Zhou. I understand, Lin Han replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 20. Once Lin's mother was settled, Zhou Ying carefully checked the bandage on her ankle, adjusting the pillow under her feet for elevation, ensuring everything was in order before turning off the main light, leaving only a softly glowing night lamp. Good night, Auntie. If you need anything, just call for me. Good night, good night. You both should get to bed early too. Gently closing the door, the living room was left with only Lin Han and Zhou Ying. You should wash up too, Zhou Ying instructed Lin Han. Just wait for me in the bathroom. I'll go get you your pajamas and towel. Lin Han nodded, somewhat absent-mindedly entering the bathroom. Her mind was still swirling with Zhou Ying's earlier words. You can sleep in the master bedroom with me. From Zhou Ying and her mother's perspective, it seemed perfectly natural. Yet, though she was female, her heart was male, and sleeping alongside a stunning beauty inevitably led to more thoughts. Lin Han could feel her heart racing unreasonably, her cheeks warming slightly as she hurriedly turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face in an attempt to calm herself. The girl in the mirror had flickering eyes and reddened ears. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han whispered to her reflection, it's just sleeping, don't overthink it. At that moment, a gentle knock came at the bathroom door. Lin Han, I brought your clothes. Zhou Ying's voice called through the door. Lin Han quickly walked over to open it. Zhou Ying stood outside, holding a neatly folded garment and a soft white towel. Here, Zhou Ying handed over the items, a new towel and pajamas. Lin Han accepted them. The fabric unexpectedly soft and silky to the touch, but she sensed something was amiss and quickly unfolded the pajamas. It was a light gray silk camisole nightgown. The design was exceedingly simple, with two delicate straps, a V-neck, and a length that fell just above the knee, devoid of any excessive embellishments, exactly in keeping with Zhou Ying's usual style. Moreover, it was evident that this had been worn before. Didn't you say you bought extra pajamas? Lin Han's voice faltered slightly. I only prepared one new pair. I gave that to Annie, Zhou Ying explained calmly. This one is mine, freshly washed, if you don't mind. Lin Han keenly noticed Zhou Ying's gaze dropping slightly, avoiding her eyes, and her ears seemed to redden a bit. Lin Han's fingers unconsciously brushed the smooth, cool silk fabric, her heart racing. After wearing a dress all day, she wasn't overly apprehensive about this camisole, viewing it merely as another experience. Yet this was not simply about wearing a camisole. It was Zhou Ying's nightwear. Sharing a personal item felt far too intimate, more so than sharing a bed. I don't mind. Lin Han heard her voice come out a bit hoarse. She lifted her head, striving to maintain a natural expression. Thank you, senior. But if you gave me your pajamas, then what about you? Don't worry. I have other pajamas. Zhou Ying's gaze finally returned to Lin Han's face, lingering for a moment, as if to confirm whether she truly didn't mind. You go ahead and wash up first. I have some work to attend to. With that, she turned and walked toward the desk, opening her laptop, instantly adopting a work-focused demeanor. Lin Han closed the bathroom door, leaning against the door panel, tightly clutching the silk nightgown and soft towel. The air still held the warmth and moisture from her mother's recent bathing, mingling with the faint fragrance of the bathing products Zhou Ying had prepared. She looked down at the nightgown in her hands, light gray, gleaming softly under the bright bathroom light, the fabric smooth and cool to the touch. She could almost envision the sight of that dress adorning Zhou Ying, hugging her tall and slender figure, accentuating her fair complexion, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Stop! Lin Han abruptly shook her head, banishing that image from her mind. Her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She carefully hung the night dress on the hook behind the door and began to undress. The warm water cascaded over her body, washing away the fatigue of the day and the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She used the shower gel Zhou Ying had prepared, a refreshing blend of verbena and lemongrass, invigorating and reminiscent of the clean scent that lingered around Zhou Ying. After her shower, she dried herself with a soft towel. Standing before the mirror, its surface blurred by steam, she raised her hand to clear a patch, gazing at her reflection, her damp hair draped over her shoulders, her body still glistening with moisture. Her eyes then fell upon the pale, gray silk camisole dress hanging on the hook. Should she truly wear it? To don a sleepwear that Zhou Ying had intimately worn. The thought sent a slight shiver up her spine, mingled with embarrassment, anxiety, and a flutter of excitement. Biting her lip, she finally reached for the nightdress. The silk felt cool and smooth against her skin, sending a subtle tremor through her as it brushed over her just moistened body. She carefully slipped the dress over her head. The fluid fabric cascaded down like water, conforming to her curves. The delicate straps rested lightly on her collarbones, the neckline cut just right, not too low, yet revealing a clear view of her collarbones and a hint of a fair décolletage. The hem fell to the mid-thigh, swaying gently with her movements. Lin Han stood before the mirror, observing her reflection. The style of the camisole dress was far more alluring than her usual nightwear, and the silk clung to her form, accentuating the graceful curves of her femininity. Her damp black hair lay over her exposed shoulders, droplets trickling from the ends, disappearing into the neckline. Her cheeks burned crimson, and even her neck and chest were tinged with a rosy hue. This was too much. In a fluster, she grabbed the towel and wrapped it around her chest, attempting to cover herself, but it only seemed to appear more awkward. Oh well, after all, Zhou Ying is a girl too. It shouldn't matter, right? Lin Han tried to convince herself. She picked up the hairdryer and quickly dried her hair, then took a deep breath before twisting open the bathroom door. The only light in the living room emanated from a desk lamp, where Zhou Ying sat before her computer, the screen's glow illuminating her focused profile. Upon hearing the door creak, she turned her head. Lin Han stood at the bathroom door, the warm yellow light spilling from behind her, casting a halo around her figure. The pale gray silk camisole dress accentuated her exceptionally fair skin, her hair half-dried and cascading over her shoulders, the ends still slightly damp. She appeared somewhat flustered, one hand awkwardly clutching the corner of the towel, her cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive. Zhou Ying's eyes lingered on her for a few moments. Within those usually calm and clear eyes, something seemed to dart past, akin to a fleeting shadow of a fish beneath the water, too swift to grasp. Her expression remained composed, though her throat subtly bobbed. Finished showering? Her voice was a touch deeper than usual, but quickly regained its normal tone. Même Lin Han nodded. Feeling her voice slightly airy, she released her grip on the towel, which slipped down, instinctively clutching it to her chest. Senior, are you in a shower? Chapter 21. Drying hair. Zhou Ying's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer before she slowly averted it, nodding. I'll go wash. You should head to the bedroom. The air conditioning is on, and there's a light blanket on the bed if you feel cold. All right. Lin Han, clutching the towel, almost shuffled towards the master bedroom, feeling that gaze trailing after her, sending tingles down her exposed shoulders. Entering the master bedroom, she refrained from turning on the main light, instead relying on the feeble glow filtering in from the living room, and groped her way to the edge of the bed. The soft mattress sank slightly under her weight, the silky nightdress brushing against her skin, creating an unusual sensation. The air was imbued with a faint scent that belonged to Zhou Ying, a fragrance that now seemed extraordinarily vivid, enveloping her senses and permeating every inch of skin wrapped in silk. Lin Han hugged the towel, curling her legs, resting her chin on her knees, waiting quietly. The sound of water soon echoed from the bathroom, a gentle patter that resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Lin Han's thoughts drifted uncontrollably with the sound of water. She pondered what Zhou Ying must look like at that moment, shedding her outer garments to reveal her long, well-proportioned form, warm water cascading over her shoulders and back. Stop! Lin Han shook her head violently, forcefully expelling that image from her mind, her cheeks flushing even more intensely. She must be losing her sanity. How could she think such things? She compelled herself to divert her focus elsewhere. Her eyes roamed the dimly lit room. Each corner, desk, bookshelf, windowsill was starkly simple yet imprinted with Zhou Ying's essence. This was the space of an exceedingly disciplined individual accustomed to solitude. Yet here she was, burdened with memories from a past life, anxieties of this life, an emotion she could scarcely comprehend, brazenly intruding upon it. The sound of water ceased. Lin Han's heartbeat seemed to pause as well. Next came the buzzing of the hairdryer, which lasted about 10 minutes before silence enveloped the room. Footsteps approached, halting at the bedroom door. Lin Han instinctively tensed, clutching the towel tighter. The door was gently pushed open. Zhou Ying stepped in, illuminated only by the soft glow of a small nightlight at the entrance. She too had changed into sleepwear, which appeared to be another camisole dress. This one a deeper navy blue. The slender straps rested on her straight collarbones, the neckline cut slightly lower than Lin Han's, and in the warm light. That expanse of skin was blindingly white, the shadows of her curves gently rising and falling with her breath. Her long hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, a few strands falling by her cheeks, softening her otherwise austere features. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, her gaze darting away from that deep hue as if scalded. Yet she couldn't resist stealing glances from the periphery. She had anticipated Zhou Ying would wear such nightwear. In her memory, Zhou Ying always dressed impeccably, her demeanor as meticulous as her medical textbooks. But this navy blue silk camisole dress exuded a languid sensuality that contrasted starkly with her usual demeanor. Zhou Ying held a towel in her hand, casually draping it over the back of a chair. Their eyes met in the warm light. Lin Han, clad in the pale, gray silk camisole dress, hugged a white towel, curled up at the edge of the bed, her damp hair spilling over her shoulders, leaving a small darkened patch on the silk. Her expression was somewhat lost, akin to a small creature that had wandered into unfamiliar territory. Zhou Ying stood at the threshold, her gaze sweeping over Lin Han, pausing momentarily on the dampened shoulder, her brows slightly furrowing. There was something deeper and more profound in her eyes than usual as they regarded Lin Han. "Are you cold?" Zhou Ying was the first to speak, her voice resonating with clarity in the silence. "Not cold." Lin Han shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. In the air-conditioned room, the silk was indeed cool, but her cheeks and body felt intensely warm. Zhou Ying nodded and turned to leave the bedroom. Lin Han stared blankly at her retreating figure, paused. What was going on? Moments later, Zhou Ying returned, now holding a hairdryer. She approached the bed, plugging the dryer into a nearby outlet, then looked at Lin Han. "Your hair is still wet." Her tone carried a hint of reproach. "It's easy to catch a chill if you don't dry it before sleeping. It can also lead to headaches." Lin Han belatedly touched the still damp ends of her hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. I forgot. My mind was too scattered earlier, and I completely overlooked drying it thoroughly. Come sit closer. Zhou Ying had already settled at the edge of the bed, patting the space in front of her. "I'll help you dry it." "No, it's fine." Lin Han quickly waved her hands. "I can do it myself. It's too much trouble for you. You find yourself in an inconvenient situation." While Zhou Ying's gaze traverses the dampness of her shoulders and nightgown, and if this continues, her sleepwear will surely be soaked through. "Come here," she beckons. Lin Han, observing Zhou Ying's serene expression and the hairdryer she has already plugged in, hesitates for a moment, but ultimately wraps herself in a towel and cautiously makes her way over. Sitting down with her back to Zhou Ying, the mattress shifts slightly under her movement, drawing their two bodies closer together in an instant. Lin Han can distinctly sense the warmth emanating from Zhou Ying behind her, along with the mingled fragrance of shampoo and body wash, enveloping her more intensely than before. Her spine instinctively straightens, as all her senses seem to converge on that area behind her. Zhou Ying reaches out, her fingers gently parting Lin Han's damp hair, cascading down her back. The coolness of her fingertips brushes against the nape of Lin Han's neck, eliciting a subtle shiver that makes her instinctively retract her neck. "Is it cold?" Zhou Ying inquires softly from above. And no, Lin Han's voice is slightly strained. Zhou Ying does not press further and switches on the hairdryer. The gentle hum of the appliance fills the small space, drowning out most of the external sounds. The warm breeze caresses her scalp, bringing with it a comforting heat. Zhou Ying's fingers weave through Lin Han's hair with a tenderness and skill that gradually coax her damp locks into compliance, ensuring the warm air reaches every strand. Initially, Lin Han sits rigidly, hesitant to move. However, Zhou Ying's patient and delicate motions gradually dissolve her tension. The soothing warmth, the perfectly measured pressure, and the tingling sensation from the occasional brush of fingertips against her scalp slowly relax her rigid nerves. She even finds herself unconsciously closing her eyes, savoring this unexpected care. As she relaxes, the silk straps of her nightgown slip slightly off her shoulders, revealing more of her fair skin and delicate collarbones. Zhou Ying's gaze lingers on that small expanse of skin, her movements momentarily pausing. The warm air swirls around Lin Han, mingling with the scent of the same body wash, yet infused with her own unique sweetness, wrapping around her like a delicate embrace. Zhou Ying's fingertips inadvertently graze the bare skin at Lin Han's nape, causing her to tremble slightly, yet she does not shy away. The steady hum of the hairdryer continues, masking the quickened breaths and the thunderous heartbeat shared between them. Zhou Ying's fingers glide through Lin Han's thick, soft hair, her motions becoming increasingly slow and gentle, as if she were tending to a fragile treasure rather than merely drying hair. Lin Han has completely relaxed, even feeling a bit drowsy. The warm air, Zhou Ying's reassuring presence, and her gentle touch provide an unprecedented solace to Lin Han's long-strained nerves. Just as she begins to drift into a hazy state, nearly leaning against the figure behind her, the sound of the hairdryer ceases abruptly. The sudden silence jolts her awake, and she blinks her eyes open. Zhou Ying's hand remains entwined in her hair, her fingertips unconsciously winding around a strand that is now dry, soft, and smooth. The proximity created by the hair drying brings them even closer, allowing Lin Han to feel Zhou Ying's warm breath against her exposed shoulder and neck. The atmosphere becomes thick and tranquil. Is it all right now? Lin Han's voice is somewhat hoarse, and she dares not turn around. Yes, it's dry, Zhou Ying replies, her voice lower and huskier than usual. She slowly retracts her hand, allowing the strand of hair to slip away quietly. Lin Han senses the warmth behind her receding slightly. She breathes a quiet sigh of relief, yet cannot help but feel a chill in the area where Zhou Ying's breath had brushed against her skin. Zhou Ying unplugs the hairdryer, carefully winding the cord before placing it on the bedside table. Only then does she rise, moving to the window to check that it is securely closed, drawing the curtains halfway to block out most of the light, leaving only the soft yellow glow of the bedside lamp. After completing these tasks, she approaches the opposite side of the bed. Chapter 22. Contact in the darkness. Upon reaching the other side of the bed, Zhou Ying does not immediately lie down, but stands still, her gaze fixed on Lin Han, who still clutches the towel. Aware of Zhou Ying's scrutiny, Lin Han lifts her head, gazing back with a hint of confusion. Under the dim light, Zhou Ying, clad in a deep blue silk camisole, appears tall and elegant, her bare shoulders and arms exuding a fluid grace. Her long hair cascades smoothly down her back, a few strands falling gently across her chest, subtly rising and falling with her breath. Her eyes hold a depth that flickers with an emotion Lin Han cannot decipher. What are you still holding the towel for? Zhou Ying's voice is low, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Aren't you tired? Lin Han suddenly realizes that she has been subconsciously clutching the towel tightly, as if it were a protective barrier offering her safety. I forgot, she stammers, awkwardly loosening her grip, yet the towel remains draped over her legs. Zhou Ying does not speak further. Instead, she strides directly in front of Lin Han, leaning down slightly. Lin Han's heart skips a beat, her pulse quickening as she gazes into Zhou Ying's approaching face and outstretched hand. Zhou Ying's fingers grasp the edge of the towel. Give it to me, she whispers softly. Instinctively, Lin Han releases her hold. Zhou Ying effortlessly pulls the damp towel from Lin Han's grasp and stands upright, walking over to a nearby chair to drape the towel over its back. However, Lin Han feels that with the towel's removal, she has been stripped of an invisible layer of protection, rendering her more exposed than ever. Clad only in the sheer, light gray silk camisole, she sits at the edge of the bed, her bare shoulders and arms feeling the coolness of the air. Yet more than the chill, there is an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability and excitement. Zhou Ying returns to the bedside. Lin Han senses the mattress dip slightly as Zhou Ying sits down, bringing with her a rich, sweet fragrance. Neither of them immediately lies down. Zhou Ying gazes quietly out the window, where the night has turned into a soft blur behind the curtains. After a moment, she asks, shall I turn off the light? Yes, Lin Han replies softly. With a soft click, the final bedside lamp extinguishes, plunging the room into complete darkness. Deprived of sight, all other senses are heightened to their utmost. Lin Han can hear the faint rustle of the bedding as Zhou Ying lies down beside her, feel the warmth and weight radiating from her side, and smell the clean, sweet scent enveloping her, as if it permeates every inch of the air. Lying stiffly, she dares not move. Even her breaths are quiet, fearful of disturbing the tranquility of the darkness or betraying her still racing heart. A barely audible sigh escapes Zhou Ying. Lin Han, her voice breaks the silence. Deeper than before. Lin Han responds immediately, her voice taut. Relax, Zhou Ying urges, a hint of exasperation lacing her tone. The mattress is going to break under your tension. Lin Han's cheeks flush crimson in the dark. Caught. She attempts to inhale deeply and exhale slowly, striving to loosen her shoulders and back. Is this okay? She asks in a hushed tone. In the darkness, she perceives a light chuckle from Zhou Ying. The sound is so faint it feels like an illusion, yet it brushes against Lin Han's eardrums, causing her already warm ears to burn hotter. Yes, Zhou Ying affirms. Falling silent once more, the bedroom sinks into deeper stillness. Outside, the city's lights are obscured by the heavy curtains, with only the faintest glimmers filtering through the gaps, barely outlining the blurred shapes of the furniture. Lin Han keeps her eyes open, staring at a small patch of dim light on the ceiling. But Zhou Ying's presence is so palpable that all her senses are drawn to the space beside her. She could hear Zhou Ying's steady breathing, feel the indentation her body made on the mattress as she lay down, and even catch the faint scent that belonged to Zhou Ying emanating from the quilt. The silk nightgown clung to her form, rising and falling with her subtle breaths, grazing her skin and eliciting a series of tantalizing sensations. She dared not move, fearful of making a sound that might disturb Zhou Ying, and yet there was an inexplicable anxiety she could not articulate. Time stretched in the darkness, becoming thick and sluggish. After an indeterminate duration, so long that Lin Han believed Zhou Ying had succumbed to slumber, a faint rustling sound broke the stillness. It seemed Zhou Ying had turned over. Lin Han instantly froze, holding her breath. She sensed Zhou Ying shifting towards her, that warm breath drawing ever closer, brushing against her bare arm, exposed to the air. In the enveloping darkness, her senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. Lin Han could almost envision Zhou Ying's posture as she lay on her side. The curves of her body beneath the deep blue silk nightgown, her long hair cascading over the pillow, and perhaps those eyes that were now watching her from the shadows. This thought sent her heart racing. Just as Lin Han thought, Zhou Ying was merely adjusting her sleeping position. A cool hand inadvertently brushed against the back of Lin Han's hand resting beside her. Lin Han's heart constricted sharply, her fingertips instinctively curling. Immediately thereafter, she felt a distinct depression in the mattress beside her. Zhou Ying had moved, her entire body shifting closer to Lin Han. Lin Han's breath caught in her throat. Her senses heightened, fixated on the scant distance between them. She could feel the warmth and presence of Zhou Ying, like a silent wave, slowly crossing the boundary to approach her. First, a strand of cool hair gently swept across Lin Han's arm. The sensation was subtle yet vivid, carrying the fragrance of shampoo. Lin Han's fingers curled slightly, yet she dared not move. Next, a warm arm naturally crossed the invisible line, resting lightly on Lin Han's wrist for a brief moment. The warmth and weight at her wrist made Lin Han's heart skip a beat. However, this was merely the beginning. The arm seemed to seek a more comfortable position, gradually sliding upward. The gently bent fingers, imbued with a languorous strength, glided softly along the inner side of Lin Han's forearm. Lin Han's body trembled slightly, nearly betraying her urge to draw back her hand. Yet that hand did not seem to be targeting her arm. It continued its ascent until, at last, the warm palm gently settled upon the back of Lin Han's hand resting at her side. The fingers spread slightly before slowly curling inward, delicately cradling Lin Han's hand within its warmth. The skin-to-skin contact felt comforting, yet Lin Han's mind buzzed, halting all rational thought. It seemed as though all her blood surged towards the captured hand, firmly ensnared by that warm palm, with no escape in sight. What was Zhou Ying doing? Chapter 23. You're on top of me. What was Zhou Ying doing? The moment this thought arose, a more astonishing occurrence transpired. Zhou Ying, sensing that her supine position was still not quite comfortable, emitted a soft, almost feline sound in her sleep, and then turned her body towards Lin Han. This shift brought not only the contact of their arms, but also drew Zhou Ying's side closely against Lin Han's supine form. Her shoulder gently pressed against Lin Han's upper arm. The softness of her chest, separated only by 2 layers of delicate silk, subtly brushed against the outside of Lin Han's arm. As she turned, the arm that had been resting at her side instinctively lifted and then lightly fell, crossing over Lin Han's waist and resting on her hip. It was a near embrace. Lin Han, lying flat, found one arm held captive and another draped across her side, almost enveloped by Zhou Ying's side. She became completely rigid, akin to a statue abruptly cast into form, unable even to shift her gaze. All her senses were forced to concentrate on those points of contact, the grip on her right hand, the tender pressure against her arm, and the warmth of the arm resting at her side. Yet, this was not the most overwhelming sensation. As if finding the pillow beneath her cheek unsatisfactory or perhaps drawn in by Lin Han's scent, Zhou Ying shifted again in her slumber. She tilted her head slightly, directing her face towards Lin Han. The next moment, her warm cheek, imbued with a sweet essence, completely pressed against the side of Lin Han's face. Their skin melded seamlessly, without a gap. Lin Han could even feel the delicate texture of Zhou Ying's skin and the rapidly rising temperature as it mingled with her own. Zhou Ying's breath, warm and prolonged, brushed against Lin Han's temple, the side of her head, with a part even venturing in her ear, sending a shiver of tingling delight coursing through her. The tip of Lin Han's nose nearly touched the outer curve of Zhou Ying's ear. Their cheeks pressed together, their breaths intertwined. Lin Han's heart raced violently within her chest, the sound echoing painfully in her ears, leading her to wonder if this tumultuous rhythm might awaken the seemingly slumbering Zhou Ying. Her face burned, especially the side that was in contact, feeling as though it might ignite. All her blood seemed to rush to her head and the points of contact, while her limbs felt cold and weak. She longed to move, to push away, to escape this suffocating yet exhilarating intimacy. Yet her body felt ensnared by this sudden embrace, and the sensation of their cheeks touching rendered immobile. Deep within her, in a corner she was reluctant to acknowledge, a shameful yearning began to stir, a yearning for the sense of security found in their mingled breaths in the darkness, a longing for the dizzying closeness that shattered all safe distances. Zhou Ying appeared to find this new pillow quite satisfactory. She gently rubbed her cheek against Lin Han's, seeking a more comfortable angle, emitting a soft sound akin to a small beast. The arm encircling Lin Han's waist instinctively tightened, pulling her closer. Zhou Ying's breathing grew steadier and deeper, as if cradling a beloved toy, sinking into a sweet slumber. In the darkness, only the sound of their intertwined breaths remained. Alongside Lin Han's heart, which thundered uncontrollably, she stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, her gaze unfocused. All her senses succumbed to the warmth and softness of the body beside her. Where their cheeks met, the temperature continued to rise, blurring the line of whose warmth scorched him. The palm that was being held had already begun to sweat, damp and sticky, yet still stubbornly clasped by that warm hand. The arm at her waist, though not exerting force, felt as heavy as lead, pinning her down. And yet she had no desire to move. Logic screamed in protest, questioning what was happening. Yet her body, coupled with some deeper emotion, chose silence and indulgence. In this state of extreme intimacy and chaotic stasis, Lin Han closed her eyes, enveloped by an unprecedented fatigue and disorientation. Suddenly, the hand resting on Lin Han's waist finally stirred, its fingertips beginning to caress with an incredibly slow and subtle rhythm through the silky fabric of the nightgown. The sensation was somewhat hazy, yet undeniably real. Lin Han's breath became utterly disordered. Should she push away? Should she feign awakening and naturally withdraw her arm? Just as the battle raged within her, that hand ceased its caress. But it did not retreat. Rather, it naturally glided along the curve of Lin Han's body, moving slightly higher. Her palm pressed more tightly, the warmth seeping through the thin fabric, comforting against Lin Han's skin. Then, the fingertips gently tugged at the edge of Lin Han's nightgown sleeve. The delicate silk strap had already slid down slightly due to Lin Han's rigid posture. At this moment, she was tantalizingly ensnared by Zhou Ying's fingertips, as if she would be completely unwrapped in the next heartbeat. The finger that grasped her shoulder strap exerted a slight pressure, causing the temperature between them to surge once more. Lin Han's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She abruptly opened her eyes, turning her head in the darkness to gaze at the closely positioned Zhou Ying, their noses brushing against one another, prompting another involuntary shiver from Lin Han. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though Zhou Ying's body trembled slightly as well. Zhou Ying. Lin Han finally reclaimed her voice, softly calling her name, not Senior Zhou, but simply Zhou Ying. She could no longer restrain herself. If this continued, even if she were a girl in this lifetime, she could not guarantee the outcome. In the darkness, Zhou Ying's movements froze instantaneously. What is it? Zhou Ying's voice suddenly broke the silence, soft and laced with a slight hoarseness, as if she had just awakened. Can't sleep? Lin Han's heart continued to pound erratically, her cheeks aflame. She wanted to ask what Zhou Ying was doing, but the words that came forth were instead a light, airy complaint. You're on top of me. Her voice quivered slightly, revealing a trace of vulnerability she was unaware of. Zhou Ying fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, Lin Han felt the finger that had been resting on her shoulder strap gently release its grip. Following that, the arm that had encircled her waist withdrew, the warmth that had pressed so closely against her dissipating. Zhou Ying's body retreated slightly, no longer in contact with her cheek. Their noses no longer touching. The space between them finally returned to its original distance. I'm sorry. Zhou Ying's voice echoed in the darkness once more, devoid of any unusual inflection beyond sincere regret. Perhaps she was simply too fatigued from the day, still in a drowsy haze. She even thoughtfully added, I apologize if my exhaustion affected my sleeping position and disturbed you. You're exhausted. Lin Han recalled how Zhou Ying had busied herself after work for her mother that day. She was indeed worn out. What more could she say? Lin Han sighed, it's fine. I'm not someone who falls asleep easily. Chapter 24. Night Conversations. The two fell into a silence for a moment. Zhou Ying suddenly turned her head to Lin Han, weighing her words before speaking. Since you plan to resign, have you considered staying in Haizu after you graduate? In the darkness, Lin Han also turned to face Zhou Ying, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. She hesitated. I suppose so. My home is here, and my parents are here. That's good, Zhou Ying replied. What's good? Lin Han instinctively asked, her voice still tinged with a lingering tremor. Staying in Haizu is wonderful. Zhou Ying paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. This city has many opportunities. Besides, you are familiar with it and have family here. Lin Han responded vaguely, attempting to shift the topic back to Zhou Ying. What about you, senior? Do you plan to remain at the Haizu University affiliated hospital after graduating from your master's program? Most likely, Zhou Ying answered, but it depends on everything going smoothly. Once I officially graduate and pass the residency assessments, I should be able to start in July. Then congratulations, senior, Lin Han said sincerely. Being able to stay at the Haizu University affiliated hospital is an excellent starting point for a medical student. I haven't even taken the assessments yet, so congratulations might be premature. It will surely be fine, Lin Han exclaimed almost impulsively, her tone confident. You're so outstanding, senior. In the darkness, Zhou Ying seemed to chuckle softly. I appreciate your encouragement. As they spoke, Zhou Ying shifted her body slightly, the blanket stirring, sending her scent wafting toward Lin Han's nose. Lin Han recalled how Zhou Ying had held her earlier, her mind growing hazy, and her curiosity spilled forth. Senior, you mentioned before that you have someone you like? The moment the question escaped her lips, she regretted it. It felt too abrupt. It was as if she were prying into personal matters. And for what position did she dare to ask? The darkness seemed to amplify her recklessness, yet also granted her a fleeting courage. Zhou Ying remained silent for a few seconds. Just as Lin Han was about to apologize, claiming she only asked out of curiosity, she finally spoke. Her voice was soft yet strikingly clear. An admission. Lin Han's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a dull ache emerging. What kind of person is she? She heard her own voice crack, pushing her further into self-inflicted torment. Zhou Ying was silent for a moment. This time, Lin Han sensed her gaze resting on her face in the darkness. She is a very special person, Zhou Ying said slowly, each word seeming carefully considered. I have known her for a few years. At first, I only watched from afar, thinking she was radiant yet somewhat unattainable, which is why I never dared to approach. Zhou Ying's words seemed to be imbued with a profound emotion. Later, due to certain circumstances, I gradually drew closer and discovered. She paused. Discovered what? Lin Han instinctively pressed, her heartbeat drumming in her ears. Zhou Ying did not respond immediately. Lin Han felt her slightly shift toward her, a warm breath brushing against her ear. I discovered that she is even better than I imagined. Zhou Ying continued, her voice soft and quivering. Though a bit clumsy and sometimes a little absent-minded, Lin Han listened, and the pang of bitterness in her heart intensified. Why hadn't Zhou Ying confessed her feelings? I was afraid. Zhou Ying's voice lowered, revealing a rare vulnerability. I feared I would frighten her away, worried that I might not even be able to maintain our current relationship. Zhou Ying, so remarkable, could also become so cautious and anxious because of her affection for someone. That person must be incredibly wonderful. Lin Han felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment and jealousy wash over her, a heaviness settling in her chest. Who could this person be? To hold such significance for Zhou Ying, to elicit such concern? She suddenly recalled Zhou Ying's almost iconic aloofness at school. Did Zhou Ying's tendency to keep her distance stem from her concern for that person's opinion? Senior, it seems like you hardly get close to anyone at school. Lin Han chose her words carefully, striving to avoid offense. You maintain a noticeable distance from all the male classmates. Is that because you care about that person's opinion? The question slipped out, but she soon felt that her inference might be too presumptuous. But that doesn't seem right, Lin Han quickly countered her thoughts. You don't seem to interact much with female classmates either. You're often alone. As she spoke, another question arose in her mind, suppressing her inquiry regarding Zhou Ying's crush. But, senior, you seem different with me. Since yesterday at the hospital, and the way you've taken care of both me and my mother today, I'm a bit curious. Why? In the darkness, Zhou Ying appeared to fall into a deeper silence at this sudden inquiry. Lin Han sensed a momentary stillness in her breath. Even the warmth against her arm seemed to rise slightly. After a few seconds, Zhou Ying slowly replied, because you resemble my sister. Sister? Lin Han was taken aback. Zhou Ying slightly averted her head, avoiding Lin Han's searching gaze in the darkness. Yes, I have a sister. She was in a car accident with my parents years ago. If she were still here, she would probably be around your age. So that was it. All the meticulous care, the excessive concern, the subtle closeness, It was merely because she resembled Zhou Ying's lost sister? That made sense. It was reasonable. Lin Han thought to herself, how could there be such kindness without cause, especially from someone as reserved as the school's aloof beauty? Deep down, Lin Han felt no resentment. Had it not been for that sister, she might never have received Zhou Ying's special attention. Still, had she inadvertently touched upon Zhou Ying's pain? I'm sorry. I didn't know I shouldn't have asked. This apology echoed the guilt she felt when discussing Zhou Ying's parents the previous day. It's all right. That was a long time ago. She ceased to speak further, gently inhaling, the sound resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness. Thus, upon seeing you alone in the hospital yesterday, pallid and evidently unwell, Zhou Ying seemed to muster her words, wishing to extend her care towards you a little more. Later, when Annie sprained her ankle, it was the same. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Han let out a soft sigh. She took the initiative to extend her hand, searching beneath the covers until she grasped Zhou Ying's hand. Zhou Ying's fingers stiffened slightly, seemingly taken aback. Lin Han's hand was slightly smaller, warm to the touch and slightly damp with perspiration. She held Zhou Ying's hand without exerting pressure, merely encircling it gently, as if wishing to convey a touch of warmth. Senior, I can be both your friend and your sister. Lin Han's voice was tender, laced with a hint of personal longing. Your sister would undoubtedly hope for someone to care for you in such a manner, rather than always being the one to look after others. Zhou Ying's body seemed to shudder slightly. Lin Han could not discern her expression in the dim light, but she felt the hand she held, the fingers curling gently in response, returning the grip with a light touch. Chapter 25. The consequences of embracing in sleep as their hands intertwined beneath the covers. Zhou Ying moved closer to Lin Han, extending her other arm to encircle Lin Han's shoulder. Lin Han's body tensed momentarily, yet she did not pull away. She could feel the warmth of Zhou Ying's arm through the thin layers of silk fabric, slightly cooler than her own skin, its sensation vividly clear. The owner of that arm appeared somewhat anxious, her muscles not entirely relaxed. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Han released her hold on Zhou Ying's hand, awkwardly raising her arm to gently return the embrace. This hug was devoid of any ulterior motives, merely a gesture imbued with comfort and camaraderie. Their bodies drew near in the darkness, the silk nightgowns brushing against each other, producing an extraordinarily faint rustling sound. Zhou Ying seemed momentarily stunned, her body pausing for an instant, but soon the arm that encircled Lin Han's shoulder relaxed a little, securing its hold more firmly. She leaned her face gently against Lin Han's neck, her warm breath caressing the skin behind Lin Han's ear. Lin Han could feel a slight pressure against her neck, accompanied by the soft texture of Zhou Ying's hair. She remained still, embracing the tall figure that, at this moment, appeared somewhat dependent on her. One hand gently patting Zhou Ying's back in an unpracticed gesture of solace. Senior, though I have no siblings and do not fully comprehend that feeling, Lin Han murmured softly. I believe that the bond between individuals need not solely rely on blood relations. Care and companionship are, in themselves, precious. Zhou Ying remained silent, merely nuzzling her face against Lin Han's neck as if in agreement. Her breathing was slightly deeper than usual, somewhat unsteady. Lin Han could perceive the warmth of her body seeping through the 2 layers of silk, alongside the gentle curves that relaxed as Zhou Ying settled. The earlier sting of pain and bitterness within her heart was, at that moment, soothed by this warm embrace. The usually composed Zhou Ying, who maintained an air of aloofness in public, now willingly revealed her yearning for warmth before her, allowing Lin Han to indulge in this intimacy. Time drifted silently within their embrace. Zhou Ying's head no longer nestled against Lin Han's neck, but gradually rising, her chin resting atop Lin Han's crown. Lin Han maintained her embrace, neither resisting Zhou Ying's movements nor making any unnecessary gestures. The hems of their silk nightgowns had become intertwined, the warmth of their skin transmitting freely beneath the fabric. Lin Han could distinctly feel Zhou Ying's body contours, the soft swell of her chest pressing against her through the silk, gently rising and falling with each breath. Her arm encircled Zhou Ying's slender yet resilient waist, her palm grazing the subtle dip of the spine and the smooth texture of skin beneath the fabric. The embrace gradually became more natural, the taut muscles relaxing, their bodies fitting together more closely. Initially somewhat stiff, Lin Han also began to unwind in the warm cocoon of Zhou Ying's steady breathing and comforting warmth. Zhou Ying's scent, clean and sweet, lingered at Lin Han's nostrils, possessing a strangely calming effect. Lin Han felt her eyelids grow heavy. The emotional turbulence of the day faded, the warmth of the embrace pulling her consciousness towards the depths of slumber. Just before she fully succumbed to dreams, She vaguely sensed Zhou Ying's lips brush swiftly against her forehead, a fleeting touch, akin to the whisper of a feather or an unintentional graze. It was so quick that she questioned whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. She struggled to open her eyes for confirmation, but the drowsiness surged like a tide, instantly engulfing her last vestige of wakefulness. The night deepened. On the spacious bed, two girls clad in silk nightgowns lay entwined in slumber. The dark blue and light gray silk melded almost seamlessly in the dim light, outlining their tender silhouettes as they nestled closely. Zhou Ying's chin rested gently atop Lin Han's head, her arms still loosely encircling Lin Han's waist. Meanwhile, Lin Han curled up within Zhou Ying's embrace, her face nestled near Zhou Ying's neck, her breathing deep and steady. As dawn broke, morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender beams upon the bedroom floor. Lin Han gradually regained consciousness, enveloped in a sensation of warmth and softness. Upon waking, her senses were first to stir. She detected the familiar sweet fragrance, still as rich as it had been the previous night. Next was the tactile sensation. Her cheek pressed against an unusually soft, warm, and subtly undulating fabric. The material was thin. Beneath the slippery silk lay something more elastic and warm. Her nose could even discern a soft protrusion that brushed lightly against her skin in a slow rhythm. Lin Han's mind remained in a semi-dormant haze, subconsciously nudging towards the source of warmth, seeking more comfort, and emitting a soft, contented hum. In the next moment, she felt the warmth beneath her tighten momentarily. This subtle shift abruptly roused her foggy awareness. Lin Han's eyes flew open. Her vision was engulfed by a cascade of dark blue silk. Beneath the fabric lay the graceful curves and soft contours of a female form. Her face was pressed snugly against Zhou Ying's chest, more precisely, nestled between the soft valleys of Zhou Ying's bosom. The tip of her nose rested against the upper edge of Zhou Ying's bra, her cheek molded against the warm, full curvature. The comforting embrace that had lulled her to sleep the night before had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into her entire form curled against Zhou Ying, who still loosely held her waist and shoulders. One of Lin Han's legs was ungracefully draped over Zhou Ying's, and their dark blue and light gray silk nightgowns were hopelessly intertwined, their hems chaotically piled at their waists, exposing large swaths of bare legs and skin. The gentle morning light rendered this intimate scene of their shared slumber astonishingly vivid. Lin Han's mind buzzed, utterly short-circuit. Blood rushed to her head, cheeks, ears, neck, and even the entirety of her upper body, rendering her shockingly flushed. She dared not move, instinctively holding her breath, fearing that the slightest sound might awaken the still sleeping Zhou Ying. Cautiously, she lifted her eyelashes, her gaze drifting upward. Zhou Ying appeared still asleep, her head slightly tilted back, her jawline beautifully defined in the morning light, her long neck, an Adam's apple, gently moving with her steady breathing. Her long hair sprawled across the pillow, a few strands entwined around Lin Han's shoulder. Her eyes were closed, long, thick lashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Her expression relaxed, with the corners of her mouth seemingly curved in a faint smile. The morning light danced across her face, rendering her typically cold features unexpectedly gentle, even exuding a breathtaking beauty. Lin Han found herself somewhat entranced, her heartbeat accelerating, becoming increasingly erratic. Last night's final memories surged into her mind. So they had embraced throughout the night? Moreover, Lin Han's gaze uncontrollably returned to the place where she had buried her face, fixating on that soft, prominent area, her cheeks instantly flushing a deeper shade. It seemed she had even nuzzled against it. She could distinctly feel Zhou Ying's steady heartbeat, rhythmically transmitted through the delicate silk and warm skin, each pulse a steady reminder. This realization filled her with such profound embarrassment that she nearly wished to vanish immediately. She had to escape this scene of the incident at once. Lin Han began to cautiously attempt to move her body with minimal motion. She first gently shifted the leg she had draped over Zhou Ying's, the silk fabric whispering softly. Zhou Ying appeared entirely oblivious. Lin Han secretly exhaled in relief, proceeding to the next step, striving to extricate herself from Zhou Ying's embrace. She carefully lifted the arm that was resting on her, while simultaneously shrinking her body, attempting to liberate herself from that overly warm cocoon. Just as she was on the verge of success, her upper body mostly free, only her waist still loosely encircled by Zhou Ying's arm. That previously relaxed limb suddenly shifted. Following Lin Han's retreat, it naturally slid down, gently resting on her hip. The warmth of the palm, separated by the smooth silk, pressed against her with a weight that was neither too light nor too heavy. Lin Han froze en tirade, as if paralyzed. She could even feel the intricate patterns and warmth of Zhou Ying's palm, vividly imprinted on the sensitive junction of her waist and hip. Had Zhou Ying awakened? Chapter 26. Zhou Ying. Are we not going to do this? Lin Han nervously raised her eyes. Zhou Ying remained with her eyes closed, her breathing steady, as if the previous moment had been merely an unconscious adjustment in her dreams. Lin Han's heart raced. She was uncertain whether Zhou Ying's earlier movements had been mere unconscious actions in her sleep or something more. There was no time to wait. Lin Han took a deep breath, disregarding the possibility of waking her companion, and suddenly pulled her entire body back. A soft, muffled sound escaped from Zhou Ying's lips. Lin Han's movements halted abruptly, holding her breath as she gazed at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's brows knitted slightly, as if disturbed from a deep slumber. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening her eyes. They were now veiled with a misty haze of awakening, appearing somewhat dazed. It seemed to take her a couple of seconds to focus her gaze, which landed on Lin Han's face, mere inches away. Their eyes met. Lin Han's face flushed crimson, her gaze frantically darting away, unable to meet Zhou Ying's eyes. Zhou Ying's expression gradually cleared, and she seemed to realize the overly intimate position and proximity they currently shared. Her gaze drifted downward, scanning Lin Han's disheveled nightgown, then her own hand resting against Lin Han's hip, and finally the slight rise and fall of Lin Han's chest, which was agitated by her nervousness, and the neckline that had slid down her shoulder, revealing more of her fair skin. For a brief moment, her gaze deepened, and her throat subtly bobbed. Yet the next instant, she returned to her usual demeanor, retracting her hand and naturally shifting her arm away from Lin Han, propping herself up to sit. Good morning. Zhou Ying's voice was slightly husky. Good morning. Lin Han's voice was as faint as a whisper, hurriedly sitting up, instinctively adjusting her slipping shoulder strap, and hastily tidying her wrinkled nightgown, attempting to conceal her exposed legs and collarbone. Zhou Ying had already tossed aside the thin blanket and stepped onto the cool floor with bare feet. The deep blue silk slip dress cascaded gracefully with her movements, hugging her body's curves, while the morning light outlined her long, straight legs and slender waist. She casually tidied her slightly tousled hair, walked to the window, and swiftly pulled open half of the curtain. Bright yet gentle morning light flooded in, dispelling the last lingering traces of ambiguity in the bedroom. Zhou Ying stood in the light, squinting slightly to adjust to the brightness, her profile sharp and serene in the sunlight. Lin Han watched her silhouette, her heart still racing. The intensely vivid sensations and warmth from earlier lingered on her cheeks and body, refusing to dissipate. How did you sleep? Zhou Ying turned to look at Lin Han, who was still seated on the bed, as if nothing had transpired. Is your head still dizzy? Does your stomach feel unwell? No, I'm fine. Lin Han quickly shook her head, forcing herself to shift her focus away from those chaotic thoughts. I slept very well. Thank you, Senior. That's good. Zhou Ying nodded, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Han's still flushed face before she walked toward the wardrobe. I'm going to freshen up and then make breakfast. You can lie down for a bit longer, or check if your mother is awake. Make breakfast? Lin Han was taken aback. Are we not? Zhou Ying turned, looking at Lin Han with a hint of confusion. I mean, let me make breakfast. Lin Han replied, also pulling back the blanket and getting out of bed. You've already done enough for me. I'll handle breakfast. Zhou Ying paused in her motion of opening the wardrobe door. You can? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by the question. I can learn, or I can whip up something simple, she stammered. Zhou Ying seemed to gently curl the corners of her mouth upward. No need. After saying this, she took out a light gray loungewear jacket from the wardrobe, draping it over her silk nightgown and tying the belt, covering a considerable amount of skin while instantly restoring her usual tidy and composed appearance. If you need to use the bathroom, go ahead. I'll wait a bit, Zhou Ying remarked, already moving toward the doorway. I'll see what I can find in the kitchen. It was only after Zhou Ying's figure disappeared from the bedroom door that Lin Han slowly exhaled the breath she had been holding, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, still burning with heat. She then glanced down at her wrinkled, slightly askew-light gray nightgown. The image of last night's embrace with Zhou Ying and the blush-inducing sensations upon waking this morning resurfaced uncontrollably in her mind. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel these thoughts. No, she cooed tea, let her mind wander. At that moment, her mother's voice drifted in from the living room, interrupting Lin Han's thoughts. Han, are you awake? Yes, Mom. Lin Han replied hastily, puzzled by her mother's voice coming from the living room. She temporarily set aside her tumultuous emotions, rising to tidy her nightwear, quickly arranging her hair in the mirror, patting her still warm cheeks before stepping out of the bedroom. In the living room, her mother was already seated on the sofa, her injured foot carefully propped up on a cushion. Zhou Ying was beside her, crouched down examining the bandaging on her ankle. Lin Han understood now. Zhou Ying had said she would go make breakfast, yet she had actually come to assist her mother. Auntie, the swelling is significantly reduced, and the color looks normal. You're recovering quite well, Zhou Ying assessed professionally, then looked up at Lin Han as she emerged. Good morning. I heard some noise from the guest room, so I went in to check on Annie and helped her out. Good morning, Senior, Mom. Lin Han nodded, approaching them. Mom, how are you feeling? Much better. Dr. Zhou just checked, and she said it's improving, Lin's mother replied with a smile, her gaze shifting between her daughter and Zhou Ying. Did you both sleep well last night? Did you disturb each other? Lin Han's face flushed again, and she mumbled quite well. Zhou Ying had already stood up, her expression unruffled. Don't worry, Annie. Lin Han sleeps very quietly. I'll go make breakfast. It will be ready shortly. Oh dear. I feel so bad for troubling you with breakfast again, Dr. Zhou, Lin's mother said repeatedly. It's no trouble. Just something simple, Zhou Ying replied, turning towards the kitchen and tying on a light blue checkered apron. Watching Zhou Ying skill back as she busied herself in the kitchen. Lin Han sat down beside her mother and quietly asked, Mom, did you sleep well last night? Does your foot hurt? After a restful night, Dr. Zhou prepared a comfortable bed, and Lin's mother spoke softly while holding her daughter's hand. However, we must not take Dr. Zhou's kindness for granted. You mustn't burden her with our troubles. Also, remember to show her more concern. She is alone, and it cannot be easy for her. I understand, Mom. Lin Han replied quietly, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the kitchen. She then heard her mother continue. Regardless, I was initially worried about your well-being, but now that you have such a wonderful friend in Dr. Zhou, I feel reassured. I called your father last night, and he will come to pick me up this morning after breakfast, and then I will return home. Chapter 27. Changing clothes. As soon as Lin's mother finished speaking, Lin Han instinctively blurted out, Mom, with your foot like this, are you really going back today? Is that wise? Her brow furrowed, expressing her unease. Her mother's ankle was still noticeably swollen. Although it was better than yesterday, walking remained a challenge, especially navigating stairs. What do you mean, is it wise? Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively. Your father will drive us straight to our doorstep. It will be far more convenient for me to have him care for me at home than to remain here and disturb Dr. Zhou. Lin Han opened her mouth to protest, but found her gaze involuntarily drawn to Zhou Ying, who was busy in the kitchen. She looked at Zhou Ying's serene profile, and the words of concern and the desire to keep her mother from leaving became lodged in her throat. Indeed, Zhou Ying had already done so much since their encounter at the hospital yesterday. She had taken Lin Han home, cared for her, assisted her mother with her injuries, provided them shelter for the night, and even prepared breakfast this morning. Such kindness was more than they could accept without a sense of indebtedness. Her mother was right. It would indeed be inappropriate to continue imposing on Zhou Ying. They had already accrued a significant debt of gratitude. Very well, Lin Han ultimately relented. But she still expressed her worries. Mom, please be sure to listen to Dad when you get home. Rest well, don't move around too much. And remember to apply your medication on time. I'll video call you tonight to check in. Yes, I know, you worry too much, Lin's mother chided playfully, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Focus on your work and don't fret over me. After a little while, Zhou Ying emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls. Andy, Lin Han, it's time for breakfast. She placed the bowls on the small dining table, each containing a light broth with fresh greens and a perfectly fried egg. The golden yolk gently swaying, simple yet enticing. It may be a bit humble, but I hope you won't mind, Zhou Ying said. Oh, how can we mind? I feel quite embarrassed, Lin's mother said as she sat down, assisted by Lin Han, and gazed appreciatively at the bowl before her. Zhou Ying said little else, returning to the kitchen to fetch her own serving before sitting across from Lin's mother. Annie, please eat more. Protein will aid your recovery. She handed Lin's mother a pair of chopsticks. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. You should eat as well, Lin's mother replied, accepting the chopsticks. After a moment's thought, she added, Dr. Zhou, I wanted to mention that I have already called Han's father, and he will be here shortly to take me home. Zhou Ying paused in her actions, looking up at Lin's mother with genuine concern in her eyes. Annie, your foot is still injured and you're not moving well. Why not stay a few more days until the swelling subsides before returning home? Her tone was sincere, and her expression conveyed a deep care that was not merely a polite insistence to stay longer. Lin's mother quickly shook her head. No, you've already been so accommodating. It will be easier for me to be taken care of at home by her father. Besides, your place is not very large. Having both of us here would surely disrupt your peace. It wouldn't be a disturbance, Zhou Ying insisted, setting down her chopsticks earnestly. I usually spend my time alone here. It's quite lonely. Having you and Lin Han around makes it feel more lively. That's simply one do, Lin's mother stated firmly. I appreciate Dr. Zhou's goodwill, but we cannot be so inconsiderate. I have made my decision. Once your father arrives, we will leave. Dr. Zhou, we are immensely grateful for your help yesterday. We will remember your kindness. Seeing Lin's mother so resolute, Zhou Ying felt it would be inappropriate to press further. After a moment of silence, she nodded gently. Very well. Annie, please take care on your journey. Once you return home, keep your foot elevated, apply cold compresses, and take your medication regularly. If the swelling or pain worsens, or if you notice any unusual changes in color, please seek medical attention promptly. I will remember to follow Dr. Zhou's advice, Lin's mother said with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ying suddenly pulled out her phone. Annie, let's do this. Please add me on WeChat. If you experience any discomfort, you can contact me directly instead of going through Lin Han. It will be much easier. All right. That sounds good, Lin's mother agreed, retrieving her phone. The two quickly connected on WeChat. Once breakfast was finished, Lin Han helped Zhou Ying clear the dishes. Just as she dried her hands, her father's call came through, informing her that he had arrived at the community entrance. My father is here, Lin Han said. Hanging up the call. I'll escort you down, Zhou Ying said immediately, hurrying towards the guest room to retrieve the wheelchair they had borrowed the day before. No, doctor. Zhou, you carry on with your tasks. Lin Han can assist me down, Lin's mother quickly declined. Auntie, you shouldn't put weight on your foot. The wheelchair will be much safer and more convenient for going downstairs, Zhou Ying said, gently maneuvering the wheelchair beside Lin's mother and assisting her to sit down. Besides, I would like to greet your husband. Seeing that she could not refuse, Lin's mother acquiesced. Zhou Ying pushed the wheelchair, while Lin Han carried her mother's few personal belongings, and the three descended together. Not far from the building, they spotted Lin's father's car parked by the roadside at the community entrance. He was a kind-looking middle-aged man, and upon seeing his wife being pushed in a wheelchair, a worried expression crossed his face as he hurried over. How are you? Is your foot still hurting badly? He asked with concern, first looking at his wife before shifting his gaze to Zhou Ying, who was pushing the wheelchair, and then to Lin Han, his eyes questioning. Dad, this is Senior Zhou Ying. She helped both me and Mom yesterday, Lin Han quickly introduced. Hello, Uncle, Zhou Ying nodded slightly. Annie's ankle is a soft tissue sprain. Thankfully, it is not fractured, but the swelling is quite severe. We performed emergency treatment yesterday, and it appears to have improved a bit today. She will need to continue resting and taking her medication regularly to avoid putting weight on it. Her words instantly eased Lin's father's worries, and he felt a sense of appreciation for her. Dr. Zhou, I am truly grateful. I heard from Han's mother how much you assisted us. Thank you very much. Lin's father expressed his gratitude repeatedly before turning to Lin Han. Han, you must have troubled Dr. Zhou as well. You should have told me sooner. I am fine, Lin Han replied softly. With Zhou Ying's help, Lin's father carefully assisted Lin's mother from the wheelchair into the backseat of the car, then folded the wheelchair and placed it in the trunk. Auntie, please rest well when you get home. Remember to take your medication and change your dressings regularly. I will send you reminders on WeChat. Zhou Ying stood by the car and offered her final advice. I will, Dr. Zhou. Lin's mother nodded, then leaned out of the car window, her eyes slightly red as she grasped Zhou Ying's hand. Dr. Zhou, I truly cannot express how grateful I am for your help these past few days. When you have the time, please come over for a meal. I will cook something delicious for you. Of course, Annie, I will definitely come. Zhou Ying smiled gently in response. Lin's father thanked Zhou Ying once more before starting the car. Lin Han stood still, watching as her father's vehicle gradually merged into the street's traffic until it disappeared from sight. She let out a soft sigh, feeling a mixture of emptiness and relief. With her mother home and under her father's care, she could indeed feel reassured. Zhou Ying pushed the empty wheelchair back to the community. I need to head to the hospital for work soon and return the wheelchair. What about you? Are you heading straight to the office? Lin Han glanced at the time. It was nearly 7:30. I need to go back to my dorm to change first. She was clad in Zhou Ying's silk camisole dress and loungewear jacket. Although she had donned Zhou Ying's outerwear, it was hardly appropriate attire for the workplace. However, before that, I must return to your place to change back into my own clothes, Lin Han said, tugging at the hem of the jacket with a hint of embarrassment. All right. Zhou Ying nodded. The two walked back to the apartment in silence, and Lin Han headed straight for the master bedroom, retrieving the light beige dress she had worn yesterday from the back of a chair. She also needed to return the nightgown and outerwear to Zhou Ying. Hesitating for a moment, she first removed the loungewear jacket, folding it neatly beside the bed. Only then did she reach behind her back to deftly unfasten the delicate buttons of the light gray silk camisole. The silk cascaded like water, pooling at her feet, the cool air instantly enveloping her body clad only in undergarments. Lin Han bent down to pick up the nightgown, her fingertips gliding over the smooth, cool fabric, uncontrollably recalling fragments of last night and this morning. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly folded the nightgown with care, placing it beside the loungewear jacket. Just as she prepared to reach for her own dress, the bedroom door was unexpectedly pushed open. Zhou Ying, perhaps intending to change for work, assumed Lin Han had already changed and entered without knocking. Their eyes met in a moment of unpreparedness, and time seemed to freeze. Lin Han stood bare except for a light-colored undergarment at the bedside, morning light streaming through the window, distinctly outlining her slender waist, long legs, and the taut lines of her shoulders, now slightly tensed with shock. Chapter 28. Parting. Zhou Ying clearly did not anticipate encountering such a scene. Her footsteps halted abruptly at the doorway, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the doorknob. Her gaze, tinged with a flicker of heat, swept rapidly over Lin Han, from her bare shoulders to her undulating chest, down to her flat abdomen, and finally to her straight, long legs. Every inch of skin outlined or exposed by her undergarments laid bare under that gaze. Lin Han's mind went blank. It felt as though all the blood in her body surged to her head and cheeks, causing her eardrums to throb. She even forgot to immediately grab her clothes for cover, standing frozen in place, her eyes wide as she locked gazes with Zhou Ying at the doorway. Deep within Zhou Ying's eyes, something churned violently before it was swiftly suppressed. For a fleeting moment, her breath seemed to falter, and her throat moved slightly. Yet her expression remained impeccably composed. Except for the initial shock and that fleeting heated gaze, she quickly regained her usual calm demeanor, though the nape of her neck flushed with a visible hue of crimson. "I'm sorry." Zhou Ying averted her gaze first, focusing on the floor beside her, her voice lower and huskier than usual. "I thought you had already changed." She did not leave the room, but walked toward the wardrobe. At that moment, Lin Han snapped out of her stupor, her face ablaze with embarrassment, even her neck and chest turning a shade of pink. "And no, it's fine," she stammered, frantically grabbing the dress she had folded beside the bed and hurriedly attempting to put it on. In her haste, the dress was even put on backward. The neckline caught awkwardly at her shoulder, adding to her disarray. She turned her back to Zhou Ying, tugging the dress into place, her fingertips trembling slightly. Even with her back turned, she could feel Zhou Ying's gaze lingering on her bare back, sending shivers down her spine. Lin Han dare not look back, her heart racing wildly in her chest, her actions becoming increasingly frantic as she struggled to align the zipper of her dress. Finally, after a significant effort, she managed to get the dress on, the zipper halfway up, and cautiously turned her head slightly, stealing a glance from the corner of her eye. Zhou Ying had approached the wardrobe, her back to Lin Han, standing tall. However, in the next moment, the shoulder strap of Zhou Ying's deep blue silk nightgown slipped down her skin, the gown falling silently to the floor in a heap at her feet. Elena Hans Bratisha. The graceful curve of Zhou Ying's shoulder blades, her slender and supple waist, and the line of her spine descending into the soft curves delineated by her undergarments were all on full display. Her legs were long and straight, the calves glistening in the light. She stood there, unguarded, slightly bowing her head, her long hair cascading down to conceal her profile, rendering Lin Han unable to look away. Her cheeks burned, her heart pounding furiously against her chest, again and again, making her ears hum. Yet Zhou Ying appeared oblivious. She paused for a moment before bending down to retrieve a white shirt and black trousers from the wardrobe, her movements composed as if she were the only one in the room. But Lin Han noticed that as Zhou Ying raised her hand to grasp the white shirt on the hanger, her fingers seemed somewhat unsteady, curling slightly at the tips. Before long, Zhou Ying had donned the shirt and trousers, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, her expression devoid of any particular emotion. Though the blush at the back of her neck had yet to fade completely, her gaze fell upon Lin Han. Taking in a light beige dress that was not fully zipped up, its fit somewhat disheveled, as well as Lin Han's crimson cheeks and evasive eyes. "Are you ready?" Zhou Ying asked, her voice calm, devoid of any hint of the earlier tension, as if that moment of near nakedness had never occurred. "Why, yes, I'm ready." Lin Han hurriedly looked down, her hands clumsily attempting to pull up the side zipper of her dress, her fingers trembling with anxiety. Finally managing to zip it up after several tries. She could sense Zhou Ying's gaze fixed on her, rendering her utterly exposed. "That's good," Zhou Ying nodded, moving toward the vanity, picking up a comb to arrange her long hair. Her actions remained unhurried, as if the earlier incident was merely a chaotic episode experienced by Lin Han alone. Lin Han stood there, watching Zhou Ying's focused profile in the mirror, her heart still in disarray. She couldn't help but glance again at the spot where the nightgown had slipped off, the deep blue fabric lying on the floor like a silent witness. The earlier scene, Zhou Ying's bare back, the fluid lines, the delicate skin, played repeatedly in her mind, refusing to dissipate. She felt an unprecedented turmoil, a sensation distinct from the intimacy of the previous night. "I need to leave by around 8. Zhou Ying's voice interrupted Lin Han's wandering thoughts. She had finished styling her hair, tying it back into a neat, low ponytail, and was now adjusting the collar of her shirt while facing the mirror. What about you? What time are you going to the office? Mentioning the office finally pulled Lin Han's thoughts back to reality. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. I should be ready around the same time. Lin Han glanced at her phone, realizing it was already 7:40. I'll head back to the dorm to change clothes, grab a few things, and then go to the office to handle my resignation. All right. Zhou Ying turned from the vanity, picking up a small handbag from the chair back. Shall we head downstairs together? Sure. The two exited the apartment in silence, stepping into the elevator and descending. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Zhou Ying's direction toward the hospital was opposite to Lin Han's route back to school. I'm going this way. Zhou Ying indicated her left. I'm heading back to school. Lin Han pointed to her right. They stood face to face in the soft morning breeze, separated by a single step. After exchanging glances for a few seconds, they turned away from each other and departed. As Lin Han walked along the path to Haida, she felt somewhat dazed, more so than yesterday. Everything felt too real to be a dream. Rebirth, becoming Lin Han, being intoxicated and ill, encountering Zhou Ying, her mother getting injured, seeking refuge, sharing a bed, and that heart-stopping moment of changing clothes. In just 2 short days, her life seemed to have been pressed into fast-forward, with everything racing toward an unforeseen direction. Yet strangely, the initial apprehension and resistance seemed to be dissipating bit by bit. In its place was a complex feeling of anxiety interlaced with a faint sense of anticipation. As Lin Han stepped into the dormitory, Chan Siu happened to emerge from the bathroom, toothbrush in hand, her mouth full of foam. Upon seeing Lin Han, her eyes brightened, and she asked ambiguously, Han, you're back. How is your mother? Where did you stay last night? Yesterday afternoon. Lin Han had sent a message to Chun Siu to prevent her from worrying about her prolonged absence. With an expression of natural ease, Lin Han recounted the excuse she had meticulously prepared. She's much better. She spent the night in the hospital. My father took her home this morning. What? She went back today? Is her foot okay? Chun Siu hurriedly rinsed her mouth and approached, wiping her lips. It's not completely healed, but the swelling has reduced a bit. It's more convenient for my father to take care of her at home, Lin Han replied, while opening her wardrobe to select her attire for the day at the office. Ultimately, she donned a light blue cotton shirt paired with cream-colored cropped pants, presenting a fresh and tidy appearance, yet maintaining propriety. As Chun Siu observed Lin Han emerge from the bathroom in her new outfit, she expressed her surprise. Han, why aren't you hurrying out the door? Doesn't your department require you to arrive half an hour early? There's no rush. That is hardly a reasonable demand. Lin Han shook her head. Besides, I'm going in today to resign. Why should I care about their ridiculous rules? Resign? Chun Siu gasped, then felt a surge of joy for Lin Han. That's wonderful. Han, you finally decided to leave that dreadful company. I wanted to advise you to leave for ages. Ever since you joined that firm, I've often seen you come back to the dormitory reeking of alcohol, completely inebriated. Why would you stay there? When you resign, we must celebrate. Chapter 29, Resignation. Lin Han's internship company was located in a somewhat outdated office building in the city center. Named Zhou Culture, it specialized in event planning and content marketing, comprising a modest team of around 50 individuals. As the elevator doors opened on the 12th floor, Lin Han stepped out, immediately confronting the somewhat cheap glass door of the company, which bore the faded name of Zhou Culture. Upon entering, she noticed the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, engrossed in her phone. Startled by Lin Han's arrival, she looked up and lowered her voice. Lin Han, why are you only just arriving? Supervisor Wang from your department was just inside, furious. If you go in now, you'll be walking into a storm. Why don't you head back and just call in sick? He wouldn't be able to say much then. Just as Lin Han was about to respond, a sharp voice rang out from within. Lin Han, you actually know to come? The office door burst open, revealing Supervisor Wang's grim visage. This supervisor, nearing 40, had thinning hair and an intimidating demeanor, perpetually wearing an expression of impatience and authority over his subordinates. He strode towards Lin Han, practically spitting words as he exclaimed, Do you see what time it is? It's 8:45. The company mandates that employees arrive by 8:30. You are 15 minutes late. Your work ethic is utterly appalling. Xiao Wang. The company's clock-in time is before 9 o'clock. I am not late, Lin Han calmly responded, then stepped past Supervisor Wang toward her workstation. Who told you we start at 9? Our department's rule is explicitly 8:30. Everyone knows that. Supervisor Wang retorted arrogantly. After a moment, he paused, finally realizing Lin Han's audacity in addressing him, his face turning a shade of purple. What did you just call me? The other colleagues in the office had quietly peered out, intrigued by the unfolding confrontation. Lin Han had interned at this company for over half a year, always the most diligent and compliant worker, never once resisting her supervisor's demands. No one expected her to confront him so boldly in front of an audience today. Lin Han, do you not wish to continue working here? Supervisor Wang's voice rose. Don't think just because you're from Zhou University that you're special. If you don't want to work, then get lost. There are plenty of people who can take your place. At this, the previously murmuring office fell silent. All eyes fixed on Lin Han, eager to see her reaction. She paused at her workstation, turned to face Supervisor Wang, and declared, "Yes, Supervisor Wang. I do not wish to continue working here." After a brief pause, she added, "I came today to resign." A wave of astonishment washed over the office. What? Supervisor Wang's anger turned to incredulity. What did you say? Repeat that. I said, I came today to resign, Lin Han reiterated. It was evident that Supervisor Wang had not anticipated her forthright admission. His expression shifted from fury to shock, then to a dark scowl. You think you could just leave? The company has invested so much in your training. You can't just walk away. Your internship contract isn't up yet. Supervisor Wang sneered. Do you have any idea how much the company has invested in nurturing interns like you? You think you could just pack your bags and leave? Who will take responsibility for the losses incurred? Who will be accountable for the project's delays? Nurture me? Lin Han scoffed lightly. Are you referring to the countless times I was forced to drink to the point of vomiting at those unavoidable gatherings? Or the nights spent revising plans without overtime pay? Perhaps you mean the myriad menial tasks you've tossed my way under the guise of training and development? With each word she spoke, the office filled with gasps of disbelief. These were unspoken truths that everyone knew but dared not voice. Now laid bare by Lin Han, many felt a sense of vindication, albeit mixed with concern for her audacity. Supervisor Wang's face flushed with rage and embarrassment, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Han. You're spouting nonsense. Those are opportunities for you to hone your social skills and build connections. Instead of being grateful, you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Such opportunities are better suited for Xiao Wang, Lin Han replied coolly. As for gratitude, I am thankful for this internship experience. It has profoundly revealed to me what type of leadership I should avoid in the future. You. Supervisor Wang was rendered speechless, his chest heaving with indignation. Lin Han turned her gaze away from him and addressed the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the office, slightly bowing, Dear colleagues, thank you for your support during my time here. I will ensure all handover tasks are completed before my departure. Standing frozen, Supervisor Wang's face twitched. But then a thought seemed to cross his mind, and his expression wavered. Wait. He stepped forward quickly, blocking Lin Han's path, his tone softening. Let's consider my earlier words as mere frustration. I'll retract them and offer you a chance. This afternoon at 3:30, we have a meeting with the head of Zhou Culture to discuss the final proposal for that book promotion project. You were responsible for the final edits and the PowerPoint presentation. Complete this project, and I will pretend today's incident never occurred. That project was a medium-sized endeavor the company had recently secured, demanding high standards and tight deadlines, with the plan having undergone several revisions. Lin Han had been entrusted with the final edits and PowerPoint due to her meticulous nature and strong writing skills, making her the most reliable choice. If she were to abandon her post now, what would happen at the 3:30 meeting? Many details and data within the proposal were known only to Lin Han, and finding a replacement at the last minute would not yield the same results. Supervisor Wang, as a soon-to-be former employee, I cannot participate in this project. However, I will reorganize all relevant documents, including all versions of the proposal, data sources, PowerPoint files, and a detailed summary of key points. If needed, I can take some time now to walk you or a designated colleague through the core concepts and key data. As long as you familiarize yourself with this material by the 10:30 meeting, a proper presentation should pose no issues. Supervisor Wang's expression darkened again. Lin Han, don't overestimate yourself. I'll tell you this. If you truly resign and refuse to participate in this project, I guarantee you will find it impossible to navigate the cultural circle of Zhou. I know too many people. Xiao Wang. Lin Han said with a hint of amusement in her tone. Are you suggesting that you will blacklist me? And if so, what then? Supervisor Wang gritted his teeth, exclaiming, I have been in this industry for over a decade, and I know more people than you have had meals. Just one word from me, and you'll see which reputable company in Zhou would dare to hire you. Lin Han paused momentarily and retorted, It's no longer an era where your connections at drinking tables can dominate the scene. She was acutely aware of the true nature of Zhou culture. In her previous life, she had interned at this very company, albeit in a different department. The leadership she encountered then was far less repugnant than this Supervisor Wang, though not significantly better. The threats of I know so-and-so might intimidate freshly graduated students, but they held no weight for her. Perhaps, in the future, Zhou culture might even seek her out for collaboration. In the 5 days following her resignation, Lin Han experienced an unprecedented tranquility during her last 3 days at Zhou culture. Perhaps it was due to her resolute decision to leave. Supervisor Wang had ceased to trouble her. As a result, aside from the initial morning clash, the subsequent 3 days unfolded in remarkable peace, a stark contrast to her previous experiences. Interestingly, this incident had also tempered Supervisor Wang's attitude towards the other employees in the department. On the morning Lin Han submitted her resignation, Supervisor Wang wore a sullen expression and assigned a relatively sharp colleague, Xiao Li, to assist Lin Han in the handover. True to her word, Lin Han spent the better part of the day meticulously organizing the book promotion project, categorizing all documents, data, communication records, and PowerPoint source files, and even drafting a comprehensive execution summary and potential risk alerts. Initially, Xiao Li was somewhat apprehensive, fearing Lin Han might withhold information or be negligent. However, after reviewing the materials together, his gaze shifted from trepidation to admiration, tinged with sympathy. The extensive and well-structured work made it evident why Supervisor Wang was reluctant to let her go. Unfortunately, Xiao Li's understanding of the plan was superficial, lacking the depth of insight that Supervisor Wang had while listening to Lin Han's explanations. Ultimately, Supervisor Wang reprimanded Xiao Li vehemently before attending the 3:30 meeting with a heavy heart. Lin Han did not participate, but according to Xiao Li's furtive gossip afterward, Supervisor Wang stumbled several times during her presentation. Although the representative from Changjiu culture did not erupt in anger, it was clear he was dissatisfied with Supervisor Wang's grasp of the proposal. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, once all formalities were completed, Lin Han stepped out of the office building, greeted by the warm summer sunlight. Standing on the bustling street, she glanced back at the place where she had worked for nearly 20 months in both her previous and present lives, feeling little sentiment for it. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and saw her pinned conversation with Z. After a moment of contemplation, she typed, "Senior, I have completed my resignation." Upon returning to her dormitory, she found Chinsiu had also finished work, frowning at her computer screen. Han, you're back. Have you retrieved all your things?" Chinsiu greeted her before returning to her troubled expression on the screen. Lin Han, noticing the content on Chinsiu's monitor, couldn't help but inquire, "Are you still grappling with Under the Dark River?" "Don't mention it," Chinsiu lamented, burying her face in the keyboard. "The show is quite captivating with a tight plot. Yet I struggle to pinpoint that unique angle for analysis." Lin Han understood this feeling. Sometimes, a work's completeness made it difficult for critics to find a foothold. She considered it for a moment, her gaze drifting over the pause scene on the screen, which featured the taciturn coroner intently examining a minute injury in the dimly lit autopsy room. Lin Han approached and glanced at Chun Siu's document. "Actually, you don't need to tackle such grand themes." After a brief reflection, she suggested, for instance, you could focus on that reticent coroner who consistently provides crucial clues at pivotal moments, exploring the role of the silent observer in suspense narratives or delving into the allure of such professional supporting characters. A smaller angle might yield deeper insights. Of course, how did I not think of that? That makes perfect sense. Chinsiu's eyes lit up as she slapped her thigh, as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind. I'll fixate on this coroner, analyzing his dialogue design, the visual language, and the unspoken rapport he shares with the protagonist. Han, you are truly my savior." She promptly revitalized her enthusiasm, replaying the series, jotting down notes, and muttering to herself. Watching her roommate reignite her passion, Lin Han smiled and returned to her desk. The fleeting sense of relief brought by her resignation gradually settled, prompting her to earnestly plan her future path. She opened her laptop and logged into her newly registered WeChat public account, Guanlin. The backend interface was clean and simple, yet the subscriber count was a glaring 0. This was hardly surprising. She hadn't begun publishing her work yet. By the way, Chun Siu suddenly turned back, momentarily pulling herself away from the world of the coroner. "Now that you've resigned, what are your plans? Are you looking for a job? Or do you need me to keep an eye out for job postings? Or perhaps you could join our company? I want to try my hand at creating some content first." Lin Han confessed, "I registered a public account to write a bit. Going solo? Impressive." Chun Siu gave her a thumbs up. "If you need help promoting it, just say the word. Although my following isn't substantial, I can still make some noise." "Thanks, but let us wait until I actually produce something," Lin Han chuckled, shaking her head as her gaze returned to the screen. Creating content, especially when aspiring to establish oneself through it, was never an overnight endeavor. Although she possessed the foresight to discern which topics would gain traction and which angles would resonate, transforming these insights into compelling prose, alongside cultivating her unique style and readership, required exploration at every step. She opened the previously established document titled Content Direction and Initial Planning, revisiting her notes on future cultural hotspots. The rejected long article on King Yunjia had its core arguments ready. Perhaps she could indeed commence from there, though not in the form of a serious academic critique. Lin Han reopened the back end of Guanlin, contemplating the 3 drafts she had prepared. Why do we detest magical revisions, yet may fall in love with this CP born from them? From subpar special effects to a resounding comeback. What does it take for a drama to reverse its reputation? Contemporary ailments in Zhangzia dramas, when classical exteriors encapsulate modern emotional kernels. The titles were relatively engaging, yet the content required refinement. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Han embraced a lifestyle entirely dictated by her own rhythm. She awoke naturally, resolved her meals at the cafeteria or nearby eateries, and spent most of her time in the library or her dormitory. She systematically revisited literature theory, cultural studies, and communication-related texts to fortify her arsenal for future content creation. By Friday evening, Lin Han had finally completed revisions on all 3 articles. She was aware that based on her memories from her previous life, in just 2 days, by the following Monday, the reputation of King Yunjia would begin to shift, igniting several pivotal online discussions. Publishing her articles right before this timeline would allow her to ride the wave of initial excitement. Having accomplished all of this, she closed her laptop, exhaling deeply as she resisted the urge to incessantly refresh the back-end data. Forcing herself to step away from the computer, she returned borrowed professional books to the library and strolled leisurely around campus. Suddenly, the WeChat notification chimed. Lin Han opened the app, noticing a red dot in the pinned conversation with Z, revealing the last message from Zhou Ying. Is that all right? Curiosity piqued, she clicked in the chat interface. Since she had sent the message about her resignation 2 days prior, Zhou Ying had responded with just a single word. Good. Rest well. Now, 3 additional replies had appeared below. I have completed my defense and assessment. I am now just waiting for the results. After finishing her tasks tomorrow, I shall be able to enjoy a respite. My aunt invited me for a meal when I have some free time, perhaps the day after tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Upon reading these 3 messages, Lin Han felt a surge of delight. Throughout this week, Zhou Ying had been exceptionally occupied, juggling hospital duties alongside residency assessments. Although her messages had been replied to, they were notably brief. This left Lin Han yearning for the camaraderie shared with Zhou Ying, yet she hesitated to reach out first. Now, with Zhou Ying taking the initiative to contact her, Lin Han promptly responded on WeChat. Absolutely. Chapter 31. The reunion of 4 that evening, upon returning from work late. Chen Siyu's first action was to mischievously approach Lin Han. Han, remember I mentioned that I would celebrate your departure once you left your job? I have already made reservations. Tomorrow evening, I've invited our classmates to join in congratulating you on your escape from the clutches of hardship. Lin Han golpeed in astonishment, her voice laced with incredulity. Sister, you weren't just jesting, were you? If you truly wish to celebrate, why invite the entire class? Huh? Chen Siyu laughed heartily. I knew it. Han, you haven't been keeping up with the class group chat, have you? It's actually a graduation gathering organized by the class monitor, scheduled for tomorrow evening at the Time Hotel. Everyone insists on having one last get-together before graduation, and you must attend. Realization dawned upon Lin Han as she hurriedly opened the class group set to Do Not Disturb. Indeed, the chat was ablaze with messages, polls, discussions, sentiments, and reminiscences flooding in by the hundreds. A cacophony of emotions characteristic of graduation season wafted through the screen, tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia. Of course I shall go. Lin Han nodded resolutely. Regardless of her past lives, the conclusion of university life warranted a solemn farewell. After confirming her attendance, she scrolled through the group chat for a while before calling her mother. The call connected swiftly, her mother's voice brimming with warmth. Han, why are you calling at this hour? Have you eaten? I have, Mom. Lin Han hesitated. Senior Zhou has completed her assessments and is free the day after tomorrow. You previously invited her over for dinner, right? She mentioned that she could come. Really? Lin Mother's voice soared an octave higher. That's splendid. So, the day after tomorrow, is it? I shall go grocery shopping tomorrow to prepare. What does Dr. Zhou like to eat? Is there anything she dislikes? Lin Han found herself momentarily flustered by her mother's barrage of inquiries. Reflecting carefully, she realized she had dined with Zhou Ying only a handful of times and had not discerned any particular culinary preferences. She seems to enjoy most things. Her tastes are fairly light, Lin Han replied uncertainly. Mom, please don't make it too extravagant. A simple home-cooked meal will suffice. That one tea do. Doctor, Zhou has been such a tremendous help to us. We must treat her well. Lin Mother's tone was resolute. Leave this to me. I'll take care of the arrangements. Remember to bring Dr. Zhou home early the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Han gazed at her phone, a mixture of exasperation and warmth swelling within her. Her mother's affection and gratitude towards Zhou Ying were genuine, even treating her as if she were another daughter. The next day, a Saturday, Lin Han's biological clock stirred her awake around 7, contemplating the class gathering that evening and Zhou Ying's impending visit the day after. She lay in bed, lost in thought, having experienced such graduation gatherings before as Lin Han. She knew they were lively, yet fraught with intricate social dynamics and the pangs of parting. The thought of the gathering made Lin Han somewhat anxious. After all, she was now a young woman, and the social situations and relationships she faced were vastly different from those in her past life. However, the anticipation of Zhou Ying's visit brightened her spirits. After rising, washing up, and donning a simple t-shirt and jeans, Lin Han instinctively opened her computer to check the back end of her blog. Guanlin. Subscriber count, 87. An increase of over 10 since yesterday. Though the growth was gradual, each new subscription brought her a flicker of encouragement. She examined the data for the 3 articles on King Ninja, noting that the view counts hovered around 1 to 200, with a modest number of likes and comments. Yet, several comments appeared to be from readers who had genuinely engaged with the content, offering thoughtful discussions. Lin Han replied to each comment, expressing her gratitude for their readership and insights. Once she finished with her blog, Lin Han began to contemplate the evening's gathering. Since it was a graduation celebration, her attire should not be too casual. She opened her wardrobe, her gaze drifting between dresses and trousers. Ultimately, she selected a knee-length navy blue dress, simple in design with a V-neck, accented by white trim on the sleeves and hem, exuding a refreshing yet formal aura. Paired with a pair of understated white canvas shoes, it seemed a suitable choice. Having chosen her outfit, Lin Han decided to spend some time at the library that afternoon. With several hours remaining before the evening gathering, she wished to make the most of her time. At the library, she found a book on new media operations and became engrossed in its content. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when she finally lifted her gaze from the book, she realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. A few unread messages awaited her on her phone from Chen Xiu, inquiring if she was prepared and what time they would meet. Lin Han replied that they would rendezvous at 6 o'clock downstairs in the dormitory, then gathered her belongings and departed the library. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Chen Xiu already there, trying on outfits in front of the mirror, with several dresses sprawled across the bed. Han, you're back. Help me decide which one looks best. Chen Xiu implored as soon as she spotted her. Lin Han glanced at the options and pointed to a cream-colored lace dress. This one, it complements your complexion without being overly ostentatious. Great, I'll go with your suggestion. Chen Xiu promptly changed into the dress, twirling in front of the mirror. Quite nice. And what about you? What are you wearing? I'm wearing the navy dress. Lin Han replied, retrieving her dress from the wardrobe and changing into it. Wow, it looks stunning. Chen Xiu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Simple yet elegant, and a tad alluring. That V-neck. Han, your style has evolved so much lately. It all looks quite lovely. Lin Han felt a blush creep upon her cheeks at the compliment, lowering her head to adjust her dress. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and 2 girls entered, laden with bags. Hey, everyone S here. The first girl, with shoulder-length hair and black-rimmed glasses, was Zhang Yu, another of Lin Han's roommates. She had rushed back from her internship at a publishing house specifically to attend the graduation gathering. Wow, you both look so beautiful. The second girl, Wang Yuting, with elegantly curled hair and a polished appearance, was interning at an advertising company. Looks like tonight will be exciting. What excitement? It's just a graduation gathering. Chen Xiu chuckled as she helped them with their belongings. But how have you 2 been? It's been a while since you returned. Exhausting. At the publishing house, I've been reading manuscripts until my eyes blur, Zhang Yu replied, unpacking her things. But I've learned a lot. I'm doing well. The advertising company is busy but quite engaging, Wang Yuting added, glancing at Lin Han. Han, have you finally come to your senses? Lin Han smiled and nodded. Yes, I just completed the procedures a few days ago. You should have left long ago. That place, Xinjiao culture, is notorious for exploiting interns. Zhang Yu exclaimed with righteous indignation. I have a senior who endured a horrific experience there. What are your plans now? Wang Yuting inquired. First, I'll take a break and focus on my own projects, Lin Han replied succinctly. The 4 girls reunited after a long time, sharing anecdotes from their internships, venting about their bosses and colleagues, and reflecting on their impending graduation. Lin Han, initially feeling out of place, gradually found her rhythm within the conversation. Time flies so quickly. Zhang Yu suddenly sighed. It feels like just yesterday we moved into this dormitory, and now we are about to part ways. Indeed, Chen Xiu echoed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. I wonder when we will all gather like this again. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Wang Yuting clapped her hands. Tonight's gathering is for celebration. Let us make the most of it. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Chapter 32. The graduation gathering. The 4 girls collaborated seamlessly, swiftly preparing for the occasion. Chun Siyu completed her makeup first, while Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting promptly changed into their outfits and applied their cosmetics. However, Lin Han found herself somewhat clumsy with makeup. Ultimately, it was the other three girls who, amidst their confusion, helped her with it. At precisely 6 o'clock, the four girls, adorned in their dresses, exited the dormitory building, attracting the attention of numerous passersby. The venue for the gathering was a mid-range hotel located near the school, where their class had reserved a private room capable of accommodating over 30 guests. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they could already see many classmates arriving in succession. Lin Han, see you. Yu Ting. The class monitor greeted them at the door. Over here, second floor, Chunyua Hall, dressed in a light blue shirt. The class monitor appeared significantly more formal than usual. Upon spotting Lin Han, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed his face, but he quickly regained his smile. Everyone's here? Let's head upstairs. Most have already arrived. The four girls followed the class monitor to the second floor. The private room was spacious, furnished with 3 large round tables, and many classmates were already seated. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable coolness. Wow, our class really went all out this time. Zhang Yu exclaimed softly. I heard the monitors secured some sponsorship. Otherwise, how could we afford such a place? Wang Yuting, well-informed, chimed in. Lin Han surveyed the room and recognized several familiar faces. Some were engrossed in their phones, others were engaged in lively conversations, and a few were already capturing moments with photographs. Her gaze inadvertently landed on a table of boys by the window. Zhao Lei, Sun Hao, and Lu Wei, her former roommates in her past life as Lin Han. At this moment, they were huddled together, joking and laughing. Zhao Lei was gesturing animatedly. Sun Hao was laughing uncontrollably, and Lu Wei was playfully shoving Zhao Lei while chuckling. In her previous life, she had spent 4 years with these three, playing basketball, pulling all-nighters, cramming for exams, drinking together, boasting, and dreaming about the future. Back then, she was Lin Han, affectionately referred to as Old Lin or Han Gu among them. However, as life pulled them in different directions, especially for her, Lin Han, who struggled the most, she gradually lost touch with the others. Now, she was Lin Han, a classmate they regarded with a sense of familiarity. This realization caused Lin Han a moment of disorientation. Han, why are you daydreaming? Come sit over here. Chun Siyu tugged at her arm. Lin Han snapped back to reality and followed Chun Siyu to find a seat at the middle table. Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting settled beside them. Shortly after they sat down, Lin Han sensed someone approaching. Looking up, she saw Zhao Lei. Hey, Lin Han, see you, long time no see. Zhao Lei greeted with a smile, his eyes scanning the faces of the four girls. Lin Han nearly stood up in response, but made an effort to appear composed. Yeah, it's been a while. How's your internship? Pretty good. I'm working as a planner at a gaming company. It's quite interesting, Zhao Lei replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Han for a moment. By the way, Lin Han, you've changed quite a bit. Lin Han's heart tightened. Have I? Yes, you seem more radiant than before, Zhao Lei said, scratching his head as if choosing his words carefully. Lin Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a comment on her appearance. And you? How's your internship going? Zhao Lei turned his attention to Chun Siyu and the others. Not bad, just tiring, Chun Siyu replied with a smile. After a few more exchanges, Zhao Lei was called back by Sun Hao. Lin Han watched him leave, her heart a tumult of emotions. This was once her close roommate, and now they could only exchange polite pleasantries. In her previous life, they could share shoulders, tease each other, and discuss the most intimate topics. Now, an invisible barrier separated them. Yet, given her current circumstances, if Zhao Lei dared to be overly familiar, she would certainly kick him away. Inside the private room, conversations shifted to the future endeavors of classmates. Some had secured positions in civil service, others had joined major corporations, while some, like Lin Han, remained adrift in uncertainty. The sounds of clinking glasses, laughter, and nostalgic songs filled the air, creating an atmosphere tinged with the melancholy of imminent separation. Lin Han quietly sat in a corner, sipping her orange juice as she observed her familiar, yet unfamiliar classmates. Lin Han, why aren't you drinking? Asked the typically lively boy who approached her with a glass in hand. Come on, it's a graduation gathering. How can you just drink juice? At least have a beer. No, I can't drink. My stomach isn't well. Lin Han politely declined with a smile. Oh, come on, it's just a beer. It won't hurt, he insisted, pushing a glass toward her. Really, I can't. The doctor advised against it. Lin Han persisted. Hey, Wang Ming. Lin Han has already said she can't drink. Stop pressuring her. Chun Siyu interjected from the side. Only then did the boy named Wang Ming relent, turning to find someone else to drink with. Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she couldn't drink. She simply didn't want to. The previous Lin Han had met her demise due to alcohol, and she harbored a psychological aversion to it. After a while, More people arrived, and the class monitor stood up to clap his hands. Everyone, please quiet down. Now that most of us are here, let's get started. The room fell silent. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming to our class's graduation dinner today. The class monitor cleared his throat. These 4 years have flown by. It feels like just yesterday we were finishing our military training, and now we're graduating. We've attended classes together, stayed up late, claimed seats in the library, and enjoyed drinks together. All these memories are our most treasured possessions. Although we will soon part ways. I hope that no matter where life takes us, we won't forget our collective experiences and the friendships forged over these 4 years. Now, let's raise our glasses to our university years. Everyone stood up, lifting their cups of drinks. To our university years. The clinking of glasses resonated, accompanied by cheers and laughter. Lin Han raised her glass of orange juice, clinking it with Chun Siyu beside her, then with Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting. Her gaze swept across the youthful faces in the room, and a surge of complex emotions welled up within her. These 4 years represented a dual memory for her, the memories of Lin Han and those of Lin Han. The moments spent with Zhao Lei and the others in her past life intertwined with the experiences she shared with her current roommates, overlapping in her mind. Although her identity had changed, the emotions and experiences of youth remained palpably real. After they sat down, the servers began to bring out the dishes. The spread was abundant, featuring a variety of cold and hot dishes, as well as seafood soups. The class monitor has really splurged this time. Someone marveled. Of course, it's a graduation dinner. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. The class monitor replied with a smile. The atmosphere quickly warmed up as everyone toasted each other, sharing internship experiences and dreaming about future possibilities. Lin Han quietly enjoyed her meal, occasionally responding to the conversations around her. She sensed several pairs of eyes occasionally resting upon her. Besides the class monitor, a few male classmates she didn't often interact with were also quietly observing her. This attention from the opposite sex felt quite unfamiliar to Lin Han. During her time as Lin Han, she had never experienced such scrutiny. However, given that Lin Han was one of the more attractive girls in the class, it was not surprising to receive such attention. By the way, have you all completed the drama review assignment assigned by Professor Wang? Zhang Yu suddenly brought up the topic from across the table. I wrote it. The deadline was yesterday. Right? A boy next to her responded. I reviewed King Yunjia, but I feel like there's hardly anything to write about. The online reviews aren't great. I wrote about in He Ji Xia, Chun Siyu chimed in. Though it's not well known, the script is really solid. And He Ji Xia? I watched a few episodes. It's quite good. Another girl joined the discussion. The character development is profound. Lin Han, which drama did you write about? Zhang Yu inquired. Lin Han paused for a moment. I also wrote King Yunjia. Huh? What is there to write about that drama? The boy expressed his confusion. I just wanted to try analyzing it from different perspectives. Lin Han replied vaguely. This topic quickly sparked a small discussion, as it was a shared assignment they had recently completed together. Although their relationships were rather ordinary, they at least had a common subject to delve into. I think the biggest issue with King Yunjia is the drastic alterations to the plot. The original fans are not on board with it. The special effects are mediocre, particularly the fight scenes, which appears somewhat unrealistic. However, the soundtrack is quite nice. I really enjoy the theme song. Lin Han listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. She understood that the reputation of King Yunjia would soon reverse. But expressing this now would likely be met with disbelief. As their conversation continued, a boy named Wu Kai approached, holding a glass. He was the class's sports representative, tall and robust, with a cheerful disposition. Lin Han, allow me to toast to you. Lin Han quickly lifted her orange juice. I'll just have a drink. Is that all right? Of course. Wu Kai replied readily. I just wanted to share a drink with you, since after graduation, we may not see each other again. The two clinked glasses, and Wu Kai took a hearty gulp of beer before looking at Lin Han, hesitating to speak. That Lin Han, Wu Kai scratched his head. His face slightly flushed. I've always thought you were quite wonderful. It's just... His voice trailed off, but the surrounding tables turned their attention to him. Lin Han's mind went blank for a moment, her heart racing with alarm. No way. Is he confessing? As a girl, being confessed by a boy? Do, Ki. Have you had too much to drink? Chun Siyu quickly attempted to defuse the situation, urging him to return to his seat. I'm not drunk. Wu Kai waved his hand dismissively, his gaze somewhat unfocused. I just want to tell Lin Han that I think she is particularly amazing, especially beautiful. The last few words were whispered, yet everyone heard them. The room fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in laughter. Wu Kai, you did it. You finally said it. Lin Han, look how sincere Wu Kai is. Get together. Get together. The cheers and teasing rose in waves. Lin Han's face turned crimson. But not from embarrassment. Rather, it was a flush of anger. Enough noise. She shouted, I don't like boys. The laughter and teasing ceased abruptly. Du, Ki stood frozen. his hand with the glass suspended in midair, his expression shifting from tipsy bravado to incredulous shock. All eyes in the room turned to Lin Han, especially the girls around her, who subtly shifted their chairs away, including Chan Siyu and the others. All right, don't overthink it. Do you really believe that? The class monitor stood up to restore order. Wu Kai, you've had too much to drink. Can't you see she just rejected you? After the initial shock, everyone quickly grasped the situation. This was merely Lin Han's way of declining. The entire class knew that Lin Han was a devoted fan of a certain top-tier male celebrity. So how could she possibly not like boys? Realizing this, the girls quietly moved their chairs back into place, and the room erupted into even more boisterous laughter. Ha! Lin Han, that was too harsh. I give that excuse full marks. Wu Kai, take it easy. She likes girls, haha. Wu Kai's expression shifted from shock to embarrassment, and he eventually scratched his head and chuckled. All right, I understand now. Lin Han, you're quite fierce. He raised his glass, this time addressing everyone. Come. That last round doesn't tea count. This toast is for all the girls in our class except Lin Han. She doesn't tea like boys. Amidst the laughter, everyone raised their glasses, the earlier awkward atmosphere dissipating. Lin Han sighed in relief, lifting her orange juice while maintaining a polite smile tinged with awkwardness. Only she knew how much truth lay behind that statement. That Wu Kai, he always reveals his true self when he drinks, Zhou Ying whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Han could only smile wryly. She understood that Wu Kai was impulsive when drinking, yet she had no inkling of his feelings for her. In her memories, Wu Kai had never exhibited such inclinations. In her past life as Lin Han, she and Wu Kai had shared a good rapport, even playing basketball together on several occasions. However, in this life as Lin Han, her interactions with Wu Kai had been minimal. The sensation of being secretly admired by a former friend felt utterly strange. Han, why are you lost in thought? Chen Siyu nudged her with her elbow. Don't take Wu Kai's remarks to heart. Everyone knows he is impulsive when drunk. I'm not taking it to heart, Lin Han replied, regaining her composure and offering a smile. The gathering continued, yet Lin Han distinctly sensed more gazes directed her way. She could overhear snippets of conversation around her. Wu Kai is so bold. Lin Han rejected him so decisively. But she is indeed quite beautiful. I noticed that before. Lin Han lowered her head, focusing on her food, attempting to ignore the curious glances and discussions. Halfway through the meal, the class monitor stood up again. Everyone quiet down. I have an announcement. After we finish eating, those who wish to continue the fun, let us head to KTV. The private room is already booked nearby. Raise your hand if you want to go, so we can take a count. Most hands shot up. With graduation approaching, everyone wanted to seize the last chance to revel. Lin Han hesitated a moment, but also raised her hand. She wasn't particularly eager to go, but Chen Siyu, Zhang Yu, and Wang Yiting were all excited about it, and she didn't want to dampen their spirits. All right, we'll head over after finishing our meal, the class monitor exclaimed happily. The gathering concluded around 9 o'clock, and the group made their way out of the hotel, heading towards the nearby KTV. On a warm, early summer night, a gentle breeze wafted through, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Lin Han walked alongside her 3 roommates, with the boys, including Zhao Lei. Ahead of them, she could hear Zhao Lei and Sun Hao discussing a recent game, with Lu Wei chiming in. The familiar tone and topics momentarily transported Lin Han back to her past life, walking with her roommates on the way back to the dormitory. Lin Han. Chen Siyu nudged her again. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Lin Han shook her head, just feeling a bit nostalgic. Just then, her phone vibrated in her bag, indicating an incoming voice call. She pulled it out to see the name Z flashing on the screen. It was Zhou Ying. Her heart skipped a beat as she stepped aside to a quieter corner to answer the call. Hello, senior? She held the phone close to her ear, the laughter of her classmates still somewhat distracting. Lin Han, Zhou Ying's melodious voice came through the receiver, the background quiet. Is it convenient to talk? I want to check what time would be suitable for me to come over to your house tomorrow, and also your address. It's convenient, very convenient. Lin Han replied promptly. I'll send you the address via WeChat in a bit. As for the time, any time works for you. Just let me know when you decided. Okay, sounds good, Zhou Ying acknowledged, then seemed to pause for a moment. Is it a bit noisy over there? Lin Han realized that although she had stepped aside, the chatter of the group still permeated the air. Ah, yes, she replied somewhat sheepishly. We just finished a class gathering, and we're about to head to KTV now. There was a brief silence on the other end. Got it, Zhou Ying's voice returned. Have fun, and be safe. Just send me the address later. All right, senior. Lin Han nodded. Goodbye. After the call ended, she quickly sent her home address to Zhou Ying via WeChat. Just as she clicked send, Chen Siyu turned around, waving at her. Han, hurry up. We've been waiting for you. Coming. Lin Han tucked her phone away and quickened her pace to catch up. The KTV was not far, just a 10-minute walk away. The private room was spacious enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people, with flashing neon lights and booming music. As soon as they entered, several enthusiastic singers clamored to choose songs. Soon, classic songs such as Friends, The One Sitting Next to You, and The Stories of Time filled the air, igniting a chorus of voices. Lin Han found a cozy corner on the sofa, with Chun Siu, Zhang Yu, and Wang Yuting seated beside her. What shall we sing? Let's go pick a song. Wang Yuting exclaimed eagerly. I need to use the restroom first, Lin Han announced. Rising from her seat, as she stepped out of the private room, the corridor was significantly quieter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han felt her ears finally at peace. She was not particularly fond of such boisterous environments. In her previous life, as Lin Hanshi, she could have joined in the raucous singing, but now, as Lin Han, she felt somewhat restrained. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Han did not immediately return to the room, but stood by the window in the corridor for a moment. What does one ponder in solitude? A voice emerged beside her. Turning her head, she saw the class monitor holding a can of beer, approaching her. Nothing much. Just catching some fresh air, Lin Han replied with a smile. The monitor nodded, took a sip of his drink, and gazed at the lively crowd. Suddenly, he remarked, Time flies. It feels like just yesterday we started school, and now graduation is upon us. Indeed, Lin Han concurred. Lin Han, the monitor, turned to her, his eyes shimmering in the dim light. There's something I've longed to tell you. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition creeping in. Not again, she thought. What is it? Lin Han endeavored to keep her voice steady. The monitor appeared somewhat anxious, his fingers idly tracing the rim of his beer glass. Well, I've had a bit of a crush on you since our sophomore year, but I never dared to admit it, fearing it might ruin our friendship. He paused, summoning his courage to meet Lin Han's gaze. Now that graduation is imminent and we may never see each other again, I felt I should at least express my feelings. Lin Han, I like you. Goodness. Although she had mustered the courage to confess to Zhou Ying in her past life, she had never experienced being on the receiving end of such confessions. Yet today, within a single evening, she had been confessed to twice. Monitor. Lin Han's voice brimmed with resignation. I already mentioned that I'm not interested in men. I mean it. The monitor's expression froze, first in shock, then dawning realization, finally morphing into a complex mix of bemusement and amusement. You, he began, then couldn't help but chuckle. Your method of rejection is remarkably egalitarian. Lin Han joined in a hollow laugh, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. All right, I understand, the monitor nodded, sipping his beer. Although the disappointment was still evident on his face, he appeared considerably more at ease. But to be honest, Lin Han, if you ever accidentally fall for a guy, your previous declaration might just scare him away. That's just fine, Lin Han muttered softly, peace and quiet. Well then, he laughed, I won't press further. However, he paused, looking earnestly at Lin Han. What you said earlier in the room, while everyone knows you were joking, it's best to be cautious. Repeatedly saying certain things, even in jest, may lead others to take them seriously. Lin Han felt a flicker of understanding. She had meant it sincerely, yet it had been interpreted as a jest. I understand. Thank you. Monitor, she replied earnestly. MHM, he nodded, downing the last of his beer. I should head back inside. It's chilly out. Don't linger too long. Watching the monitor walk back into the room, Lin Han let out a gentle sigh. 2 confessions, 2 rejections. While it had been handled relatively gracefully, an indescribable fatigue weighed heavily on her. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the moving headlights outside in the night, her thoughts drifting. After standing by the window for a while, Lin Han steadied her emotions and prepared to return to the room. Just as she turned around, she spotted Chun Siu peeking out from the private room, waving at her. Han, come on, it's time for the song we picked. Lin Han smiled and hurried over. Inside the room, Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting were monopolizing the microphone, singing a lively pop song. Upon seeing Lin Han enter, Wang Yuting immediately thrust another microphone into her hands. Come on, join us. Taking the microphone, Lin Han glanced at the familiar lyrics on the screen, inhaled deeply, and began to sing along. Initially, she felt a bit self-conscious, but as she sang, buoyed by her roommates' enthusiasm and the laughter of their classmates, she gradually let go. Perhaps this was the final revelry of youth. Setting aside complex emotions, the memories of her past life, and the confounding questions of identity, she embraced the moment as Lin Han, singing alongside her classmates to this final song. As they reached the climax of the song, Chun Siu joined in, and the 3 girls huddled close together, belting out the lyrics and laughing uncontrollably. Lin Han looked at the radiant smiles of her roommates, at the classmates around them singing, laughing, and celebrating, and a warm surge of emotion enveloped her. Though the future was uncertain and her identity was perplexing, at least in this moment, she felt genuine and joyful. That was enough. After singing a few more songs and playing some games, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was nearing 11 o'clock. Checking her phone, Lin Han felt it was time to bid farewell. Chun Siyu and the others did not insist she stay, merely reminding her to take care on her way home. Stepping out of the KTV, the night breeze was even cooler than before, carrying the refreshing essence of early summer. Dispersing the remnants of noise and smoke from the private room, Lin Han stood at the entrance, inhaling the night air deeply. Just as she was about to leave, when a familiar voice called out from not too far behind her, Lin Han. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned around abruptly. A few steps away, Zhou Ying stood under the dim light near the entrance of the KTV. She wore a fitted black shirt and dark straight-leg jeans, her long hair cascading down, fluttering slightly in the night breeze. "Senior?" Lin Han exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively took a couple of steps toward her. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Ying's gaze lingered on Lin Han's face for a few seconds before she responded, "A gathering for graduate students from our department's training program. They reserved this place. I was about to leave when I saw you standing here." "Oh, I see." Lin Han nodded, invitingly saying, "Then, Senior, would you like to walk together?" Zhou Ying nodded slightly, taking a few steps forward to walk alongside Lin Han. After they had walked a short distance, Zhou Ying suddenly spoke, her voice carried by the night wind. "Just now, while I was inside, I heard what you said to your class monitor." Lin Han's heart sank, her fingers instinctively curling up. She recalled the moment in the private room, the way her words had caused the other girls to subtly distance themselves. Although everyone later dismissed it as a playful rejection, that invisible barrier and the slightly different gazes still weighed heavily on her heart. Now, Zhou Ying had heard it too. What would Zhou Ying think? Would she, like the others, find it strange and instinctively pull away? The thought filled Lin Han with an inexplicable panic, far more intense than when she had been confessed to by the monitor or Wu Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly denied it. "Of course, that's not true." Her voice came out a bit hastily. "That was just an excuse. I only said it to reject the monitor. Senior, please don't take it seriously." After speaking, Lin Han dared not meet Zhou Ying's gaze, quickly lowering her head to focus on the tips of her canvas shoes, her heart pounding like a drum. She recalled the monitor's words. Some things, if said too often, even if false, can be taken seriously. Would Zhou Ying take her words seriously? Would she believe her feeble defense? As she awaited Zhou Ying's response, silence enveloped them. This quietude unsettled Lin Han more than any words could, unable to resist any longer. She lifted her lashes, stealing a glance at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's face was a canvas of intricate emotions that Lin Han could not decipher. She slowly withdrew her gaze, focusing intently on the road ahead. "Lin Han," Zhou Ying's voice was hoarse. "Please refrain from making such jokes in the future. Some words may be spoken without intention, yet they resonate deeply with the listener. It is best to avoid falsehoods altogether." Chapter 35. Lin Han's Dilemma. Lin Han's heart raced several beats after Zhou Ying's admonition about not making such jokes lightly. Zhou Ying's voice was soft, yet each word struck Lin Han's ears with a seriousness she had never encountered before. "Senior," Lin Han began, attempting to articulate an explanation, but her throat felt parched, rendering her protests feeble and ineffective. "Let us go." Zhou Ying quickened her pace towards the direction of Haizu University. "I'll walk you back to your dorm." Lin Han hurried to keep up, and the two walked side by side along the tranquil streets of the night. The street lights elongated and then shortened their shadows, occasionally intertwining. Lin Han covertly stole glances at Zhou Ying's profile. There was a trace of subtle fatigue etched upon Zhou Ying's brow, her gaze fixed ahead, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, Lin Han sensed that beneath that calm exterior lay something she could not comprehend. Was it the remark about her disinterest in men that unsettled her? Did it frighten her, causing her to disapprove of such inappropriate jesting? Lin Han's mind was a tumult of confusion. She worried that Zhou Ying might harbor unfavorable opinions of her, while simultaneously sensing that Zhou Ying's reaction was perhaps more complex than it appeared. "Senior," Lin Han ventured cautiously, attempting to pierce the suffocating silence. "Did your department's gathering conclude so early?" Zhou Ying replied tersely. "I am not fond of overly noisy environments. I just made an appearance before leaving." Lin Han responded with a soft "oh," at a loss for words. They continued in silence for a while longer. As they approached the side gate of Haizu University, Zhou Ying spoke again. "Tomorrow morning, bring your things to my house, and then we will head to yours." "All right, okay." Lin Han nodded eagerly. After parting ways with Zhou Ying, Lin Han felt an unease settle within her. She replayed Zhou Ying's tone and expression in her mind, pondering whether she was being cautioned to maintain her distance or hinting at something else. The uncertainty gnawed at her. Upon returning to her dormitory, it was nearly midnight. Chun Siyu, Zhang Yu, and Wang Yaoting had yet to return, likely reveling at KTV until the late hours. The empty dormitory echoed with solitude, leaving her alone. Lin Han took a shower, donned her pajamas, and sat at her desk, but sleep eluded her. She instinctively logged into the backend of her Guanlin account. Subscriber count, 102. An increase of over 10 since the afternoon. This slow yet steady growth provided her with a measure of solace. She clicked on the 3 articles concerning King Yunjie and noted that the most read piece, "Why Do We Dislike Alterations Yet Might Adore This Alter Pairing?" had surpassed 300 views, with several new likes and comments. One comment caught her attention. The blogger's analysis is quite intriguing, especially regarding the emotional tension of the subplot CP. I happen to be part of the later promotional team for this drama and would like to inquire if the blogger is interested in further discussion. My WeChat ID is... Lin Han's heart raced. A promotional team? An unsolicited outreach? She hesitated to add them immediately. According to her previous life's memories, the reputation of King Yunjie would experience a turnaround within the next few days. Once that shift occurred, her article's value would increase. However, the fact that someone had reached out indicated that her analysis had struck a chord. Lin Han replied to the comment. "Thank you for your recognition. I would be delighted to engage in discourse with professionals." She copied the WeChat ID, but refrained from adding it right away. She needed to wait a little longer. After attending to her public account affairs, Lin Han climbed into bed, her gaze inevitably drifting towards her phone. Should she send Zhou Ying a message? Her fingertips hovered over the screen, yearning to say something to lighten the atmosphere, yet she found herself unable to type a single word. She was acutely aware of her disinterest in men, yet Zhou Ying's reaction left her feeling inexplicably heavy-hearted. The thought of Zhou Ying distancing herself due to that statement was unbearable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han shut off her phone screen and lay back on her bed. Wide awake, her mind replayed the events of the evening, particularly Zhou Ying's demeanor, which seemed to have grown considerably colder. She turned over, lightly brushing her fingertips across her lips, then anxiously tugging at her hair, resolving not to dwell on this matter any longer. What mattered most was that tomorrow, Zhou Ying would be visiting her home. The anticipation and anxiety surged within her at the thought. Her mother adored Zhou Ying and would undoubtedly prepare a sumptuous feast. Would Zhou Ying appreciate it? Would she feel uncomfortable, given that she was still not particularly familiar with Lin Han's family? And what about tomorrow night? Would Zhou Ying stay over? The notion sent a warm flush to Lin Han's cheeks. She recalled the light gray silk nightgown, Zhou Ying's warm arms and breath, and the heart-fluttering sensations upon waking in the morning. But after tonight's incident, would Zhou Ying still dare to share a bed with her? Stop thinking about it. Lin Han chided herself softly, pulling the blanket over her head. Time passed, and the dormitory door was gently pushed open as Chan Siyu and the others returned. They appeared to have had a splendid time, but upon noticing Lin Han seemingly asleep, they quieted their movements and soon settled in for the night. In the darkness, Lin Han listened to the steady rhythm of her roommate's breaths and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 36. Journeying home together the following morning. Lin Han was roused by the chirping of birds outside. She opened her eyes to find sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wall. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was just past 7. Though early, sleep had abandoned her. She rose quietly, washed up, and dressed. Today, Zhou Ying would be visiting her home, and Lin Han had chosen a simple yet elegant knee-length dress in water blue, cinched at the waist with a delicate belt that accentuated her figure. Her long hair was tied back into a refreshing ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and neck. "Wow, Han, you look beautiful today," Chen Siyu exclaimed as she rubbed her eyes awake. Lin Han felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. "I'm just going home for a visit." "How wonderful." Chen Siyu yawned. "Living so close to home is enviable." Lin Han smiled, but did not respond. After a light breakfast, she packed a small bag with her phone, keys, and a few small gifts for her parents. Before leaving, she sent Zhou Ying a message. "Senior, I'm about to head out and should arrive at your place in about 20 minutes. Zhou Ying quickly replied, "All right, be careful on the way." 20 minutes later, Lin Han stood outside Zhou Ying's apartment building. She took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. "Come up." Zhou Ying's voice came through the intercom, tinged with the unique huskiness of morning. Lin Han entered the elevator, watching the numbers ascend, her heartbeat quickening in tandem. The elevator doors opened, and Zhou Ying awaited her at the entrance. Today, Zhou Ying dressed casually in a cream-colored cotton linen shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, paired with light blue cropped jeans and white canvas shoes. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face bore a light touch of makeup, making her appear softer than usual. "Good morning, senior," Lin Han greeted nervously. "Morning," Zhou Ying nodded, her gaze lingering on Lin Han for a moment. "You look lovely." Elena Hanstzucks Flusha instantly. Thank you, senior. You look especially good today as well. Zhou Ying's lips curved ever so slightly. Come in. I need to grab a few things. Relieved, Lin Han followed her into the apartment. Feeling assured that Zhou Ying had not distanced herself due to the events of the previous night, the interior remained as immaculate as ever, suffused with a delicate fragrance of lemon. Lin Han's gaze fell upon an exquisite gift box adorning the dining table, beautifully wrapped. This was a present for her uncle and aunt. Zhou Ying picked up the gift box, uncertain of its appropriateness. You are too kind, senior. Lin Han quickly interjected. My parents will undoubtedly refuse it. It is essential to observe etiquette during a first visit, Zhou Ying asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. It is not an extravagant gift, merely some health supplements and tea suitable for middle-aged and elderly individuals. Observing Zhou Ying's earnest expression, Lin Han realized she could not argue further and reluctantly nodded. Then thank you, senior. Zhou Ying gathered her small bag and the gift, dragging along a suitcase as they both exited. As they descended the stairs, Lin Han hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Senior, about what I said last night at KTV, please do not take it to heart. I was merely seeking an excuse. Zhou Ying's steps faltered for a moment. She did not turn to look at her, but simply nodded lightly. Just as Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's response was somewhat indifferent and wished to say more. Zhou Ying had already shifted the topic. What dishes does your mother enjoy? My mother eats everything. She is not picky, Lin Han quickly replied. Senior, please do not misunderstand. My mother is inviting you for a meal, so she certainly wants to know what you like to eat. Oh, I have no dietary restrictions, Zhou Ying responded nonchalantly. Following Zhou Ying, Lin Han noticed that she was not heading towards the community entrance, but rather veering towards another corridor. Senior, are we not exiting from this way? Lin Han queried, somewhat puzzled. This way leads to the underground parking lot. Zhou Ying continued walking, her tone casual. Driving is more convenient. Driving? Lin Han exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Senior, do you have a car? Yes, it was initially for ease of travel. But I've been so busy with work that I rarely drive it. The two entered the elevator, pressing the button for the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, a dim light illuminated the underground parking lot, where a cool breeze mixed with the scent of motor oil and dust greeted them. Zhou Ying approached a sleek white sedan, its design smooth and minimalist, though the exterior was somewhat dusty. She used her key fob to unlock the car, the lights flashing briefly with a soft beep. Please, get in, she said, opening the passenger door and gracefully stepping aside. Lin Han awkwardly settled into the passenger seat. The interior was pristine, imbued with a faint aroma of leather and fragrance, the seats comfortable and a view expansive. She fastened her seatbelt, resting her hands on her knees, appearing somewhat reserved. Zhou Ying took her place in the driver's seat, buckled up, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and started the engine, activating the navigation system with a fluidity that spoke of familiarity. The car's navigation screen indicated an estimated travel time of about 1.5 hours. Make yourself comfortable, Zhou Ying said as the vehicle exited the parking lot, bright sunlight flooding the cabin. The weekend morning traffic was relatively smooth. Zhou Ying drove steadily, maintaining a moderate speed, effortlessly changing lanes and overtaking vehicles. Initially tense, Lin Han found herself gradually relaxing under Zhou Ying's calm driving style. She turned her head to observe the swiftly passing urban landscape, unable to resist stealing glances at Zhou Ying, who was focused on the road. The car was quiet, save for the occasional prompts from the navigation system and the soft strains of music. Senior, you drive very steadily, Lin Han softly broke the silence. I have grown accustomed to it, Zhou Ying replied succinctly. Although I seldom drive this car, I often had to when working at the hospital. Lin Han nodded, her admiration for Zhou Ying deepening. She seemed to excel in every endeavor she undertook. The vehicle left the bustling city center, gradually merging onto the highway leading to the suburbs. The scenery outside shifted from towering skyscrapers to modest buildings, eventually giving way to expansive fields and distant mountains. Do you usually take the bus home? Zhou Ying inquired. Yes, I usually transfer twice, which takes about 2 hours, Lin Han explained. However, my trips home have become less frequent since starting my internship. Zhou Ying acknowledged with a hum, lapsing into silence once more. The cabin fell into quietude again. Lin Han leaning back against the seat, listening to the soothing music while watching the changing landscape outside, her mood gradually calming. The anxiety from the previous night and the tension of the morning seemed to dissipate under the steady pace of the vehicle and Zhou Ying's tranquil presence. She found herself surprisingly enjoying this solitary time with Zhou Ying, heading towards the same destination. About an hour into their drive on the highway, Lin Han felt drowsy. Just as her eyelids began to droop, Zhou Ying's voice broke through. Would you like some water? There are bottled waters in the back. Lin Han roosed slightly. Shaking her head, No, thank you, senior. Zhou Ying glanced at her through the rearview mirror. If you're tired, you could take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive. All right. Lin Han indeed felt fatigued, having not slept well the previous night and waking up early that morning. She adjusted her seat for greater comfort and closed her eyes. Just before her consciousness faded, she sensed Zhou Ying lowering the volume of the music and perhaps adjusting the direction of the air, conditioning to avoid a direct draft. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Han was roused by the navigation system announcing their imminent arrival at the destination. She opened her eyes to find they had exited the highway and were driving along the familiar streets of her county. The comforting sights outside, the sycamore trees lining the roadside, familiar shop signs, and the occasional faces of pedestrians exuded the distinctive leisurely atmosphere of her hometown. Are you awake? Zhou Ying's voice came. We're almost there. Yes. Lin Han straightened in her seat, rubbing her eyes. Just ahead, turn right at the intersection, then drive about 500 meters. Their SA community, that's my home. Her voice carried a note of relaxation and cheer. Zhou Ying complied, turning right as the car entered a tree-lined lane. A few minutes later, they arrived at an older yet well-landscaped community. This is where we have our family dinner. Lin Han pointed towards the community entrance. Zhou Ying drove into the complex, parking in a designated spot beneath a residential building as guided by Lin Han. We have arrived. Zhou Ying switched off the ignition and unbuckled her seatbelt. Lin Han gazed at the familiar entrance to the building, her heart racing unexpectedly. Taking a deep breath, she unfastened her seatbelt. Senior, thank you for bringing me back. She turned to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying had already retrieved the gift box and her own bag from the back seat. Let us go. The two exited the vehicle, locked it, and Lin Han led Zhou Ying towards the entrance, ascending to the third floor. Standing before the familiar security door, Lin Han felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Steeling herself, she produced her key and unlocked the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. She called out. Oh, you're back. Lin's mother's voice immediately echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Lin's father emerged from the living room, a smile spreading across his face upon seeing his daughter, before his gaze settled on Zhou Ying standing behind Lin Han. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm sorry to intrude. Zhou Ying slightly bowed, presenting the gift box. It's a small token. There's also a bottle of medicine I acquired for Aunt, suitable for promoting recovery from foot injuries in the later stages. Oh dear, Dr. Zhou, you didn't have to bring anything. Lin's mother hurriedly wiped her hands and exited the kitchen, both delighted and scolding. Come in, come in. Old Lin, please take this. Lin's father promptly stepped forward to receive the gift box. Dr. Zhou, you are too kind. Please, make yourself at home. Zhou Ying was warmly welcomed inside. Lin Han's home was a typical 3-bedroom apartment, not newly decorated but clean and tidy, radiating a sense of liveliness. Dr. Zhou, you are such a thoughtful child. Lin's mother grasped Zhou Ying's hand, her eyes sparkling with joy as she appraised her. You look so refreshed today, much gentler than at the hospital. You look lovely. Zhou Ying, taken aback by the compliment, felt a flush of embarrassment creep to her ears. Aunt, you flatter me. How's your foot? Is it still swollen? Much better. Much better. Look. Lin's mother attempted to move her ankle. Thanks to the medicine and your advice, I've been careful since returning home. I can now walk slowly, though I'm still a bit hesitant to put too much weight on it. That's good. But remember to rest more and avoid standing for long periods or carrying heavy loads, Zhou Ying advised. I know. I'll listen to Dr. Zhou. Lin Mu replied with a smile, then turned to Lin Han. Han, sit with Dr. Zhou in the living room for a while, watch some television, and have some fruit. Mom is still simmering soup in the kitchen. It will be ready soon. Lin Han observed her mother's affectionate demeanor towards Zhou Ying, feeling a warmth mixed with a subtle pang of bittersweetness in her heart. She guided Zhou Ying to sit on the sofa in the living room, where Lin Fu had already prepared and brought over some fruit. Dr. Zhou, please enjoy the fruit. Don't be shy, Lin Fu said, though he was not very talkative. His sincerity was evident. Thank you, Uncle, Zhou Ying responded politely. Lin Fu chuckled, then turned back to assist Lin Mu. The living room was left with only Lin Han and Zhou Ying. The television played the midday news at a low volume. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, filling the air with the enticing aroma of dishes wafting from the kitchen. Your home is very warm, Zhou Ying remarked softly. Indeed, Lin Han replied. Handing Zhou Ying an apple. Senior, have an apple. Zhou Ying accepted it, but did not eat it immediately. Her gaze slowly roamed around the living room. On the walls hung family portraits and photographs of Lin Han growing up, while the bookshelves displayed an array of books and crafts. And several pots of greenery flourished on the balcony, vibrant with life. Following Zhou Ying's gaze, Lin Han suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. The photos included moments of her childhood, wearing dresses and sporting pigtails, as well as her youthful smiles and school uniforms. Each image silently narrating the journey of Lin Han's growth as a girl. Zhou Ying's eyes lingered on a picture of Lin Han performing classical dance on stage for a few seconds, and her lips seemed to curve slightly. "You were very adorable as a child," Zhou Ying commented. Lin Han's cheeks warmed slightly. "That's all in the past. You're still adorable." Zhou Ying's voice was soft, almost drowned out by the television news. Lin Han looked up at Zhou Ying, who had already shifted her gaze downward, focusing on the apple in her hands, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the smooth skin of the fruit. In the kitchen, the sounds of utensils clashing and Lin Mu's directives to Lin Fu blended with the increasingly rich aroma of food. This atmosphere, filled with the essence of home, seemed to ease Zhou Ying's previously tense posture just a bit. She sat quietly, as if melding into this warm backdrop. After a moment, Zhou Ying stood up. "I'll check the kitchen and see if there's anything I can help with." No. Lin Han quickly stood up as well. "You're a guest. How can we let you do the work?" "It's all right. I often cook." Zhou Ying had already made her way toward the kitchen. Lin Han had no choice but to follow. In the kitchen, Lin Mu was stir-frying the last dish, with Lin Fu assisting her. Upon seeing Zhou Ying enter, Lin Mu waved her hands. "Dr. Zhou, you should go back and sit. It's quite smoky in here." "Auntie, let me help you." Zhou Ying naturally moved to the sink, noticing some unwashed vegetables nearby, and took them. "I'll take care of this." Her actions were deft and swift as she cleaned, trimmed, and drained the vegetables in one fluid motion. Lin Mu watched, her eyes filled with admiration. "Dr. Zhou, you truly can do everything. Whoever marries, you will be incredibly fortunate." Standing at the kitchen door, Lin Han felt that familiar, subtle pang of bitterness arise once more at her mother's words. Zhou Ying paused in her vegetable preparation, not responding, but continued her task quietly. Lin Fu glanced at his daughter and chuckled. "Dr. Zhou is outstanding, but our Han isn't lacking either." "Of course." Lin Mu quickly interjected, casting a proud glance at her daughter. "Our Han is also a graduate of a prestigious university, beautiful and with a lovely disposition." "Mom." Lin Han, feeling shy from the praise, quickly interrupted. "The food is going to burn." "Oh dear." Lin Mu turned her head to check the pot. Zhou Ying placed the cleaned vegetables on the cutting board, her lips seemingly curving again. Soon, the last dish was ready. Lin Mu orchestrated the setting of the table, while Lin Fu and Zhou Ying helped bring the dishes over, and Lin Han arranged the bowls and chopsticks. The modest dining table quickly filled with an array of dishes: braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, blanched greens, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and yam and corn soup. Though these were simple home-cooked meals, they were visually appealing and aromatic, clearly crafted with care. "Dr. Zhou, please sit down. These are just home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your taste," Lin Mu warmly invited. "Auntie, you are too kind. They look delicious," Zhou Ying replied as she sat beside Lin Han. As the four of them took their seats, Lin Mu first served Zhou Ying a piece of rib. "Dr. Zhou, try this. It's your uncle's specialty." "Thank you, Auntie," Zhou Ying said, taking a small bite and nodding. "It's very delicious. Uncle's culinary skills are truly impressive." Lin Fu, feeling a bit bashful at the compliment, grinned as he also used his serving chopsticks to offer Zhou Ying a piece of fish. Eat fish, eat fish. I've already removed the bones." Zhou Ying's bowl quickly filled with food. Lin Han watched and couldn't help but softly say, "Dad, Mom, don't just keep serving the senior. She can eat on her own. You child, Dr. Zhou is a guest." Lin Mu chided, though her hand paused in its motion. Zhou Ying glanced at Lin Han, a smile in her eyes. "Thank you, Uncle and Annie, I can manage myself." The meal was warm and lively. Lin Mu continuously inquired about Zhou Ying's work at the hospital, urging her to take care of herself and not to overexert. Lin Fu, though not very talkative, occasionally chimed in with a gentle demeanor. Zhou Ying answered every question patiently, showing no signs of impatience despite Lin Mu's exuberance. Her manner of eating was elegant, taking small bites and occasionally pausing to genuinely respond to Lin Mu's inquiries. Lin Han observed the harmonious interaction between her parents and Zhou Ying, feeling a complex warmth swelling within her. She could sense that her parents genuinely liked Zhou Ying, not merely for her past assistance, but for who she was as a person. Moreover, Zhou Ying did not seem to shy away from the affection bestowed upon her by her elders. This realization filled Lin Han with joy, alongside an indescribable thrill. If only this moment had occurred in her past life. Halfway through the meal, Lin Mu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Dr. Zhou, you're not in a hurry to return tonight, are you? Stay and have dinner with us, and you can spend the night here. I've already prepared the room." Lin Han's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying paused, her hand holding the chopsticks momentarily still. She glanced at Lin Han before addressing Lin Mu. "Annie, that has too much trouble." "Not all. You see, you drove such a long way to bring Han back. It wouldn't be safe for you to drive back alone after dinner. We wouldn't feel at ease. Lin Mu interrupted. Besides, we have 3 rooms. You won't have to squeeze in with Han Han like last time. Lin Fu nodded in agreement. Yes, doctor. Zhou, it's south unsafe to drive at night. You should stay over. Tomorrow, let Han Han show you around nearby. Our county, although small, has some nice spots. Zhou Ying hesitated, her gaze drifting once more over Lin Han's slightly flushed cheeks, and finally nodded gently. Then I apologize for imposing on Uncle and Auntie. Not at all. Not at all. Lin Mu beamed, her smile wide. It's settled then. She immediately served Zhou Ying another piece of fish after dinner. Let Han Han take you to see your room. If you need anything, just let me know. Tonight, we'll make dumplings. What filling do you like, Dr. Zhou? Zhou Ying, taken aback by Lin Mu's enthusiasm, replied, I'm fine with anything. Auntie, no need for special preparations. Then let us have 3 flavor filling and pork with cabbage filling. We'll make a bit of both. Lin Mu was already planning. Han Han, you'll take Dr. Zhou for a stroll in the area this afternoon to help with digestion. The little park behind our house has been beautifully renovated. Lin Han did. Stealing a glance at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was focused on her soup, showing little reaction. After the meal, Lin Mu firmly insisted that Zhou Ying not help with the cleanup, ushering both of them out of the kitchen. Han Han, take your senior to check the guest room for anything you might need, and then go for a walk. You 2 don't need to worry about this. Wearing an apron, Lin Mu waved her spatula as Lin Han reluctantly led Zhou Ying toward the guest room. The guest room was adjacent to Lin Han's room. Modest in size, but neatly arranged. A standard single bed was positioned against the wall, adorned with light blue plaid sheets and a neatly folded duvet of the same hue. On the bedside table lay pristine towels and an unopened toothbrush, while the curtains bore a simple cream shade. Senior, does this look all right to you? Do you prefer your pillow higher or lower? I can fetch it for you, Lin Han inquired, though an inexplicable emptiness gnawed at her heart. It was only natural for Zhou Ying to stay in the guest room. Yet, for reasons she couldn't fathom, Lin Han found herself nostalgically longing for the warmth and comfort of that night when they had embraced each other in Zhou Ying's apartment. Everything as perfect, nothing lacking. Zhou Ying said, surveying the room. The pillow like this is fine. Thank you. Senior, are you tired? Would you like to rest a while? The sheets are freshly changed and clean. You can sleep right away, Lin Han offered. Zhou Ying shook her head gently. Not tired. Didn't T any mention there's a park nearby? I want to take a walk. Sure, Lin Han nodded. The park was just behind the residential complex, very close. After greeting Lin Han's parents, the 2 descended the stairs together. The afternoon sun was mild, filtering through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled shadows. The neighborhood was tranquil, with only a few elderly folks playing chess and chatting in the shade. Upon seeing Lin Han accompanied by a beautiful stranger, they cast curious glances. Good afternoon, Granny Li, Grandpa Wang, Lin Han greeted politely. Han-N's back. Is this your classmate? Granny Li asked with a warm smile. Yes, my senior. Lin Han introduced briefly. Zhou Ying nodded slightly. Hello, Granny, Grandpa. Oh, wonderful. Such a lovely young lady. Granny Li exclaimed, nodding repeatedly, watching the 2 walk side by side. She whispered to Grandpa Wang. Han-N's senior has such grace, like she stepped out of a television drama. Exiting through the back gate of the complex, they arrived at the small park Lin Han's mother had mentioned. Though called a park, it resembled a meticulously tended garden, featuring winding pebble paths, a small pond with a pavilion, lush shade trees, and flowers in full bloom. On this weekend afternoon, the park was sparsely populated, with only a few couples strolling and young parents pushing strollers. They ambled along the pebble path in silence. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of greenery and distant sounds of children laughing. Lin Han furtively observed Zhou Ying from the corner of her eye. Zhou Ying was dressed casually today, wearing a cream-colored cotton linen shirt with sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing a slender, fair forearm. Her hands were tucked into the pockets of her jeans, her pace unhurried, and her gaze calmly resting on the flowers and plants by the roadside, her expression relaxed. This place is very peaceful. It wouldn't be bad to come here for walks regularly, Zhou Ying suddenly remarked. Yes. This small town moves at a slow pace and exudes a strong sense of life, Lin Han replied softly. I used to come to this park a lot when I was little. Zhou Ying turned to her. What was it like when you were a child? Lin Han proceeded, recalling Zhou Ying's childhood experiences, feeling a slight pang of sorrow. It was rather ordinary. She chose her words carefully. School, going home, running around the park with classmates. Doing homework, getting nagged by my parents. She hesitated, then added, looking back now, those simple days were actually quite precious. Zhou Ying was silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. They reached the pond and sat on a bench. The water lilies bloomed perfectly, pink and white against the verdant leaves, while a few koi fish leisurely swam beneath the surface. How was life at your uncle's house when you were young? Lin Han asked tentatively. Zhou Ying gazed at the water, her eyes distant. My uncle and aunt treated me well, supported my studies, and never neglected me. But she paused. My cousin was several years older, had his own friends, and I didn't have many peers. I spent most of my time alone, reading and doing homework. I got used to it. Her tone was calm. But Lin Han discerned the loneliness beneath the tranquility. Why did you want to study medicine? Lin Han inquired. After a few seconds' silence, Zhou Ying spoke slowly. My parents died in a car accident. The ambulance didn't arrive too late, but there were some delays on the way. At the hospital, due to coordination issues, the rescue timing might have been a bit off. At that moment, I thought if only there had been more timely and professional treatment, would the outcome have been different? Lin Han's heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand, breath catching. She finally understood what burdened Zhou Ying's mature composure and professionalism beyond her years. It's all in the past now, Zhou Ying said, turning to look at Lin Han. Studying medicine, saving lives, at least I can help reduce some regrets. Lin Han met Zhou Ying's eyes, which shone exceptionally bright in the sunlight, a surge of impulse rising within her. She wanted to embrace this seemingly invincible girl who bore so much alone and tell her she needn't shoulder everything by herself anymore. Yet she remained still, merely extending her hand to gently clasp Zhou Ying's resting hand on her knee. Zhou Ying's hand trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. Lin Han's hand was slightly smaller, warm with a subtle dampness of sweat. She held Zhou Ying's cooler fingers firmly. Senior, Lin Han looked into her eyes earnestly. If you ever feel tired or have something you want to say, you can tell me. I might not be able to help much, but I can listen. Just think of me as your little sister. Zhou Ying fixed her gaze on her, her fingers curling softly in Lin Han's palm before turning her hand over to grip Lin Han's firmly. MHM, she whispered. Thus they sat quietly on the bench, hand in hand, watching the koi swim in the pond, neither speaking further. After a while, Lin Han seemed to recall something, checked the time on her phone, and turned to Zhou Ying. Senior, not far from here is Miaofeng Mountain, where there is a temple dedicated to the goddess. It's said that prayers there are especially effective. Many go specifically to pray for love, career, longevity, wealth, and health. Since we still have time, and the scenery is lovely, shall we go take a look? Chapter 39. Miaofeng Mountain. Lin Han tilted her head toward Zhou Ying, uncertain if she would agree to the suggestion. Zhou Ying's gaze shifted from the pond to Lin Han's face. After a few moments of contemplation, she nodded lightly. All right. Lin Han breathed a quiet sigh of relief, a flicker of excitement stirring within her. Then we should head back to get the car. It's quite a distance to Miaofeng Mountain from here. Driving will take about half an hour. Okay, let us go. Zhou Ying stood and brushed the dust off her pants. They retraced their steps. The 2 o'clock afternoon sun slanted across them, stretching their shadows long and thin. Compared to the quietness on the way to the park, the atmosphere on the return journey felt somewhat lighter. Have you been to similar scenic spots before, senior? Lin Han tatapik. Rarely, Zhou Ying replied, eyes fixed ahead. Internships keep me busy, and during holidays, I mostly stay at the hospital or my residence. Opportunities to stroll and sightsee like this are few. Then this is perfect. Miaofeng Mountain isn't tall. The climb doesn't take long. If you don't want to climb, you could buy a ticket to ride up. Do you go often? Zhou Ying glanced the device of Lin Han. When I was young, I often went with my mother. After school started, less so, but whenever I come back and have time, I still like to visit, even if I don't go inside. Just walking at the foot of the mountain feels good. Lin Han recalled how the air atop the mountain was especially fresh, with panoramic views of the entire county. Zhou Ying responded softly, not pressing further, but listening attentively. Chatting intermittently, they soon returned to Lin Han's residential complex. She went upstairs, greeted her parents, and mentioned their plan to visit Miaofeng Mountain. Hearing this, Lin Han's mother immediately poked her head out from the kitchen. Going to the goddess temple? Wonderful, you should take Dr. Zhou to see it. Han, remember to light incense for Mom too, praying for peace and health. Lin Han's father reminded, drive carefully. Although the mountain road has been improved, don't speed. Come back early. We're having dumplings tonight. Got it, Dad, she replied. Lin Han complied, and, alongside Zhou Ying, descended once more. Zhou Ying fastened her seatbelt, ignited the engine, and adeptly activated the navigation system, inputting the destination of Miaofeng Mountain. The estimated journey time was a mere 45 minutes. The navigation voice announced clearly. Upon hearing this, Lin Han furrowed her brow. Typically on weekends, it should only take around 20 to 30 minutes. It appears that many are heading to Miaofeng Mountain to pay their respects at the goddess temple today. Zhou Ying, however, remained unfazed. It's nothing to worry about. The vehicle smoothly exited the community and merged into the traffic of the county town. The car glided steadily towards the direction of Miaofeng Mountain. The streets of the county town were slightly congested for the weekend, with a greater number of red lights. The two engaged in casual conversation, mostly Lin Han sharing anecdotes about the streets and her fond memories. That dessert shop has been around for over a decade. I adored their double-skim milk when I was in middle school. This area used to house an old cinema where my parents often went on dates. But it was demolished and transformed into a shopping mall. Zhou Ying mostly listened quietly, occasionally responding with a soft ah, her gaze following Lin Han's gestures, gradually piecing together the puzzle of Lin Han's life journey. As they left the urban area, the road began to widen, and the distant outlines of the blue-gray mountains became distinct under the afternoon sun. The air seemed to grow fresher, infused with the scent of grass and soil, and vast fields and scattered farmhouses began to appear on either side. This road continued straight to a parking lot at the mountain's base. Lin Han pointed ahead, indicating that it wasn't too far, just a bit winding. Yes, Zhou Ying replied, adjusting the direction of the air conditioning vents. The car departed from the main road, turning onto a quieter two-lane asphalt road. Towering trees lined the sides, their branches intertwining above to form a verdant tunnel. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing patterns of light on the road. We're almost there, Lin Han observed, her eyes fixed on the increasingly distinct contours of the mountain ahead. It was Miaofeng Mountain. Zhou Ying lifted her gaze. The mountain was not particularly tall, but was lush with dense vegetation, and a winding mountain road snaked upward, disappearing into the woods at the mountain's midsection. Near the summit, the outlines of ornate buildings with flying eaves and bracketed roofs could indeed be glimpsed among the green trees. The navigation prompted a right turn onto the access road for ascending the mountain. The traffic at the intersection was heavier than anticipated, as Lin Han had mentioned. Many were indeed heading to Miaofeng Mountain. Private vehicles, tour buses, and even a few electric scooters contributed to the lively atmosphere. There are quite a few people, Zhou Ying noted, signaling to merge into the flow of traffic. Indeed, after all, it is the weekend, and with the lunar calendar nearing the first day of June, the goddess temple is bound to attract more visitors, Lin Han explained. The mountain road was well maintained, albeit with many curves. Nevertheless, Zhou Ying drove steadily, her speed perfectly controlled, gliding through the bends without any sense of jostling. With the window partially down, the crisp mountain air flowed in, carrying the faint bitterness of pine and the delicate fragrance of unknown wildflowers. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the midway parking area, where only sightseeing vehicles were permitted beyond this point. The parking lot was not particularly large, and most spaces were already occupied. Fortunately, they encountered a departing vehicle that vacated a spot just as they arrived, sparing them the effort and time of searching. There were even more visitors at Miaofeng Mountain than they had anticipated. The air was infused not only with the freshness of the mountain woods, but also mingled with the enticing aromas of grilled sausages and boiled corn from the food stalls, alongside the noise of the bustling crowd. After stepping out of the car, Zhou Ying glanced at the throngs of people, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. Lin Han, feeling a bit embarrassed, ventured, "Senior, do you think there are too many people? Perhaps we could just stroll around the base or head back." When she proposed this outing, she had envisioned a peaceful walk through the serene mountain forest, forgetting that the goddess temple held a certain local fame, and combined with the weekend, it was only natural for the crowds to gather. Lin Han felt a pang of anxiety. Zhou Ying had always preferred tranquility, and while she appreciated lively gatherings, it was typically among friends and family rather than the clamorous throng now surrounding them. Upon hearing Lin Han's suggestion, Zhou Ying turned her gaze toward her. Lin Han was dressed in a water blue sundress, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail. As she had exited the car, a strand of hair had slipped from her forehead, accentuating her fair cheeks and the hint of uncertainty and inquiry in her eyes. Zhou Ying's gaze softened slightly, her furrowed brow relaxing. "It's all right," she smiled. "Since we're here, let us go up and have a look." It said the scenery is splendid, after all. Chapter 40. Ambling through the mountains and capturing photos at the summit. Noticing that Zhou Ying had no objections, Lin Han pointed toward a nearby crowd. "Let us go. The ticket booth and the sightseeing bus boarding area should be just ahead." A not overly long queue formed at the ticket window. Adjacent to the waiting area for the sightseeing buses were several green buses adorned with the Scenic Area logo where disembarking and boarding passengers. "Shall we take the bus or walk up?" Lin Han inquired, leaving the decision to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's gaze fell upon the winding stone steps leading upward, nearly devoid of people, and then glanced at the crowded bus waiting area filled with patrons. She spoke softly, "Let us walk up. I want to see the scenery along the way." Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, as she had assumed Zhou Ying would opt for the more time-efficient and effortless bus, especially since she had just completed a demanding assessment and ought to be fatigued. Yet this choice was distinctly in character for Zhou Ying, disinclined to follow the crowd. She favored a peaceful and unhurried experience. "All right, Lin Han smiled, directing her attention to the nearby ticket counter. Then I'll go buy the tickets. After procuring the tickets, the two embarked on the stone steps leading to the summit. The steps were wide, flanked by ancient trees whose dense canopies nearly obscured the afternoon sun. The air was cool and moist, with only a few scattered pilgrims sharing their path, making this place feel like a different realm compared to the clamor below and at the waiting area. Zhou Ying's pace was leisurely. She occasionally tilted her head slightly back, her gaze gliding over the sturdy trunks and lush foliage, her expression unusually relaxed. Lin Han walked half a step beside her, carefully watching her footing on the steps. I haven't tried walking up Miaofeng Mountain before. However, walking does seem quite pleasant. The views are significantly better, and I can catch sights missed by those taking the bus. Yet, after 10 minutes of climbing, Lin Han found herself slightly breathless. Are you tired? Zhou Ying inquired, her breathing remaining steady. Not at all. Lin Han shook her head, unwilling to appear weak. I'm quite fit. Zhou Ying glanced at her and slowed her pace. No rush. Let us take it slow. The mountain path became steeper and the stone steps narrowed. Lin Han's breathing unconsciously quickened, beads of sweat forming at her forehead. Shall we take a break? Zhou Ying paused, retrieving a pack of tissues from her small bag and offering a sheet to Lin Han. Thank you. Lin Han accepted it, wiping her brow. Senior, your stamina is truly impressive. Zhou Ying's lips curved slightly. I often have to move about in the hospital. I've grown accustomed to it. As she spoke, she naturally extended her hand. Let me carry your bag. Lin Han was carrying a small canvas bag filled with water, her phone, and some miscellaneous items. It wasn't particularly heavy. However, seeing Zhou Ying's outstretched hand, she hesitated before passing the bag over. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. Zhou Ying slung the bag over her shoulder and turned to continue their ascent. After a few more minutes, a pavilion appeared ahead, and Zhou Ying was the first to approach it. Let us rest here for a while. Lin Han took the small bag from Zhou Ying and pulled out a bottle of water, twisting it open and handing it to Zhou Ying. Senior, have some water. Zhou Ying accepted it with a word of thanks, tilting her head back to take a few sips. Her graceful neck formed an elegant line as she swallowed, a few strands of hair sticking to her slightly damp neck. Lin Han caught a glimpse and quickly averted her gaze, taking a small sip from her own water bottle. Do you rarely exercise? Zhou Ying inquired, capping her water bottle. Lin Han reflected for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied. Not really. I only jog during university PE classes. Since my internship, it's been even less. Not just Lin Han, but in her previous life as Lin Han Sure. She had also engaged in minimal physical activity. It's important to exercise regularly. It benefits both the body and the mind. Yes, I'll remember that, Dr. Zhou. Lin Han replied half-jokingly. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey. The latter half of the path became noticeably steeper, causing Lin Han's breath to quicken and her pace to slow. Zhou Ying once again reduced her speed, walking alongside her. At a slightly steep end, Lin Han stepped on a loose stone, causing her to wobble slightly. Be careful. Zhou Ying swiftly reached out and firmly steadied her arm. Lin Han exhaled in relief and quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior. Take it easy, Zhou Ying replied, not immediately releasing her grip, but instead supporting her for a few more steps until the terrain leveled out before naturally withdrawing her hand. After traversing a bit further, the trees ahead began to thin, revealing a broad platform and a cluster of buildings with elegant eaves. We've arrived. Lin Han exclaimed softly, quickening her pace. Upon ascending the final few steps, they reached the entrance plaza of the goddess temple. The plaza was paved with bluish stone slabs, adorned with incense burners, and enveloped in wisps of fragrant smoke. The temple structures, built against the mountainside, featured red walls and gray tiles, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters. While not grand in scale, they exuded a solemn and ancient charm. Near the edge of the cliff, there was a viewing platform offering a sweeping vista of the county town below. The scenery is delightful, Zhou Ying remarked, gazing down at the landscape. From this vantage point, the entire town was laid out before them, with scattered buildings, winding rivers, and distant fields and roads, all appearing tranquil and serene under the afternoon sun. Yes, when I was a child, I would come here to look at my home, Lin Han said with a smile, pointing to a distant spot below. Zhou Ying turned to her, curiosity evident in her eyes. Did you come here often as a child? Yes, I would come in spring for outings. In summer to escape the heat, in autumn to see the red leaves, but in winter it was too cold, so I came less often. Each time I visited, I would pester my parents to buy me candied hawthorn or roasted sweet potatoes at the foot of the mountain, Lin Han reminisced, finding that this part of her experience mirrored her predecessors. That sounds like a joyful time, Zhou Ying said softly. A sudden impulse struck Lin Han as she took out her phone. Senior, could you stand here? I want to take a few pictures of you. Zhou Ying smiled gently, but shook her head. I don't particularly enjoy having my photo taken. How about I take a picture of you instead? I don't like having my picture taken either, Lin Han replied, shaking her head. However, she meant her feelings, not those of her predecessor, as her phone still contained quite a number of her own photos. Why don't we take a few together, just to document the moment? Lin Han suggested after a moment's thought. All right, Zhou Ying acquiesced this time, merely smoothing her hair, which had been tousled by the mountain breeze. Lin Han felt a surge of joy and quickly scanned the surroundings for a reliable-looking passerby to assist. Fortunately, a photographer with a DSLR camera was nearby. Setting up a shot, Lin Han summoned her courage and approached. Excuse me, could you do me a favor and take a few pictures of my friend and me? The photographer readily agreed, accepting Lin Han's phone with a smile as he turned to the two standing side by side. Great. Ladies, please move a little closer. What a beautiful backdrop. Yes, just like that, be natural. The young lady in the white shirt, could you smile for me? At his prompting, Zhou Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile, a delicate expression blooming on her face. Lin Han turned to look at her and was inadvertently drawn into her rare smile, breaking into a grin herself. Perfect. Now look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. The photographer skillfully pressed the shutter, directing them to change positions and poses a couple of times, capturing several shots. Thank you, Lin Han exclaimed as she took her phone back, expressing her gratitude. You're welcome. You two are quite photogenic, the photographer replied with a wave. Resuming his own shoot, Lin Han eagerly opened her photo album. The pictures turned out remarkably well, with perfect framing and lighting. She and Zhou Ying stood by a grayish-blue stone railing, with the expansive mountain view and layered rooftops behind them. Her own smile appeared bright and carefree, while Zhou Ying's image caught Lin Han's attention. In the photo, though her smile remained faint, her eyes and brows were relaxed, embodying a state of tranquility that Lin Han rarely witnessed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing upon her hair and shoulders, enveloping her in a soft halo. These turned out beautifully, Lin Han remarked, turning her phone screen toward Zhou Ying, genuinely praising her, though her gaze lingered more on Zhou Ying's image. Zhou Ying glanced down at the photo, her eyes resting on it for a few seconds before she softly responded, "They all look good." Her gaze drifted towards the temple complex, shrouded in fragrant smoke. Shall we go inside and take a look? Yes, let's. Lin Han quickly tucked her phone away and followed in Zhou Ying's footsteps. Chapter 41. Praying for blessings and fortune, the two walked side by side through the plaza, heading towards the temple complex. The main hall was bustling with worshippers, yet the atmosphere remained orderly, filled with a rich aroma of sandalwood incense. They meandered along a side corridor, admiring the intricate carvings and paintings adorning the ancient architecture. Shall we first pay our respects to the statue of the goddess? Lin Han suggested, and I'd like to light some incense for my parents, praying for their safety. All right, Zhou Ying agreed. They approached the main hall, where the statue of the goddess was enshrined, a large incense burner billowing smoke in front of it. Many visitors gathered around the burner, offering incense before queuing to enter the main hall for their prayers. Let us also offer some incense, Lin Han said, leading Zhou Ying toward the burner. After waiting a moment, it was finally their turn. Lin Han purchased some incense, handing Zhou Ying 3 sticks while holding 3 herself. She lit them from the candlelight, mimicking the actions of those beside her, raising the incense to her forehead and bowing 3 times in reverence before placing the incense into the large burner. As the smoke swirled around them, she closed her eyes in silent prayer, wishing for her parents' health and safety. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Zhou Ying had also just placed her incense, her profile illuminated by the incense glow, exuding an air of tranquility. Lin Han pondered for a moment and then closed her eyes again, her lips moving silently as she whispered her thoughts. When she opened her eyes once more, curiosity piqued. She asked, "What did you wish for, Senior?" Zhou Ying glanced at her and shook her head. "If I tell you, it won't come true." Lin Han stuck out her tongue, refraining from pressing further. "Let us go inside and pay our respects to the goddess again. Perhaps repeating it will help her hear us." The two departed the incense burner and entered the hall. Inside, the statue of the goddess gazed benevolently upon the devotees. Several visitors knelt on cushions, softly reciting their wishes. Lin Han pulled Zhou Ying into a corner where there was an empty cushion, and they knelt side by side. As they did so, Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's body tense momentarily before quickly relaxing. With hands clasped together and eyes closed, she silently recited her earlier prayer again. After completing her wish, she opened her eyes and discreetly glanced at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying appeared earnest and focused, her lips moving slightly, as if she were silently articulating something. Lin Han's curiosity surged. What wish had Zhou Ying made? Was it regarding the person she admired, or perhaps concerning her future? This thought stirred a bittersweet feeling within Lin Han. When Zhou Ying finished her prayer and opened her eyes, their gazes met, both momentarily taken aback before hastily looking away. "Let us go," Zhou Ying said first, standing up and exiting the main hall, sunlight pouring back over them. The temple was now more crowded than before, creating a sense of bustle. "Shall we check out the side hall?" Lin Han inquired. There is a side hall dedicated to the Medicine King, which is said to be especially effective for health. Besides the main hall, the goddess temple also housed side halls and several auxiliary halls, each venerating different deities. Given Zhou Ying's medical studies, she would likely be interested in the Medicine King. As expected, Zhou Ying nodded, all right. The side hall was smaller than the main hall and housed a statue of Sun Simiao, the Medicine King. Fewer people occupied this space, lending it a sense of serenity. Zhou Ying approached the statue, observing it quietly for a moment before, following the earlier example, she clasped her hands together and slightly bowed. Lin Han stood behind her, watching her slender and upright figure, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. Had it not been for the matter concerning her parents, would she have still chosen to pursue medicine? While Lin Han was lost in such musings, Zhou Ying had already turned around, her countenance regaining its serene composure. "All right," Lin Han said softly. "Shall we go out now?" The two stepped out from the side hall and strolled leisurely through the courtyard. Beneath an ancient tree stood a fortune-teller's stall and a place for drawing and interpreting divination sticks, surrounded by a crowd. "Shall we draw a fortune stick?" Lin Han gestured toward the divination area. Though not always accurate, it was quite intriguing. Zhou Ying glanced at the small container filled with sticks, hesitated briefly, then nodded. "Very well." They approached the fortune-telling stand, where an elderly man clad in simple monk-esque robes sat behind a small table. Before him rested a container of bamboo sticks, and beside it hung cloth banners bearing interpretations. Though the line moved slowly, it was orderly, and the pilgrims wore expressions of reverence or curiosity. Lin Han and Zhou Ying joined at the end of the queue, quietly advancing with the flow of people. The crisp chime of wind bells under the eaves accompanied their wait, lasting about 10 minutes before it was their turn. The old man lifted his eyes, calmly surveying Zhou Ying and Lin Han. His voice, aged yet clear, inquired, "Young ladies, what do you seek? Matters of love, career, health, or simply a glimpse of your fortune?" Lin Han hesitated slightly, glanced at Zhou Ying, who seemed disinclined to speak first, and then ventured, Her thoughts were on a new direction, following her resignation. The elder waved his hand to interrupt her, gently pushing the container toward her. "No need to speak it aloud. Quiet your mind, focus on your desire, and then shake." Taking a deep breath, she cupped the somewhat weighty container in her hands. Closing her eyes, she cleared her mind and contemplated her fledgling public account and future plans. Her wrist swayed lightly, causing the bamboo sticks within to clatter softly. With a soft plop, a dark crimson stick leapt from the container, landing on the deep velvet cloth covering the table. Lin Han opened her eyes, set down the container, and retrieved the slender bamboo stick. On one end, in fine black script, was inscribed 36 stick. The elder accepted it without immediate scrutiny and then turned to Zhou Ying. "You two came together, yes? Now it is your turn." Zhou Ying's gaze briefly met the old man's with a fleeting exchange before she nodded. "Yes." Without further inquiry, the elder pushed the container toward her. Zhou Ying's movement was more composed than Lin Han's, imbued with a certain solemnity akin to ritual. Her long fingers grasped the container, and rather than closing her eyes immediately, she regarded it silently for a moment before slowly lowering her eyelids. Her shaking was measured, and even the bamboo stick's collisions clearer and more melodious. After a moment, a stick slid out. Zhou Ying opened her eyes and picked up the stick, marked 27th stick. At last, the elder examined both sticks, his bushy white eyebrows twitching briefly before settling into calm. He produced a slip of paper inscribed with the text for the 36th stick and handed it to Lin Han. "Please read, young lady." Unfolding it, Lin Han softly recited, "36 stick moderate futuna." Grass and trees awaken in spring's embrace. Countless blessings arrive at your door. Yet patience must be your steadfast friend. For aid from noble souls shall come in time. The elder spoke slowly. "Your inquiry pertains to career, I presume? This stick suits you well." The imagery of spring's awakening symbolizes new beginnings, a fitting metaphor for bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. The blessings portend a promising future. Yet the key lies in patience. When fortune has not yet fully arrived, rashness is ill-advised. The turning point and assistance you seek will come in due course. Maintain steady efforts and await favorable tidings. This is a sign of steady progress toward improvement. Lin Han was startled, without her uttering a word. The venerable monk had discerned her concern. She bowed respectfully. "Thank you, master." The elder's gaze shifted to Zhou Ying, offering the slip bearing the 27th stick's text. His eyes seemed to harbor a hint of deeper meaning. Zhou Ying accepted and unfurled it. Lin Han glanced sideways, noting the inscription, 27th stick, auspicious. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree in wait of the right time. A hidden pearl shall find its destined place. Karma from past lives continues in this one. The red string of the matchmaker binds two souls. Lin Han's heart quickened once more. The words were unmistakably explicit, especially the references to past life karma and the matchmaker's red thread, clearly alluding to matters of love. Zhou Ying's fingers tightened slightly around the paper, her expression unreadable. Her eyes fixed upon the text with quiet intensity. The elder stroked his sparse beard and spoke deliberately. You seek love, young lady, and this is an exceptionally fortunate omen. The phoenix and parasol tree symbolize noble birds choosing the finest branches, a metaphor for worthy matches and harmonious unions. The hidden pearl, finding its place, suggests love once obscured or unfulfilled will ultimately be revealed and find its home. He paused, his gaze lingering on Zhou Ying's subtly shifting face, then continued. The last two lines are most profound. Karma from past lives continues in this one. Worldly bonds have causes and effects, with ties that transcend lifetimes, ensuring reunion to continue previous connections. The matchmaker's red string binding two branches is a clear symbol of destined love, inseparable and enduring. The elder's tone grew solemn, tinged with caution, though auspicious. The phoenix awaiting its tree implies patience, and the hidden pearl hints at times of obscurity. Excessive fixation may become an obstacle. If your heart holds any attachment, whether to person or matter, let nature take its course. Only when the water flows smoothly will the path open. Forcing or clinging too tightly risks turmoil. Remember this well. Zhou Ying's face regained its tranquility as she carefully folded the slip and tucked it into the inner pocket of her small bag. As if it were merely an ordinary scrap of paper. She inclined her head slightly toward the elder. Thank you for your guidance, master. The elder regarded her, then glanced at Lin Han, who was still absorbed in thought, and said no more, merely gesturing a polite invitation to move on. Having paid for the interpretation, the two turned away from the bustling divination spot. After walking several paces and leaving behind the clamorous crowd, they strolled along a mossy stone path leading deeper into the temple grounds. Lin Han's heart grew heavy with a bittersweet ache. The words of Zhou Ying's fortune lingering unshakably in her mind. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Lin Han glanced sideways at Zhou Ying and spoke softly. That fortune. Zhou Ying walked half a step ahead, avoiding Lin Han's gaze. Just a fortune, she replied. Commonplace in temples. No need to dwell on it too much. Chapter 42. Discover beneath the wishing tree. The atmosphere grew quieter as Lin Han escorted Zhou Ying to pay respects at the Wenchang Hall and the God of Wealth Hall, each time lighting incense sticks. Finally, they arrived at the temple's southmost vibrant square, centered around a colossal ancient banyan tree, spreading its canopy like a magnificent parasol, nearly enveloping the entire plaza. Countless red wishing plaques and ribbons hung from its branches, resembling clusters of crimson fruit. A gentle breeze stirred the tree's wooden plaques, producing a continuous, melodious clinking. Beneath the tree, a throng of people gathered, rivaling even the crowd at the fortune-telling stand in their enthusiasm. This was the temple's renowned wishing tree. A long table was set up nearby, staffed by temple attendants selling blank wishing plaques and pens. Many young people crowded around, earnestly inscribing their desires before laboriously tossing their plaques onto the high branches. Shall we write one? Lin Han asked softly, gazing at the fluttering crimson tokens. Zhou Ying also looked up at the plaques, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing Lin Han's question, she nodded. Yes. Just as Lin Han moved to purchase two plaques, her eyes suddenly fixed on a group selecting plaques on the opposite side of the tree. Chun Siyu, Zhang Yu, Wang Yu Ting. The three lingered uncertainly before the plaques, evidently having just arrived and not yet chosen. Why were they here as well? At the very moment Lin Han noticed them, Chun Siyu lifted her head, her gaze sweeping the area. Their eyes met. Chun Siyu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape as if she had seen a ghost. Her gaze locked on Lin Han, then slowly shifted to Zhou Ying beside her, her pupils dilating anew. Lin Han, Chun Siyu exclaimed, her voice altering in pitch. At her shout, Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting, who were nearby, turned their gazes in her direction. Upon recognizing Lin Han and the remarkably poised girl beside her, their expressions mirrored Chun Siyu's shock, disbelief, and incredulity. The trio's eyes darted back and forth between Lin Han and Zhou Ying, their faces a canvas of varied emotions. Lin Han felt her cheeks begin to flush. Yet, she quickly reminded herself of her identity in this life. This was merely a casual outing between two female friends, and there was no need to concern herself with the opinions of others. However, Did Zhou Ying share this sentiment? Lin Han turned to Zhou Ying, saying, Senior. I ran into some classmates. Before Lin Han could finish her sentence, Chan Siyu dashed over, her face a blend of astonishment and curiosity. Han Han, is that really you? And this is Senior Zhou Ying. Her voice rose with excitement, drawing the attention of several nearby tourists who were perplexed by the commotion. The other two roommates also gathered closer, their eyes fixated on Lin Han and Zhou Ying. Lin Han could sense everyone's gaze flitting between her and Zhou Ying, filled with intrigue. Indeed, the renowned ice queen of Haizu University, Zhou Ying, alongside a demure junior from the College of Arts, appearing together at the distant Nanyang Temple in the county seemed an unusual pairing. Of course, the peculiarity lay in the fact that neither of them were particularly social butterflies, and yet here they were, unexpectedly united. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han forced herself to regain her composure. She glanced at Zhou Ying, noting her lack of reaction, and then stepped aside slightly, steadying her voice to introduce them. This is Senior Zhou Ying. We're quite good friends. Today, my mother invited her over for a meal, and since she had the time, I brought her here to offer our wishes. As Lin Han explained, she also introduced her roommates to Zhou Ying, then looked at Chun Siyu with a calm expression, inquiring, what brings you here? Chun Siyu's suspicious gaze darted between them, landing predominantly on Zhou Ying's face. Zhou Ying nodded slightly toward Chun Siyu and the others. Hello, we're indeed good friends. Perhaps it was merely their imagination, but they felt as though Zhou Ying had lingered on the word friends. As Senior, hello. Chun Siyu responded almost reflexively, her tone tinged with the awkwardness of encountering someone famous. Zhang Yu and Wang Yiting also greeted her with a hint of timidity. After the initial surprise, Chun Siyu explained, we only decided this morning. We came here to take advantage of the weekend and seek a smooth transition to permanent positions, hoping for good fortune. But Han Han, you mentioned going home, so I thought you would be with your parents and didn't want to bother you. I never expected to run into you here. By the way, Han Han, you and Senior Zhou are also here to write wishing plaques, right? Perfect, let's do it together. Lin Han glanced at Zhou Ying, silently asking for her opinion. Zhou Ying wore a gentle smile. Sure. The group then made their way to the table where wishing plaques were being sold. On display were two types of wishing plaques, heart-shaped red wooden boards and rectangular red silk ribbons, both accompanied by golden pens. Chun Siyu and the others quickly chose their plaques, predominantly opting for the rectangular ribbons, likely believing they could write more. Lin Han watched as Zhou Ying paused for a moment between the two styles, ultimately reaching for a heart-shaped red wooden plaque and a pen. Seeing this, Lin Han followed suit, grabbing her own heart-shaped plaque and pen. After making their purchases, they dispersed slightly, seeking places to write their wishes. Chun Siyu, Zhang Yu, and Wang Yiting huddled together, backs turned to the others, whispering excitedly as the tips of their pens danced swiftly across the ribbons, writing mostly wishes for smooth work transitions and favorable recognition from their bosses. Lin Han held her wooden plaque and pen, feeling a moment of hesitation. What should she write? A wish for her public account success? A hope for smooth new life? Or, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, clutching her heart-shaped plaque, had retreated to a quieter corner, her back to the group. She slightly bowed her head, her long hair cascading over her shoulder, obscuring her profile and expression. Holding her pen poised above the wooden plaque, she lingered in silence. What might Zhou Ying wish for? Perhaps something about the person she liked? The thought stirred a slight unease in Lin Han's chest. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on the wooden plaque in her hand. Finally, with a deep breath, she wrote swiftly, May my parents be in good health. May my path ahead be smooth, and may the person beside me have their wishes granted. The pen paused after the last wish, ultimately refraining from specifying a name, instead opting for the ambiguous reference of the person beside me. Having finished, she gently blew on the still wet ink, flipping the plaque over to rest in her palm. At that moment, Zhou Ying seemed to have completed her writing as well. She turned around, her plaque also held against her palm, concealing its contents. All done. Lin Han softly inquiring. Yes, Zhou Ying replied, her gaze settling on Lin Han's plaque. What about you? I'm done too, Lin Han nodded. Neither showed any intention of revealing the contents of their plaques. Meanwhile, Chun Siyu and the others had finished their writing and were eagerly discussing how to throw their ribbons onto higher branches. Let's go, it's time to hang the plaques. Chun Siyu called out, leading the way to the grand banyan tree. Lin Han and Zhou Ying followed suit. Beneath the tree, it was a lively scene. With heads tilted back, figures energetically tossing their wishing plaques into the air, accompanied by the crisp sounds of wooden plaques colliding and the light exclamations of excitement or disappointment. Watch this. Chun Siyu took a couple of steps back, sprinting forward to fling her rectangular ribbon high into the air. The ribbon traced a graceful arc, landing on a branch at a moderate height, swaying slightly. Well done, see you. It's my turn now. After a few attempts, Zhang Yu and Wang Yiting also succeeded in hanging their ribbons. When it was Lin Han and Zhou Ying's turn, the attention of the group subtly converged upon them once more. Chapter 43. Tossing the wishing plaques, Lin Han grasped the smooth, heart-shaped wooden plaque. Lifting her gaze to the lush canopy above, inhaling deeply, she steadied herself, aiming for a mid-height branch that appeared somewhat vacant, and with a vigorous thrust of her arm, she released the plaque. It spun in the air, the red heart tracing a low arc in the sunlight, but as it approached the target branch, its momentum waned significantly. With a soft thud, the plaque struck the sturdy trunk, the hanging cord failing to catch, and it promptly bounced back, landing at her feet. Oh no, so close. Chen Xiu lamented nearby. My aim was off. Lin Han felt her cheeks warm, quickly bending down to retrieve the plaque, anxious to shield her written wishes from view. Gaining her composure, she stepped back a few paces, this time taking a short run up and exerting more force to send the plaque soaring into the air. The plaque ascended higher, its trajectory straighter, and just as it seemed poised to brush against the target branch, a slight miscalculation in angle caused its edge to narrowly miss, bypassing the branch entirely, and it fell helplessly to the ground with a muted thud. Don't worry, Han, keep trying. We tossed ours several times too. Zhang Yu reassured from his side. Lin Han bit her lip, feeling a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Being clumsy in front of Zhou Ying was somewhat embarrassing. Seeing her struggle, the ever-kind Chen Xiu approached a few steps closer. Han, is your luck and aim off today? It looks like you're having quite the struggle. Would you like me to give it a try? I'm fairly strong. Maybe I could get it up there in one go. With that, she naturally reached out to take the heart-shaped wooden plaque from Lin Han's hand. Lin Han gazed at the plaque, which seemed to mock her, hesitating. Allowing her roommate to help didn't seem so bad after all. It was certainly better than repeatedly failing to throw it. She sighed softly, nodded, and handed over the wooden plaque, simultaneously admonishing, "You mustn't peek at what I've written. Rest assured." Just as Chen Xiu was about to take the plaque, a long, fair hand gently descended upon Lin Han's hand that clutched the plaque. Lin Han froze momentarily, raising her gaze to find Zhou Ying standing beside her, having approached unbeknownst to her. "Let me have it," Zhou Ying said softly. "Don't worry, I won't sneak a glance." Instinctively, Lin Han released her grip, allowing Zhou Ying to take the heart-shaped red wooden plaque into her possession. True to her word, Zhou Ying did not lower her gaze to see what was inscribed on the plaque. Instead, she casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear with her other hand. Then, Zhou Ying slightly tilted her head back, her eyes precisely locking onto a particular branch deep within the canopy of the ancient banyan tree, a branch that appeared remarkably sparse and was positioned quite high. Bathed in the light filtering through the leaves, this branch bore only a few scattered plaques, which swayed gently in the wind as if awaiting something. Standing still, she flicked her wrist with apparent ease, yet the motion was imbued with a subtle strength. The red heart-shaped plaque slipped from her fingers, transforming into a graceful arc of crimson, soaring over countless wish plaques below and weaving through the interlaced branches. Its trajectory flawlessly circumventing all obstacles until it hung at the tip of the targeted high branch. The red string entwined around the branch several times, securing it firmly. It turned gently in the breeze high above, reflecting glimmers of sunlight, standing out vividly amidst a sea of red. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence. Wow, what accuracy! Wang Yiting couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Chen Xiu opened her mouth in surprise, while she, too, had succeeded on her first attempt. She was primarily relying on luck, whereas Zhou Ying seemed utterly composed and adept. Lin Han, too, gazed upward, entranced by the wish plaque hanging high above. "Thank you, senior." Lin Han expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome," Zhou Ying replied. "What about yours, senior?" Lin Han couldn't resist inquiring, her eyes drawn to the plaque that Zhou Ying had been holding in her palm. It seemed that Zhou Ying only then remembered the plaque in her hand. She glanced down briefly, absent-mindedly stroking the smooth back of the plaque with her fingertips before raising her head once more to look at the same branch where she had just hung Lin Han's plaque. Taking a step forward, she raised her hand to throw again. Another red arc flew through the air, and Zhou Ying's heart-shaped plaque landed steadily beside Lin Han's. The two red strings occasionally intertwined in the wind, causing the heart-shaped red plaques to sway gently on the same branch, at times drawing close, at times drifting apart. As if engaged in a silent conversation, they shared the same branch, enduring the same wind and sunlight. Wow! Chen Xiu and the others couldn't help but whisper in awe. The precision and control were nothing short of remarkable. Even several tourists nearby, who had been attempting their own throws, couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying quietly observed the two red points standing side by side on the same branch before retracting her gaze and stating, "All right." Watching the two plaques gently bump against each other in the wind, Chen Xiu couldn't resist exclaiming, "Senior Zhou, your accuracy is astonishing. Have you practiced?" "Not precisely practiced. It merely requires the right amount of force and precision, qualities we medical students are not lacking," Zhou Ying elucidated. The group nodded in understanding, their gazes toward Zhou Ying now tinged with admiration. At this moment, Chen Xiu seemed to recall something and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Senior Zhou, there was a post on the campus forum about you escorting a junior back to the dormitory. Could it have been Lin Han?" "Campus forum?" Zhou Ying nodded, her expression calm as she replied, "I haven't seen the campus forum, but I did indeed escort Lin Han back to her dorm a week ago." Chen Xiu's eyes widened in realization as she turned to Lin Han, playfully scolding, "Oh, Han Han, how would you keep this from me? I was there guessing." "Well, I wasn't feeling well at the time, so I didn't mention it to avoid your endless questioning," Lin Han replied, clearing her throat as she attempted to redirect the conversation. "By the way, did you just arrive? I didn't see you earlier." Chen Xiu rolled her eyes but did not press further, nodding in response, "Yeah, we just climbed up not long ago. We came to hang the wish plaques as our first stop. What about you? Have you finished exploring?" "Almost. We've been to the main hall and the side halls, and even drew a fortune," Lin Han mentioned, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Zhou Ying. "You drew a fortune? Was it accurate?" Wang Yiting inquired, her interest piqued. "It's just for psychological comfort," Lin Han replied vaguely, not wishing to delve deeper. Zhang Yu glanced at the time, somewhat regretfully speaking up, "But we might not be able to stay long. Yiting has a train back to the internship company at around 7. And I need to catch the bus at 7:30. It's getting late, and we still have to descend to the station, so time is tight." "Such a rush?" Lin Han was taken aback. "You finally came back, and you can't stay a bit longer?" "No choice, tomorrow is Monday, and I need to work," Wang Yiting shrugged. "Corporate life doesn't allow for a complete weekend." Chen Xiu immediately made a face, "Ah, so that leaves me all alone?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Han. "By the way, Han Han, I sent to your home nearby. I'm not going back today. It'll be so boring in the dorm with just me. How about I come over for dinner tonight? I'm craving your mom's cooking." She became increasingly animated, completely oblivious to Zhou Ying's slightly furrowed brow beside her. "And I could just sleep over at your place. We can squeeze together like we used to in the dorm. I'd love to chat with your mom. It's been ages since I last saw her." "No. Chapter 44 you can't." Zhou Ying's gaze fell on the arm that Chen Xiu had looped around Lin Han's, and she instinctively called out. Those two words unexpectedly resonated loudly in the somewhat noisy air, causing an immediate hush to fall around them. Chen Xiu's hand, which had been wrapped around Lin Han's arm, froze, her smile solidifying into a look of confusion as she turned to the source of the voice. Zhang Yu and Wang Yiting also stood dumbfounded, gazing at Zhou Ying in surprise. Lin Han's heart raced as she abruptly turned to look at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying stood there, seemingly startled by her own words. The slight tightening of her lips and the tension in her jaw revealed her inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she swept her gaze over Chen Xiu. "What I mean is, tomorrow is Monday, and you likely need to work, even if you leave early. Encountering the morning rush hour will make your schedule quite tight, and could potentially delay your work." Chen Xiu opened her mouth, the shock on her face gradually dissipating as she calculated the time. Indeed, it was a bit rushed, and she would likely be late. "It's fine. I could just take a leave tomorrow morning," she said nonchalantly. Zhou Ying hesitated, then glanced at the wish plaques hanging from the tree. "But didn't you come here to pray for a smooth transition to a permanent position? At such a crucial moment, taking leave might have some impact on that. Don't you think?" "All right, I hadn't considered that," Chen Xiu admitted somewhat sheepishly, loosening her grip on Lin Han's arm and patting her head, realizing she had been so focused on dinner and the excitement. "Well, never mind then. I'll obediently return to the dorm tonight." Lin Han felt a secret sigh of relief, inexplicably reluctant when she had heard Chen Xiu mention staying over. "All right, don't be downcast. There will be other opportunities. You all should hurry along. Don't waste time. We should also start descending." Chen Xiu expressed a regret. "Okay then. Senior Zhou. Han Han will head off first. We'll chat more when we're back at school. MHM, be careful on the way." Lin Han and Zhou Ying both nodded in agreement, watching her three roommates chatter as they walked toward the main hall, their figures disappearing into the bustling crowd. Lin Han finally exhaled in relief. "Shall we go as well?" Lin Han softly asked. "Yes," Zhou Ying replied, as they approached the massive wishing tree. Lin Han couldn't help but glance back. The two branches with red strings stood tall, yet the heart-shaped red plaques remained distinctly visible, gently swaying in the wind, occasionally brushing against each other, producing a faint, crisp sound. She could not discern what was inscribed above, nor did she wish to know. Some wishes, perhaps, ought not to be scrutinized. Zhou Ying's steps faltered slightly, her gaze lingering momentarily upon that elevated inscription before she withdrew her eyes and continued onward. The two women retraced their path along the cobbled stone pathway. After a while, Lin Han instinctively slowed her pace. "Are you tired?" Zhou Ying perceptively noticed, halting her stride to glance at her. Lin Han, a touch embarrassed, nodded. "My legs feel a bit sore." Zhou Ying's gaze lingered for a moment on her slightly flushed cheeks, then shifted to the fine beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. "Let's take the sightseeing bus down," she suggested kindly. "Wait for me here while I purchase the tickets." "Senior, you need tea." Lin Han instinctively attempted to refuse, but then hesitated. Compared to walking, she indeed preferred to take the bus at this moment. Observing her hesitation, Zhou Ying smiled gently, saying nothing further as she turned towards a nearby ticket booth for the sightseeing bus. Watching her upright figure, Lin Han felt a warmth swell within her and refrained from insisting otherwise. Before long, Zhou Ying returned with 2 tickets in hand. They arrived at the waiting area just as a sightseeing bus finished disembarking its passengers. The open green seats of the bus were shaded only by a canopy overhead. A number of middle-aged and elderly tourists were already seated, engaged in lively chatter. Zhou Ying chose 2 seats at the back, positioning Lin Han by the window while she took the outer seat. "Thank you, Senior," Lin Han said as she settled in, letting out a soft sigh. The seats were somewhat firm, yet simply being seated was a relief for her aching calves. The bus soon set off, gradually descending along the winding mountain road. The wind rushed against them, carrying the coolness of the mountains, dispersing the heat from their earlier ascent. Leaning back against the seat, Lin Han watched the scenery retreating outside the window, while Zhou Ying sat beside her, one hand casually resting on her knee, the other supporting the back of the front seat, her posture relaxed. The wind tousled her long hair, a few strands brushing against Lin Han's cheek, imparting a faint tickle and a delicate fragrance of shampoo. As the bus jolted slightly around a bend, Lin Han instinctively leaned towards Zhou Ying, their shoulders lightly colliding. She quickly straightened. "I'm sorry." "It's nothing," Zhou Ying replied, her voice somewhat ethereal in the breeze. She did not shift away. Rather, she withdrew her hand from the front seat's backrest, gently placing it beside Lin Han. This subtle gesture sent a thrill through Lin Han's heart, prompting her to steal a glance at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was gazing ahead, her profile bathed in the soft afternoon light, exuding an extraordinary gentleness. Her long lashes cast down, her expression serene, as if the earlier action had been entirely inadvertent. The bus continued its descent at a leisurely pace, allowing ample opportunity to appreciate the scenic vistas along the way. Suddenly, Lin Han felt that simply sitting alongside Zhou Ying on the sightseeing bus, feeling the mountain breeze and absorbing the sights in silence, was a delightful experience. It was a markedly different sensation from walking. "Are you still uncomfortable?" Zhou Ying asked softly. "I feel much better now." "Sitting is a relief," Lin Han replied, shaking her head, then added, "Thank you, Senior." Zhou Ying acknowledged her with a soft sound, lapsing into silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. The two disembarked, with Zhou Ying naturally leading the way, shielding Lin Han from the bustling crowd. Upon reaching her car, Zhou Ying unlocked it and opened the door to the passenger seat. "Please get in," Lin Han complied, fastening her seatbelt, only then feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her limbs. The soreness in her calves had not dissipated despite the brief respite on the bus. Zhou Ying started the car and turned on the air conditioning, the cool breeze dispelling the heat from their earlier exertion. She did not drive off immediately. Instead, she retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water from the back seat, twisted off the cap, and offered it to Lin Han. "Have some water." "Thank you, Senior," Lin Han said, accepting it and taking small sips. Zhou Ying also drank a few sips, capping the bottle and gazing out the window. Near the parking lot's exit, an elderly woman with graying hair tended a small roasting stand, the charcoal flickering. A few sweet potatoes were roasting on a wire grill, their skins splitting open, caramelized juices oozing out, while a tantalizing sweetness wafted through the air. "Wait for me here for a moment," Zhou Ying said, unbuckling her seatbelt and stepping out of the car. Lin Han watched, slightly bewildered, as Zhou Ying's tall figure walked directly toward the sweet potato stall. She observed as Zhou Ying bent slightly, conversing with the old woman, before retrieving her phone to make a payment and accepting 2 steaming sweet potatoes. Zhou Ying returned with the sweet potatoes in hand, opened the car door, and sat back down, presenting one to Lin Han. "Here, Lin Han." Taken aback by this unexpected treat, stammered, "Senior, what is this?" Zhou Ying peeled back a corner of the newspaper, wrapping her own sweet potato, revealing the steaming, sugary flesh, gently blowing on it before taking a small bite. The warmth and sweetness melted upon her lips, and she squinted slightly before turning to Lin Han. "Earlier, When we were on the mountain, you mentioned how, as a child, you always clamored for candied hawthorn or roasted sweet potatoes. Hearing you say, that made me a bit curious to try one too. By the way, she added, shaking the sweet potato in her hand, I brought one for you as well. After all that climbing, it's good to have a little something to eat. Thank you, Senior, Lin Han replied, her voice muffled as she carefully peeled away the crispy skin of her sweet potato and took a bite. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. So sweet. Zhou Ying, observing her expression akin to that of a contented kitten, allowed a smile to curve her lips and quickly took another bite of her sweet potato to mask her own expression. Once they finished the sweet potatoes, Zhou Ying gradually maneuvered the car out of the parking space, descending the winding mountain road. The journey back was marked by a comfortable silence. Perhaps they were both weary, or perhaps each was lost in their own thoughts. The car's audio system played soothing instrumental music, enhancing the tranquility within the vehicle. Lin Han leaned against the seat back, watching the rapidly receding mountain scenery, her thoughts drifting. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier, and her head unconsciously tilted toward the window, succumbing to gentle nudges until she finally relaxed completely, slipping into a light slumber. The car glided smoothly along the route back to the county town. Lin Han's lips were slightly pursed, her breathing even. The setting sun began its descent, casting an orange-red glow through the car window, enveloping her tranquil, sleeping visage in a warm halo. In her slumber, she appeared utterly defenseless, carrying a hint of childlike softness. Zhou Ying tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her gaze briefly flitting between the road ahead and Lin Han's sleeping face. 30 minutes later, the car crept into the parking lot of Lin Han's residential community. Zhou Ying parked the car and turned off the engine, but did not immediately rouse Lin Han. Instead, she sat quietly in the driver's seat for a moment, gazing at the sleeping girl beside her. The car was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning and Lin Han's steady breathing. Zhou Ying extended her hand, her fingertips hovering just before Lin Han's cheek, pausing in midair for a moment, before gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Lin Han, she softly called, her voice tender. We've arrived. Lin Han's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she drowsily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Zhou Ying's face, so close, accompanied by a gaze filled with complex emotions. For a moment, she felt disoriented, unable to distinguish the time of day. Senior, she murmured, her voice still laced with drowsiness. Chapter 45. Let us make dumplings together. Upon seeing Lin Han awake, Zhou Ying withdrew her hand, maintaining her usual demeanor. Yes, we've arrived. Did you sleep well? Lin Han sat up straight, rubbing her eyes. Did I fall asleep? I'm sorry. It's all right, Zhou Ying replied, unbuckling her seatbelt. Let us go upstairs. It's almost dark. The two ascended the stairs, and as they opened the door, an enticing aroma of flour and filling wafted through the air. You're back, Lin Han's mother called from the kitchen, her face dusted with flour. You're home. So early? We've just made the dough and prepared the filling. We're just starting to wrap the dumplings. The dining table in the living room was already set up with a large bowl of dough, 2 bowls of different fillings, a rolling pin, a cutting board, and some dry flour. Lin's father was seated at the table, clumsily attempting to mold a dumpling, its shape rather peculiar. Observing this, Zhou Ying chuckled and remarked, Perfect, I can assist with the dumpling making as well. As she spoke, she approached the dining table, washed her hands, dried them, and naturally took a seat beside Lin's father. Watching Zhou Ying's deft movements, Lin's mother's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Oh, Dr. Zhou, you can make dumplings too? Truly, you excel at everything. Just a little, Zhou Ying modestly replied, already reaching for a small piece of dough from the bowl, skillfully rolling it into a ball and flattening it before picking up a rolling pin. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she rolled out a perfect round wrapper in mere moments, her speed and precision far surpassing Lin's father's efforts. Wow, Dr. Zhou, your technique is evident. You must be quite the expert, Lin's mother exclaimed in admiration. Your skills are certainly superior to mine. I often helped at my uncle's place during holidays. Zhou Ying briefly explained, but I can't compare to Annie's expertise. Linus moder chocolate, directing haar gaze at Lin Han. Han. You should wash your hands and join us. What is the point of just standing there watching? Lin Han complied, washing her hands and sitting down. As she observed Zhou Ying's adept actions, she felt a quiet admiration. She watched Zhou Ying's hands, which would one day wield a surgical knife, now nimbly maneuvering the rolling pin, stirring an inexplicable sensation within her. Han, why are you in a daze? Get to it, Lin's mother urged. Snapping back to reality, Lin Han quickly grabbed a wrapper Zhou Ying had rolled, scooped some filling onto it, and began to pinch the edges. Compared to Zhou Ying, her movements appeared rather clumsy. resulting in a dumpling that was somewhat misshapen and bursting at the seams. "You've overstuffed it," Zhou Ying's gentle voice chimed in. Lin Han realized that Zhou Ying had already completed a dumpling, placing it beside hers. Zhou Ying's dumpling was plump and upright, with evenly spaced pleats resembling a golden ingot. "Dr. Zhou, your dumplings are beautiful, just like those sold in restaurants," Lin's father praised earnestly. "You flatter me, Uncle," Zhou Ying replied with a slight smile, taking another wrapper, adding filling, and then slowing her movements to demonstrate to Lin Han. "Pinch it like this," applying just a bit of pressure, pushing from the center to the sides. Her long, fair fingers moved nimbly, the tips slightly pressing down, revealing a faint pink hue. Lin Han mimicked her actions, cautious in her approach. "Yes, that's it." Zhou Ying nodded approvingly at Lin Han's progress. Lin Han glanced at the dumpling in her hands, which was noticeably better than her previous attempt, filling her with a small sense of accomplishment. Zhou Ying rolled out wrappers at an impressive pace, more than enough for the three of them. Occasionally, she would glance at Lin Han's dumpling making, offering a few pointers. Meanwhile, Lin's mother chatted with Zhou Ying as they worked. "Dr. Zhou, how is the scenery on the mountain? Is it crowded? Did you and Han hang up a wish card together? I've heard that the wishing tree there is quite effective. The scenery is lovely. And we did hang a wish card," Zhou Ying replied politely. "It was much busier than expected," Lin Han added. "Many people were there to offer incense and make wishes. Even my 3 roommates went." "Oh, they went too," Lin's mother expressed surprise. "Did you run into them?" "Yes. We bumped into each other by the wishing tree and chatted for a bit." "How serendipitous." Lin's mother chided playfully. "Why didn't you invite them over for a meal?" "Mom, they have work tomorrow," Lin Han replied helplessly, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Zhou Ying, just as Zhou Ying's eyes met hers. Both quickly averted their gazes, as if jolted by an electroshock. "Of course, work is important," Lin's mother nodded. "If it weren't for Dr. Zhou's day off tomorrow, and you having resigned, I would have dared to keep you both here." After a brief silence, Lin's mother shifted the topic back to Zhou Ying. "What did you wish for, Dr. Zhou? Success in your career?" Zhou Ying hesitated for a moment. "I wish for peace and smooth sailing." "Peace and smooth sailing is indeed preferable to anything else," Lin's father chimed in. "Our Han also wished for peace, didn't she?" "Yes," Lin Han mumbled in response, her mind drifting to the fortune slip Zhou Ying had drawn at the temple earlier that day. The phoenix perches on the parasol tree, awaiting the right moment. Past lives and destinies continue in this life. She stole a glance at Zhou Ying, who was slightly bowed, focused on rolling the dough. Was the person Zhou Ying like the one mentioned in the fortune? The content of the wish card must also be more than just a desire for peace. It likely pertained to someone Zhou Ying cherished, Lin Han thought, her heart tangled in confusion. Han, you've overstuffed the filling. It's going to burst." Lin's mother suddenly called out. "Is it leaking? Am I?" Lin Han responded instinctively, then looked down to see that her dumpling, overloaded with filling, was on the verge of bursting. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly removed some filling. "This child," claiming there's no leakage while being distracted by dumpling making. Lin's mother shook her head, chuckling. Zhou Ying glanced at Lin Han, silent yet seemingly amused. The 4 of them worked together, and soon the dumplings were ready. Lin's mother went to boil them, while Lin's father tidied up the table, and Zhou Ying took the initiative to help prepare the dipping sauce in the kitchen. "Dr. Zhou, you needn't trouble yourself. Please sit and relax," Lin's mother insisted. "I'm not tired, Annie," Zhou Ying replied, already grasping the vinegar bottle and sesame oil. Lin Han stood at the kitchen door, observing Zhou Ying's busy figure in her home kitchen, suddenly wishing that time could freeze in this moment. Once the dumplings were cooked and brought to the table, they were steaming and plump. "Dr. Zhou, eat more. Try this 3-flavor filling. And this pork and cabbage is also quite good." Lin's mother kept serving Zhou Ying dumplings. "Auntie, I can manage myself," Zhou Ying said, her bowl quickly accumulating a small mountain of dumplings. Watching this unfold, Lin Han felt the earlier gloom dissipate, unable to resist a smile. "Mom, let the senior serve herself." "All right, Dr. Zhou, you help yourself. Take whatever you like," Lin's mother laughed. Then turned to Lin Han. Han, you should serve Dr. Zhou some too. Don't just stand there." Lin Han's cheeks warmed as she placed one of her own dumplings in Zhou Ying's bowl. "Senior, please try the one I made." Zhou Ying met her gaze and nodded. "Okay." She picked up the dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and took a bite. Lin Han watched her anxiously. "Delicious," Zhou Ying said softly after swallowing. Lin Han let out a sigh of relief, a sweet sensation blooming within her heart. After the meal, Zhou Ying offered to help clean up, but Lin's mother firmly insisted she rest. "Dr. Zhou, you've been driving and hiking all day. You must be exhausted. Go watch some television and chat." Chapter 46. Letting Zhou Ying touch her leg, Lin Han and Zhou Ying sat on the sofa. The lively variety show playing on the television, yet neither paid it any mind. Lin Han reclined on the couch, acutely aware of a soreness in her calves. She instinctively began to rub her legs. Her legs? Zhou Ying noticed her movements. Just a bit, Lin Han admitted honestly, I haven't exercised in a while. Even my shoulders and neck are somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Ying paused for a moment before rising. Wait here. She walked to her bag and retrieved a small bottle. What is that? Lin Han inquired curiously. A muscle relief ointment, Zhou Ying replied, returning to the sofa and unscrewing the cap. I often use it at the hospital after walking around. Would you like to give it a try? Lin Han hesitated, glancing at the ointment and then at Zhou Ying's earnest expression, instinctively declining. No, it's fine. I could just rest a bit. This works wonders, Zhou Ying insisted. Just apply it and massage a little. You'll feel much better tomorrow. As she spoke, she squeezed some ointment on her hand, releasing a refreshing minty aroma. Lin Han watched Zhou Ying's fingers coated with ointment, her cheeks slightly flushing. Was she really going to let Zhou Ying apply the ointment for her in the living room? Though her parents were in the kitchen, they could emerge at any moment. Senior, I can do it myself, Lin Han said, reaching for the ointment. However, Zhou Ying gently blocked her hand. You want to be able to reach your neck and calves on your own. At that moment, Lin's mother seemed to hear a sound. Emerging from the kitchen, upon witnessing the scene, she promptly declared, Dr. Zhou is right. Han, do not overexert yourself. Allow Dr. Zhou to assist you. After all, she is a professional. Lin Han's face flushed even deeper. Dr. Zhou, I apologize for the trouble, she said. With a smile, Lin's mother turned back to the kitchen, leaving only the two of them in the living room. Zhou Ying glanced at Lin Han's crimson cheeks and lowered her voice, turn around. I shall first apply the ointment to your neck. Lin Han bit her lip, but ultimately turned her back. She felt Zhou Ying's cool fingers coated with the balm gently press against her nape. It may be a bit chilly, Zhou Ying murmured before beginning to massage with her fingertips, slowly and evenly. The ointment was indeed quite cool, yet Zhou Ying's fingers soon melted it, allowing it to seep into Lin Han's skin. Her technique was remarkably professional, applying just the right amount of pressure to the sore muscles, and the discomfort rapidly diminished. Lin Han involuntarily relaxed her body. Zhou Ying's fingers lingered at the nape for a moment before gradually moving down, delicately pressing along either side of the spine. Her touch was gentle, yet each application was precisely placed on the acupressure points, prompting Lin Han to emit a soft sigh of comfort. Zhou Ying paused momentarily, her voice whispering in Lin Han's ear, this area is quite tense. Be mindful of your posture when sitting. Lin Han replied indistinctly, feeling as though she could almost melt away. After finishing with her neck, Zhou Ying withdrew her hand. Please extend your legs. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, but eventually stretched her legs over the armrest of the sofa. Zhou Ying carefully rolled up her pant leg, revealing her fair calves. She warmed the ointment in her palm before applying it to Lin Han's lower leg. Ah! Lin Han gasped softly, as Zhou Ying's palm was warmer than she had anticipated, and the sensation was even more pleasurable than before. Bear with it, the heat will enhance the effect. Zhou Ying softly advised as she began to massage Lin Han's calf muscles with her warm, firm hands, gliding along the muscle fibers and occasionally applying pressure with her thumbs on the acupressure points. Lin Han bit her lip, striving to suppress any sounds. Yet her body betrayed her, relaxing completely. She could feel Zhou Ying's fingertips gliding over her skin, could smell the refreshing mint of the balm mingled with Zhou Ying's clean scent. The intimacy of the moment made her heart race. The living room was filled only with the clamor of the variety show on television and the soft sounds of their breathing. Lin Han kept her head down, unable to meet Zhou Ying's gaze. Yet the clarity of their breaths was strikingly apparent. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Zhou Ying came to a halt. All done. If you feel sore in the morning, you may apply it again. She withdrew her hand, capped the ointment, and rose to wash her hands. Thank you, Senior. Lin Han quickly replied, retracting her legs and lowering her pant leg, her cheeks still aflame. When Zhou Ying returned, Lin Han had composed herself, seated on the sofa watching television, though her gaze was noticeably unfocused. Zhou Ying sat beside her, and they continued watching in silence. After a while, Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing the two seated together on the sofa, she smiled and asked, All set? How does it feel? Much better, thank you. Senior, Lin Han replied promptly. That's wonderful to hear, Lin's mother said, wiping her hands and glancing at the time. It's getting late. You both must be tired. Rest early. Dr. Zhou, the room is prepared. Fresh towels and toothbrushes are ready. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Auntie, Zhou Ying replied politely. I'll go freshen up. You needn't wait for me. The two bathrooms won't interfere with each other, Lin's mother stated as she headed toward her room's bathroom. Senior, shall I show you what else is needed? Lin Han asked, leading Zhou Ying toward the bathroom. The towels and toothbrushes are all new, on the sink. The water heater is ready for use. Lin Han stood at the guest room door, gesturing toward the bathroom and then indicating her own room. Shall I fetch a set of pajamas for you? It might be a bit small. All right. Zhou Ying nodded, walking toward Lin Han's room. Lin Han opened her mouth, initially intending to retrieve the pajamas for Zhou Ying herself, but Zhou Ying went directly to her room. Never mind. Let her choose for herself, Lin Han thought. Hastening to open the door, the familiar room came into view. Though small, it was warmly and neatly arranged, with 2 pots of green pothos flourishing on the windowsill. A double bed was placed against the wall, adorned with light blue sheets. On the walls hung a few celebrity posters, and the desk held a lamp, books, trinkets, and some celebrity merchandise. Zhou Ying's gaze swept slowly across the room. Her shadowy eyes lingered on the celebrity posters for quite some time before settling on a somewhat worn rabbit plush toy on the desk. This was my favorite toy when I was a child, Lin Han noted, feeling slightly embarrassed that she had never brought herself to part with it. Zhou Ying gently touched the plush toy's fuzzy ears, her gaze then falling upon a photograph of Lin Han from high school on the desk. In the picture, the girl wore a school uniform, her hair in a ponytail, smiling radiantly at the camera. Lin Han followed her gaze, her face heating up once more. That was taken a long time ago. You were truly adorable, Zhou Ying remarked softly, pulling her gaze away. Where are the pajamas? Lin Han quickly walked to the wardrobe and opened the door. The pajamas are all in here. Senior, please pick whichever set you like. Chapter 47. The bed is wet. Most of the pajamas have been taken to the dormitory by Lin Han, leaving only 2 sets hanging in the wardrobe, both of which were nightgowns. One was a knee-length light gray cotton dress, and the other was a short light purple silk camisole. Lin Han's heart raced a little faster upon seeing the silk nightgown. It had been a gift from Chun Siyu on her birthday last year, and due to its somewhat revealing design, she had hardly worn it. Would Zhou Ying choose that one? Zhou Ying's eyes scanned the 2 sets of pajamas before finally resting on the light gray cotton knee-length dress. I'll take this one, she said, pulling out directly. All right. Lin Han nodded quickly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to see Zhou Ying in the light purple silk camisole. Then, Senior, you may go wash up first. After Zhou Ying entered the bathroom, Lin Han suddenly had a thought and froze. So now, is there only one nightgown left to choose from? She gazed at the solitary light purple silk camisole hanging in the wardrobe, momentarily lost in thought. Do I really want to wear this? The fabric was incredibly soft silk, with thin straps and a neckline adorned with exquisite lace, plunging lower than the nightgown Zhou Ying had worn. If she put it on, nearly half of her would be uncovered. The length of the nightgown barely reached mid-thigh, with a matching lace trim at the hem, exuding a subtle allure. As Lin Han's fingertips brushed against the cool silk, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She recalled the sensation of wearing Zhou Ying's light gray silk nightgown, the feeling of their bodies pressed together as they slept, and her cheeks flushed once more. Am I really going to wear this more revealing nightgown in front of Zhou Ying? However, if she didn't wear it, she had no other sleepwear left. Lin Han bit her lip and ultimately took down the light purple silk camisole. The silk glided over her fingers, sending a slight shiver down her spine. Lin Han was unaware of how long she had struggled with her decision, but by the time she had removed the nightgown, Zhou Ying had already finished washing up. Stepping out of the bathroom, wearing the light gray cotton nightgown, a towel wrapped around her damp hair, a few strands clinging to her fair neck and collarbone. The light gray nightgown was quite modest, with a round neckline, short sleeves, and knee length, covering her arms and calves almost entirely. Noticing Lin Han still standing in place, clutching the light purple silk gown, Zhou Ying's gaze lingered for a moment on the alluring shade of purple before she looked away. I'm done washing up. Where's the hairdryer? Over there, Lin Han replied. Lin Han pointed to the dressing table and said, I'll wash up too. Immediately after, she clutched her nightgown to her chest like a thief caught in the act and hurriedly walked towards the bathroom, her head bowed. Lin Han. Zhou Ying suddenly called out to her. Lin Han paused, rigidly turning around. Walk slowly. The bathroom floor is slippery. Got it. Thank you, Senior. Once inside, Lin Han leaned against the bathroom door, exhaling a long breath. The air still lingered with Zhou Ying's post-bath steam and that familiar, refreshing fragrance. She gazed at her own flushed cheeks in the mirror, then at the light purple nightgown she held in her arms, biting her lip. Forget it. I'll just wear it. After all, Zhou Ying is also a girl. What is there to be afraid of? She quickly stripped off her clothes and turned on the shower. The warm water cascaded over her body, accompanied by the scent of cherry blossoms and the foam gliding over her skin. She looked down at her body. After a week of time, this body now wholly belonged to her. She no longer felt the initial awkwardness and could face it with ease, except when in front of Zhou Ying. Lin Han swiftly washed her body and hair, dried herself off, and wrapped her hair in a towel, just like Zhou Ying had done, before slipping into the light purple nightgown. The delicate straps rested lightly on her shoulders, almost weightless. The V-neck design revealed a generous expanse of her skin, leaving the northern hemisphere nearly devoid of fabric. The hem of the dress was so short that it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, a chill creeping over her thighs. Standing before the mirror, she looked at her reflection, her cheeks flushing once more. This was too much. She tugged at the neckline, trying to cover the exposed skin, but to no avail. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han twisted the doorknob and stealthily slipped out, returning to her room and closing the door behind her. She sat down at the dressing table and picked up the hairdryer. The buzzing sound filled the quiet room as warm air brushed over her damp hair. Lin Han absent-mindedly combed through her hair when suddenly a knock echoed from the door. Lin Han? Zhou Ying's voice came through the door. Lin Han hurriedly switched off the hairdryer. Senior? The door isn't locked. Come in. Zhou Ying pushed the door open, her gaze landing on Lin Han. Lingering for a moment on the light purple silk nightgown, swallowing hard. Did you finish drying your hair? Zhou Ying walked into the room, casually closing the door behind her. Not yet. I just started. Lin Han nervously gripped the hairdryer. Is there something you need, Senior? Zhou Ying stepped behind her, their eyes meeting in the mirror. I didn't completely dry mine either. I see your hair is still wet. How about I help you dry it? And then you can help me? Lin Han's grip tightened slightly, the plastic of the hairdryer leaving faint impressions in her palm. That sounds good. She heard her voice come out somewhat hoarse. Zhou Ying smiled slightly, reaching out for the hairdryer. Sit still, she gently instructed, switching it on. The buzzing resumed, but this time, the warm wind and gentle touch came from behind. Zhou Ying's hands maneuvered through Lin Han's half-damp hair, her movements more adept than during their last encounter in Lin Han's apartment. She carefully teased the strands, ensuring the warm air enveloped every inch evenly. Lin Han sat stiffly, watching Zhou Ying's focused expression in the mirror. The straps of the silk nightgown occasionally slipped with Zhou Ying's movements, revealing more of her fair shoulders. Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's hand brush against her skin from time to time, sending a shiver down her spine. Don't move. Zhou Ying's voice was somewhat muffled by the noise of the hairdryer, but Lin Han heard her clearly. She straightened up, afraid to move again. She could feel Zhou Ying's fingers weaving through her hair, occasionally massaging her scalp, inducing a wave of comfort and tingling. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the sound of the hairdryer ceased. Lin Han slowly opened her eyes to see Zhou Ying deftly running her fingers through her now completely dry hair. All done. Zhou Ying turned off the hairdryer and looked at Lin Han in the mirror, softly saying, "Now it's your turn to help me." Lin Han's heart raced a little faster. She turned around, looking up at Zhou Ying. "Isn't your hair still damp?" "Yeah, I didn't dry completely. I only realized that after returning to my room." Lin Han stood up, inviting Zhou Ying to sit in the chair, presenting her back. Mimicking Zhou Ying's earlier actions, she cautiously began to comb through Zhou Ying's long hair. Initially awkward, she quickly found her rhythm. The warm air from the hairdryer gradually dried and fluffed Zhou Ying's hair, the fragrance wafting along with the heat. Lin Han's focus became entirely absorbed in her task, even forgetting her earlier nervousness. Drying a girl's hair was something she had only done for her mother in her past life. The sensation of doing so for a girl she admired was indescribably delightful. Lin Han couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ying's expression in the mirror. She noticed her lips pressed together, her gaze fixed somewhere in the mirror, her breath slightly quickening. Zhou Ying wouldn't be staring at the neckline, would she? As Lin Han dried her hair, the neckline of her nightgown slipped further down, nearly exposing all of her fair skin to the air. She felt a wave of discomfort and hastened her movements. Soon, Lin Han switched off the hairdryer. "Done," she said softly. Zhou Ying reached up to touch her now completely dry, smooth hair, nodding. "Thank you. You should get some rest. Good night." "Good night, Senior." Zhou Ying lingered for a moment, and seeing the puzzled look on Lin Han's face, which seemed tinged with disappointment, she turned and left Lin Han's room. Lying on her bed, Lin Han's thoughts were in disarray. Before long, the sounds of the door opening and closing repeatedly interrupted her musings. Was it Zhou Ying? What was she searching for? Just as she was about to get up to inquire, a knock sounded on her door again. "Senior? Come in," Lin Han called out. As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened a crack. Zhou Ying stood outside, hesitating to enter, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor. "What's wrong, Senior?" Lin Han asked, sitting up with concern. Zhou Ying bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I accidentally wet the bed in the guest room." Hearing Zhou Ying's words, Lin Han froze momentarily. "Wet the bed? How could that happen? I wanted to drink some water, but I accidentally knocked over the cup, and now the sheets and mattress are soaked." Before Lin Han could recover from her shock, a commotion from the guest room stirred Lin Han's mother awake. "What is going on? What happened?" Mrs. Lin hurriedly emerged from her room, spotting Zhou Ying standing at Lin Han's door, confusion evident on her face. Dr. Zhou, what is this? Zhou Ying turned around, her voice somewhat unnatural. Auntie, I'm sorry for disturbing you. I accidentally spilled a cup of water on the bed in the guest room. The sheets and mattress are all wet, so I probably can't sleep there tonight. Huh, the bed is wet. Mrs. Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Then she waved her hands dismissively. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Is everyone all right? You weren't burned, were you? It's just a cup of water. It's not a big deal. She quickly walked to the guest room door, peering inside. Under the light from the guest room, she indeed saw a dark patch of water stain in the middle of the sheets. Oh dear, it's quite soaked. This blanket is damp too. It would be uncomfortable to sleep on, and you might catch a cold. Mrs. Lin furrowed her brow before making a decision. So, Dr. Zhou, you'll have to squeeze in with Han tonight. She turned to Lin Han. Han, your bed is a double. It should be fine for 2 people, right? Besides, you've slept together before. Dr. Zhou is not a stranger. At the moment, her mother suggested squeezing in with Han. Lin Han's heart leaped up to her throat. She opened her mouth, feeling her cheeks and ears heat up rapidly, especially when meeting her mother's innocent gaze, leaving her utterly speechless. Lin Han's face flushed instantly. Mom, she instinctively wanted to object, yet found herself at a loss for a reasonable justification. Was she to simply state her unwillingness? That would be rather peculiar. What is the matter? Isn't your bed quite spacious? It can easily accommodate 2. Lin's mother shot her daughter a glare. Zhou Ying cast a quick glance at Lin Han before turning to Lin's mother. Auntie, there's no need for trouble. I can sleep on the sofa. I really shouldn't impose any further. Absolutely not. Lin's mother firmly rejected, her tone resolute. It was simply unreasonable to make a guest sleep on the sofa. The sofa is too narrow. It would be quite uncomfortable, and you'll wake up with aches and pains. Moreover, Dr. Zhou, aren't you driving back tomorrow? You need proper rest. You cannot refuse. Dr. Zhou is a guest. It's unacceptable to have her sleep on the sofa. Besides, she drove you back today and accompanied you hiking. She must rest well. As she spoke, she began to usher Zhou Ying toward Lin Han's room. It's settled. Han, please tidy up the bed. Dr. Zhou, do not feel shy. Consider this your home. A little squeeze will keep you warm, and you can chat a bit. Auntie, Zhou Ying seemed to want to say something more. But Lin's mother had already made the decision for them. Standing at the doorway of Lin Han's room, she instructed, all right, rest early. And don't chat too late. Han, take good care, Dr. Zhou. With that, she yawned, turned, and retreated to her own room, closing the door behind her. Looks like I will be imposing on you for one more night. Zhou Ying spoke first, her voice filled with apologies. It's fine. Lin Han heard her own voice barely above a whisper. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to lift her head and look at Zhou Ying. Come in, senior. She stepped aside, allowing Zhou Ying to enter, who then gently closed the door behind her. The soft click of the lock echoed in the room. Lin Han stood rigidly by the bed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. The pale skin at her neckline slightly rising and falling in response to her nervousness. Once again, she would share a bed with Zhou Ying. Moreover, it was in her own room, on the very bed she had slept in since childhood. Zhou Ying gazed at Lin Han's bed and softly inquired, which side should I sleep on? Any side is fine. Lin Han stuttered. Which side do you usually prefer? I'm fine with either. Which side do you usually sleep on? I sleep against the wall. Lin Han pointed toward the inner side. All right, then I'll take the outer side. Zhou Ying naturally made her decision, then turned to Lin Han. You go ahead and get in bed. I'll turn off the light. Lin Han nodded and almost clumsily climbed into bed, pulling the covers over herself. As the light dimmed, her other senses heightened in the darkness. She could hear Zhou Ying's quiet footsteps as she approached the bed, the soft sound of the mattress sinking as she lay down, and her own heartbeat. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's body warmth and smell the scent of shower gel mingled with body fragrance. Lin Han Zhou Ying's voice broke the silence as she settled in the dark. Lin Han replied immediately, her voice tense. Zhou Ying seemed to turn her head slightly in the dark, pausing as if choosing her words carefully. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's nothing. Lin Han answered softly, hesitating before slowly turning to face Zhou Ying. In the dim light, their eyes met. Lin Han, Zhou Ying spoke again. Why do I feel like you're particularly nervous every time we share a bed? Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, and she nearly averted her gaze, unable to maintain her stare at Zhou Ying. I thought you were nervous because it was your first time sleeping with someone else. But today I heard your roommate mention that you often sleep with her, right? What did Zhou Ying mean by that? Was she suspecting her sexual orientation, probing for answers? Not often. I've only slept over a few times. Lin Han blurted out a somewhat awkward response, then realized it sounded off and quickly added, it was because you got scared after watching a horror movie and sought me out to sleep together. I couldn't refuse. She paused, feeling it was still somewhat inappropriate to continue, and shifted to explain her nervousness. Well, sleeping with CU is different from sleeping with you, senior. I feel tense. And that's because of you. Am I frightening? Zhou Ying's eyes seemed to carry a hint of inquiry. Not frightening. Lin Han quickly shook her head. It's just that you seem so unattainable. I never imagined you would befriend someone as ordinary as me, let alone share a bed. Zhou Ying fell silent for a few seconds before gently saying, There's nothing unattainable about it. I'm just an ordinary person. Indeed, Lin Han nodded. I only began to realize that the aura and distance surrounding you aren't as significant after getting to know you. Is that so? Zhou Ying asked softly. But why do you still seem a bit nervous now? Chapter 49. You don't understand because you don't study medicine. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, Lin Han found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to conjure a new excuse. How should she respond? Should she admit that, deep down, she felt male? And sleeping beside a girl, especially one she liked, would naturally make her nervous? I don't know. Lin Han finally opted for ambiguity. Perhaps it's just that I'm not quite used to it. After a brief pause, she continued, or maybe it's because my familiarity with you, senior, is nowhere near as high as my familiarity with CU, which makes me nervous. There are certain jokes I could share with my 3 roommates, but I wouldn't dare share them with you. Zhou Ying's breath seemed to hitch for a moment. What kind of jokes? It's just an example. Zhou Ying nodded. Actually, you could completely try sharing them with me. I wouldn't mind. I mainly feel that after telling you a joke, you don't really react. Lin Han mused internally, though her face revealed a smile. I'll definitely try next time. The room fell silent once more. Just when Lin Han thought Zhou Ying had fallen asleep, she spoke again. Lin Han, how are your writings coming along? After Wang Xin rejected your submission last time, have you attempted to submit elsewhere? Quite well, Lin Han replied softly, her tone relaxing a little at the mention of her articles. But I haven't submitted anywhere else. I created a public account instead. Zhou Ying shifted slightly, turning toward Lin Han in the dark. A public account? What is it called? It's called Guanlin, just something I'm writing casually. I've only just started, so there's not much content. Lin Han paused to add, it's just getting off the ground, a bit of aimless fiddling. Guanlin. Zhou Ying murmured, that's a beautiful name. Jinya Yixun Gin, Guanlin es Vuyuan. Hearing those words, Lin Han's mouth fell slightly agape. Zhou Ying knew the origin of that name. She had always thought Zhou Ying's world revolved solely around medicine and academia. She couldn't help but ask, do you know that too? Lucia's preface to Wang Xin Yaolong? Zhou Ying replied, I occasionally read other books, not just medical ones. Lin Han exclaimed in surprise, you've even read Wang Xin Yaolong? I thought the world of medical students was solely filled with anatomical charts and case reports. Zhou Ying softly affirmed, medicine and literature both fundamentally explore humanity. They merely take different paths. Just as you study literature, if you have the time, it would benefit you to read some medical literature or familiarize yourself with basic medical knowledge. What you say makes sense, Lin Han nodded. I've also learned some medical knowledge, such as, when you're ill, you should rest more and drink plenty of warm water. In the darkness, Zhou Ying chuckled softly. I'm not referring to the drink more warm water meme. Lin Han hastily explained, and while it's about drinking more warm water, you shouldn't actually drink too much. Otherwise, it would place a burden on the kidneys. Lin Han's voice trailed off as she hesitated for a moment, her expression revealing clear confusion. Senior, the dumplings tonight were indeed a bit salty, although you didn't mention it. You drank quite a bit of water afterward to quench your thirst. As a medical student, you should know better than anyone that drinking a large amount of water shortly before sleep is not advisable. It not only affects sleep and increases nighttime awakenings, but also burdens the kidneys. Since you have already consumed quite a bit, why did you feel the need to pour yourself another large glass of water upon returning to the room, resulting in an unfortunate spill that drenched the entire bed? Zhou Ying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively murmuring, I didn't expect. Her voice was soft, yet Lin Han still caught the words. Did he expect what? Lin Han inquired. I meant to drink it when I wake up tomorrow morning, Zhou Ying explained, striving to maintain her composure. I didn't anticipate that the corner of the bed would be slightly protruding, and I overfilled the glass. I momentarily lost my grip and bumped into it. I apologize for the trouble caused to you and Andy. Listening to Zhou Ying's explanation, Lin Han nodded without a hint of suspicion. So that's how it is. The bed corner does indeed pose a slight issue. If you need anything next time, feel free to call for me. She paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, and added, but it's fine. You don't need to keep apologizing. Neither my parents nor I would blame you for it. Just don't mind my mother if she gets overly enthusiastic. No, Auntie is wonderful, Zhou Ying replied gently. I really like her. A serene silence enveloped the room once again. This time, Lin Han's tension seemed to have dissipated significantly. She lay on her side, maintaining a comfortable distance from Zhou Ying, acutely aware of her presence without feeling overwhelmed. Lin Han, Zhou Ying softly. I have a night shift tomorrow, so I will be leaving. Are you going back or staying here with Uncle and Auntie? Lin Han asked, surprised. I will leave in the morning, Zhou Ying replied. Lin Han fell into a moment of silence. Then I will go back as well. All right, actually. Lin Han couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled a bit more in the darkness. I quite like Uncle and Auntie. I wish I could stay a few more days if I had time. Then next time, Lin Han almost blurted out, when you have a holiday, let me know in advance, and you can come stay a few more days. Yes, I will, Zhou Ying responded with a smile. It was then that Lin Han felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that her previous words sounded as though she was eagerly arranging their next meeting. However, Zhou Ying's departure meant that they would return to their separate lives. Although they lived in the same city, Zhou Ying was about to officially begin her work at the hospital, which would undoubtedly make her busier. This thought cast a shadow over Lin Han's expression. What are you thinking about? Zhou Ying seemed to sense her silence. It's nothing, Lin Han shook her head. I was just wondering if you will be busier once you start working. Yes, it will certainly be busier at first, Zhou Ying paused. But there will still be time to rest. Oh, that's good. This sentiment remained unspoken in Lin Han's heart. With her mood easing, drowsiness quietly crept in, and the fatigue accumulated throughout the day enveloped her, making her eyelids grow heavy. Go to sleep. Zhou Ying noted, we walked quite a bit today. Your legs will be even sore tomorrow. Good night. Good night, senior. Just as Lin Han's consciousness began to fade, she suddenly felt Zhou Ying shift beside her. Then, a warm arm gently draped over her waist. Lin Han's body stiffened instantly, all drowsiness vanishing. Zhou Ying's arm did not exert pressure. It merely encircled her loosely, the palm just barely touching her waist through the thin, silk nightdress. The warmth of her body transmitted through the fabric, unmistakably evident. Lin Han. Zhou Ying's voice was close to her ear. I'm feeling a bit cold. Is this all right? Cold? Lin Han could sense the warmth emanating from Zhou Ying. It was distinctly warm, perhaps even warmer than her own body temperature. Moreover, it was early summer. Although the air conditioning was running, they were covered with a light blanket. But your temperature? The normal body temperature does not contradict my feeling cold. Zhou Ying's warm breath brushed against Lin Han's earlobe. Huh? Could it be that you're coming down with a fever? Senior, should I fetch a thermometer to check your temperature? Lin Han attempted to break free from Zhou Ying's embrace to retrieve a thermometer, but Zhou Ying's grip tightened around her. It's fine. I'm not feverish. But I'm a doctor. I would know if I had a fever. You don't study medicine, so you wouldn't understand. This is quite common. Just go to sleep. Chapter 50. Senior, what is the story behind your suitcase? Time flowed slowly in the darkness. After an indeterminate period, Lin Han's taut nerves finally relaxed under the weight of fatigue. Zhou Ying's embrace was surprisingly warm, instilling a sense of security within her. The memory of that night spent together in the apartment surfaced, and her body seemed to acclimate to this intimacy before her mind could fully comprehend it. Her breathing gradually became steady and elongated. Just as she was on the verge of slipping into slumber, Zhou Ying's arm around her waist seemed to tighten ever so slightly, as if it were a tender yet protective gesture. In her hazy state, Lin Han instinctively leaned back, drawing closer to that warm embrace. That night, Lin Han's sleep was not particularly deep. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, she could always feel the weight around her waist and the warmth behind her, occasionally brushing against Zhou Ying as she turned in her sleep. Yet, it seemed that Zhou Ying remained quite still, her arm always loosely encircling Lin Han, like a silent and gentle guardian. The following morning, the sun streamed through the window, warming Lin Han's face. She groggily opened her eyes, the first sensation being the heaviness around her waist. Zhou Ying's arm was still wrapped around her, and they lay face to face, so close that their noses almost touched. Zhou Ying appeared to still be asleep, her soft black hair spread across the pillow, with a few strands entwined in Lin Han's fingertips. Lin Han gazed at her quietly, momentarily forgetting to move. Opportunities to observe Zhou Ying from such a close distance were rare. In sleep, she shed all her aloofness and distance, revealing an unguarded purity. Almost fragile in its vulnerability, Lin Han's heart began to race erratically once more. She noticed that Zhou Ying's brow was slightly furrowed, as if she were troubled even in her dreams. Unable to resist, Lin Han reached out her hand, her fingertip gently grazing Zhou Ying's brow in an attempt to smooth away the crease. Just as her fingertip made contact with Zhou Ying's skin, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Lin Han's finger froze in midair, forgotten. Zhou Ying's eyes were initially clouded with sleep, but quickly became clear. She looked at Lin Han, who was so close, her gaze lingering on Lin Han's face for a few seconds before gradually dropping to the finger that still rested on her brow. Lin Han jerked her hand back as if burned, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. "Gee, good morning, senior," she stammered, hurriedly attempting to sit up, only to be momentarily hindered by Zhou Ying's arm still around her waist. Zhou Ying seemed to realize their position as well. Her arm hesitated slightly before reluctantly loosening its grip. "Good morning," she greeted in a slightly hoarse voice, sitting up and brushing through her slightly disheveled hair. Her ears tinged with a faint pink hue. I'm gonna freshen up first." Lin Han nearly leapt out of bed. Grabbing her prepared change of clothes and fleeing into the bathroom, she splashed her face with cold water, striving to regain her composure. When she emerged from the bathroom, Zhou Ying was already gone from the room. Lin Han walked into the living room to find Zhou Ying seated at the dining table, chatting with her mother. Zhou Ying had changed out of her clothes from the previous day, her hair neatly tied back into a low ponytail, and a gentle smile graced her face. Upon seeing Lin Han, she rose from her seat and headed into the bathroom to freshen up. "Han is alvuka. Come over for breakfast. I've already warmed it up for you," Lin Han's mother called out. The table was laid with congee, side dishes, and fried eggs, all steaming warmly. Lin Han sat down on a stool and glanced at the clock, surprised to see it was already 10 o'clock. "Mom, why are we still having breakfast at this hour?" "Well, it's a rare opportunity, so I'll let you young ones sleep in a bit. Once you start working, you won't have the luxury of sleeping in," Lin Han's mother remarked as she set the table, shooting her daughter a disapproving look. "And besides, how can you skip breakfast? There remains a considerable interval before lunch." "Very well." Zhou Ying soon emerged after finishing her morning ablutions. After breakfast, she stood up and said, "Annie, I should be heading back now. There are a few matters at the hospital this evening." "Leaving so soon?" Lin's mother expressed her reluctance. "Stay a little longer. Have lunch before you go?" "No, aren't you? I've already imposed enough," Zhou Ying gently declined. Lin's mother, recognizing that she could not persuade her to stay, reluctantly acquiesced and reminded Lin Han to see Zhou Ying down to the car. "Mom, I will definitely see her off. I need to head back as well." "You're going back too?" Lin's mother was momentarily taken aback, but did not insist on her staying. After all, it was time for her to seek new employment. Lin's mother accompanied the two to the ground floor, even stuffing Zhou Ying's car with numerous jars of homemade pickles and fruits, as if she wished to load the entire household into the vehicle. Zhou Ying patiently accepted each item, her face consistently adorned with a soft smile. "Dr. Zhou, please drive slowly." Lin's mother's eyes were slightly reddened, truly reluctant to part ways. "I will, Andy, don't worry." Zhou Ying turned to Lin Han. "Let us get in the car." Lin Han, observing Zhou Ying approach the driver's seat, suddenly spoke, "Senior, let me drive today." Zhou Ying's hand, poised to open the car door, halted in surprise as she turned to look at her. "You'll drive?" "Yes," Lin Han nodded. "You drove yesterday and then hiked. You must be exhausted. I know the route back." And she paused, lowering her voice. "I've held my driver's license for quite some time now. Although I haven't driven much, my skills are adequate. It's a perfect opportunity to practice, and you can rest beside me, senior." In her previous life as Lin Hanshi, Lin Han had been quite proficient behind the wheel. In this life, she had obtained her driver's license long ago, but had seldom had the chance to drive after her training. Zhou Ying regarded her earnest expression and the slight tightening of her lips due to nervousness, and after a few moments of silence, she finally nodded and handed over the car keys. "All right then. Thank you for your help." Lin Han took the car keys. Still warm from Zhou Ying's palm, her heart fluttering slightly, she opened the driver's door and settled into her seat, while Zhou Ying took her place in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Lin's mother couldn't help but express her concern. Han, since you got your license, I haven't seen you drive at all. Are you sure you can manage?" "Mom, don't worry. Just head back." Lin Han understood her mother's apprehension, but chose not to elaborate further. She pressed the accelerator and drove out of the parking space, heading towards the community entrance. In the initial minutes, Lin Han did indeed drive somewhat tensely. However, it wasn't long before the driving memories from her past life began to resurface, gradually syncing with her current body. Under her control, the car smoothly merged into the flow of traffic in the county, turning and accelerating with newfound ease. Zhou Ying leaned back against her seat, her gaze initially fixed on the road conditions, occasionally reminding Lin Han to slow down for a red light ahead or to be cautious of the heavy traffic on certain lanes. Yet gradually, she realized that Lin Han's driving skills surpassed her expectations, displaying none of the clumsiness of a novice. Her gaze unconsciously shifted from the road to Lin Han's profile. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, with her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, Lin Han revealed her smooth forehead and neck. Her expression, while driving, was focused, her lips slightly pursed, and her fingers, gripping the steering wheel, exuded an elegance that contrasted with her usual soft demeanor, a refreshing and poised aura. Zhou Ying's heartbeat quickened, her eyes seemingly glued to Lin Han, momentarily forgetting to look away. until Lin Han sensed her gaze and turned her head slightly, casting a questioning glance. Senior, is something wrong? Am I driving poorly? Not at all. Zhou Ying quickly averted her gaze back to the front, her ears warming as she quickly added, You're driving very well, quite steady. Of course. Lin Han smiled and nodded, suddenly noticing the suitcase placed in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Senior, what S with that suitcase? It seems like you brought it yesterday. But didn't he notice you had packed any clothes? Why last night, no. Zhou Ying interrupted Lin Han, keeping her gaze fixed on the road. Inside the suitcase are my regular medications and emergency supplies. I prefer to be prepared whenever I travel. Oh, no doubt, that is very much like you, Senior. Chapter 51. An invitation to cohabitate. The journey continued peacefully, and after more than an hour, the familiar outline of the city appeared ahead. Shall I drop you off at school? Lin Han inquired. Zhou Ying glanced at the time. It was already past noon. Let us go directly to my apartment, she paused. I'll prepare something simple for lunch. After we eat, you can head back to your dorm, or do you have plans for lunch? Having dinner alone with Zhou Ying. Lin Han did not hesitate. No plans. Then it's settled. I'll trouble you, Senior. It's no trouble at all. The car entered the community where Zhou Ying's apartment was located. After parking, they ascended to the upper floors. Once again stepping into this space, which was stark to the point of being cold, Lin Han felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. Perhaps it was due to the lingering memories they had shared here. Zhou Ying placed the items given by Lin's mother into the refrigerator, then removed her jacket, naturally rolling up her sleeves. What would you like to eat? Noodles? Or porridge? Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you make, Senior. Lin Han followed her into the kitchen. I'll help out. Then please wash some vegetables. Zhou Ying did not refuse, retrieving eggs and tomatoes from the fridge. How about tomato and egg noodles? Is that all right? Sound great. The kitchen was small, and the two found themselves somewhat cramped as they turned, yet neither seemed to mind. The sounds of running water, chopping vegetables, and igniting the stove intertwined, filling the space with a homely atmosphere. Zhou Ying's movements remained brisk as she heated the pan, poured in oil, scrambled the eggs, plated them, and then sautéed the tomatoes. Meanwhile, Lin Han washed the vegetables and set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles were presented on the small dining table. The noodles were soft, the broth rich, the eggs golden, and the vegetables vibrant green, visually appetizing. Give it a try. Zhou Ying offered chopsticks to Lin Han. Lin Han picked up a bite of noodles, blew on them, and took a mouthful. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with genuine delight. Observing Lin Han's satisfied expression, Zhou Ying's lips curved upward as she lowered her head to enjoy her own bowl. The simplicity of the meal seemed to transform into something exceptionally delightful, simply due to the company. After finishing their meal, Lin Han proactively began to gather the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Zhou Ying did not stop her this time, merely standing at the kitchen door, watching her. Do you have any specific plans starting today? Zhou Ying asked. While washing the dishes, Lin Han replied, First, I'll plan out the content for the public account and update it regularly. I may also look for suitable opportunities for commission articles. Just taking it step by step. Don't rush it too much. Zhou Ying's tone was gentle. You write beautifully. It just requires time and opportunity for others to notice. I will do my best. Lin Han dried her hands and turned to meet Zhou Ying's gaze. As their eyes locked, the air in the narrow space by the kitchen door thickened. Lin Han could clearly see her reflection in Zhou Ying's eyes, along with emotions she couldn't quite decipher. Staring back at her own image in Zhou Ying's eyes, she suddenly remembered that she needed to return to her dorm later in the afternoon to tidy up. Graduation was approaching, and there were many matters to attend to. Most importantly, the pressing issue of finding accommodation. Although she could manage the public account from home, she was uncertain whether her parents would support her, especially given her lack of results at this moment. Additionally, there were more cultural and media companies in the urban area, providing opportunities for commission work, making it more convenient to live there. Senior Lin Han averted her gaze from Zhou Ying, her voice a touch awkward. Now that I've finished washing the dishes, I should head back. I need to pack a few things in my dorm. Is it really that urgent? Zhou Ying regarded her with a furrowed brow. Yeah, Lin Han nodded, explaining as she untied her apron. I'll be graduating soon, and I want to be able to stay in the dorm for much longer. I need to find a place to settle down quickly. Otherwise, when the deadline approaches, I want to even have a place to stay. As she spoke, a sense of urgency brought on by reality surged within her. Resigning may bring momentary exhilaration, yet settling down can prove to be a veritable crucible. Zhou Ying remained silent for a few seconds, her gaze lingering on the faint furrow between Lin Han's brows. Looking for a place, she repeated softly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cool edge of the stove. Is it that difficult? Not exactly insurmountable, Lin Han replied with a sigh. It just requires time to visit, to compare options, and to consider the commute, rent, and environment. She looked up and offered Zhou Ying an attempt at a light smile. But it's all right. I'm sure I'll find something. You don't need to worry, senior. Zhou Ying did not respond immediately. She stepped forward, closing the gap between them, her eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions as they fixed steadily on Lin Han. Lin Han, if you don't mind, would you consider moving in with me? Lin Han's mind buzzed, suddenly blank. Move in and share a place with Zhou Ying? Roommates? As senior? She stammered, doubting her own hearing. You mean, move in here with you? Zhou Ying nodded gently, her fingers tightening slightly. I have 2 bedrooms, as you saw. Usually, it's just me, so once it's empty. She paused, scanning Lin Han's astonished face before continuing. It's not far from downtown. The transportation is convenient. And most importantly, it's safe and quiet, ideal for your writing. As for rent, you can pay market price, or if you feel uneasy about that, you could help out with some chores, like cooking. Her gaze locked firmly onto Lin Han's eyes, not missing a single flicker of expression on her face. Lin Han was utterly stunned. Her heart pounded wildly against her ribcage, the thudding nearly deafening. Sharing a home with Zhou Ying? Waking up together, dining together, living under the same roof? The impact of this notion overwhelmed her far beyond any prior intimate encounter. It implied a deeper bond. She should refuse. This would inconvenience Zhou Ying too much. Moreover, the increasingly complex emotions she felt for Zhou Ying frightened her. She feared losing control one day and doing something regrettable. And being so close, she worried her forbidden feelings would be laid bare, possibly shattering their precious friendship. Yet, deep inside, a voice screamed wildly. Say yes. Say yes. This was an opportunity to be close to Zhou Ying, a chance to see her every day. Lin Han's voice was hoarse as she looked at Zhou Ying's face just inches away, and into the clear eyes reflecting her own turmoil. This is too much trouble for you, senior. Besides, my writing schedule is irregular. I might disturb your rest, no. It's fine, Zhou Ying interrupted firmly. I often work night shifts. My schedule is never fixed. Besides, she turned her gaze slightly toward the wall lined with books in the living room, her voice softening. It's usually too quiet here. Having someone around might be better. Those few words, spoken softly, struck the most tender part of Lin Han's heart. She recalled Zhou Ying's tales of a lonely childhood, the solitary night scenes she posted in her social circle, and the apartment's pristine yet desolate atmosphere. She could no longer bring herself to refuse. The rent will definitely be market price, Lin Han said, her voice trembling slightly. I could do more chores, and I'll try not to disturb you. Zhou Ying suddenly turned back, something bright flickering in her eyes. A smile tugged irresistibly at the corners of her lips, still gentle, yet more radiant and sincere than ever before. Good, she agreed with evident delight. So it's settled? Lin Han nodded, feeling her cheeks flush. It will be convenient for you to move in. The guest room is basically ready, just a little tidying and adding your personal items. Zhou Ying's smile lingered. I think sometime this week. Once the school formalities are done, I'll move my things from the dorm. All right, Zhou Ying nodded. If you need help, just let me know. The matter was decided so swiftly that Lin Han felt almost dazed. Was she really going to live with Zhou Ying? Oh, by the way, Zhou Ying suddenly turned again. If you're free this afternoon, would you like to see the room first and think about how to arrange it? Or maybe I can accompany you to buy some essentials. Lina nodded involuntarily. Good. As they exchanged glances, Lin Han's heartbeat grew erratic. She quickly looked away, flustered, and changed the subject. But senior, you have to go to the hospital tonight, don't you? Shouldn't you rest this afternoon? Yes. I need to get to the hospital early, but as long as I'm there before 6, it's fine. Zhou Ying glanced at the clock on the wall. No need for rest now. It's still early. Though Lin Han had seen the guest room before, she still said, shall we take a look at it now? Sure. Zhou Ying nodded and headed to the room, Lin Han following closely behind. A single bed, an empty wardrobe, and a small desk, just as she remembered. Lin Han entered, her fingers brushing the cool tabletop unconsciously. This would be her refuge for the foreseeable future, separated from Zhou Ying only by a wall. That's basically it, Zhou Ying said, standing by the door, her gaze sweeping the room with a slight frown as she pointed to the desk. If you write at night, you might need a good desk lamp to protect your eyes. Then her eyes landed on the plain wooden chair, which was a bit low and likely uncomfortable for prolonged sitting. It would be best to replace it with an ergonomic one. Finally, her gaze shifted to the window. The curtains are thin and may not block enough light. If you need to nap during the day or want a darker environment to focus on writing, you want thicker ones. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. She had vaguely thought similar thoughts upon entering, but before she could articulate them, Zhou Ying had already anticipated and addressed them with meticulous care, as if she had planned it countless times in her mind. Desk lamp, chair, blackout curtains. Lin Han repeated softly. You've really thought of everything, senior. Just the basics, Zhou Ying said, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Han. Anything else? Let's see if there's more to add. Lin Han looked around, inspired by Zhou Ying's clear framework. For now, that's all. We can see what else we need once I move in. Good. Zhou Ying nodded and, seemingly without noticing, pulled out her phone, opening a notes app to quickly jot down the points she had mentioned along with her own ideas. Shall we go to the mall now? There's a home goods store nearby. We should be able to get everything this afternoon. Lin Han hesitated briefly, worried about disturbing Zhou Ying's rest. But Zhou Ying's enthusiasm made her want to prepare their future home soon. She swallowed her refusal. All right, I'll follow your lead. Walking through the spacious, brightly lit store amidst a dazzling array of goods and the hum of voices, Lin Han felt her attention narrow solely on the person beside her. Today, Zhou Ying wore a simple shirt and jeans, yet her tall stature and elegant, cool demeanor made her stand out in the crowd. She pushed the shopping cart at a steady pace, occasionally glancing at Lin Han for opinions, her expression focused as if performing a complex operation. Zhou Ying's purpose was clear and her efficiency remarkable. When selecting lamps and chairs, she prioritized that protection, health, and comfort, practical qualities alone. Price seemed never to factor into her considerations. Lin Han tried to speak up several times, but was gently deflected by Zhou Ying's insistence that these were necessary investments. Zhou Ying's standards for curtain opacity were so exacting that even the sales staff were taken aback. Eventually, they settled on a deep gray curtain, chosen not only for its excellent light-blocking qualities, but also for its remarkable stain resistance. The two of them finally wandered into the household goods section. Lin Han was engrossed in comparing towel materials, while beside her, Zhou Ying effortlessly picked up a pair of mugs. The design was minimalist, featuring simple geometric patterns in deep blue and light gray hues, their aesthetics harmonizing beautifully. They were on sale, quite a bargain. With a natural ease, Zhou Ying placed them into the shopping cart and then turned her attention to the nearby storage boxes. Lin Han glanced at the mugs, then quickly shot a look at Zhou Ying, her mouth parting slightly. Those were couple S editions, after all. Yet, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. In her past life, she had once bought couple S items with her roommate purely because they were inexpensive. Zhou Ying was probably acting similarly. At checkout, the total was substantial, but Zhou Ying paid promptly, suggesting Lin Han reimburse her later through the rent, leaving Lin Han with no choice but to accept. Back at the apartment, another round of bustling unpacking and moving commenced. Zhou Ying seemed adept at everything. Installing the desk lamp, assembling the chair, hanging the curtains, all with swift, confident movements and surprising strength. Lin Han mostly assisted by handing over tools or steadying the curtain rod. During the process, their bodies inevitably drew near, arms brushing, breaths intertwining. Each inadvertent touch sent a faint electric current skittering across Lin Han's skin. When the heavy, dark, gray curtains were finally hung and drawn, the room plunged into sudden dusk, illuminated only by the warm, gentle glow cast by the new desk lamp. Try the chair, Zhou Ying suggested. Lin Han sat down on the new chair, adjusting its height and lumbar support. It was indeed comfortable. She would not tire easily even after sitting for long. Zhou Ying stood beside her, gazing down with eyes softened by the lamp's light. Is there anything else you need? She asked softly. Lin Han lifted her head, meeting those clear eyes. Nothing else. It's already perfect. Thank you, senior. That's good, Zhou Ying murmured, a gentle smile curving her lips. She seemed about to say more, her gaze lingering on Lin Han's face for a moment before she raised her hand and naturally tucked a stray lock of hair behind Lin Han's ear. The cool fingertips brushed her ear lightly, eliciting a subtle shiver. Holding her breath, Lin Han looked up at Zhou Ying, so close now, stirring an irresistible urge to embrace her. Hastily, she averted her eyes. I should get back to school. Zhou Ying's expression dimmed somewhat. All right, I'll see you off. No need, senior. You should rest. You have work tonight. Lin Han quickly declined, waving her hand. I'll walk you downstairs. Zhou Ying gave no chance for refusal. Already heading toward the door, Lin Han had no choice but to follow. Outside, the evening breeze carried a chill. Lin Han stupid. Senior, this is far enough. Rest well tonight during your shift. Zhou Ying stood before her, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind her. You too, get some rest early. If your legs still ache, remember to apply the ointment. I will. They stood facing each other, neither moving for a while. Unspoken words hovered between them, yet neither knew where to begin. Finally, Lin Han broke the silence with a smile. I'll be off now. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye, Zhou Ying replied softly. Lin Han turned and walked toward the community gate. After a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back. Zhou Ying remained rooted in place, gazing steadily in her direction. Lin Han waved vigorously one last time, then quickened her pace, disappearing from Zhou Ying's sight. Only when Lin Han's figure vanished completely did Zhou Ying slowly lower her gaze. Tilting her head to look at the dark window of her apartment, there was no light awaiting her there. She lingered downstairs a moment longer before turning to ascend. Returning to the empty apartment, silence enveloped her instantly. The air seemed to hold a faint trace of another's presence, a lingering warmth and vitality. Zhou Ying moved to the center of the living room, slowly crouching down, hugging her knees. She buried her face in her arms and took a deep breath. Chapter 53. Rising fame after parting from Zhou Ying, Lin Han walked back alone to the dormitory building. The closer she drew to the dormitory area, the more palpable the mingled sense of youth and farewell became. Though now, the usual clamor was absent, replaced by a profound stillness of impending departure. The dormitory housed mainly senior students preparing to graduate. It was late June, and with the school's closing date imminent, most had already packed and left, the rooms emptied, awaiting only the final graduation. The corridors were devoid of bustling figures and laughter. Most doors were firmly shut, sealed with notices or farewell notes. Only a smattering of windows glowed with light, indicating a few remaining residents like Lin Han and Chen Su, who stayed on due to nearby internships or postgraduate preparations. The hallway was quiet. Her footsteps echoed distinctly. Upon reaching her dorm room, Lin Han found herself alone. Chen Su was still en route home from work, perhaps nearing the building. She stood at the doorway, scrutinizing the room. Chen Su's bed still bore signs of occupancy, though some belongings had already been packed away. Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting's beds were cleared, leaving bare bed frames and empty desks, their starkness lending a chill to the space. Only her own area retained traces of daily life. A vague loneliness crept in her heart, though she had long anticipated this day. Witnessing the roommates she had shared countless moments with disperse, and the small haven they had built over 4 years dissolved left in emptiness. Although she had only recently grown close to Chan Siyu and the others, the longer she stayed with Lin Han, the deeper her empathy for her grew. Having spent the entire day immersed in the warmth of her time with Zhou Ying and the faint hope of the future, returning to reality now, the weight of graduation pressed heavily upon her. She set down her small bag and collapsed into a chair, fatigue and the soreness in her legs slowly washing over her. After a moment of dazed stillness, she remembered her phone. While with Zhou Ying, she had almost forgotten it existed, never even responding to notification sounds. Unlocking the screen, she saw several unread messages marked on the WeChat icon. Most were scattered notices from class and club groups, which she skimmed through. Then, beside Chen Siu's avatar, a bright red number caught her eye. Chen Siu had sent over a dozen messages, starting about an hour ago. Lin Han opened them. Han, are you still at home? Check Weibo. Explosive news. Qin Yunjie has suddenly become a sensation. Next came a screenshot of the Weibo trending chart. Qin Yunjie is unexpectedly delightful was prominently listed, accompanied by an upward arrow, followed by a flurry of exclamation marks and emojis. It's blown up. Really blown up. The review you wrote earlier. Perfect timing, sister. Screenshot, link. Since this morning, Weibo, Billy Dubon, all have been abuzz, especially the secondary couple in the show, Mirong Zhu and Shun Qingshuang. Someone made a mixed video titled The Cold Master and the Rebellious Disciple, set to the song Su, which has gone viral. The views have already surpassed 1 million. Previously criticized fight scenes with cheap special effects are now being reinterpreted as violent aesthetics and stream of consciousness expression. Many are calling it unexpectedly brilliant. The most astonishing part, someone discovered Mirong Zhu Isnt, even a character in the original novel, entirely a creation of a screenwriter. Now both fans of the original and newcomers are celebrating, saying the adaptation breathed new life into the story. Everyone online is discussing this couple, analyzing the screenwriter's creative choices. Han, didn't your review already anticipate this? Han, have you seen it yet? Your public account must be flooded. Lin Han's heart leapt wildly. Her fatigue instantly dissipated. She immediately clicked open the screenshots and links Chun Siu had sent. The screenshots indicate that the trending search rankings have risen several places since earlier. Upon clicking the link, one is directed to a video by a renowned content creator in the film and television sector, which has amassed over 1 million views, with an avalanche of comments and bullet screen messages rapidly increasing. It's so delightful. I'm utterly captivated. The screenwriter is a genius. Comments such as "I must have been too loud" before flood the screen, with discussion surrounding the secondary couple particularly fervent. Lin Han's fingers trembled slightly, her excitement surging to the forefront. Though she was aware of future developments, she remained uncertain whether the timeline might shift. What if this lifetime lacked the emergence of this video, rendering her efforts on King Yun Jie futile? Fortunately, that was not the case. She hastily powered on her computer and logged into the backend of the Guanlin public account. The few seconds it took for the backend data to load felt interminable. When the page refreshed, the subscriber count read 123. This figure took Lin Han aback, as she recalled it barely exceeding 100 just yesterday. In a single day, it had skyrocketed tenfold. The 3 articles concerning King Yunjie were also experiencing a rapid increase in readership, with an influx of insightful discussions in the comment section, and even some individuals sharing links to her articles under related topics. Had I alone noticed that the blogger had posted a week prior? Such foresight is admirable. The discussions stemming from the trending topics were astutely analyzed. Could the blogger be a prophet? Incredible. The blogger had predicted the rise of this couple a week ago. The comment section of the video pointed to the blogger's brilliance. The tension surrounding this couple was dissected with such precision. It was precisely after reading this piece that I decided to catch up on the series, and now I'm thoroughly invested. I followed the blogger. Their other articles are equally insightful. I implore the blogger to delve more into this couple. A swifter analysis of the subsequent plot, please. This is what constitutes professional critique, far superior to the mindless criticism of the masses. I followed. Blogger, please write more. Lin Han scrolled through the comments, a sense of accomplishment gradually building within her. Yet, the most thrilling comment was one that read, "Hello, blogger. I am an editor at Xenia Culture, overseeing the new media content sector. I found your analysis of King Yunjie to be exceptionally innovative and entirely accurate. Would you be interested in exploring a deeper collaboration? We can offer remuneration. Here is my work WeChat ID. Chapter 54. The Blossoming Career of Xenia Culture." Lin Han recognized the name. It is a company dedicated to film and television marketing and reputation management, possessing a modest but notable standing in the industry. Their approach indicates that her analysis and predictions have received preliminary recognition within the field. However, amidst her excitement, a thread of caution emerged. Opportunity often coexists with risk. Do they value her analytical prowess, or merely wish to capitalize on the popularity of her article? What precisely does deeper collaboration entail? What are the standards for remuneration? More importantly, given her current fledgling status, would an early binding to a commercial entity jeopardize her creative independence and flexibility? Lin Han took a deep breath, refraining from immediately adding the WeChat ID. She opened the messages interface of Guanlin, discovering that multiple editors sought collaboration, their content mirroring that of the message from Xenia Culture. She captured screenshots of the messages, then closed the backend, leaning back in her chair and gazing at the ceiling. The fatigue in her legs returned sharply, a reminder of her bustling day. Yet, at this moment, her mental exhilaration overshadowed her physical weariness. Though this was merely the initial step, and though she carried the advantage of foresight, she had indeed managed to seize upon the imminent hot topic through her words and analysis, successfully amplifying her voice. The countless rejections she faced in her previous life seemed to find some solace in this moment. Time slipped by unnoticed. Ding dong. The dormitory door swung open, and Chun Siu entered, pausing briefly upon seeing Lin Han reclining in her chair, before rushing toward her with a flush of excitement. Han, you're back. I thought you were still at home. Did you see my messages? Yes, I just saw them, Lin Han replied apologetically. I was eager to check the public account and forgot to respond. Oh, it's fine. Chun Siu waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is it blowing up? Is your backend on fire? The data has indeed surged significantly. Chun Siu scrutins Lin Han har amazement evident. You're incredible. A prophet. The internet is abuzz with discussions about that couple, and many are sharing your article as a guide to get into the series. Watching Lin Han's calm, yet contemplative expression, she suddenly lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. Hey, tell me the truth. Do you have some insider information? Or are you actually a hidden titan of the film industry? Lin Han chuckled, gently pushing away Chun Siu's overly inquisitive face. There's no insider information. I simply wrote casually, thinking that couple had some potential. I observed closely and got lucky. Chun Siu plopped down on the chair beside her, still brimming with excitement. You have no idea. There are so many self-proclaimed veteran fans online sharing your article, claiming you've seen through the essence of it all. Even Professor Wong praised you in the group earlier, saying your critique is highly prescient and encouraging us to learn from you. You finally made a name for yourself. It was then that Lin Han recalled that her article on King Yunjie was initially intended as an assignment for Professor Wong. She quickly opened the now-forgotten class group and found the messages had surged to 99. Scrolling back, she swiftly located the content Chun Siu mentioned. Just half an hour earlier, Professor Wong had addressed all members, students, regarding the last assignment on drama critiques. I have just completed my evaluations. I would especially like to commend Lin Han for her submission titled Prophecy and Misinterpretation, a shallow analysis of the gains and losses in the adaptation of King Yunjie, along with a discussion on its potential to become a phenomenon. This piece reflects considerable, sharp observation and forward-thinking analysis. In particular, the examination of the secondary character relationships and grasp of the online public opinion ecology transcends the realm of ordinary coursework. Coincidentally, there has indeed been a notable shift in the discussion of King Yunjie across social platforms, resonating interestingly with some of the points raised in Lin Han's article. This underscores the importance of keen observation and independent thought. I hope everyone can find inspiration from this assignment. It is my last lesson for you all. Underneath this message were a flurry of responses. Wow, amazing. Bowing to the great one, Lin Han is incredible, accompanied by various astonished emojis. Many classmates who typically did not engage much were also chiming in. I read Lin Han's piece. It's truly excellent. To recognize the potential of this series a week ago is remarkable. How does it feel? Isn't it quite an honor? Chun Siu leaned in to view the screen, her face glowing with shared pride. Professor Wang rarely gives such high praise. Now you're quite the celebrity in our class. Lin Han smiled, relishing the feeling of recognition. By the way, Chun Siu shifted the topic. Your public account is now thriving. What are your plans going forward? I bet many people will want to collaborate with you. Upon mentioning this, Lin Han's expression grew serious. I haven't decided yet. I want to observe those collaboration offers a bit longer. Observe? Chun Siu queried, puzzled. Why not accept? This is a golden opportunity. You can earn money and expand your influence. Inor, Lin Han replied softly. But I don't want to be tied down by commercial interests too early. My public account has just begun. I'm still exploring the content direction and my personal style. If I dive into commercial collaborations now, I fear I might lose my creative independence and become merely a marketing account. I want to establish a solid footing based on content first. And once I have a stable readership and a clear personal style, I will consider commercialization. Chun Siu nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I was too eager. However, Han, you have truly undergone a remarkable transformation. Have I? Indeed. Chun Siu propped her chin on her hand, reflecting on the past. You were quite diligent, albeit lacking a sense of direction and vigor. The current you, however, possesses a clear goal and an unambiguous mindset, aware of your desires and unafraid to pursue them. She gently patted Lin Han's shoulder, remarking, this change is quite commendable. Lin Han smiled softly, offering no explanation. This metamorphosis is the culmination of 2 lifetimes of experience. After the initial excitement, Chun Siu glanced around the desolate dormitory and sighed. Ah, but you have discovered a new path. As for me, I must continue to return to the grind of corporate life. By the way, how is your search for a place going? Any leads? I haven't started looking yet. Would you consider sharing a flat with me? We could split the rent. That won't be necessary. Just as Lin Han hesitated on whether to reveal the truth to Chun Siu, she pondered aloud. Are you planning to live at home? But that's fine. Now that you're gaining popularity, you can still write and earn money from there. Actually, Lin Han hesitated briefly before confessing. Senior Zhou mentioned she has a vacant room and asked if I would like to move in. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Chun Siu's expression instantly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, as though she had heard something utterly astonishing. Senior Zhou Ying, you two have become that close. She exclaimed, astonished. She is willing to share a flat with you? Yes, she's a wonderful person, Lin Han nodded. She said the rent would be at market price, which I find quite reasonable. It's close to the city center and in a great environment. Chun Siu's expression shifted from surprise to genuine envy. Wow, that sounds fantastic. Senior Zhou seems like a very reliable person. Living with her will surely be a breeze. However, Chun Siu's demeanor quickly soured. Sigh. I really envy you for settling your living situation so quickly. I haven't even started looking yet. And just the thought of sharing a flat with strangers gives me a headache. Or maybe I'll just rent a single room, she mused. But then I'd end up feeling quite isolated. Lin Han comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Don't rush. Take your time. You will surely find something suitable. And I'm in Haizu, so if you ever want to go shopping or grab a meal, just give me a shout. Deal. So, when are you moving? Do you need my help? Chun Siu perked up again. Within this week, but I'll confirm the specifics with Senior Zhou first. I don't have much to move, and you're busy with work, so there's no need for you to take time off. Chun Siu nodded. All right then. But once you move out, it won't be as convenient for us to meet. Thankfully, we're both in Haizu, so we can still hang out often. Sure. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Chun Siu exclaimed, speaking of Senior Zhou, I just remembered something. I heard that Senior Zhou seems to have passed her training assessment, and she was ranked first. It's all the buzz at the medical school. Truly, a top student is indeed a top student. She passed and was ranked first? Lin Han's heart raced with excitement. She felt genuinely happy for Zhou Ying. With such excellence, her future must be even more radiant. Han, are you listening? Chen Siyu's voice brought Lin Han back from a reverie. I am listening. Lin Han cleared her throat. This is wonderful news. By the way, there is something I've been meaning to ask. Chen Siyu shifted the conversation. Han, be honest. How did you come to know Senior Zhou? Actually, it was during the time I fell ill and went to the hospital. Lin Han carefully chose her words. It was when Senior Zhou kindly escorted me back to the dorm after you left. Coincidentally, she had just finished her shift. She paused, adding later. When my mother came to visit, she accidentally sprained her ankle, and it was Senior Zhou who helped take care of her. Upon hearing this, Chen Siyu's expression turned knowing. Just as she was about to probe further, an incongruous sound interrupted. Grr. Chen Siyu touched her stomach and chuckled awkwardly. I'm hungry. Have you eaten dinner yet? Not yet. I just returned to school. Lin Han shook her head and took out her phone. I'll order some takeout. As a celebration for my public account gaining some traction, I want spicy hot pot. Not a problem. After ordering takeout, the two continued their conversation, shifting from Zhou Ying back to discussing the public account and plans post-graduation. After dinner, Chen Siyu returned to her computer, while Lin Han took out her phone. Lin Han unlocked her phone, her finger hovering over Zhou Ying's WeChat profile. After a moment's hesitation, she tapped in, weighing her words carefully. She typed a message after several attempts. Senior, have you had dinner? I heard you passed your training assessment, and you were ranked first. Congratulations. She then added a cute smiley face at the end. After sending the message, Lin Han placed her phone on the desk, pretending to tidy up, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the screen. The brief wait for a reply felt unexpectedly lengthy. The screen lit up. Iva eaten. I had a simple meal at the cafeteria. Thank you. Zhou Ying's response was succinct, but another message followed swiftly. Have you eaten? Lin Han quickly typed back. I just had takeout with Siyu. Was your shift busy today, Senior? It was alright. I just started my shift, so it's not too hectic, Zhou Ying replied. Then added, but what about you? How is the public account going? I've seen some discussions. The response seems positive. Lin Han felt warmth in her heart. Even while on duty, Zhou Ying was still concerned about her matters. Yes, the data has increased significantly, and I've received some collaboration offers. However, I want to take it slow for now. Yes, it's wise to be cautious. Stick to your own ideas. Lin Han stared at the screen, feeling somewhat dazed. For reasons unknown, merely gazing at the simple messages on the screen caused fragments of her time, spent with Zhou Ying earlier in the day, to flood her mind uncontrollably. Having been apart for just a few hours, her longings surged like vines, quietly entwining around her. Suddenly, she yearned to hear Zhou Ying's voice. Her finger hovered over the voice call icon, but ultimately withdrew. It felt too abrupt, especially since Zhou Ying was on duty. At that moment, Zhou Ying sent another message. If you decide when to move in, please let me know in advance. I can help you move your things after work. The screen's glow illuminated Lin Han's slightly dazed face. She fixated on Zhou Ying's final words, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cold edge of her phone. Tomorrow, or the day after, Lin Han turned her gaze around the dormitory. The soft glow of the dorm room light cast Chen Siyu's focused silhouette at her desk. Yet, the emptiness of Zhang Yu and Wang Yuting's beds added a tinge of impending solitude to the scene. Outside, the night deepened, and the time they had shared in this campus and dormitory was slipping away at an alarming rate. A sudden wave of impulse struck her without warning. Tomorrow. It shall be. Tomorrow. Once this thought took root, it proliferated like wild grass, swiftly occupying all her thoughts. What difference does it make if it's a day earlier or later? The dormitory's desolation would only amplify with each passing day, while Zhou Ying's vacant room was already prepared. More importantly, she no longer wished to wait. She was unwilling to delay even one more day to start a life where she could see Zhou Ying daily, breathing under the same roof, sharing the dawn and dusk together. Lin Han now felt a deep disdain for the version of herself who had hesitated to decline Zhou Ying's invitation to cohabitate earlier in the day. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Chen Siyu's back, found an appropriate excuse, and swiftly tapped on her screen, leaving herself little room for reconsideration. Senior, my dorm room is nearly empty too. Siyu has moved out, and it's too lonely for me to be here alone. If it's convenient, may I move in tomorrow morning? Her heart raced as the message was sent, thumping loudly in her chest. She gripped her phone tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dialog box, awaiting the notification of the other party typing. Moments later, the small text appeared as expected. Zhou Ying responded quickly, succinctly, sure. Chapter 56. Packing up and moving upon receiving Zhou Ying's message, Lin Han felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Tomorrow, she would indeed be moving in with Zhou Ying. She pressed her dry lips together and replied, it's not much I can manage. Senior, you should rest well after work. I'll head over by myself. Zhou Ying's response came after a slight delay, as if she were contemplating her words. All right. Be careful on the way. Just come straight up when you arrive. the door code is. She had directly shared the code with Lin Han. A warm current of trust enveloped her, mingled with a subtle thrill that coursed through her heart. Lin Han stared at the sequence of numbers for several seconds before solemnly saving it in her notes. Got it. Thank you, Senior. Do take care of yourself during your shift. Don't overexert. Lin Han set her phone down, still feeling the residual warmth from her accelerated heartbeat. She turned a glance at Chun Siyu's silhouette and cleared her throat. See you. Chun Siyu didn't turn, her fingers still dancing over the keyboard. I'm moving out tomorrow afternoon. The rhythmic sound of typing abruptly ceased. Chun Siyu spun around, her eyes wide with surprise. Tomorrow? So soon? Well, I have to move out eventually. There are only a few days left in the dorm. The sooner I settle in, the better I can focus on my WeChat public account. Chun Siyu opened her mouth, a clear look of reluctance crossing her face. Quickly replaced by understanding and envy. It's definitely better to move over sooner. Senior Zhou's place must be far superior to our old dorm. She approached Lin Han and gently patted her shoulder. Do you need help packing? No, I really don't have much. Lin Han quickly waved her off. Just focus on your work. Don't let me distract you. All right then. Chun Siyu sighed. Well, I'm really going to be the only one left now. She walked to the window, gazing out at the campus scenery. Time flies. Graduation is just around the corner. It feels like just yesterday we moved into this dorm. And now we're almost saying goodbye. Lin Han also looked out into the deepening night, about to say something when Chun Siyu had already averted her gaze. Okay then. Hurry up and pack. I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Han nodded and began to organize her belongings. Before long, she realized her earlier assertion was somewhat misleading. She indeed had more possessions than she had claimed. Surveying her small domain, along with the 2 partially filled suitcases and several cardboard boxes stacked in the corner. Her earlier words seemed rather stubborn, despite spending most of her time rushing between classrooms, libraries, and internships. This little space of her own had accumulated quite a collection over 4 years of university. As for clothing, one need not mention the seasonal changes and various occasions. Coupled with a girl's tendency to hoard items she seldom wears, which have filled a large suitcase and 2 storage bags to the brim. Her books, textbook for a literature major, reference materials, and a myriad of novels, essays, and poetry she had unearthed, totaled 3 to 4 dozen volumes, weighing down 2 cardboard boxes. Skincare and makeup products cluttered a corner of her desk. Although she didn't use them frequently, the essentials, gifts from friends, and discounted items she had stockpiled added up to a small box. Not to mention the assorted odds and ends, a desk lamp, a small fan, storage boxes, cushions, plush toys, a thick stack of class notes, and printed materials, as well as birthday gifts and souvenirs from friends. Lin Han gazed at the array of items sprawled before her, far exceeding her initial expectations, and let out a gentle sigh. Chun Siyu from her own spot. Turn to look at Lin Han. Let us see if you can still play tough. I'll help you. This time, Lin Han did not refuse. Okay. By the time the 2 had sealed the last cardboard box with tape and straightened their aching backs, the night had deepened. The dormitory was filled with packed boxes and bags. The once crowded but lively space now felt empty. Chun Siyu surveyed the room brimming with belongings and sighed. It really feels like you're leaving, Han. Do you think you can manage all this alone tomorrow? Perhaps I should take half a day off to help you? Really unnecessary, Lin Han replied firmly despite her fatigue. I'll call a cab. I can manage it in 2 trips. Once I get to Senior Zhou's place, there's an elevator, so it'll be convenient. Just focus on work. Don't let me distract you. All right then. Chun Siyu, knowing Lin Han's temperament, didn't press further. Just remember to message me once you've moved in and settled down. Of course. The following morning, Lin Han awoke and stared at the ceiling for a few seconds before suddenly recalling that this was her last morning in the dormitory. She quietly climbed out of bed. Chun Siyu was still fast asleep, breathing steadily. Lin Han gathered her toiletries and entered the bathroom. After freshening up, she changed into a set of sportswear, tying her long hair into a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and neck, making her appear significantly more composed. Just as she finished dressing, Chun Siyu's alarm went off. Bleary-eyed, Chun Siyu sat up, rubbing her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Han already ready beside the pile of luggage, she froze for a moment before fully waking up. Han, you're up so early to move? She asked, getting out of bed. Lin Han nodded. Chun Siyu looked at the assortment of luggage and then at Lin Han, her face filled with reluctance. She walked over and gently hugged Lin Han. Are you sure you don't need me to take a day off to help? Lin Han released her from the embrace, still not entirely at ease. With all this stuff, you alone. Really, I can manage. The cab can drop me off at the side entrance, and it's not far from the dorm. Senior Zhou has an elevator, so it's fine. If I can't handle it, I can pay the driver to help me. You just go to work without worry. Chun Siyu nodded reluctantly, emphasizing once more. Just make sure to let me know as soon as you've settled in. She fussed over Lin Han like a little housekeeper. And Lin Han responded to each of her reminders. All right, you go wash up quickly. Don't be late. Lin Han smiled, giving her a gentle push. Chen Xiu hurried off to the bathroom. By the time she returned, dressed for work, Lin Han had already dragged the 2 heaviest suitcases to the door. I'm off. Han. Chen Xiu stood at the door, turning back to look at Lin Han, her eyes slightly red. Even though they would still be in highs who, it felt as if everything was about to change. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Lin Han. She walked over and embraced Chen Xiu tightly once more. You can reach out to me anytime. We can still have meals together or go shopping. It's not like we want to see each other again. Chen Xiu nodded vigorously, releasing her. Then I'm going, be careful with your things. And message me when you arrive. Understood, take care on the road. After seeing Chen Xiu off, the dorm fell into complete silence, leaving Lin Han alone with her scattered belongings. Taking a deep breath, she began to plan her moving sequence. First, she would take the heaviest box of books and the large suitcase downstairs. It would save time to load them directly into the cab when it arrived. She bent down to attempt lifting the cardboard box filled with books. It was so heavy. She hadn't noticed the weight when she and Chen Xiu had lifted it together yesterday, but now, alone, she felt its true heft. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted the box, straining her arms and core as she staggered toward the door. Upon opening it, she found the corridor empty and began to make her way to the stairs, the box's edge digging into her forearm, her breath growing heavier. Reaching the staircase, she hesitated, staring down at the steps. Carrying such a heavy box downstairs felt perilous. Should she call a cab first and wait for the driver to help? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Han decided to set the box down and drag it down the stairs step by step. Just then, a familiar figure appeared silently at the corner of the staircase. Zhou Ying. Chapter 57. You smell like her perfume. Zhou Ying was still dressed in a simple shirt and trousers. Her long hair tied back, with a hint of fatigue evident on her face from staying up late. She stood there, her gaze fixed upon Lin Han, who was struggling to embrace a hefty box, her brow furrowing slightly. Lin Han was utterly taken aback, forgetting to exert any effort with her arms. Senior? What brings you here? Didn't you just finish your night shift? Zhou Ying approached in a few strides, effortlessly extending her hands to relieve Lin Han of the burdensome cardboard box. As she drew near, her nose twitched, and her brow furrowed even deeper. Yes, I've just finished work. I thought of you needing to move, so I came by. Zhou Ying's voice carried a hint of heaviness. She paused for a moment. The car is downstairs. Let me help you carry it down. Cradling the box, she turned and descended the stairs with a steady gait, as if the weight in her hands were negligible. Lin Han stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before hurriedly following. Senior, are you sure you don't need a rest? I can manage it slowly on my own. I've already rested, Zhou Ying replied without glancing back. The sooner we finish moving, the sooner you can settle in. What else do you have in the dorm? There's a large suitcase, a few bags, and some miscellaneous items. Lin Han thought, warmth swelling in her heart, and she ceased her protests. Go fetch the remaining items. I'll place this in the car. Zhou Ying instructed as she reached the entrance of the dormitory. Through the glass doors, Lin Han caught sight of her white sedan quietly parked outside. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Ying's car could drive directly into the campus, which saved them some distance. She quickly dashed back to her dorm, pushing out the largest suitcase and straining to lift 2 bags filled with clothes, one in each hand. By the time she arrived at the stairwell, slightly breathless, Zhou Ying had already turned back. Give them to me. Zhou Ying took the 2 bags from her hands, grasping the suitcase's handle with her other hand. Any more? There are a few smaller bags and some odds and ends in the dorm. Let us take everything at once, and then return for another trip, Zhou Ying decisively stated. Striding down the stairs with the items in tow, Lin Han hurried back to her dorm, gathering the last few small bags and the box containing her skincare products, and chased after her. By the time she stepped outside, Zhou Ying had already opened the trunk and rear door of the car. The heaviest book box and suitcase were already secured, and she was neatly arranging the bags in the back seat. The morning light bathed Zhou Ying, who was slightly bent over, meticulously adjusting the luggage's position. Despite the weariness evident on her face, her movements were methodical and composed. Senior, Lin Han approached, carrying her last few belongings. Zhou Ying straightened up, noticing the small box and bags in Lin Han's arms, and reached out to take them, placing them carefully in the vacant space in the back seat. Is that everything? Yes, the dorm is entirely cleared out, Lin Han nodded, gazing at the trunk filled to the brim, yet orderly, her heart brimming with gratitude. Zhou Ying closed the trunk and rear door, pulling open the front passenger door. Get in. Senior, you've driven all night and just finished your shift. Are you sure you're all right? Lin Han expressed concern for her well-being. I know the route well. We'll be there in no time, Zhou Ying replied assertively. Now, get in. Reluctantly, Lin Han took her seat in the passenger side. Zhou Ying settled into the driver's seat, buckled her seatbelt, and started the engine. The car glided smoothly away from the dormitory area. Lin Han turned back. Watching the dormitory building she had lived in for 4 years, along with Haizu University, where she had spent nearly 8 years, recede gradually from view, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Yet, as she turned to look at Zhou Ying, who was focused on driving, that sense of melancholy was replaced by an anticipatory warmth. Do you feel reluctant? Zhou Ying's voice broke the silence beside her. Lin Han nodded a little. After all, I've lived there for 4 years. But a new chapter must always begin, Zhou Ying said, her gaze fixed ahead, her tone gentle. Besides, we aren't far from school. You can return whenever you wish. Yes, Lin Han replied softly. Zhou Ying seemed genuinely fatigued during the ensuing minutes of their journey. She spoke little, simply concentrating on the road. Soft music flowed through the car, creating a serene atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at Zhou Ying's apartment complex. Parking in a familiar spot. We're here, Zhou Ying said, turning off the engine and unfastening her seatbelt, her voice laced with a sense of accomplishment. The two exited the vehicle and began unloading the luggage. With Zhou Ying's presence, the heavy boxes felt less daunting. She effortlessly lifted the heaviest items, working in perfect harmony with the less physically strong Lin Han. Zhou Ying directly pushed the suitcase and carried the book box toward the second bedroom. Inside, the room was nearly prepared for her arrival, awaiting her occupancy. Together, they swiftly moved all the luggage into the second bedroom. The small space soon became cluttered with boxes and bags, creating a cozy, lived-in atmosphere. Thank you, Senior, Lin Han said, genuinely grateful as she observed the beads of sweat forming on Zhou Ying's brow. Without Zhou Ying, she truly didn't know how long she would have struggled, especially with the weighty luggage. No need for thanks, Zhou Ying replied, shaking her head and gently wiping her forehead with her sleeve. Her gaze swept across the packed room. Take your time to unpack. There's no rush. I'm going to take a shower first. She paused, looking at Lin Han with softened eyes. I bought some milk and bread in the fridge. You can eat something if you're hungry. Or, once I'm done showering, we can cook together. Great. Lin Han nodded eagerly, a ripple of excitement coursing through her. You go shower first and have a good rest. I'll tidy up while I wait for you. Zhou Ying nodded, not saying more, before turning back to her main bedroom to fetch a change of clothes. Shortly, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Lin Han stood in the center of the second bedroom, gazing at the belongings that now belonged to her, a profound sense of belonging enveloping her heart. She had truly moved in, living under the same roof as Zhou Ying. After sending a message to Chun Siyu, she rolled up her sleeves, took a deep breath, and prepared to open the first box, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and the door gently creaked open as Zhou Ying emerged, now clad in a clean, light gray loungewear. At that moment, Lin Han was engaged in a battle with a tightly knotted bag, her brow slightly furrowed, her cheeks flushed from exertion. The morning light streamed in, outlining her delicate silhouette. As Zhou Ying walked toward the living room, her gaze fell upon the busy figure crouched at the second bedroom's door. Her steps halted silently, a complex expression fleeting across her eyes. She recalled how they had moved items together, the air subtly infused with a sweet floral fruity fragrance. That scent, she had encountered before on Miaofeng Mountain, belonged to Lin Han's roommate, Chun Siyu. However, the fragrance that lingered now was attached to Lin Han's collar and hair, wafting softly with her movements. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ying tightened her grip on the towel for a moment. Chapter 58. I haven't seen it. Zhou Ying approached slowly, pausing beside Lin Han, silently observing her struggle with the recalcitrant knot. Lin Han finally sensed the shadow cast beside her and the familiar, refreshing scent wafting through the air. She looked up, her eyes lighting up. Senior, are you done showering? Are you tired? Do you want to take a nap? Zhou Ying's gaze lingered on her face before gradually lowering to the bag, softly inquiring, do you need help? No, I'm almost finished. Lin Han quickly shook her head. Zhou Ying acknowledged with a soft yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Han. She casually remarked, you mentioned on WeChat last night that you were the only one left in the dorm. Has Chun Siyu moved out as well? Yes. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, confirming from memory that Zhou Ying had not entered her dorm, which allowed her to comfortably fabricate a lie. As she worked on the knot, she replied, they all moved out yesterday. The dorm feels rather empty and lonely, which is why I wanted to move over sooner. Zhou Ying's breathing seemed to quicken slightly, yet her demeanor remained composed. She walked over to the kitchen bar, filled the electric kettle with water, and, facing away from Lin Han, spoke in a tone devoid of any noticeable shift. Is that so? It must have been hard for you to pack all those heavy items alone. In truth, it was manageable, The heaviest box of books was somewhat taxing, yet Lin Han remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Fortunately, senior sister, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding when I could finish moving everything alone. As she spoke, Lin Han exerted a bit more force, and, at last, with a soft pop, the knot loosened. She exhaled in relief and tilted her face up to reveal a slightly triumphant smile to Zhou Ying. Look, all set. This smile radiated exceptionally brightly in the morning light, imbued with a childlike sense of satisfaction. Just as she pressed the kettle to boil water and turned around to observe Zhou Ying, her heart fluttered, as though gently prodded by something, tinged with a mix of itchiness and softness. The questions swirling in her mind felt unfit to voice at that moment. She feared she might hear a response that would disappoint her, much like before. Listening to the kettle's gradually rising hum, Zhou Ying leaned against the counter, her gaze fixed on Lin Han's busy silhouette. After untangling the knot, the girl was now hanging clothes in the wardrobe, her slender waist swaying slightly with each motion, the tip of her ponytail dancing gently. At that moment, the water reached a boil, emitting a sharp whistle. Zhou Ying switched off the power, retrieved a glass, and was on the verge of pouring hot water when she suddenly paused. Setting down the electric kettle, she opened the refrigerator and took out fresh milk, warming 2 cups instead. She walked back to the guest bedroom door, offering 1 cup to Lin Han. Have a drink. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Han accepted it, and at the instant their fingertips touched, she smiled at Zhou Ying, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Zhou Ying watched her take small sips of milk, oblivious to the small smear of milk at the corner of her mouth, causing a subtle tremor in Zhou Ying's heart. She reached out, gently brushing her fingertip along the edge of Lin Han's lips, wiping away the little smudge. You got some on you, she remarked. Lin Han's face flushed instantly, staring blankly at Zhou Ying as she withdrew her hand, her fingertips seemingly unconsciously tracing the spot where Zhou Ying had just wiped. Oh, thank you, senior sister, she stammered, her heart racing under Zhou Ying's gaze, a mix of nervousness and inexplicable excitement swelling within her. How's the packing going? Zhou Ying proactively shifted the conversation, scanning the room. Is there anything you lack? Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed the topic. I've mostly moved everything in. It just takes a bit of time to organize. We're not missing anything. You've prepared so thoroughly, senior sister. That's good to hear. Zhou Ying nodded. You continue organizing. I'll go make some noodles. You haven't eaten much since this morning, have you? As she spoke, she turned towards the kitchen, readying the light blue checkered apron around her waist. Lin Han glanced down at the milk in her hand, then at the figure in the kitchen who was preparing a meal for her, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face, her heart swelling with warmth. Being reborn as a girl was so bad after all. At least her parents were still around, and she could live under the same roof as this person before her. Taking a deep breath, she finished the last of the milk and resolutely turned back to resume her battle with the unpacking. The sounds of pots and pans clattering filled the kitchen, and before long, a subtle yet enticing aroma wafted through the air. Just as Lin Han hung the last few garments in the wardrobe, she took a moment to massage her slightly sore lower back when a gentle knock sounded at the door. Zhou Ying stood at the threshold, holding 2 bowls. Observing Lin Han straighten up, her brow furrowed slightly. Don't clean up just yet. Come eat something. Lin Han set down what she was holding and walked over to the small dining table to sit down. The bowl contained steaming hot noodle soup, a dish Zhou Ying had prepared, and this was Lin Han's second time enjoying it. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Han picked up her chopsticks, feeling genuinely warmed by the gesture. Though it was merely a simple bowl of noodles, the fact that it was made by Zhou Ying rendered it more precious than anything else. Eat while it's hot. Zhou Ying sat opposite her, also taking up her chopsticks, her pace of eating somewhat quicker than usual, clearly a bit hungry. Senior sister, Lin Han said softly after swallowing a mouthful of noodles. Are you still working the night shift tonight? Zhou Ying nodded. Yes. Lin Han calculated the time in her mind, realizing that Zhou Ying would need to catch up on sleep soon, or else her health would surely suffer. Then you should rest quickly after you finish eating. I'll wash the bowl, and I'll take my time cleaning up the rest without disturbing you. Lin Han spoke with genuine concern. Zhou Ying glanced at her before responding, finishing the last sip of soup in her bowl before setting down her chopsticks. No rush. I'll wait for you to finish packing before I go to sleep. But Lin Han still wanted to persuade her. No boots. Zhou Ying's tone was resolute. You eat first after you're done. I'll help you organize the books on the shelf. The heavier ones, you can't manage alone. Lin Han opened her mouth, gazing into Zhou Ying's steadfast eyes. The words of refusal stuck in her throat, but a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her. She unconsciously pouted, lowering her head, and quickened her pace in consuming the noodles. By the time Lin Han finished, Zhou Ying had already stood up and was unsealing the tape on the book boxes. Should we organize by category? Zhou Ying inquired, her gaze sweeping over the haphazardly stacked books inside the box. Yes, just by category will do. Literary theory, novels, essays. It doesn't have to be too precise, as I'll need to frequently reference them anyway. Lin Han hurried over, squatting beside Zhou Ying at the box. Together, they coordinated to pull out the books, categorizing them for the shelf. Zhou Ying's fingers were long and graceful, her movements methodical. Occasionally, she would pick up a book, examine its cover or title, and then quietly place it in its designated spot. Lin Han would steal glances at Zhou Ying's serious profile, noticing that she seemed particularly intrigued by her non-literary books. When Zhou Ying picked up a vintage-looking book with the title A Compendium of Flowers inscribed in traditional characters along the spine, her movement noticeably halted. Her gaze lingered on the cover for several seconds before she nonchalantly placed it on the bottom shelf. Lin Han felt a slight flush creep up her cheeks. That book had been a playful gift from her roommate Chen Xiu during a bookstore outing long ago. Feeling it would be wasteful to discard it after spending money on it, Lin Han had kept it on her dormitory shelf. Last night, while packing, she had tossed it into the box without a second thought, unaware it would now be seen by Zhou Ying. Senior sister, she explained softly. That was a joke gift from my former roommates. I've never actually read it. I just kept it because I thought it would be a waste to throw it away. Zhou Ying acknowledged her with a non-committal tone, continuing to sort the books. Chapter 59. Conceptualizing the column, the process of organizing the books continued for over half an hour. The small bookshelf gradually filled with volumes, emanating a faint scent of ink and paper, standing harmoniously alongside Zhou Ying's medical textbooks. Almost done, Zhou Ying straightened up and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Lin Han observed the hint of fatigue in her eyes, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern. Senior sister, you should really go rest. I can handle the rest myself. Zhou Ying glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. She indeed needed to seize the opportunity to catch up on sleep. All right, this time, she didn't insist further. Nodding. Order takeout for lunch. Don't worry about me. I'll probably sleep until 5 in the afternoon. Okay, understood. Lin Han quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Ying turned and walked towards the master bedroom. As she reached the door, her steps hesitated for a moment, and she turned back. If you need anything or feel uncomfortable, just let me know at any time. Lin Han nodded vigorously. I will, senior sister. Only then did Zhou Ying seem to relax, gently closing the door to the master bedroom behind her. Lin Han returned to her room, surveying this new space that had become her home. She lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, an uncontrollable smile creeping across her lips. After a while, Lin Han sat up, walked to her desk, and opened her laptop. As the screen lit up, she instinctively logged into the back end of Guanlin. Upon accessing it, she discovered that her subscriber count had surpassed 3,000 and was still on the rise. The 3 articles concerning Qin Yunjie have amassed nearly 10,000 views, and the comments section remains vibrant, bustling with numerous discussions sparked by her writings, even giving rise to a small-scale debate. Collaboration invitations from several media outlets quietly rest in her message list. Lin Han refrained from immediately responding to any of them. Instead, she pondered the backgrounds of these media, potential collaboration models, and her own strengths and boundaries in succession. Yet culture leans towards marketing and reputation management, suggesting that their collaboration might favor soft articles or targeted analyses. While the remuneration might be substantial, her autonomy could be constrained. The other 2 local cultural media outlets, with their WeChat public accounts, possess influence limited to Haizu, offering potentially more flexible collaboration forms, albeit with a narrower reach. Additionally, an editor from the online knowledge-sharing platform, Uegian, expressed interest in in-depth cultural observation content in their comments, hinting at the possibility of a column or series of articles, which resonates more closely with Lin Han's inclination. Her core principle is to avoid purely promotional pieces, maintaining her analytical independence and critical perspective. She prioritizes platforms that can preserve the Guolan brand and her personal style. While remuneration is significant, long-term development and the tone of her content hold greater importance. Perhaps a short column collaboration could serve as a trial. She resolved to initiate preliminary contact with these outlets this afternoon, clarifying her demands while also listening to their conditions and specific plans. After addressing these transactional tasks, Lin Han felt a tinge of fatigue, yet her spirit soared with excitement. She saved her document, turned off her computer, and quietly stepped out of her room. The door to the master bedroom was tightly shut. Zhou Ying had likely already fallen asleep. Lin Han wandered to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and sipped it slowly. Her gaze swept across the countertop, the small dining table, and the sofa, envisioning the life she would share with Zhou Ying here. She would write in this space while Zhou Ying might study documents at the desk nearby. They would share meals, engage in casual conversations, and exchange insights from their respective fields. Lin Han felt a surge of anticipation for the future. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly midnight, and her stomach grumbled slightly. Recalling Zhou Ying's reminders, she opened her food delivery app and selected a light meal. While waiting for her order, Lin Han returned to the guest room to continue organizing the scattered items. She neatly arranged her skincare and cosmetics on the small shelf in the bathroom, placing trinkets and plush toys on her desk and bedside table. Once her meal arrived and she had lunch around 1 in the afternoon, Lin Han settled back at her desk. Taking a deep breath, she opened the WeChat accounts of the media editors, carefully choosing her words, and began to send friend requests one by one, briefly explaining her intentions in the verification messages. After completing this task, she did not idle away the time waiting for replies. Rather, she delved deeper into contemplating the future positioning of Guolan. Solely relying on prophetic analyses of individual works might yield fleeting popularity, but it is not a sustainable strategy. She needed to identify a more enduring and profound entry point. A column, a systematic and perspective-driven column. This thought emerged in Lin Han's mind. But what specific direction should it take? She recalled Zhou Ying's assertion that both medicine and literature fundamentally explore humanity. She also remembered the introduction she wrote when registering her public account, capturing the zeitgeist, attempting to salvage the overlooked glimmers and undercurrents through words. Those overlooked glimmers. Lin Han's thoughts began to expand. The vast reading she accumulated in her past life and her perception of future cultural trends intertwined her mind. What glimmers are on the verge of rising, but have yet to be fully discussed in mainstream discourse? In online literature, aside from the adaptation craze, what niche yet vibrant new genres and settings are emerging? For instance, the burgeoning subgenre of infinite flow in the next year or two, the revival of rural literature, or ensemble writing within specific worldviews. In traditional publishing, which obscure authors or types of works might be rediscovered. Nonfiction narratives concerning urban expatriates, women's existential dilemmas, and intergenerational relationships seem to resonate with certain undercurrents of societal emotion. She need not predict directly. Rather, she could observe and organize these nascent trends, analyzing the social psychology and cultural context behind them, even exploring their potential future trajectories. This approach encompasses a broader scope and possesses greater foresight and intellectual depth than mere critiques of individual works. The embryonic form of a column gradually clarified in her mind, glimmers of Guolan. This would focus on those subtle yet potent facets within the arts that have yet to become mainstream hot topics but contain potential or reflect deeper transformations, offering in-depth interpretations, contextual analyses, and discussions of trends. This would include, but not be limited to, literature, film, and cultural phenomena. In doing so, she could maintain Guolan's existing tone, calm, nuanced, and insightful, while avoiding exaggeration and gimmicks. Lin Han documented this framework, her heart swelling with the impulse to create. She recognized that this would require more systematic reading, broader observation, and more rigorous contemplation, yet it was precisely the challenge she sought. Immersed in the intricacies of her column's details, her phone screen illuminated. Editor Lee from Englishaudiobook Culture had accepted her friend request. Lin Han centered her thoughts, preparing to embark on her first commercial negotiation. Chapter 60. The culinary novice Lin Han. The afternoon slipped away in online communications. Lin Han engaged in preliminary discussions with Editor Lee from Englishaudiobook Culture, Editor Liu from Haizu Urban Network's Cultural Section, and the column editor from Uegian Platform. The process was smoother than she had anticipated. It further solidified some of her thoughts. Editor Lee from Englishaudiobook Culture indeed leaned towards project-based collaborations, expressing a desire for her to write a profound and widely disseminated analysis on a certain film soon to be released in which they are involved in marketing. The remuneration was considerable, yet there were subtle hints regarding the article's angle and bias. Lin Han politely but firmly stated that she only writes articles based on independent observation and analysis, unable to promise any bias, thus gracefully declining the immediate signing proposal while indicating a willingness to discuss future collaborations based on objective analyses of the work itself. Editor Liu from Haizu Urban Network exhibited a more amicable demeanor. They genuinely required a local author capable of writing deep cultural critiques, with a flexible collaboration format and ordinary remuneration, yet granting the author substantial freedom. Lin Han marked this as a potential option. Most aligned with Lin Han's aspirations was the editor from Uegian Platform. Uegian is an emerging online community focused on in-depth content and knowledge sharing, boasting a high-quality user base. Editor Wang, who expressed admiration for the articles Lin Han had previously published, particularly appreciated the observational perspective and textual analysis demonstrated within. He proactively extended an invitation to establish a personal column, allowing Lin Han to determine the title, with the theme centered around literary and cultural observations while maintaining the distinctive style of Guolan. The platform would provide certain promotional resources, with remuneration structured around a basic fee and subscription-based rewards, which, while modest initially, afforded content creators significant growth potential and respect. This nearly perfectly aligned with Lin Han's internal vision for her column. She did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she indicated that she needed some time to contemplate the specific direction and planning of the column and would provide a proposal shortly. Editor Wang expressed understanding and anticipation for her response. After concluding her discussions with the editors, Lin Han leaned back in her chair, massaging her slightly throbbing temples. Her first encounter with the industry left her feeling mentally fatigued, yet invigorated. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 6:30 in the evening. The sunlight slanted through the window, casting a warm golden hue across the room. Zhou Ying should be waking up soon. Remembering Zhou Ying would need something to eat before her night shift, and reflecting on her own culinary inadequacies, Lin Han felt a pang of regret as she lightly tapped her forehead. She tiptoed into the living room, her gaze sweeping over the kitchen. Cooking from scratch was out of the question, yet she still wished to express her sentiments. She opened the refrigerator to take a look. Among the provisions were the milk and bread Zhou Ying had mentioned that morning, along with eggs, tomatoes, and a handful of fresh greens. Though the ingredients were humble, they sufficed for preparing the most basic fare. Should she boil noodles? Or perhaps fry an egg? Lin Han murmured to herself, uncertain and anxious. Reflecting on her scant culinary experience, she ultimately resolved to attempt the relatively simple tomato and egg noodles. Though her previous venture had resulted in overcooked eggs, insipid tomatoes, and overly soft noodles, surely this was preferable to doing nothing at all. After Zhou Ying finished work and came to help with the move, weary and famished, Lin Han could not bear the thought of her leaving for the night shift on an empty stomach. With determination, she donned Zhou Ying's pale blue checkered apron, which hung loosely on her slight frame. Washing her hands, she solemnly retrieved the tomatoes and eggs, as if steeling herself for an important examination. She washed the tomatoes, clumsily chopping them into uneven chunks. Cracking an egg, the shell nearly fell into the bowl. As she stirred the egg with chopsticks, a few droplets spattered. Lighting the stove, she poured in the oil. Once heated, she hastily poured in the egg mixture. The sizzling startled her, causing her to leap back. Calm down, Lin Han murmured. Rallying herself, she carefully stirred the rapidly solidifying eggs with a spatula, and as their color deepened, hurriedly transferred them to a plate. Then she added the tomatoes, stirring a few times before recalling the need to add sugar to coax out the juices. Flustered, she fumbled for the sugar jar. At that moment, the master bedroom door softly opened. Zhou Ying emerged, her hair tousled and face still bearing the haze of just waking. Her gaze fell upon the kitchen scene, Lin Han frowning at the pot of tomatoes, clutching the sugar jar uncertainly. Her steps faltered, and the drowsiness instantly vanished. Her eyes revealed a complex mixture of surprise and tender warmth. Awake? Lin Han heard the movement and turned, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I want to try making some noodles. It might not turn out well. She glanced at the somewhat dry tomatoes in the pot, her voice faltering. Zhou Ying's eyes swiftly surveyed the slightly chaotic battlefield of the countertop before settling on Lin Han's hands, nervously clenched. Without a word, she stepped forward, naturally taking the sugar jar from Lin Han and setting it aside, then turned off the stove. Let me, she said gently, guiding Lin Han aside to avoid burns. You go set the table. Okay, Lin Han obediently stepped aside, relieved yet slightly ashamed. As expected, she had bungled it again, and Zhou Ying had to come to the rescue. Zhou Ying paid no mind to the half-cooked tomatoes left in the pot. She reignited the flame, adding a little water to coax the tomatoes into a rich sauce. With fluid motions, she cracked another egg, whisked it smoothly, then retrieved noodles from the refrigerator, awaiting the boiling water. Her movements flowed effortlessly, a stark contrast to Lin Han's earlier flurry. Lin Han arranged the bowls and utensils, leaning against the kitchen doorway to watch Zhou Ying's busy back. Sorry, senior, she whispered. I wanted you to rest longer and have something to eat when you woke. But in the end, you had to do it all. Zhou Ying poured the tender, freshly cooked eggs into the now richly tomato-red broth, stirring gently without looking back. It's all right. I appreciate your intention. She paused, adding, if you want to learn next time, I can teach you. Starting with the simplest things. Okay. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant tomato and egg noodles were placed on the small dining table. Zhou Ying's noodles were soft, the broth rich and vibrant, the eggs golden and silky, the tomatoes tangy and flavorful. Lin Han's bowl, by contrast, contained fewer noodles but more eggs and tomatoes. Dig in, Zhou Ying offered, handing over her chopsticks. Thank you, Senior, Lin Han accepted, picking up a mouthful of noodles, blowing on them before tasting. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. It was a world apart from her earlier inedible attempt. Zhou Ying smiled faintly, pleased by Lin Han's satisfaction, lowering her gaze to her own bowl. Oh, by the way, Lin Han suddenly recalled the afternoon's events, her tone tinged with excitement. I spoke with several media contacts today. Zhou Ying looked up attentively. How'd it go? Lin Han summarized the situation, emphasizing the invitation to contribute a column on the Eugene platform and sharing her initial ideas for the Guanlin Micro-Light collection. Zhou Ying listened intently, then said, the Eugene model seems to respect creators more. Your column idea is excellent. Capturing micro-light is apt and meaningful. She paused, meeting Lin Han's shining eyes. Follow through with your plan. You're clear-headed and know what suits you. If you need any materials or want to discuss ideas, though I'm no literature expert, I might offer a different perspective. Lin Han felt a warm reassurance from Zhou Ying's words. Her support was not blind encouragement, but grounded in understanding, trust, and advice. Yes, I will. Lin Han nodded firmly. Once I draft the detailed plan, you'll be the first to see it. Good, Zhou Ying smiled softly. After the meal, Zhou Ying glanced at the time and rose. I should get ready for the hospital. Shall I wash an apple for you to take along? You can snack on it if you get hungry tonight. Lin Han quickly stood as well. Though unable to help much with cooking, she could manage such small tasks. Okay. Zhou Ying did not refuse this time. Lin Han carefully washed and dried an apple, placed it in a small storage bag, and handed it over. Take care on your way, and get some rest. Zhou Ying accepted the apple, her gaze lingering on Lin Han's face. You too. Don't stay up too late. Lock the door. Got it. After escorting Zhou Ying to the door and watching her enter the elevator, Lin Han closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling softly. Returning to the living room, she looked at the two empty bowls on the table and recalled Zhou Ying's deft movements in the kitchen, a small smile playing on her lips. After washing the dishes and freshening up, Lin Han retired to the spare bedroom and lay down. The mattress was comfortable, and the room held familiar scents. Yet she felt something was still missing. Chapter 61. The new column approaches. Zhou Ying buys cake to celebrate in the days that followed. Lin Han's life gradually settled into a new rhythm. Zhou Ying worked her hospital shifts by day, while Lin Han spent her time in the apartment reading, writing, and conceptualizing her column. She first refined the proposal for the Eugene platform, detailing the positioning of the Guanlin Micro-Light collection and outlining initial topic ideas, which she sent to editor Wang. Though she lacked strong convictions about the chosen topics, selecting them somewhat arbitrarily as a trial. Editor Wang promptly responded with great appreciation for the proposal and confirmed the platform's decision to adopt it. Lin Han signed the cooperation contract, thus bringing her inaugural column to fruition. Her cohabitation with Zhou Ying grew increasingly natural through mutual adjustment. Lin Han began to shoulder modest household chores within her capacity, such as washing dishes, tidying the apartment, and hanging laundry. Yet, when handling Zhou Ying's intimate garments, her heart would still flutter uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhou Ying continued to prepare breakfast and dinner after work, though she had yet to find time to formally teach Lin Han how to cook. They frequented the supermarket together, Zhou Ying selecting ingredients while Lin Han's discerning. I favored snacks and creative knickknacks. The intimacy between close friends and family deepened gradually through these quotidian moments. Among Lin Han's daily routines was checking the public account's backend and email inbox, where two private messages captured her attention. One was from the editor-in-chief of Haida when XIN Review, who earnestly apologized for a prior rejection. He candidly admitted that, following the widespread discussion sparked by Lin Han's article on Xin Yunjie, the editorial board had re-examined and recognized the article's value and foresight. They now wished to publish it formally and invited Lin Han to become a special contributor to an XIN. The apology and renewed invitation from her alma mater's publication stirred a complex array of emotions within her. She graciously responded to the private message, expressing her gratitude for the recognition from Wang Xin, yet politely declined the invitation for a commissioned piece, candidly stating that she already had a definitive creative plan and limited energy. However, she did not rule out the possibility of future collaborations in other forms. Another message came from an old acquaintance, Xinjiao Culture, the official account of her former internship company. Clearly, her previous employer had also taken note of the recent rise in popularity of the public account, Guanlin, within the cultural commentary sphere. The email was grandiose in its language, primarily focusing on their appreciation for the account's quality content and expressing a desire for future collaboration. Unbeknownst to them, the operator behind Guanlin was none other than a former intern who had recently departed from their company. Lin Han glanced over the email without lingering, promptly closing the page. Some people and matters are like ill-fitting shoes. It is best to discard them without looking back. In recent days, Lin Han had been more focused on another matter rather than these messages or her own column, the request from Chen Siyu. After her internship was converted into a full-time position, Chen Siyu was brimming with enthusiasm and swiftly obtained an opportunity to independently plan a small-scale project within the company. The project involved collaborating with Zhengzhou's largest comprehensive theme park, Xingming Qiwan, to devise a series of cultural activities that would merge reading with amusement experiences, aimed at enhancing the park's cultural stature and the duration and satisfaction of family visitors. This posed a challenge for Chen Siyu, who was not particularly adept in cultural planning. The first person who came to her mind for assistance was Lin Han, who was currently thriving in content creation and possessed a keen sense of cultural trends. After hearing Chen Siyu articulate the project's objectives and challenges, Lin Han refrained from immediately proposing a concrete plan. Instead, she collaborated with Chen Siyu to outline the primary demographics of Xingming Qiwan's visitors, the thematic divisions of the park, and the increasing demand among modern individuals, particularly young families and urban youth, for profound experiences and emotional resonance in entertainment consumption. Drawing upon her recent observations regarding the societal mindset behind the rise of soothing content like farming literature, Lin Han proposed a core concept, transforming reading from a task into a natural respite amidst amusement, thereby creating lightweight cultural touchpoints for fragmented reading experiences. She offered several directional suggestions, such as establishing micro-reading corners that align with the thematic areas in specific resting zones, designing interactive story seeds that guide exploration, and orchestrating audio stroll experiences that integrate narrative elements. These activities did not require grand gestures. The essence lay in clever integration and light interaction, focusing on cultivating an atmosphere where not only exhilarating amusement existed, but also cultural corners for the soul to momentarily rest, precisely resonating with urban dwellers' latent yearning for healing and meaningful leisure. Upon absorbing Lin Han's insights, Chen Siyu experienced a sudden epiphany and was filled with excitement. She further refined these ideas, incorporating them into her proposal, which ultimately garnered unanimous praise from both the company and the theme park. The activities planned from this proposal were set to launch this Saturday at Xingming Qiwan, and Chen Siyu even managed to secure a few park tickets through her planning efforts, gifting 2 to Lin Han, inviting her and senior Zhou Ying to join. On Friday night, Lin Han completed the first draft of her column, titled The Voice of Gentle Streams, When Farming Literature Begins to Alleviate Urban Anxiety. While she was in the midst of editing, a message from editor Wang of the Yuejian platform popped up, inquiring about the manuscript's progress and informing her that the column would soon be published. After responding, she sent off the final draft, feeling a wave of relief. Regardless of the outcome of this exploratory column, it would not deter her. At that moment, she heard the distinctive click of the door lock. Startled, Lin Han turned to see Zhou Ying entering, carrying an exquisite cake box. "Senior, aren't you on a night shift?" Lin Han inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Just after dinner, Zhou Ying had left, and Lin Han had assumed she was heading to work. "Why is she back now? I swapped shifts with a colleague. I'll be working tomorrow night instead." Zhou Ying placed the cake box on the dining table and removed her outerwear. "What prompted the sudden shift?" Lin Han asked, glancing at the cake. "It's to celebrate your column contract," Zhou Ying replied, opening the box to reveal a small strawberry cream cake. "I wasn't sure what flavor you liked, so I chose something relatively light." Looking at the cake and then back at Zhou Ying, Lin Han felt a warmth in her eyes. "Thank you, senior." "No need for thanks," Zhou Ying said, producing candles. "Shall we make a wish?" Lina nodded vigorously. In the candlelight, she closed her eyes and made a silent wish. When the lights returned, Zhou Ying cut a slice of cake and handed it to Lin Han. "Try it." Lin Han accepted it, finding the cream sweet yet not overwhelming, with a delightful strawberry fragrance. "It's delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, senior." Zhou Ying looked at her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I know you will succeed, Lin Han." Chapter 62. Water leakage from the ceiling once again sharing the night with Zhou Ying. Lin Han, in a state of drowsiness, was awakened by a persistent dripping sound. The noise, though subtle, resonated with startling clarity in the stillness of the night. Frowning, she drowsily opened her eyes. The room was dim, with only a sliver of streetlight filtering through the curtain. Straining to listen, she discerned the rhythmic dripping. Was the sound emanating from above? A sudden tension gripped her heart, fully awakening her. Fumbling for the bedside lamp, she flicked it on, the light banishing the darkness, and glanced up at the ceiling. To her dismay, A dark patch of water stain was unmistakably visible on the ceiling above the foot of her bed, its edges slowly becoming saturated. A murky droplet hung precariously at the center of the stain, trembling as it elongated. Plop! The droplet fell onto the floor at the foot of her bed, already forming a small puddle. The foot of the bed was also affected, with a portion now dampened. A leak? Lin Han sat upright, his sleep vanishing instantly. She hastily got out of bed, her bare feet meeting the cool floor as she carefully avoided the puddle and leaned in for a closer look. The water stain was visibly spreading, and the frequency of the dripping seemed to accelerate. What was happening upstairs? This could not continue. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to inform Zhou Ying, as it was her house and Lin Han had no experience dealing with such matters. Approaching the door to the master bedroom, she gently knocked. "Senior, are you asleep?" Footsteps quickly approached from within, and the door swung open. Zhou Ying, clearly awake, stood there clad in a dark blue silk nightgown. Her long hair cascading down, a look of inquiry on her face. "What is wrong?" It seems that water is leaking from the ceiling in my room." Lin Han indicated toward the guest room. "Water is dripping from above, right where my bed is." Zhou Ying's brow furrowed immediately. "A leak?" She swiftly bypassed Lin Han and made her way to the guest room, prompting Lin Han to follow closely. Upon entering the guest room, Zhou Ying immediately spotted the conspicuous water stain on the ceiling, along with the droplet that was slowly coalescing and about to fall. She looked up, scrutinizing the situation for a few seconds before turning to Lin Han. "I'll go check it out. Stay here and avoid wet areas. Be careful not to slip." "Senior, can I go with you?" Lin Han felt uneasy. Zhou Ying had already retreated to her room to change into comfortable attire. "No, you stay here. I'll be back shortly." She then grabbed her phone and the apartment access card from the entryway cabinet and stepped out, left alone in the living room. Lin Han listened as Zhou Ying's footsteps faded into the hallway, her heart filled with apprehension. A leak. It sounded like a troublesome issue. She wondered about the situation upstairs and whether it could be repaired. Would she be able to sleep in her bed tonight? Returning to the guest room, she gazed at the increasingly pronounced water stain on the ceiling and then at her bed, which was intermittently visited by droplets, letting out a resigned sigh. Fortunately, it had been discovered early. Only a small section of the bedsheet was damp. However, if the leak persisted, it would surely be impossible to sleep here tonight. Lin Han fetched a clean basin and placed it on the bed to catch the water. She sat on the chair by the bedside, hugging her knees as she awaited Zhou Ying's return. Moments ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. After a few minutes, footsteps and the sound of a key turning finally echoed from outside the door. Lin Han immediately stood up and walked toward the entrance. Zhou Ying pushed the door open, her expression somewhat grave, with the tips of her hair and shoulders seemingly speckled with droplets of water. "Senior, how is it?" Zhou Ying closed the door and walked into the living room, gesturing for Lin Han to take a seat. "The water pipe upstairs has burst," she stated succinctly, her brow furrowed. It appeared to be an old pipe connecting the kitchen to the balcony, which had suddenly ruptured due to excessive pressure. The leak is quite severe. The kitchen and the area near the living room in their home have flooded. Lin Han gasped in shock. "Is it that serious? What should we do?" "I have already contacted the property management and emergency repairs. They're currently addressing the situation," Zhou Ying replied, rubbing her forehead. "The residents above might have made unauthorized modifications to the plumbing during their renovations to expand their space, and the waterproofing was not done properly. Our secondary bedroom is directly above one of the altered pipe junctions. Usually, it wouldn't be a problem, but when a pipe bursts like this, water seeps down through their poorly executed waterproofing and the gaps from the unauthorized modifications." Lin Han understood that it was an issue stemming from improper construction. Zhou Ying continued, "There is no way we can sleep here tonight. The humidity is high, and we don't know if more water will continue to seep down. I need to find a professional to assess the damage and possibly negotiate repairs and compensation with the upstairs residents." She looked at Lin Han, her gaze sincere. "I am truly sorry, Lin Han. I didn't expect this to happen, especially so soon after you moved in." "Senior, don't say that." Lin Han quickly waved her hand. "It's not your fault. It's an issue with their renovations. Besides, you could have known in advance." After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at the bed that was still catching water and asked, "So what about tonight?" Zhou Ying seemed to have anticipated this, not waiting for Lin Han to finish her sentence before saying, "Why don't you sleep in my room tonight?" Once again, Lin Han's heart inexplicably raced. Biting her lip, she finally nodded. "All right then. I'm sorry for troubling you again." "It's no trouble at all." Zhou Ying appeared relieved and turned towards the bathroom. "You go ahead and sleep. I'll set out a few more basins to catch the water." Chapter 63. A stolen kiss. Lin Han nodded and entered the master bedroom, gracefully lying on one side of the bed, inhaling Zhou Ying's familiar scent, her heart racing. She heard Zhou Ying's soft footsteps moving from the bathroom to the secondary bedroom, the sound of the window being pushed open, followed by Zhou Ying returning to the living room to turn off the main light. Soon, the footsteps approached the master bedroom. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhou Ying entered. She didn't immediately climb into bed, but walked over to the window to ensure it was closed before drawing the curtains. After completing these tasks, she made her way to the bedside, seemingly oblivious to Lin Han's presence, changing out of her home clothes into a dark blue nightgown before lying down. Sleep well. Zhou Ying's voice floated through the darkness, soft and gentle. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Good night, senior, Lin Han softly replied. Good night. However, Lin Han suddenly turned to Zhou Ying and asked, can you really fall asleep now? You slept for quite a while during the day. I can manage. Zhou Ying paused, adding, I'd already arranged my shift last night, so I didn't get much sleep today. I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, Lin Han nodded, then recalled something. By the way, senior, since you don't have to work tonight, does that mean you need to catch up on sleep tomorrow? Correct. Lin Han's tone brightened as she shifted closer to Zhou Ying on the bed. Earlier, see, you asked me to help plan the Star Dream Wonderland event, right? She gave me 2 tickets for tomorrow, inviting you and me to the amusement park. I initially thought you'd need to sleep after work, so I didn't mention it. But since you don't need to rest, Lin Han extended the invitation. Shall we go to Star Dream Wonderland together tomorrow? In the faint light filtering through the window, Lin Han could see a hint of a smile on Zhou Ying's face. All right, let us get some sleep then. We'll head out early tomorrow. We should be back in time for you to rest in the afternoon. Good night, senior, Lin Han reiterated. Lin Han, good night. The room fell silent, filled only with their steady breathing. After some time, Lin Han awoke once more, the streetlights casting shadows outside. She glanced to the side. Zhou Ying was sleeping soundly, curled up against her. Lin Han gazed at Zhou Ying's tranquil face, and in the dim light, her long eyelashes seemed to flutter. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Lin Han's gaze drifted downward, below Zhou Ying's straight nose. Her lips were slightly pressed together, their hue pale and somewhat dry. Thump! Thump! Her heart pounded within her chest, resonating with a rhythm that echoed in her ears. The fervor that had been suppressed by rationality and busyness during the day surged forth in the stillness of the night. In the intimacy of their skin touching and breaths mingling, breaking through all restraints. The strings of reason tightened to their breaking point, and then, with a sudden snap, they shattered. Compelled by some inexplicable force, Lin Han felt drawn to those soft curves, holding her breath as her body leaned closer to that warm presence. The sound of her heartbeat drowned out all other noises. Her nose was almost touching Zhou Ying's, allowing her to count the delicate lashes on the other's eyelids. Zhou Ying's breath caressed her lips, igniting a flame within her. Not any closer, stop. A voice screamed within Lin Han, yet her body betrayed her will. Finally, her lips met Zhou Ying's, a gentle collision that sent a faint current coursing through her limbs. The softness was beyond her imagination. Lin Han's heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Just a second, perhaps even less. Lin Han suddenly jolted awake as if burned, retreating with alarming speed, her head rigidly turning away from Zhou Ying, her heart pounding violently in her chest, nearly suffocating her. What had she done? She had kissed Zhou Ying while she was asleep. Lin Han's cheeks flushed fiercely, her neck and ears burning with embarrassment. The shame and fear washed over her like icy water, leaving her trembling. Had Zhou Ying woken up? Did she feel it? If she woke, what would she think? Would she find it repulsive? Would she immediately push Lin Han away and question her? Would the trust and intimacy they had painstakingly built collapse in an instant? Lin Han squeezed her eyes shut, barely daring to breathe, her senses attuned to any movements behind her, catching the faintest sound. The mattress showed no signs of shifting. Zhou Ying's breathing seemed steady and unchanging. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a while, there was still no reaction from behind. It seemed Zhou Ying truly had not awakened. This realization eased Lin Han's taut nerves slightly, but the shame and panic lingered. She slowly turned back around, cautiously looking at Zhou Ying once more. Zhou Ying appeared to be still asleep, her position unchanged, though the arm around Lin Han's waist had loosened somewhat. Lin Han's gaze involuntarily fell back on his Zhou Ying's lips. Under the dim light, those 2 soft petals. Wait, she blinked, doubting her own perception. Or perhaps it was an illusion caused by the light. Zhou Ying's lips had seemed dry and pale pink just moments ago, yet now, illuminated by the soft glow from outside, they appeared to be coated in a delicate sheen of moisture. Had she misjudged before? Or was she misjudging now? Lin Han instinctively extended her tongue to moisten her parched lips. Chapter 64. laboring in paradise the following morning. Lin Han awoke to find that Zhou Ying was no longer by her side. She had risen at some point. Faint sounds emanated from the kitchen, likely the familiar noises of Zhou Ying preparing breakfast. Lin Han took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and feigned nonchalance as she exited her room to wash up. At breakfast, Zhou Ying's demeanor was as usual, which relieved Lin Han. It seemed that Zhou Ying had not noticed any change in her, and indeed, she had not awakened last night. However, as Lin Han returned to her room to change clothes, Zhou Ying followed her inside. Her gaze flitted over the ordinary t-shirt and jeans Lin Han held, her brow furrowing slightly, before she decisively approached and selected a light green floral dress that Lin Han had scarcely worn from the wardrobe. "Put this on," Zhou Ying commanded with authority. "The color is refreshing, perfect for summer, and it will look splendid in photographs." She even casually paired it with a beige woven sun hat. Lin Han was taken aback, staring at the dress thrust into her hands, along with the unmistakable insistence in Zhou Ying's eyes. The words of refusal inexplicably lodged in her throat. Ultimately, under Zhou Ying's watchful gaze, she changed into the dress. The fitted waist design and knee-length hem accentuated her fair complexion, imparting a fresh and slightly playful air. When Lin Han emerged from her room, dressed in the dress, she noticed that Zhou Ying had also changed out of her usual shirt and trousers, donning a simple yet elegant egg-yellow cotton dress. The dress was tailored to fit her form, the V-neck design revealing her delicate collarbone, and the hem swayed gently with her steps. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, rendering her radiant and gentle in the morning summer light, a stark contrast to her usual cool and professional demeanor. Their gazes met, and a moment of awkwardness ensued before they quickly averted their eyes. Zhou Ying merely remarked, "It suits you very well," before turning to grab her bag. The journey was silent, the atmosphere within the car tinged with a subtle tension. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the parking lot of the Stardream Adventure Park. The two disembarked and made their way toward the entrance, where a throng of people had gathered, filled with laughter and joy. The towering castle spires glittered in the sunlight, and the air was infused with the sweet aromas of candy, popcorn, and a medley of other scents. Standing at the edge of the bustling crowd, Lin Han clutched the ticket given to her by Chen Xiu, instinctively glancing at Zhou Ying. Noticing Lin Han's gaze, Zhou Ying turned her head, her eyes landing on Lin Han's face before quickly scanning the light green dress she wore. "What are you dazed about? Let us go." Lin Han hastily redirected her gaze, replying, "Okay." They entered the park with the flow of the crowd, vibrant balloons bobbing above their heads, while the distant sounds of roller coasters and cheerful theme music filled the air. Amidst the cacophony, Zhou Ying leaned closer to Lin Han and raised her voice slightly. "Where should we go first?" Feeling the warmth of Zhou Ying's breath brush against her, Lin Han recalled the events of the previous night and involuntarily shivered, quickly regaining her composure as she pulled out the park map and pointed to a specific area. "The activities organized by CU are primarily in the Enchanted Forest and Fairy Tale Town sections. Shall we head over to take a look?" "Sure, I'll follow your lead." Zhou Ying nodded, naturally positioning herself half a step ahead of Lin Han, guiding her through the throng. They navigated through the bustling main avenue toward the relatively tranquil Enchanted Forest zone. Before long, Lin Han spotted traces of Chun Siu's planned activities, several intricately designed story seed interactive signs that directed visitors to many reading corners in various themed areas. Just as Lin Han was about to point them out to Zhou Ying, her phone began to vibrate incessantly. She pulled it out to see it was Chun Siu. "Han Han, have you arrived at the park? Help, we have a problem." Chun Siu's voice sounded urgent amidst the overwhelming background noise. "We're at the entrance. What's wrong? Siu?" Lin Han's heart raced with concern. "The immersive audio walking experience point we set up in the Enchanted Forest is malfunctioning. The intern responsible for playback and guidance has suddenly been taken to the infirmary with acute gastroenteritis, and there's no one to oversee it. Some visitors have been waiting for a long time and are quite dissatisfied. They're currently lodging complaints. I'm coordinating other points from the main control, but I can't leave. Today the staff is all booked up." Chun Siu spoke rapidly, her voice laced with urgency. "The audio walking experience point?" Lin Han quickly recalled the suggestion she had given to Chun Siu. Was it the project where visitors donned headphones and explored story segments along a designated route based on audio prompts? "Yes, exactly. It was quite popular, but now Han, you're the most familiar with the process and story background for that project. Could you possibly step in temporarily? Help me manage the situation and at least serve the people who are already in line? I'll get someone from another area to come over, but that will take some time." Chun Siu's tone was slightly apologetic, yet still pleading. Lin glanced as Zhou Ying beside her, hesitating. They had come to enjoy themselves, and it was rare for Zhou Ying to have free time. Although Zhou Ying could not hear the details of the call, She had already pieced together the situation from Lin Han's expression and fragmented phrases. She gently touched Lin Han's arm and whispered, "Do you need help? I can go with you." Lin Han felt a warmth in her heart and replied into the phone, "Sue, don't worry. Send me the specific location and what the issue might be. I'll head over now. Zhou Ying will accompany me to see if we can assist." Chun Siu sighed in relief, quickly detailing, "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you both. I'll send you the address right away." The audio equipment sometimes has connection issues, leading to no sound or intermittent audio. Please check the connection cables or restart it. The key is in the storage box nearby. After hanging up, Lin Han turned to Zhou Ying, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, but our plans have been disrupted. Siu has a bit of an emergency." "It's all right." Zhou Ying shook her head. "Helping is more important. Let us go." "Did she send the address?" "Yes, it's deep in the Enchanted Forest area, near the Treehouse restaurant." Without further delay, they hurriedly followed the map's directions toward the Enchanted Forest zone. Before they reached the experience point, they noticed a small crowd gathered around a kiosk designed to resemble a tree hollow, murmuring with impatience. "What's going on? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes with no one here. Is the equipment broken? I tried it just now, and there was no sound. What happened to the promised immersive experience? This is far from immersive." Taking a deep breath, Lin Han forced a smile as she stepped forward. "Dear visitors, I sincerely apologize for the wait. I'm the temporary staff assigned to this experience point, and we encountered a minor technical issue that we are currently addressing." Her voice rang clear and her demeanor earnest, which quelled some of the visitors' complaints. Zhou Ying silently stood behind her, quickly assessing the equipment in the kiosk. A control console, several pairs of hanging wireless headphones, and some promotional brochures. Following Chun Siu's instructions, Lin Han opened the storage box, retrieving the spare key and basic tools. She attempted to restart the control console, but it seemed ineffective. Testing the headphones, she discovered that some pairs had no sound at all, while others were intermittent. It was likely that some headphone batteries were dead, or there was a connection issue with the signal transmitter. Zhou Ying observed the situation and quietly suggested, "Are there spare batteries?" Lin Han rummaged through the storage box, and indeed found a small box of button batteries. "There are batteries, but I'm not very skilled at replacing these." Her hands trembled slightly at the thought of such delicate work. "I'll handle it." Zhou Ying took the headphones and batteries from her. Her fingers were long and steady as she deftly pried open the headphone battery compartment, removed the old battery, and replaced it with a new one, her movements smooth and precise, showcasing the meticulous dexterity of a medical student. Meanwhile, Lin Han focused on calming the visitors, explaining the situation and assuring them that it would be resolved shortly. She also mentioned that those waiting would receive a small souvenir as compensation, a promise made by Chun Siu during their phone conversation. After Zhou Ying efficiently replaced the batteries and checked the connections, most of the headphones returned to normal function. Lin Han restarted the program, and soothing guide music along with narrative storytelling emanated clearly from the headphones. "All right, thank you for your patience. You can now enjoy the experience." Lin Han sighed with relief, beginning to organize the visitors into a queue, distributing headphones while briefly explaining the experience rules en route. Zhou Ying remained industrious, actively assisting in maintaining order, guiding visitors to don their headphones and ensuring their comfort. Though she spoke little, her composed demeanor and methodical actions instilled a sense of reassurance in those around her. The experience point was back in operation, and, with headphones on, visitors began to explore the forest path slowly, their faces lighting up with anticipation and curiosity once again. Lin Han and Zhou Ying stood by the pavilion, attentive to any arising issues. Seizing a moment of respite, Lin Han couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Ying, "Thank you, Senior. I didn't expect you to be able to fix this too. It's merely a simple matter of circuitry and mechanics. Nothing too challenging," Zhou Ying replied nonchalantly. Lin Han remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the crowd of participants. In the following time, they worked in perfect harmony, with Lin Han handling communication and guidance while Zhou Ying dealt with various minor unexpected situations. Unbeknownst to them, the support they had anticipated was delayed until the afternoon. They even managed to snag 2 work meals as a result. When the personnel dispatched by Chun Siu finally arrived, they found the site orderly. Thanks to Lin Han and Zhou Ying's adept management, the efficiency and charm of this temporary duo even attracted some additional curious onlookers. Once the replacement staff were fully briefed on the process, Lin Han and Zhou Ying were able to hand over their duties. The clock had struck past 3 in the afternoon. "I can't thank you enough." Chun Siu hurried over, her face radiating gratitude. "If it weren't for you, today would have been a disaster for me, and the subsequent reputation damage would have been significant. Han, Senior Zhou, you are truly my saviors. It's nothing. I'm just glad to help." Lin Han smiled, rubbing her somewhat sore shoulders. Zhou Ying handed her a bottle of freshly purchased mineral water, saying, "Drink some water." A Observing their interaction, Chun Siyu playfully remarked, I won't interrupt you any longer. Go and enjoy yourselves. All expenses today are on me. Once I finish up these next few days, I'll treat you both to a nice meal. Chapter 65. Does Zhou Ying not have a younger sister? After bidding farewell to Chun Siyu, Lin Han and Zhou Ying finally found some time for themselves. The afternoon sun remained fervent, yet the enthusiasm in the amusement park showed no signs of waning. Are you tired? Zhou Ying inquired. Shall we find a place to sit for a bit? I am all right. Lin Han shook her head, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Senior, I'm really sorry. I intended to bring you here for enjoyment. Yet I've kept you working for so long. Zhou Ying waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. But it's already past 3, and you still have your shift tonight. Lin Han said, her expression laced with concern. No need. I've switched shifts for tonight as well. As she spoke, Zhou Ying seemed to intentionally avoid Lin Han's gaze. What? Senior, you didn't switch your shift just to accompany me, did you? There's no need for that. We can always come again another time, Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. It's not that, Zhou Ying replied, still not looking at Lin Han, but shaking her head. I have something important to attend to tonight, which is why I adjusted my schedule. Oh, Lin Han responded, understanding and refrained from pressing her for details. Her eyes brightened as she looked around. In that case, since we've come all this way, let us enjoy some attractions. Senior, is there anything you'd like to try? Zhou Ying met Lin Han's hopeful gaze, her lips curving into a subtle smile. I'm open to anything, but let us avoid anything too thrilling. Not thrilling? Lin Han pondered for a moment before pointing to a gently rotating attraction not far away. How about we ride that enchanting carousel? It's not thrilling and looks great for photos. Zhou Ying glanced at it and nodded, all right. The queue was short, and before long, it was their turn. Lin Han chose a white unicorn, while Zhou Ying settled on a white steed adorned with vines and flowers right beside her. As the music began to play, the carousel started to slowly rotate upward. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it the joyful atmosphere of the amusement park. Lin Han turned her head to look at Zhou Ying and found her gazing back. Seated upon the carousel, the pale yellow of Zhou Ying's skirt fluttered lightly in the wind, her long hair billowing softly, with the castle and blue sky forming a picturesque backdrop. She wore no exaggerated expression, yet her eyes were soft and the corners of her lips held a delicate curve. Lin Han found herself momentarily entranced, instinctively raising her phone to capture the moment. Click! Zhou Ying blinked in surprise, then turned to face the camera, unfazed, and offered an even clearer smile. In that instant, time seemed to slow down. The surrounding cacophony of voices and music faded away, leaving only the spinning carousel and the reflections of each other in their eyes. After dismounting from the carousel, Lin Han scrolled through the photos on her phone, each one of Zhou Ying captivating enough to stir her heart. She secretly set one of their selfies, taken as they smiled at each other on the carousel, as her lock screen wallpaper. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out nearby. Xiao Ying? Both Lin Han and Zhou Ying turned towards the sound. A young couple, appearing to be in their 30s, approached them. The man, dressed in a casual polo and khaki pants, exuded a gentle demeanor. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, linking arms with him, curiously observing Zhou Ying and Lin Han. Zhou Ying seemed momentarily taken aback, greeting them with a warm tone. Cousin-in-law. What a coincidence. Cousin-in-law. Lin Han immediately recalled Zhou Ying mentioning her uncle's family. She straightened up slightly, politely nodding at the pair. It really is you, Zhou Ying. Her cousin Ren Yu approached with a beaming smile, his gaze flitting between Zhou Ying and Lin Han, filled with astonishment and curiosity. My wife and I were just saying we'd come to the park today for the event, but I didn't expect to run into you. Who is this? His gaze settled on Lin Han, imbued with friendly inquiry, while his wife smiled at Lin Han as well. Zhou Ying calmly introduced, This is my friend, Lin Han. She then turned to Lin Han. Lin Han, this is my cousin Ren Yu and his wife Su Yangzhen. Hello, cousin. Hello, cousin-in-law. Lin Han greeted dutifully. Friend? Ren Yu's astonishment grew more pronounced. He looked at Zhou Ying, incredulity evident in his voice. How rare, Zhou Ying. I've never seen you bring a friend out to play before. College classmate? Or a colleague from the hospital? Zhou Ying seemed reluctant to elaborate, succinctly replying. A fellow alumnus. But Ren Yu's curiosity was clearly piqued. He scrutinized Lin Han enthusiastically, saying, So, you're Lin Han? Nice to meet you. Please don't mind me. I'm just surprised. Our Zhou Ying has always been like a little adult, preferring to read and study alone, with very few friends, let alone going out to play. My wife and I were worried about her being too solitary. It's great to meet you today. Su Yangzhen gently echoed. Yes, Zhou Ying is quite reserved. Having a friend to enjoy time with is a wonderful thing. Is Lin Han still in school? Lin Han felt a bit bashful under the warm attention of the couple. Yet she also sensed their care for Zhou Ying. She glanced at Zhou Ying, who pursed her lips slightly, seemingly unwilling to speak further. So, Lin Han took the initiative to answer, "Yes, I graduated this year from the School of Liberal Arts at Heise University. How did you two meet?" Rin Yu pressed on, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Han instinctively replied, "Perhaps it's because I somewhat resemble senior Zhou's younger sister. She mentioned her sister would be about my age if she were still here, so she tended to look after me." After saying this, she offered Zhou Ying a reassuring smile. However, the moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere around them shifted abruptly. Rin Yu's smile abruptly froze, his eyes widening slowly, as if he had just heard something extraordinarily absurd. Beside him, Zhou Yangzhen also exhibited a look of disbelief, instinctively glancing at Zhou Ying and then at Lin Han. Her eyes filled with confusion. The moment Lin Han uttered the word sister, Zhou Ying's body tensed instantly, her fingers curled slightly at her sides. Sister? Rin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, when his aunt and uncle had their incident years ago, his aunt had been pregnant. But it was too early to know the gender. How could there be a sister? Lin Han, too, widened her eyes, gazing at Zhou Ying in perplexity. Before she could ponder further, Zhou Ying stepped forward, grasping Lin Han's hand, and turned to her cousin and his wife. "Cousin, aunt, thank you for your concern today. Lin Han and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. We can talk another day." With that, she unceremoniously pulled the still-dazed Lin Han along, striding the opposite direction of Rin Yu and his wife. "Senior, this is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly later tonight." Zhou Ying interrupted Lin Han's questioning, shifting the topic. What next? Lin Han's mind was momentarily foggy, but upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, she could only nod in agreement. After glancing at the map and then at the sky, "Let's go ride that." She pointed toward a large Ferris wheel slowly ascending in the distance. It looked gentle and would offer a view of the entire amusement park. Even some scenes of Haizu City. It would surely be beautiful at dusk. Zhou Ying cast a glance at the Ferris wheel and resolutely declared, "No. Why not?" Lina Koryat Putzlid. Zhou Ying explained naturally, "There are too many people. Let's come back later." Chapter 66. The confession on the Ferris wheel. Zhou Ying's refusal surprised Lin Han, but seeing the winding queue beneath the Ferris wheel, she quickly accepted the rationale. Indeed, a weekend evening was peak time for enjoying the night view. "All right, then we'll come back later. Let us go enjoy something else first." Lin Han readily agreed, searching for another target on the map. For the next few hours, they seemed to truly immerse themselves in this ocean of joy, with Lin Han gradually forgetting the earlier incident amidst the laughter. They instinctively avoided all roller coasters and thrill rides, opting instead for gentler, more amusing attractions. They spun in the dreamy teacups to the rhythm of the music, with Lin Han deliberately turning a bit faster. Zhou Ying merely steadied herself against the cup's wall, gazing at Lin Han, who smiled like a child, her eyes softening. They strolled through the fairy tale town, posing for photos with staff dressed as dolls. Lin Han excitedly made peace signs, while Zhou Ying stood somewhat shyly beside her, yet the smile at the corners of her mouth never faded. They also took a scenic little train that circled half the park, watching the sunset bathe the castle and the distant city skyline in golden red hues. Zhou Ying spoke little, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Han, handing her water when needed, patiently waiting when Lin Han was captivated by street performances, and effortlessly helping her smooth her hair when the wind tousled it. This silent thoughtfulness and companionship stirred Lin Han's heart more than any words could. As night fell, the amusement park illuminated with dazzling lights, resembling a starry river descended to earth. After a round of fun, both felt a pang of hunger. "Senior, shall we go eat? I've heard that the Starry Wishes themed restaurant in the park is quite good," Lin Han suggested. "Sure." The restaurant exuded a romantic ambience, with exquisite food. As Zhou Ying placed the order, she meticulously avoided potentially irritating dishes, opting for a light and delectable set meal. During dinner, they chatted about the day's amusing events and Lin Han's progress on her public account. The atmosphere relaxed and congenial. Upon exiting the restaurant, the cool night breeze was quite pleasant. The neon sign of the park's cinema flickered not far away. "Shall we catch a movie?" Zhou Ying suddenly proposed, mentioning that a well-rated animated film was screening that night. Lin Han was somewhat taken aback. Zhou Ying was actually suggesting a movie? But she quickly nodded in agreement. "Sounds great." The film was a warm, heartwarming fantasy animation, featuring stunning visuals and a moving story. The screening room was filled with families with children and young couples. As the lights dimmed and the screen lit up, Lin Han held the popcorn Zhou Ying had bought, becoming engrossed in the film. Occasionally, when an interesting or touching scene appeared, she instinctively turned to share it with Zhou Ying, only to find that Zhou Ying seemed less focused on the screen, her gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought. As the film concluded, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The number of visitors in the amusement park had noticeably dwindled, yet the lights remained splendid, and a few scattered stars were visible in the night sky. Zhou Ying halted, gazing at the Ferris wheel in the distance, slowly turning and adorned with flowing lights. Its reflections danced on the lake at the park center, creating an enchanting sight. There shouldn't be many people now. Shall we go ride it? Lin Han followed her gaze. And the nighttime Ferris will seem to hold even more romantic significance than during the day. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Indeed, there was no lengthy queue for the Ferris wheel at night. More accurately, there was no queue at all. Astonishingly, it was just the two of them. They entered a transparent cabin, which began to ascend slowly, the park below gradually shrinking into a dazzling sea of lights. With the distant city glowing like a spread of stars. Lin Han leaned against the glass window, gazing at the dreamlike scenery below, unable to help but softly exclaim, "So beautiful." Zhou Ying did not look outside. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Han's profile, illuminated by the reflections outside. "Yes, very beautiful," she murmured softly, her words ambiguous, whether about the scenery or the person before her. As the cabin rose higher, nearing its apex, the entire night view of highs who seemed to lie beneath their feet, yet it felt almost within reach. Just as the cabin was about to reach the highest point, Zhou Ying suddenly spoke, her voice particularly clear in the stillness. "Lin Han." The cabin came to a halt precisely at the summit, swaying slightly. The instant Lin Han turned her head, bang! A magnificent golden firework erupted in the night sky right before them. The cascading lights instantly illuminated their transparent cabin, as well as Zhou Ying's eyes, which were filled with starlight as she gazed at Lin Han. "Lin Han," Zhou Ying called again, her voice resounding with clarity amid the fading sounds of the fireworks, tinged with a slight tremor. Immediately after, more fireworks ascended in quick succession, bursting into vibrant hues of purple, fiery red, and cool blue. Like blossoms, like waterfalls, like stars cascading down, the entire night was awash in a riot of colors. The thunderous booms intertwining with the brilliant lights, transforming the small cabin into a dreamlike stage, wrapped in light and shadow, isolated from the world. This fireworks display was a regular feature at Starry Dreams amusement park every night at 10, so Lin Han was not surprised. Yet she was still taken aback by the sudden grandeur of the scene. Instinctively, she turned to look out the window, her eyes reflecting the dazzling spectacle, silently marveling. However, in the next moment, her wrist was grasped by a cool yet firm hand. The gentle pull redirected her gaze from the window back to Zhou Ying's eyes. The flickering lights of the fireworks danced across Zhou Ying's face, making her expression appear somewhat surreal in the interplay of light and shadow, but her eyes shone brilliantly, the emotions swirling within them, threatening to overflow, unable to be concealed any longer. Lin Han had never seen Zhou Ying like this before. At that moment, even if she were somewhat oblivious to such matters, she began to sense something. No way. Lin Han's heart raced furiously, nearly shattering her chest. She stared at Zhou Ying, forgetting to breathe and losing awareness of the fireworks outside. Zhou Ying took a deep breath, seemingly mustering all her strength, then quietly fixed her gaze on Lin Han's eyes and softly said, "Legend has it that each compartment of the Ferris wheel is filled with happiness. The Ferris will exist for the purpose of soaring into the sky alongside the one you cherish. With each rotation, another pair of lovers shares a kiss. For angels reside upon the Ferris wheel. When we gaze up at the Ferris wheel, we are in fact looking up at happiness. The height of our joy is mirrored in the elevation of the wheel. When we yearn for happiness yet find it elusive, we might try to board the Ferris wheel and wait as it ascends gradually. From the vantage point of the wheel, the world seems vast and each individual diminutive. Yet there will always be a simple happiness that belongs to us. Thus, when we find ourselves in despair, let's attempt to ride the Ferris wheel, awaiting the so-called pinnacle of happiness. Legend has it that sharing a ride on the Ferris wheel with someone you adore embodies true happiness. As the Ferris wheel slowly turns and rises, it feels as though the entire world consists solely of you and your companion. When the wheel reaches its zenith, make a heartfelt wish, and it shall be heard by the divine. If the gods deem you deserving, your wish shall come to fruition. Legend also tells that each observation cabin of the Ferris wheel serves as a lock of love, binding two hearts together tightly. If lovers share a kiss at the apex of the Ferris wheel and make a vow to remain united for a lifetime, their love shall endure eternally. She paused for a moment, her eyes filled with caution, and with unwavering conviction, she uttered each word. "Lin Han, I like you." Chapter 67. The Kiss on the Ferris Wheel. I like you. What I cherish is you. Lin Han's mind came to a complete standstill the moment Zhou Ying confessed her feelings. Fireworks erupted in the night sky, their brilliant light flickering and illuminating Zhou Ying's eyes. which sparkled with both starlight and trepidation. You like me? Zhou Ying likes Lin Han? Isn't this the scene I've envisioned countless times? In her previous life as Lin Han, she had fantasized about such a moment. Yet, that had merely been a dream, a moonlight sought but never attained. In this rebirth, transformed into Lin Han, the deep-seated fluttering in her heart had not vanished, but had been enveloped by the reality of her gender transition, morphing into a reliance on her friend. She had believed their bond to be one of friendship, a camaraderie shared by roommates, perhaps tinged with something too intimate for her to fully explore. But now, Zhou Ying had torn away the veil of ambiguity, laying her most earnest feelings bare beneath the cascade of fireworks. Lin Han opened her mouth, but no coherent sound emerged. Her throat felt parched. She gazed at Zhou Ying, a tide of confusion nearly drowning her. Senior, what did you just say? Am I hearing things? Or is my exhaustion from helping today causing me to hallucinate? She forced a smile, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, to retreat, to deflect with jest or feigned ignorance, to buy herself time to process the overwhelming revelation. This was too sudden, too abrupt for her to gather her tumultuous thoughts. Yet Zhou Ying's grip tightened. Her fingers exerted slight pressure, knuckles whitening, yet stubbornly refusing to let Lin Han escape. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Han, devoid of the usual cool detachment. There is no misunderstanding, Lin Han. Lin Han pressed for clarity. I recall you mentioning a person you liked for several years. But we've only known each other for a short while, right? The person I liked back then was indeed you. Zhou Ying's voice steadied slightly. She observed Lin Han's eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief, and took a gentle breath. Do you remember when you asked me what kind of person I liked? Do you recall what I said? Her voice softened. Lin Han instinctively recalled Zhou Ying's words. Initially, she had merely admired from afar, finding Lin Han dazzling yet somewhat unattainable. Hence, she had never dared to approach. As circumstances unfolded, she had drawn closer, only to discover Zhou Ying gazed intently into Lin Han's eyes, seamlessly continuing the unfinished thought, filling the void in Lin Han's memory, only to realize that you were even more radiant up close. That radiance is not superficial brilliance, but a resilience and clarity that emanates from within, with moments of vulnerability that touch the heart. You possess your own world, tranquil yet rich, akin to a book worthy of rereading. Each page I turn captivates me further. Lin Han's heart felt as if it were gently grasped by these words. It dawned on her that Zhou Ying's description was not of another, but rather a meticulous portrayal of her own self through Zhou Ying's eyes. I didn't realize, Lin Han murmured. I only thought that description was beautiful yet abstract, never daring to see myself reflected in it. Even now, knowing, I still can't believe that the person Zhou Ying speaks of is me. Yes, you little fool, of course you didn't realize. Zhou Ying's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with a hint of exasperation and indulgence. Every word I spoke was about you. I like you, and I have for a long time. Why did I know your name when I first saw you in the hospital? I wasn't deceiving you. I truly first met you at the freshman welcome event in our first year. From the very first glance, I couldn't look away. Zhou Ying's voice held a note of distant reminiscence, finally revealing the long-buried flutter of emotion. I simply knew my circumstances and never intended to intrude. I thought it would suffice to admire you from afar. Thus, for years, I merely watched from a distance, never daring to approach you until I saw you ill in the hospital. Her gaze was a mixture of relief and fear. You appeared pale, your brows furrowed, as if trapped in a painful dream. In that moment, I could no longer remain a distant observer. I had to be by your side. At that time, Lin Han had felt puzzled by Zhou Ying's kindness, but when Zhou Ying referred to her as my little sister, she set aside her doubts and concern for Zhou Ying. In hindsight, it became clear that Zhou Ying had harbored ulterior motives. Lin Han's voice was dry as she broached the question that had been suppressed earlier. Senior, when you said I resembled your little sister, that was merely an excuse. Zhou Ying confessed candidly, as I found no other reason to care for you, to be close to you, to treat you well. The identity of a sister was the safest facade that would raise no suspicions. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. I know this isn't entirely honorable, but at that time, I had no better options. All the details Lin Han had overlooked or misconstrued were now woven together by Zhou Ying in the most sincere and straightforward manner. Lin Han gazed at her, at the person who once loomed in her heart like a bright moon, now offering her most tender truth. Yet, a question surged forth, breaking through her initial shock. But why? Why would someone as exceptional as you like me? Moreover, we are both women. Zhou Ying fell silent for a moment, the fireworks outside seeming to fade, with only a few remaining in the sky. Does one need a reason to love another? Is it not necessary? Must there be a reason? Zhou Ying's voice was soft. If I had to provide one, it would be this. You are Lin Han, the timid girl who stole a kiss and pretended nothing had transpired. Zhou Ying's words detonated in Lin Han's ears like thunder. She comprehended. Zhou Ying truly knew. Lin Han's face flushed crimson, warmth radiating from her cheeks to her ears, even her neck turning pink. Shock, embarrassment, and profound humiliation engulfed her, leaving her mind blank. Her breath momentarily suspended. The flutter of emotions in the darkness that night, the fleeting softness against her lips, and the self-deception that followed. Everything had been laid bare before the one who mattered. No wonder Zhou Ying's lips had gleamed with moisture afterward. Lin Han opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Her gaze darted about in a state of panic, unwilling to meet Zhou Ying's eyes, wishing desperately to leap from the transparent carriage or to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Observing Lin Han's extreme embarrassment, Zhou Ying felt a surge of emotion that replaced her previous sentiments, a fervent love that no longer required concealment. In that moment, as Lin Han froze in sheer shame, Zhou Ying moved. She did not release her grip on Lin Han's wrist. Instead, she harnessed that strength to gently lift Lin Han's flushed face with her other hand. Then, under the intense gaze of Lin Han's wide, bewildered eyes, Zhou Ying leaned in and kissed her without a hint of hesitation. The cool, soft petals of her lips perfectly met Lin Han's slightly parted lips, which had opened in astonishment. Boom! As if timed to perfection, the last grand and resplendent firework burst forth from the depths of the night sky outside, soaring into the heavens and exploding magnificently above the Ferris wheel. Gold, silver, purple, red, and blue, the most vibrant and brilliant hues collided and intertwined in that instant, erupting into a cascade of blazing lights and sparkling showers that illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Chapter 68, Scoundrel. The breathtaking fireworks, juxtaposed against the profound silence within the carriage, created an exquisite tableau. The shimmering light filtered through the transparent glass dome, swirling and dancing around the two embraced figures, flickering in and out of view. Lin Han was utterly frozen. This was a kiss in the truest sense, not the fleeting brush of lips she had stolen the night before, but a deep and lingering connection. Their lips intertwined, warm breaths mingled. The sensation was vivid and soft, imbued with Zhou Ying's crisp, clean essence, and a hint of the fruity aroma from their evening drink. This tactile reality was so potent that it shattered all her chaotic thoughts and overwhelming embarrassment into a million pieces. She forgot to breathe, forgot to blink, and even forgot where she was. The entire world seemed to consist solely of the warmth of their lips meeting and the lingering, cascading brilliance of the fireworks outside. Zhou Ying's kiss began softly, as if tentative, but soon revealed a torrent of suppressed emotion. With her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttered delicately under the shimmering light, and the hand cradling Lin Han's face was gentle yet insistent. The Ferris wheel had begun to turn slowly once more, and the last remnants of fireworks faded into the night. Zhou Ying was kissing her. Zhou Ying was truly kissing her. Blood surged through Lin Han's veins, and her heart pounded with a deafening rhythm. A tingling shiver coursed up her spine, mingling with sweetness, leaving her feeling slightly numb all over. It was only when the suffocating sensation of oxygen deprivation grazed her consciousness that Lin Han managed to pull herself from the dizzying sweet haze. Wait, something's not right. A flicker of clarity pierced through her muddled thoughts. Instinctively, she raised her trembling hand and gently pushed against Zhou Ying's shoulder. Zhou Ying retreated slightly in response, and as their lips parted, a soft, embarrassing sound escaped. She had not been truly pushed away, merely separated by a few inches. Her breath was slightly ragged, and her eyes glistened remarkably in the carriage's flickering lights, reflecting Lin Han's flushed and flustered face. Scoundrel! Zhou Ying gazed at Lin Han with a hint of reproach, as if to say, "You kissed me last night, and now you wish to push me away." Lin Han's voice trembled uncontrollably, her gaze averted, unable to meet Zhou Ying's eyes, let alone look at those lips that had just been so intimately close and now glistened with moisture. It's all happening too fast for me. She did not dislike it, heaven knows, for that sensation was intoxicating, nearly sapping her of all strength. Yet her mind was in disarray, grappling with whether her feelings for Zhou Ying were born from an unfulfilled obsession from a past life or the growing affection nurtured through daily companionship in this one. She feared that if she succumbed to this confusion, it would be unjust to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying observed her quietly, devoid of disappointment, even allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips. "Are you frightened?" Her voice was lower than usual, hoarse with lingering emotion, yet soothing. "Yes," a little, Lin Han admitted, nodding honestly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, finally voicing the question that had lingered for so long. "Senior, is it because I stole a kiss from you last night that you understood my feelings, which led you to prepare this grand romantic confession?" Zhou Ying gently shook her head, then nodded. "Not entirely. That kiss was the final confirmation, the catalyst for my resolve. In truth, I sensed something much earlier. Lin Han blinked in confusion. Earlier? Do you remember? The day I helped you move, Zhou Ying prompted. You had the scent of Chun Siyu's perfume on you that day. Lin Han paused, quickly recalling. She had embraced Chun Siyu a couple of times, so it was natural to pick up a hint of her fragrance. But the issue was... Zhou Ying continued. The night before the move, you mentioned that your roommates had all left and that it felt lonely, which is why you wanted to move in quickly. Yet you still carried the scent of Chun Siyu's perfume, indicating she had not moved out. Why were you so eager to come live with me? I had my suspicions at the time, but I feared I was being overly sentimental. It wasn't until last night that I was certain you felt something for me as well, right? So today, I can no longer wait. Zhou Ying's tone was unprecedentedly forthright. Lin Han parted her lips to deny it, to argue, but facing Zhou Ying's all-seeing gaze, all her insincere words lodged in her throat. In the end, she merely nodded. Her cheeks flushed. The light in Zhou Ying's eyes instantly brightened, like stars exploding. That's enough, she said, her tone lightening, imbued with a sense of relief and joy. The rest, we can take our time. She paused, her fingertips lightly brushing over her lower lip, the very spot Lin Han had kissed, her expression tinged with a playful glimmer. Actually, when you kissed me last night, I nearly lost my resolve. Seeing Lin Han's eyes widen in surprise, Zhou Ying's smile deepened. I almost kissed you back. Lin Han was utterly petrified, her face ablaze. The little action she had taken the night before had not only been witnessed, but had almost incited a counterattack. You. Lin Han stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Zhou Ying, however, ceased her teasing, her gaze softening as it returned to Lin Han's face. Lin Han, I understand you may still have reservations. That's perfectly fine. I won't pressure you for immediate answers or demand you sort through all your feelings right away. Her voice took on a coaxing gentleness. Let me take care of you, treat you well, like today, and, at times, we could be a little closer. Until you no longer feel afraid. Until you're certain of your heart. How does that sound? This was utterly cunning. Lin Han's inner self screamed in delight. This wasn't pressure at all. It was precisely the buffer she craved, woven into a web of tenderness that would ensnare her willingly deeper into this emotional abyss. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse. Zhou Ying's proposal struck precisely at all her insecurities and desires. Noticing Lin Han's silence, her cheeks flushed and her words unspoken, Zhou Ying chuckled softly and reached out once more, this time not to cradle her face but to lightly brush her fingertips against Lin Han's warm cheek. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. At that moment, the Ferris wheel came to a gentle stop, the carriage doors sliding open silently, and the cool night breeze swept in, dissipating some of the heated tension. Zhou Ying stood first, naturally extending her hand toward Lin Han. That hand, pale and slender, hovered invitingly in the air. Lin Han gazed at that hand, then looked up at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying wore an expression devoid of anything particularly remarkable. Her gaze gentle and patient, as if this were merely an ordinary gesture. By some twist of fate, Lin Han placed her hand upon Zhou Ying's. Chapter 69. So what is our relationship now? At the moment their palms met, warmth enveloped them, and Zhou Ying gently exerted pressure, lifting Lin Han. As they exited the carriage, Lin Han felt a slight dizziness, her legs somewhat weakened, prompting Zhou Ying's hand to naturally glide down and rest upon her waist. The atmosphere during the return journey was starkly different from their earlier excursion, charged with an unspoken undercurrent. Zhou Ying focused intently on driving. The corners of her lips seemingly perpetually curved upwards. Lin Han, meanwhile, turned her head to observe the swiftly retreating nightscape outside, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her lower lip, where it still seemed to retain the warmth of another person. Are you still feeling dizzy? Zhou Ying suddenly inquired as they halted at a red light. Huh, no, I'm not dizzy anymore, Lin Han replied hurriedly, straightening her posture, her fingers retracting nonchalantly. Zhou Ying cast a sidelong glance at her, a fleeting smile gracing her features, and said nothing further, simply reaching out to adjust the air conditioning's wind speed. These small gestures, as meticulous and thoughtful as ever, seemed to carry an additional layer of meaning. As Lin Han observed Zhou Ying's actions, she suddenly felt that each of Zhou Ying's movements held a deeper significance. Senior, when we were at the Ferris wheel earlier, there was no one else in line, and our carriage just happened to stop at the highest point. Was that all orchestrated by you? She recalled a time when Zhou Ying had mentioned going to buy water and asked her to wait. After a long interval, she returned. Had she been conferring with the staff then? Zhou Ying lightly tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead at the changing traffic lights. Yes, she admitted candidly. I spoke with the staff at the Ferris wheel and arranged to reserve all the observation cars before 10 o'clock tonight. requesting that they pause our carriage at the highest point until the fireworks concluded. As for the fireworks, you should know, it's a fixed program at the amusement park every night at 10. Lin Han's mouth fell slightly agape. It turned out that from her earlier refusal to ride the Ferris wheel during the day to the seemingly casual choice of dinner, followed by the suggestion to watch a movie to pass the time, all culminating in their ascent to the Ferris wheel just before the fireworks began. Every step of what appeared to be a natural progression was actually a meticulous arrangement by Zhou Ying. She resembled the most patient of hunters, quietly laying a gentle trap and guiding Lin Han step by step, all for the sake of presenting an impeccable confession at the final moment. Lin Han felt a sweetness spread within her heart, not merely a hint, but as if she had immersed herself in warm honey, every pore expanding with delightful warmth. Yet, amidst this sweetness, an unsettling feeling flickered within her. It wasn't that she resented Zhou Ying's actions. Rather, given the current circumstances, it seemed she was being completely captivated by Zhou Ying. Furrowing her brows, Lin Han gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery beyond the car window, her fingers unconsciously brushing against her lips once more. Upon returning home, the warm light of the foyer illuminated the small world they had built together. You should go take a shower first. We had a long day of fun. Rest early, Zhou Ying advised naturally while changing her shoes. Okay, Lin Han nodded, instinctively heading toward her room to fetch her pajamas. As her hand grasped the doorknob, Zhou Ying's voice floated from behind her. Your sheets and mattress are still damp. Lin Han halted abruptly, suddenly recalling the leak from last night. The soaked bedding had been stripped and piled in the laundry basket beside the bathroom, with plans to wash them today now disrupted by their outing. The mattress had merely been wiped down, likely retaining some moisture. Zhou Ying approached her side, glancing at the door. Also, I contacted the landlord and the property management during the day. Tomorrow morning, a maintenance worker will come to thoroughly inspect the leak from upstairs and repair the damp sections of our ceiling, redoing the waterproofing. This process may take a few days, and there will be dust and paint fumes in the room, making it unsuitable for sleeping. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Han. So, for the next few days, it seems you'll have to continue sleeping in my room. Sleep together again? In the past, such a prospect would have left Lin Han feeling anxious, worrying about her inability to resist the urge to act on her feelings for Zhou Ying. Yet, after the kiss and confession on the Ferris wheel, she found herself more apprehensive about Zhou Ying taking action against her. I can sleep on the sofa, she blurted out, instinctively tightening her grip on the doorknob. Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the modest fabric sofa in the living room before returning to Lin Han. The sofa is too short. You want to sleep well. You still need to write tomorrow, right? A lack of rest will affect your performance. She paused, stepping closer to reduce the distance between them, her voice lowering in intimacy. It's not like we Haven T slept together before. Didn't we sleep quite well last night? The last few words lingered on her lips, her gaze subtly lingering on Lin Han's suddenly flushed cheeks. Lin Han felt as though her head might burst into flames. Did she not wish to sleep with Zhou Ying? Of course she did, but she feared what might transpire, especially since both of them were acutely aware of each other's feelings. Yet that was merely the surface. Only Lin Han understood that both harbored deeper sentiments, the direction of which remained unclear. Her gaze lingered on the somewhat narrow sofa for a moment. She instinctively wanted to nod, to insist on her point. But as her eyes shifted, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Ying's expression. Beneath her calm demeanor lay a stubbornness, an unyielding resolve that pierced through Lin Han's subconscious desire to evade. What then? Escape to the sofa? Avoidance would never yield answers. Some questions require active pursuit. And perhaps tonight presented an opportunity. All right, she heard her own voice, faint as a whisper. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Zhou Ying's lips curved into a smile, and she ruffled Lin Han's hair affectionately. Good. Go grab your pajamas and the clothes you'll wear tomorrow. My wardrobe is half yours for the time being. Lin Han swatted Zhou Ying's hand from her head in mild protest, and, in a daze, returned to her room, quickly gathering a few personal items and the casual outfit for the next day, clutching them to her chest like a little squirrel hoarding acorns for winter, and made her way to Zhou Ying's bedroom door. Here, Zhou Ying received the clothes Lin Han offered, hanging them in the now vacant side of the wardrobe. By the time Lin Han sluggishly emerged from her shower, her hair dried and dressed in modest pajamas, she found Zhou Ying already reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Zhou Ying had changed into a silk camisole nightgown, the deep green accentuating her fair skin, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze, her eyes briefly resting on Lin Han's fully covered pajamas, the mirth in her eyes deepening as she patted the empty space beside her. Come on up, the blankets are warm for you. With synchronized movements, Lin Han climbed onto the bed, carefully burrowing into her own blanket. A familiar, delicate fragrance enveloped her, stirring an inexplicable flutter within. Zhou Ying set her book aside, turned off the reading lamp, and the room fell into a tranquil dimness. "Good night, Lin Han." Zhou Ying's voice resonated in the darkness. Lin Han did not respond with a good night of her own. Instead, she repeatedly whispered within her heart, "Avoidance is not a solution." Next to her, Zhou Ying's breathing soon became even and calm, suggesting she had drifted into slumber. Yet Lin Han knew that Zhou Ying's sleep had always been light. Inhaling the captivating scent emanating from Zhou Ying, Lin Han perpetually questioned herself. Does she harbor feelings for Zhou Ying? Undoubtedly, yes. Whether it be the moonlight she had long admired in a past life or the warmth now within reach in this life, Zhou Ying had always been the most extraordinary presence in her emotional realm. However, the crux of the matter lay in how much of this affection stemmed from the unresolved obsessions of her past life. If one day this fixation were to dissipate due to fulfillment, would the remaining emotions be sufficient to sustain them on their journey ahead? She feared that by hurting Zhou Ying, her current infatuation might merely be a sandcastle built upon the phantoms of the past. And what of Zhou Ying? Which Lin Han does she truly cherish? Is it the Lin Han whom she once gazed at from afar, catching a fleeting glimpse at the orientation party? Or the Lin Han reborn, whose soul is now infused with Lin Han's essence, yet whose character and manner of dealing with situations differ from the original? Zhou Ying professed her admiration for Lin Han's resilience, clarity, and occasional vulnerability, appreciating her as a book worthy of repeated readings. How much of these qualities belonged to the original Lin Han, and how much was a gift from the rebirth that brought forth Lin Han? If Zhou Ying's affection is directed towards an original self she never truly understood, will this bond waver when she perceives more differences in the future? Such ponderings weighed heavily upon her heart, making it difficult to breathe. No, she could not remain idle, lost in thought. Lin Han inhaled deeply, gently turning to face Zhou Ying in the darkness. She tentatively called out in a whisper, "Senior." The rhythm of the breathing beside her seemed to subtly shift. Zhou Ying's voice soon followed. "Are you still awake? Not feeling well?" Zhou Ying's head tilted slightly toward Lin Han's direction. "I am not unwell," Lin Han replied, licking her lips and summoning her courage. "I find myself unable to sleep. May I speak with you?" Zhou Ying's response came without hesitation. "Of course. What would you like to discuss?" Lin Han gathered her thoughts. "Senior, you mentioned that you have liked me for a long time. Yet, there are moments when I feel as though I am not deserving of your affection. Why do you think that? Is it because I believe my former self was perhaps more ordinary, more inconspicuous?" Lin Han chose her words with care. "In comparison to you, I seem to fall short. Do you truly know the old me?" After a moment of reflection, Lin Han rephrased her inquiry. "Senior, the version of me that you admire, is it the one you saw long ago? Or is it the image you have conjured in your mind? Or perhaps the different me you encountered later?" She posed the question somewhat circuitously, her heart racing with anxiety. Zhou Ying fell silent for a moment before Lin Han heard her let out a gentle sigh. "Lin Han, I indeed began to notice you from the orientation party. Back then, you were quiet and exuded an air of aloofness, like a beautiful painting behind glass. Later, when I occasionally spotted you on campus, you often appeared solitary or accompanied by few close friends, yet at times, it felt as if you were lost in distant thoughts, somewhat out of sync with the surrounding merriment." Lin Han held her breath. This description seemed to align closely with the impression the original had left on the world. The sentiment back then was more akin to admiration and curiosity. Perceiving this girl as somewhat extraordinary, Zhou Ying continued, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "However, what truly stirred my heart, or rather, made me feel that it was you, was our reunion at the hospital." Her tone grew softer and more assured. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat as she grasped Zhou Ying's meaning. Perhaps Zhou Ying had felt an instant attraction during that fleeting moment at the orientation party. But what truly compelled her to confess and seek a relationship was the Lin Han she encountered in the hospital. The Lin Han who sometimes appeared a bit clumsy. This revelation significantly alleviated Lin Han's fears regarding which version of herself Zhou Ying loved. Yet, another concern still weighed heavily upon her. "But senior, I fear that my current infatuation is merely a product of habit or an illusion. I worry that I might be enamored with the kindness you show me, or..." She paused, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Or perhaps, I am simply fixated on an unattainable fantasy. If one day, this obsession is fulfilled and dissipates, will the remaining feelings be sufficient? That would be unfair to you, senior." Once she voiced these thoughts, Lin Han felt her heart racing. She had laid bare a part of her most tumultuous inner self before Zhou Ying. The darkness enveloped them in a brief silence, punctuated only by their intertwined breaths. Then, Lin Han sensed movement beside her. Zhou Ying rustled closer, enveloping herself and the blanket, inching toward Lin Han. The warmth of her breath became palpably clearer. Lin Han. Zhou Ying's voice came near. Do you know how I felt after successfully assisting my first appendectomy independently? Lin Han had not anticipated this topic. She pondered briefly before responding. Proud? Relaxed? It was fear, Zhou Ying replied calmly. I was afraid I might overlook some detail, that my judgment might not be accurate, that the patient could have unexpected postoperative reactions. I even had trouble sleeping, replaying every step of the surgery in my mind. You see, even in what I consider my strengths, there are moments of doubt and fear. That is entirely normal. Her hands seemed to lightly brush against Lin Han's arm through the blanket. Feelings are infinitely more complex than surgery. You will feel lost, afraid, and self-doubting. This is perfectly normal. It shows that you're taking this seriously, rather than embarking on it impulsively. Lin Han, in truth, when you contemplate this matter earnestly, rather than accepting my confession without thought, you should recognize that your feelings for me are neither an illusion nor some unattainable fantasy. Zhou Ying's words struck deep within Lin Han's heart, unraveling the tangled doubts and self-questions that had ensnared her. Indeed, she was not merely fulfilling a past obsession. Zhou Ying's affection was not for a mere reflection of the past. They encountered each other in their lives, in all their authenticity, drawing closer and igniting feelings. Lin Han felt her eyes grow warm, a bittersweet sensation flooding her nostrils. Senior, Lin Han's voice trembled with emotion as she sniffed back her tears. Why must you speak so beautifully? Zhou Ying's hand moved from Lin Han's arm, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Are these your only concerns? Now that we have clarified things. Zhou Ying's breath drew nearer, her voice laced with a coaxing tenderness. Her hand slid down from the corner of Lin Han's eye, gliding over her warm, smooth cheek, her fingers delicately pinching Lin Han's chin. So, what is our relationship now? Chapter 70. Old accounts. Zhou Ying's fingers, gently holding Lin Han's chin, brushed warmly against her lips. And Lin Han's heart raced almost to the point of leaping from her throat. The previous confusion, fear, and self-doubt had dissipated in the wake of their candid exchange. She loved Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying loved her too. The future might still hold uncertainties, but at this moment, their feelings were genuine and fervent. Lin Han inhaled deeply, gazing into Zhou Ying's dimly discernible eyes, and answered with unwavering conviction, lovers. The instant the words left her lips, she felt Zhou Ying's fingers quiver slightly against her chin. Immediately, a joyful laugh escaped from Zhou Ying's throat, resonating throughout the quiet room. Lovers? Zhou Ying's voice brimmed with mirth, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Her face inched closer with the utterance of those two words. They were so near that, even in the darkness, they could count each other's eyelashes and feel the warmth of their breaths intertwining. Lin Han's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the sound of her blood pounding in her ears. Instinctively, she tightly shut her eyes, her lashes trembling with anticipation, waiting for the kiss she had secretly yearned for to fall upon her. 1 second, 2 seconds. The expected soft touch did not arrive. Instead, the fingers that had grasped her chin loosened their hold. The intoxicating warmth receded slightly. Lin Han opened her eyes in confusion, meeting Zhou Ying's face, now mere inches away. Zhou Ying did not kiss her. She simply gazed, her eyes filled with teasing understanding, tilting her head slightly. Her voice infused with playful mischief. Did you close your eyes hoping I would kiss you? Caught in the act of revealing her true feelings, Lin Han's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and the sudden wave of embarrassment washed away the fragile courage she had just mustered. And no, that's not it, she hurriedly denied, her gaze flitting about. I was just tired. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ying elongated her tone, clearly skeptical, yet refraining from exposing Lin Han. She reclined slightly, turning her face to continue watching Lin Han, her eyes glowing astonishingly bright in the darkness. In truth, there was a hint of tension and restraint in Zhou Ying's voice as she confessed, I really want to kiss you. Right now, I desire it intensely. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. However, Zhou Ying swiftly shifted her tone, imbued with a touch of helplessness and gravity. But I cannot. Why not? Lin Han instinctively inquired, immediately regretting her question, realizing it might signify her own yearning. Zhou Ying sighed softly, lowering her voice as she uttered words that made hearts race and cheeks burn, because it is difficult for two individuals who have just mutually acknowledged their feelings for one another, while lying in the same bed, to restrain themselves. If I had truly kissed you just now, I fear I would be unable to stop myself from taking the next step. Her gaze slowly traversed the outline of Lin Han's body concealed beneath the covers. At that moment, Zhou Ying's Adam's apple seemed to bob, as she continued, First, I worry that you are not yet prepared, physically or emotionally. I do not wish for you to feel any sense of obligation or pressure. Her voice grew even huskier. Secondly, if we were to begin, we probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. The repairman is coming early tomorrow, and we certainly won't have time to catch up on sleep. You've been exhausted from writing lately, and you need to rest well. She reached out, gently patting Lin Han's arm, as if soothing a frightened creature, while simultaneously striving to restrain herself. Therefore, in order to avoid losing control and to ensure you have a proper rest, I must refrain from kissing you for now. This candid and forthright admission intertwined the desires and restraints of adulthood, leaving Lin Han dazed, the heat of her cheeks radiating throughout her entire being. She huddled beneath the covers, feeling akin to a shrimp placed in a steamer, both ashamed and mortified. How could Zhou Ying so brazenly articulate her desire to be intimate, while also claiming it was for Lin Han's benefit? Amidst this tumult of embarrassment, Lin Han recalled the details of her previous interactions with Zhou Ying. While they had seemed innocuous at the time, in retrospect, a myriad of doubts arose within her, forming a seamless thread. Suddenly, Lin Han turned her head, directing a pointed gaze at the graceful silhouette beside her in the darkness, her tone laced with accusation. Senior, did you do it on purpose before? When we were in my house, did you intentionally spill water on the bed just to sleep next to me? Zhou Ying fell silent for 2 seconds before candidly admitting, yes, I apologize to your mother for making her wash an extra quilt. Lin Han, just an apology to my mom? What about me? You deceived my innocent heart. And Lin Han's suspicions grew as she recalled. When we were at Miaofeng Mountain, when Siyu suggested sleeping over at my house, you found excuses to dissuade her, didn't you? You were worried that with Siyu present, you wouldn't be able to execute your scheme, right? Exactly, Zhou Ying admitted readily. Yet she quickly countered Lin Han, her tone playfully teasing. Do you truly wish to sleep with Chen Siyu? No, according to Chen Siyu's account, it seems you two have already slept together in the dormitory. The words carried a tinge of jealousy, lightly scraping against Lin Han's heart. That is entirely different, she instinctively retorted. It was a special circumstance in the dormitory. If Siyu had genuinely wanted to stay at my house, I would have certainly made her sleep in the guest room. Besides, Siyu sleeps so soundly. She is nothing like someone I know. Her words trailed off abruptly. Oh, Zhou Ying's voice dropped lower. Someone? Who might that be? Me? She propped herself up slightly, casting a shadow over Lin Han. What makes my sleeping posture so terrible? Pray, enlighten me. She pressed, her breath brushing against Lin Han's ear. Lin Han recoiled, but there was nowhere left to retreat, her back pressed against the soft mattress. Those fragmented memories of past nights surged forth with striking clarity, the warm body close behind her, the arm wrapped around her waist, the breath on her neck, and the almost imperceptible nudging. Why you, after you fell asleep, would come closer and your hand would. Is that so? My sincerest apologies. Yet, while she uttered these words, Zhou Ying's eyes reflected no hint of regret, only a profound mirth and a sense of triumph. Wait, Lin Han suddenly had an epiphany, a more astonishing conjecture bubbling to the surface. Senior, you can't possibly have been awake the entire time, could you? Those actions of yours while I was sleeping, holding me, touching me, and that time I woke up to find us embracing so tightly, were all intentional, weren't they? You were never asleep. Your poor sleeping posture was merely an excuse, wasn't it? Chapter 71. A Lamb in the Wolf's Den. Willingly entering Lin Han's voice trembled as she asked this question. If this were true, then Zhou Ying's scheming was unfathomably profound. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ying spoke again, her voice even more relaxed, laced with a hint of playful defiance. Yes. Most of the time, indeed. However, she paused, her fingertip gently tracing the collarbone exposed outside Lin Han's covers, eliciting a shiver. The closeness while awake is greed. Yet, the unconscious actions while asleep are instinctual. Even in slumber, the body instinctively seeks warmth and comfort. She murmured. As for waking up to find oneself in an improper position, well, that is understandable, isn't it? After all, the object of one's affection lies right beside them. Being able to gaze yet not touch is already a considerable test of willpower. This explanation, half confession and half playful evasion, left Lin Han feeling both embarrassed and indignant. She took a deep breath and launched another accusation. Senior, tell me honestly, did you harbor ulterior motives for me from the moment you saw me in the hospital? When you let me drink water from your thermos, was it from the very start that you intended to create an indirect kiss? This question was so straightforward that, as soon as it escaped her lips, Lin Han felt her cheeks burning with a numbing heat. Zhou Ying remained silent for a longer stretch this time. Just as Lin Han thought she wouldn't answer or might deny it, Zhou Ying softly affirmed, yes. Her admission was unambiguous. She had indeed entertained such thoughts back then. believing that it would create a somewhat more special connection between them. Lin Han was rendered speechless, her previous understanding completely overturned. Yet, Zhou Ying seemed to feel this was insufficient, adding with an innocent yet candid tone, "However, if at that time you felt uncomfortable or repulsed, you were free to refuse." With that one light sentence, she tossed the ball back into Lin Han's court. Lin Han was momentarily stumped. Yes, she could have refused back then. What about her? She merely hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit shy, yet there was no sense of repulsion. Rather, there was a secret delight as she drank. Even later, when Zhou Ying directly drank from that cup, aside from an initial flicker of discomfort, her thoughts mirrored Zhou Ying's. In all the instances of Zhou Ying drawing close to her, escorting her back to the dormitory, caring for her mother, had she ever resolutely turned down any of those invitations? No. Each time, she had accepted with a half-hearted push, and deep down, she had been yearning. It turned out that it wasn't Zhou Ying's meticulous calculations that were too astute. Rather, she had willingly stepped, step by step, into the web Zhou Ying had woven. She realized that the wolf she had believed herself to be, cloaked in sheep's wool, was eager to approach the moonlight, only to find that the moonlight had long been prepared, and beneath its gentle glow lay an intricately woven net. She was, in fact, an unsuspecting sheep, unknowingly having stepped into the wolf's territory, surrounded, observed, and gently guided toward the heart of the den, one step at a time. One careless moment, and she could find herself completely consumed. I opened my mouth, yet words eluded me. To criticize Zhou Ying for her cunning? Yet, she undeniably relished the situation and felt a flutter in her heart. To call myself foolish? That seemed to be true as well. Ultimately, I buried my flushed face into the pillow and mumbled, "You are truly, exceedingly sly." Zhou Ying chuckled again, turning to face Lin Han, maintaining a slight distance, but quietly observing her concealed adorableness. After a moment, Zhou Ying suddenly spoke, her tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. "Lin Han, I initially thought your concerns would lie in other realms." Lin Han peeked out from her pillow with one eye. "I believed you would be more troubled by the fact that we are both girls." Zhou Ying's voice was taut, expressing worries about familial pressures, societal scrutiny, and the uncertainty of the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Han finally lifted her face from the pillow. The faint light outside the window delineated her clear silhouette, her gaze appearing particularly bright and resolute amidst the darkness. "Those are indeed concerns, but they do not constitute the core of my turmoil," she stated earnestly. "I am certain that I like you, and you're certain that you like me. With these internal matters resolved, we can gradually confront and manage the external challenges together. The path is forged by those who walk it. As long as we are together, we shall find a way." A tumult surged within Zhou Ying, gazing at Lin Han. An overwhelming tide of affection engulfed her. All notions of restraint, plans, and the necessity of awakening early the next day were cast aside in that moment. Zhou Ying suddenly extended her arms, enveloping Lin Han, blanket and all, in her embrace. Lin Han buried her face in Zhou Ying's neck, inhaling the fragrance of the shampoo they both used, her voice muffled and choked with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you for coming into my life. Thank you for not pushing me away. Thank you for being willing to face the future with me." Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by the embrace, but soon, an endless softness welled up within her. She did not resist. Rather, she subtly reached out from beneath the covers and returned Zhou Ying's hug, gently patting her back. "I should be the one expressing gratitude, Senior," she whispered. "Thank you for loving me so much." Zhou Ying shook her head, nestled against Lin Han's neck. "Lin Han, you are braver than I ever imagined." "It's not bravery," Lin Han murmured. "It's a necessity, given how I what?" Zhou Ying inquired playfully. "How you plot and scheme," Lin Han accused, her tone lacking any genuine reproach, instead sounding almost playful. Zhou Ying chuckled softly, her chest vibrating with laughter. "All right, I confess," she said, having laughed enough. "I am plotting and scheming, harboring ulterior motives, and have long coveted what I desire. Thus, this little lamb who has seen through the wolf's cunning has already boarded the pirate ship. Oh no, enter the wolf's den, so don't think about escaping." Lin Han took Zhou Ying's hand, squeezing it gently. She affirmed, her voice thick with emotion, unwavering in her resolve. In that room, their intertwined hands, the breaths shared in close proximity, and the hearts that had once been cautious and hesitant finally drew together after an exchange of honesty and tenderness. A sense of intimacy, deeper and more stable than mere desire, began to quietly flourish, just as Lin Han was savoring the embrace with her eyes closed. A light kiss unexpectedly landed on her cheek, fleeting and gentle. Lin Han blinked in astonishment, turning to Zhou Ying, who had closed her eyes but wore a broad smile, resembling a child who had just stolen candy. A good-night kiss, she declared with unabashed confidence, adding, just on the cheek so it's not against the rules. Lin Han touched the spot where she had been kissed, feeling the lingering softness and coolness of the contact. She couldn't help but smile. Let us sleep, Zhou Ying said, her voice laced with drowsiness and contentment. Tomorrow we need to rise early to deal with the repairman. My little lover. The last 3 words were spoken softly and tenderly. Good night, my senior. Lin Han ultimately felt too shy to utter a more intimate term, but she understood that Zhou Ying comprehended her feelings, for the hand clasping hers tightened just a bit more. On this seemingly ordinary night, the lamb had willingly entered the wolf's den, savoring every moment, while the patiently scheming wolf finally ensnared the treasure it had long desired within its domain. Chapter 72. Hand in hand to make breakfast the following morning, Lin Han awoke in Zhou Ying's warm embrace. As consciousness returned, last night's events flooded her mind like a tide. Confessions, kisses, sincere conversations, and that resolute declaration of being lovers. Especially the way she had unwittingly embodied a delicate demeanor. Her cheeks flushed at the thought. She cautiously opened her eyes, realizing she was nestled in an exceedingly intimate position within Zhou Ying's arms. Zhou Ying's arm loosely encircled her waist, her chin resting atop Lin Han's head, her breathing steady and deep, clearly still lost in slumber. Lin Han held her breath, afraid to stir, greedily tracing the familiar features just inches away. Long lashes, a finely shaped nose, beautifully contoured lips. This face she had seen countless times, yet at this moment, due to their changed relationship, it radiated a newfound sweetness. She was her lover. She was truly with Zhou Ying now. A cascade of sweet bubbles rose within Lin Han's heart, and the remnants of shyness and uncertainty from the previous night were smoothed out by the morning light. Unable to resist, she leaned in and pressed a kiss on Zhou Ying's chin. After this little act of thievery, she stifled a giggle and cautiously attempted to extricate herself from Zhou Ying's embrace, fearful of waking her. However, as she shifted slightly, the arm around her waist tightened suddenly. Stealing a kiss so early in the morning? A hoarse, languid voice drifted from above, laced with unmistakable amusement. Lin Han froze, lifting her gaze to meet Zhou Ying's slowly opening eyes. Those clear, bright eyes bore no hint of the typical drowsiness. You were pretending to be asleep? Lin Han's face turned crimson. I wasn't, Zhou Ying denied, though the amusement in her eyes was undeniable. Just woke up, and happened to catch a little rascal in the act. As she spoke, she not only did not release her grip, but instead pulled Lin Han closer. Their bodies nearly molded together. Through the thin fabric of their sleepwear, they could distinctly feel each other's warmth and curves, causing Lin Han's heart to race uncontrollably. Good morning, my little lover, Zhou Ying whispered in her ear, her warm breath grazing Lin Han's sensitive earlobe. Good morning, Lin Han replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her ears burning with embarrassment. Zhou Ying chuckled softly, finally loosening her hold, but placing a gentle kiss on Lin Han's forehead. Time to rise. I mentioned I'd teach you how to cook, but didn't have the time before. Today, I'll show you how to make breakfast. Standing by the bed, the morning light sculpted her slender yet upright figure. Tomato and egg noodles, simple yet delicious. In the future, when I come home late from my shifts, you'll at least be able to prepare a meal for yourself. Lin Han, still reeling from the intimacy of the moment, was drawn by Zhou Ying's hand into the bathroom. After they had both freshened up, they headed straight to the kitchen. Zhou Ying took the light blue floral apron from the hook, effortlessly wrapping it around Lin Han's waist and tying it securely. Let us prepare the ingredients. Zhou Ying opened the refrigerator, retrieving 2 tomatoes and 3 eggs, blanching the tomatoes in hot water, peeling them, and dicing them. Beat the eggs and set them aside. Lin Han followed suit, with Zhou Ying standing closely behind her, almost enveloping her, guiding her hands as she taught Lin Han the proper technique for dicing tomatoes. This way, with the knife tilted slightly, the pieces will be more even. Zhou Ying's voice brushed against Lin Han's ear, the warmth of her breath causing Lin Han's ears to flush. She could feel Zhou Ying's soft curves faintly pressing against her back, making her heart race uncontrollably. With the tomatoes chopped, it was time to beat the eggs. Zhou Ying retrieved a small bowl from the cupboard and stood behind Lin Han, encircling her wrists with her hands. Relax your wrists, hold the chopsticks like this, and whisk in a clockwise motion. Her warm palms enveloped Lin Han's hands completely. Yes, just like that. Zhou Ying's voice was soft and gentle, a bit faster until it froths. Following her instructions, Lin Han quickened her movements. The egg mixture swirled rhythmically in the bowl, producing a steady sound. Zhou Ying stepped back slightly, allowing Lin Han to turn towards the stove. She ignited the burner and poured oil into the pan. Once the oil was hot, Zhou Ying approached again from behind, one arm loosely supporting Lin Han's waist on the countertop, while her other hand covered the one holding the bowl. When pouring the egg mixture, lift it a little and pour slowly. Lin Han's arm was gently guided upwards as the golden egg liquid slid into the hot oil with a sizzling sound, rapidly puffing into a fluffy, golden mass. Zhou Ying held her hand, lightly stirring with the spatula in fluid, natural motions. After frying the eggs and setting them aside, Zhou Ying maintained her half embrace as they stir-fried the tomatoes, almost instructing Lin Han hand by hand on how to stir and coax the juice from the tomatoes. The kitchen was filled with a sweet and tangy aroma, yet Lin Han found it increasingly difficult to focus on the spatula. Zhou Ying's arm remained wrapped around her waist. What began as a mere support gradually grew more tangible, inadvertently brushing against the skin at Lin Han's side. More intoxicatingly, Zhou Ying's chin occasionally rested lightly on her shoulder, warm breath caressing her exposed neck and collarbone. Each breath sent tiny electric currents racing down her spine. Holding Lin Han's hand, Zhou Ying poured the cooked eggs back into the pan, mingling them with the tomatoes for further stir-frying. Add some water now. Lin Han's voice was dry as she stared at the tomato and egg mixture. Zhou Ying responded without releasing her grip, guiding her sideways to turn on the faucet and fill a container with water. As the water merged with the contents of the pan, steam billowed upward, and the broth thickened, its red and yellow hues enticingly vibrant. Now, the noodles, Zhou Ying's voice lowered, sounding huskier, her breathing heavier than before. Lin Han nodded and bent slightly to retrieve a noodle tube from the cupboard. Just as she straightened, Zhou Ying's arm suddenly tightened, firmly encircling her waist. Senpai? Lin Han's body stiffened. Don't move, Zhou Ying whispered close to the nape of her neck, a husky undertone in her voice. The noodles aren't in yet. Yet her words belied her hand's intentions, which had strayed far from the realm of instruction. The hand that had rested on Lin Han's waist began to roam slowly. The palm pressed against the soft fabric, tracing the curve of her side, tentatively ascending. Lin Han's breath caught, and the noodle tube nearly slipped from her grasp. Focus, Zhou Ying seemed to remind her, though she herself was the least attentive, her other hand still gently stirring the broth while the wandering hand explored. As the noodles descended into the boiling broth, that restless hand slid to Lin Han's upper abdomen, barely grazing her skin, eliciting tingling shivers. The loose hem of her loungewear offered easy access, and the cool hand brushed against warm flesh. Lin Han let out a soft hum, her waist weakening as she instinctively leaned back, sinking wholly into Zhou Ying's embrace. Seemingly pleased by her reaction, Zhou Ying chuckled softly and pressed her lips to the sensitive skin at Lin Han's neck. Warm lips brushed over the delicate carotid artery, occasionally flicking with her tongue. Lin Han trembled all over. Her hand holding the spatula grew weak, relying entirely on Zhou Ying's support to mechanically stir the noodles. The hand probing beneath her clothing continued its ascent. Fingertips traced the flatness of her abdomen, provoking subtle spasms before gliding upward to rest along the soft curve beneath her ribs. Lin Han's voice quavered with a hint of tears, whether from embarrassment, frustration, or some other emotion, as the noodles threatened to burn. Not yet. Zhou Ying's breathing deepened, her kisses spreading from neck to collarbone, leaving moist traces. Her hand lingered at the supple edge of Lin Han's undergarment, her thumb gently caressing the fabric's hem. Lin Han's mind went blank. She felt her reason unraveling. The noodles churned in the simmering broth, steam blurring her vision. Every sensation was magnified, the warmth pressed against her back, the lips and tongue at her neck, the hand igniting fires at her waist. She felt like sugar simmering over a low flame, gradually melting the sweet, sticky essence on the verge of overflowing. Zhou Ying's kisses deepened, her fingers slipping beyond the edge of Lin Han's lingerie to touch even softer skin. Both women were nearly weeping. In that instant, an inexplicable surge of impulse overwhelmed Lin Han. She abruptly extinguished the flame, spun around, and the spatula clattered onto the stove. With both hands pressing against Zhou Ying's shoulders, she attempted to seize the initiative, pressing her against the countertop for a kiss. Yet she had underestimated Zhou Ying's strength. Zhou Ying merely laughed lightly, effortlessly grasping Lin Han's wrists and deftly reversing their positions. Moments later, Lin Han found herself pinned against the counter, Zhou Ying's arms braced on either side of her, confining her within a narrow space. Trying to fight back? Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow, mischief sparkling in her eyes, her breath quickened. My dear, you're far from ready. She lowered her head and kissed Lin Han's lips with a passion deeper and more fervent than the night before on the Ferris wheel. Dizzy from the kiss, Lin Han's hands rested weakly on Zhou Ying's chest, a mixture of resistance and reluctant surrender. No, oral. I don't want to be underneath, she thought, wanting to reverse roles but utterly powerless. Zhou Ying's hand slipped beneath her hem again, this time more brazenly exploring upward. Lin Han emitted a soft, agonized moan as the sensitive spot was touched, her body arching slightly. Their breaths grew more ragged. Zhou Ying undid the clasp of her bra. Preparing to proceed further, ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Both froze instantly. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The bell sounded twice more, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Is anyone home? Maintenance here. Zhou Ying's movements halted abruptly. Her hand resting on Lin Han's paused momentarily. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and rested her forehead against Lin Han's shoulder to steady her breathing. Lin Han snapped back to reality, scrambling out of Zhou Ying's embrace in a fluster, hastily tidying her disheveled pajamas and fastening her bra, cheeks flushed crimson. Why, yes, maintenance. The noodles are ready, she stammered, glancing at the pot. When Zhou Ying reopened her eyes, the tides of passion in them were forcibly subdued, replaced by a semblance of composure, tinged with evident vexation. She massaged her brow, glanced at Lin Han's flushed face and moist eyes, then leaned in to plant a firm kiss on her lips. They're here, Zhou Ying answered loudly, her voice still husky. She stepped back, tidied Lin Han's hair and collar, adjusted her own nightgown strap, and turned to open the door. Lin Han stood motionless, covering her kissed lips, her heart still racing. She glanced once more at the pot of now-cooked tomato and egg noodles, red and yellow broth enveloping pale noodles, their aroma intoxicating. Then she looked at Zhou Ying's silhouette, stiffened as she moved toward the entrance. Finally, she lowered her gaze to her still slightly disordered collar and trembling hands. The door opened, and the cheerful greeting of the maintenance worker echoed. Zhou Ying had already resumed her usual cool tone, explaining the situation. Lin Han hurriedly turned off the stove and ladled the noodles into 2 bowls. The steaming dishes on the table were simple home-cooked fare, yet imbued with an inexplicable, sensual aura born from the interrupted interlude. She sat down, lifted her chopsticks, and gazed at Zhou Ying's empty seat across from her. The memory of that wandering hand and the lingering kiss at her neck flooding her thoughts anew. The lingering warmth on her cheek, just dissipated, flared up anew with an intense blaze. The repairman conducted a cursory inspection of the water stains and dampness on the ceilings of the living room and bedroom, then proceeded upstairs to the corresponding neighbor's apartment to pinpoint the source of the leak. The issue was minor. The technician swiftly diagnosed the problem as originating from the upstairs unit. The ceiling in your home had only superficial moisture damage, causing slight bubbling of the paint. He recommended scraping off the bubbled paint, applying localized waterproofing, and repainting the area, all of which could be completed by this morning. However, the upstairs neighbor would require a thorough repair, involving the removal of floor tiles and reapplication of the waterproofing layer, a somewhat extensive project that might cause some noise and disturbance over 2 or 3 days. He asked for their understanding. Lin Han exhaled in relief, but cast a worried glance at Zhou Ying, who had been working night shifts recently and needed daytime rest. Zhou Ying caught her look and gently shook her head, signaling it was no trouble. Thank you, sir. Please let us know if you need any assistance. Zhou Ying politely addressed the repairman. Returning to the dining table, Zhou Ying appeared composed, though a subtle shadow lingered in her eyes when she looked at Lin Han. Eat, she urged, picking up her chopsticks. Try the food you made yourself. Lin Han murmured, but you held my hand the whole time? Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Lin Han quickly lowered her gaze, picked up a bite of noodles, blew on it, and tasted it. The noodles were slightly overcooked, soft and tender, but the sweet and sour broth and the silky egg remained delicious, surprisingly so. Tasty. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying sampled a mouthful and nodded in agreement. Her gaze fell on the faint red mark on Lin Han's collarbone, her own handiwork from moments before. Her expression darkened slightly as she tenderly touched the mark with her fingertip. Lin Han flinched and blushed. Does it hurt? Zhou Ying inquired. No, it just itches a little. Lin Han whispered, shaking her head. Zhou Ying withdrew her hand and resumed eating, her tone calm, yet suggestive. I'll be more careful next time. Lin Han's heart skipped. Next time. She dared not reply further, burying her face in her food as her ears flushed crimson. Chapter 74. While the repairman clattered away in the guest bedroom, Lin Han changed into an appropriate set of loungewear and sat at her desk, opening her laptop. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Siyu. Siyu Han. Thank you so much for yesterday. Are you free for lunch? I insist on treating you both. You pick the place. Glancing at the time and the sound of running water from the kitchen where Zhou Ying was washing dishes, Lin Han typed back, sure. But senior sister has to return to the hospital unexpectedly this afternoon. Let's find somewhere nearby. No problem. How about Yunhai Zioku near the hospital? It has a good reputation and a quiet atmosphere. By the way, did you two enjoy the amusement park yesterday? So cute. Lin Han's cheeks warmed. Her fingers hesitated on the screen before replying, we had a great time. Thanks for the tickets. Great. See you at Yunhai Zioku at 11:30. Senior sister. CU is treating us to lunch at Yunhai Zioku near the hospital. Lin Han called towards the kitchen. The water stopped, and Zhou Ying emerged, drying her hands. Okay, I'll finish eating and head straight to the hospital. She approached Lin Han, naturally leaning over to peer at the laptop screen. What are you working on? I'm outlining a new column for the Uegian platform, analyzing the cultural core of phenomenally successful IPs over the past 5 years. Lin Han shifted slightly to give Zhou Ying a better view. Zhou Ying's gaze settled on the document title, From King Yunjie to Shan Heling, the emotional cipher behind the explosive popularity of online literature IPs. Need help gathering materials? The medical library has some social psychology books that might be useful, she offered. No need for now. I'm organizing my thoughts first, but when the draft is ready, could you review it for logical flaws? Sure. Zhou Ying's fingertips brushed lightly against Lin Han's nape. Now go change your clothes? It's almost 11. Lin Han shrank from the touch. Got it. Yunhai Zioku is an elegantly decorated private restaurant with well-insulated private rooms. Chun Siyu was already there, engrossed in the menu, and upon seeing them, waved cheerfully. Han, senior sister, over here. She rose to pour tea, chattering nonstop about the success of yesterday's audio tour and the compliments from visitors praising the staff as professionalism and thoughtfulness. Lin Han smiled and sat down. Glad we could help. How did your event go overall? A huge success. Chun Siyu's eyes curved into crescents. Our partners are all very satisfied. Our boss said the quarterly bonus is secured. All thanks to you saving the day. She pushed the menu toward them. Order whatever you like. It's on me today. Zhou Ying took the menu and handed it to Lin Han. Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's hand gently brush the back of hers under the table. Her arm trembled slightly. She dared not look up, but her ears burned faintly. I'm fine with anything. You choose, senior sister. She nudged the menu back. Zhou Ying didn't decline, tapping the menu. Steamed sea bass, blanched choy sum, yam, and pork rib soup. Han, shall we add your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs? Okay, Lin Han whispered. Chun Siyu, observing their interaction, smiled. Senior sister really knows Han's taste. I'll add cold shredded vegetables and Osmanthus sticky rice lotus root. That should be enough. After ordering, Chun Siyu suddenly recalled, by the way, about yesterday, my colleague who handed over to you mentioned seeing you buy tickets for the Ferris wheel. Did you ride it? Was the fireworks show at night spectacular? Lin Han tightened her grip on the teacup. We did, Zhou Ying replied calmly. The fireworks were indeed beautiful. I thought so. Riding the Ferris wheel at night to watch the fireworks is a classic in the park. Chun Siyu laughed. But I heard the queues have been long lately. How long did you wait? Not long, Lin Han answered vaguely, casting a quick glance at Zhou Ying. Under the table, Zhou Ying's hand gently covered Lin Han's resting hand on her lap. The warmth of her palm enveloped Lin Han's hand, her fingertips tracing faint circles on her palm. Lin Han's breath caught, her entire body stiffening. You were lucky, Chun Siyu remarked, oblivious to the subtle tension. Oh, and speaking of luck, remember Miaofeng Mountain? I think it's quite auspicious, especially the old monk under the ancient tree. He told me my career would be safe despite difficulties, and so far, that's been true. Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's finger movements quicken on her palm. Her ears blazed as she struggled to maintain a composed tone. Yes, very auspicious. Zhou Ying sipped her tea, but beneath the table. Her hand took full possession of Lin Han's, fingers interlacing. I think so too, Zhou Ying said softly, their gazes meeting. Lin Han's heart pounded wildly. She recalled the top-tier fortune Zhou Ying had drawn at Miaofeng Mountain and the prayer plaque they had hung together. During the meal, Zhou Ying frequently offered Lin Han food. Eat more ribs. You've been working hard on your drafts. I picked out the fish bones. This piece is tender. The soup is a bit hot, sipped slowly. Her care was meticulous as ever, yet the intimate gestures beneath the table never ceased. Lin Han's left hand remained in Zhou Ying's grasp, their fingers entwined. Zhou Ying's thumb gently caressed the back of her hand, occasionally drawing circles on her palm with a fingertip, sending delightful shivers through her. Lin Han could only eat clumsily with her right hand. Han, what is wrong with your left hand? Chun Siyu finally noticed her awkwardness. And nothing, Lin Han stammered. Lin Han hurriedly said, I might have been a bit tired at the amusement park yesterday. My hands feel a bit sore. As she spoke, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Zhou Ying secretly tightened her grip, preventing her escape. Shall I give you a massage? Zhou Ying tilted her head to look at her, a playful smile dancing in her eyes. No, it's not necessary, Lin Han replied, her face flushing as she shook her head. Chun Siu observed the ambiguous atmosphere between the two and blinked, suddenly laughing. Speaking of which, Senior Zhou is really good to Han Han. If I didn't know you were both girls, I might almost think you were in a romantic relationship. Lin Han almost choked on her soup. Zhou Ying, however, remained unfazed, only loosening her grip under the table and gently patting Lin Han's back, saying, "Take your time." Once Lin Han had steadied herself, Zhou Ying raised her gaze to Chun Siu, her expression laden with meaning. There could be profound feelings between girls as well. Chun Siu paused for a moment before laughing. True, I was being narrow-minded. After that, Chun Siu refrained from making similar jokes. But Lin Han could sense a hint of contemplation in her gaze towards them. Indeed, you both helped so much yesterday. You must be exhausted. And Senior Zhou has to go to the hospital this afternoon. That's tough. Zhou Ying smiled lightly. I'm used to it. As lunch neared its end, Zhou Ying glanced at her watch. I need to head to the hospital. I have something to do this afternoon. Lin Han also stood. Then I'll head back too. See you. Goodbye, Senior. Goodbye, Han Han. As they exited the private room, Zhou Ying paused in a secluded spot in the corridor. Barring any mishaps, I'll finish my shift at 8 tomorrow morning, she said, looking at Lin Han. I've been on night shifts these past few days, but I'll have 2 days off starting the night after tomorrow, then switch to days. Lin Han nodded, somewhat puzzled. I know. You've told me before. Zhou Ying reached out to adjust her collar. I just want to let you know that I want to be able to sleep with you for the next few nights. Her voice dropped slightly, laced with amusement. However, I'll be home during the day catching up on sleep, so you can come find me whenever. Lin Han's face flushed. We'll want to find you. Zhou Ying chuckled softly, suddenly leaning in close to whisper in her ear. The unfinished tasks from the kitchen in the morning will resume on my day off. After speaking, she stepped back, resuming her usual cool demeanor. I'm off now. Remember to lock the door tonight. Lin Han stood rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, her ears feeling warm to the touch. What a rogue. Chapter 75. The column goes viral in the following days. Life settled into a new rhythm. Zhou Ying worked night shifts, leaving home every evening at 6 and returning the next morning by 8, while Lin Han dedicated herself to her writing. The pre-launch promotion for Glimmers of Reflection on the Uegian platform commenced as scheduled. The platform featured a column recommendation on its homepage, utilizing a tagline designed by Lin Han herself. In the midst of clamor, listen to the whispers of the streams soon to merge into the rivers. Accompanied by a summary titled Whispers of Streams. When rural novels begin to heal urban anxiety, it attracted considerable attention from users who valued content depth. At 10 o'clock on Monday morning, the first article in the column officially launched, published on the Uegian platform and the Guanlun public account. Rather than staying glued to her computer to refresh the data, Lin Han followed her plan to visit the library for research on another column. When she returned home that evening and opened the backend, the notification red dots had accumulated into astonishing numbers. Within just a few hours, the reading count surpassed 50,000, with likes, favorites, and shares soaring. For a debut article in a newly launched column, this achievement was nothing short of remarkable, and the comment section was abuzz with activity. Oh my, the author perfectly articulated why I'm so drawn to rural novels. It's that desire to escape the rat race and find a tranquil pastoral life in words. I followed from the article on King Yunjia. The blogger's insights into cultural phenomena are incredibly sharp. They distilled that elusive collective emotion with precision. As a professional, the industry analysis in this article is highly proficient, providing clear trend judgments. I've shared it with my team for study. The writing is so gentle yet powerful at its core. It's not merely analyzing phenomena. It feels like a soul massage. I'm following such thorough analysis. The way it seamlessly combines a subcultural phenomenon with social psychology is impressive. The writing is solid. The viewpoint's fresh and moderate. I'm following. I came from a public account, and it certainly didn't disappoint. Looking forward to the next issue. This is true cultural observation. It's far more valuable than those who follow trends awkwardly or criticize recklessly. Among the comments, there were a few dissenting voices questioning the elevation of web novels, but immediately, other readers cited argument from the article to refute them, fostering a healthy discussion atmosphere. What delighted Lin Han even more was the article's reprints by several cultural and film-related high-profile accounts, even being selected as a recommended long read of the day on a well-known book-focused Weibo account celebrated for its depth. Messages of congratulations from the editors of the Uegian platform also appeared, indicating that the data far exceeded expectations and user feedback was excellent, urging Lin Han to prepare the second installment promptly, with assurance of more resource allocation from the platform. They also informed her that this article had been featured on the platform's homepage highlight, and that several film companies specializing in realistic themes and high-quality web dramas had inquired about her interest in further developing this cultural observation series or participating in the preliminary planning of related projects. Suppressing her excitement, Lin Han politely responded to each collaboration invitation, indicating that she needed time to consider and plan, while leaving the door open to possibilities. She understood that this professional recognition held far more value than mere traffic growth. It was a significant step in establishing her personal brand and industry reputation. The small peak in her career invigorated her spirit, but what warmed her heart even more were the messages Zhou Ying sent during her work breaks. Zhou Ying, I read the article. It's beautifully written. Zhou Ying, I shared a screenshot of a Weibo post praising the article. Zhou Ying, my little author. You're amazing. Zhou Ying, I made soup before work. It's in the fridge. Remember to drink it. Don't forget to eat while you're celebrating. Even while on night shifts, Zhou Ying's concern was ever-present and meticulous. Over the following days, aside from the excitement of the column launch, life remained calm, yet sweet. When Zhou Ying caught up on sleep at home during the day, Lin Han would work quietly in the study. Occasionally, when Zhou Ying woke, she would bring in cut fruit, quietly sitting on the nearby sofa, flipping through medical journals. The two needed little conversation. A glance or a smile was all that was required to convey sweetness. Lin Han noticed that after defining their relationship, Zhou Ying had become even more restrained than before. At least during the daytime. Apart from the occasional hug and gentle kiss, she refrained from any further intimate gestures. Except for that time in the kitchen when she taught her how to make noodles. Yet, the undercurrents of restraint only intensified the allure. On the afternoon of the third day, as Lin Han was brainstorming ideas for a new manuscript, Zhou Ying walked into the study after waking up. I have tomorrow off, Zhou Ying announced, wrapping her arms around Lin Han's neck from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder. Do you have any plans? Lin Han turned her head, nuzzling against her cheek. Where do you want to go? Miaofeng Mountain, Zhou Ying replied casually, to fulfill a vow. Lin Han's heart stirred. All right. Shall we stay at your place for a night? Zhou Ying's lips brushed against her ear. Tomorrow after my shift, I'll take a nap in the morning. Then head over in the afternoon, stay at your home for a night, and then we'll go to Miaofeng Mountain the next day. Lin Han felt her ears burning. I'll let my mom know. I've already told her. Zhou Ying chuckled lightly. I woke up just now and checked my phone, and asked if I was free to have dinner this week. I told her we're planning to go to Miaofeng Mountain and might stay for a night. Lin Han's eyes widened. You didn't even consult me first. You just told my mom you were going? Then you've agreed, Zhou Ying stated matter-of-factly. Besides, even if you don't go back, I'll go by myself. Uncle and aunt are very welcoming to me. Lin Han. She suddenly felt as though her entire family had been conquered by Zhou Ying. Chapter 76. The road ahead is long. Having confirmed their itinerary, the following afternoon, Zhou Ying, after waking from her slumber, drove Lin Han toward Lin Han's family home in the county of Haizu City. With the car window partially ajar, the summer breeze wafted in, refreshing and invigorating, while the greenery along the roadside swiftly receded into the distance. Soothing melodies flowed through the car's interior, and although Lin Han felt buoyant, she sensed that Zhou Ying, seated beside her, appeared unusually quiet, her gaze fixed intently ahead, her jawline slightly taut. At a prolonged red light, Zhou Ying gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping twice on the steering wheel before she turned her head to glance at Lin Han in the passenger seat. Her eyes bore a hint of cautious inquiry. Lin Han, there is something I have long wished to ask, yet I fear it may impose undue pressure upon you. A slight tension gripped Lin Han's heart as she straightened in her seat. Yes, please, go ahead. It's all right. Zhou Ying bit her lip, carefully considering her words. Have you ever sensed or tested how your uncle and aunt perceive relationships akin to partnerships between girls? Do they find it utterly incomprehensible and vehemently reject it? Or are they relatively open-minded, perhaps even accepting? Lin Han instantly held her breath, taken aback by Zhou Ying's question. She pondered deeply, her brow knitting slightly, before shaking her head. I honestly do not know. My parents have never explicitly discussed this topic in my presence. There seem to be no analogous examples among relatives or friends. Their expectations for me have always been quite traditional, wishing for my safety and health, a good job, and, ultimately, a dependable partner to settle down with. As for the possibility of that partner being a woman, I cannot even begin to imagine how they would react. Perhaps they have never contemplated such a possibility. Therefore, whether their sentiment would lean towards extreme aversion or a degree of acceptance, I truly cannot ascertain. Zhou Ying listened intently as the green light illuminated the intersection, prompting honks from the vehicles behind them. She hastily resumed driving, merging back into the flow of traffic. Once the vehicle's pace steadied, Lin Han turned to Zhou Ying. Senior, what about your family? How does your uncle? I understand. Zhou Ying nodded. Pausing before continuing, as for my side, I have given this matter considerable thought. Lin Han's heart quickened as she leaned in to listen. My uncle is indeed quite traditional in his views. He has always hoped that I would follow the conventional path of marriage and childbirth for a stable life. The car fell into a profound silence as Lin Han instinctively held her breath. However, Zhou Ying continued, he knows me better than anyone. I have always had my own opinions. Once I make a decision, no amount of persuasion can sway me. He may not voice it, but deep down, he finds himself at a loss with me and ultimately tends to indulge my choices. Zhou Ying seemed to reminisce about her interactions with her uncle. When I expressed my desire to study medicine, he thought it would be arduous and advised against it. But once I resolutely insisted, he ceased to oppose me and merely reminded me to take care of my health. Many matters unfold in this manner. As long as I am diligent in my decisions and appear capable of taking responsibility for myself, he will invariably choose to support me, even if he may not fully agree internally. Stealing a quick glance at Lin Han, Zhou Ying returned her gaze to the road ahead. Thus, I surmise that even if he discovers our relationship in the future, he may initially disapprove and require time to process it. However, he is unlikely to interfere forcefully or cast disapproving glances at either of us. What he values most is whether I lead a stable life and genuinely feel happy. As long as I persist and maintain a positive state, he will likely choose to acquiesce or at the very least, pave the way for us. As Lin Han listened, the tension in her heart gradually eased, only to be replaced by a wave of bittersweet empathy. Zhou Ying was so astutely calculating every step, even anticipating the potential reactions of her closest relatives. Behind this rationality lay an immense burden she bore alone. Senior, Lin Han called softly, her voice catching slightly. However, Zhou Ying retracted some of her emotional weight, recognizing that this was merely speculation. In reality, communication will necessitate timing, method, and patience. It cannot be accomplished in a single stroke. Lin Han nodded in agreement. You are right, Senior. Given my parents' ambiguous stance, there is more room for subtle influence. They adore you so much that they would treat you like a daughter. Perhaps winning their acceptance won't be as arduous. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying felt a slight warmth rise to her ears, yet her tone remained composed. Yes, as you suggest, we could take our time. We need not rush to disclose everything. Let them thoroughly acclimatize to my presence, witness how we care for one another, and maintain a harmonious state together. Over time, as our foundation solidifies, perhaps one day, when the timing is right, the resistance will be considerably diminished. She was not being blindly optimistic. Rather, she was analyzing the pros and cons and formulating a strategy. Yes, we should proceed gradually. After all, we currently live together, and in the future, we can frequently return home together, allowing them to perceive us as the best of friends, inseparable. With time and the foundation of our relationship firmly established, communication may become much more manageable. Zhou Ying cast an appreciative glance at Lin Han, saying nothing further, but the tension in her brow finally relaxed, giving way to genuine smiles. The road ahead was long, yet they had time and each other. Chapter 77. Concerned for each other as the car came to a stop beneath Lin Han's building, dusk was approaching. Lin Han's mother had already received word and had been eagerly awaiting their arrival downstairs. Upon spotting the car, her face instantly lit up with a smile. Xiao Zhou is here. Quickly, come upstairs, dinner's all prepared. Lin Han's mother greeted them warmly, casually taking the fruits and supplements Zhou Ying held in her hands. You dear child, you come bearing gifts every time. Xiao Zhou, Lin Han exclaimed, glancing bemusedly between the two. When did her mother's address for Zhou Ying shift from Dr. Zhou to Xiao Zhou? Hello, Auntie. Zhou Ying politely greeted her, adding, this is just a small token. Please take care of yourselves. Lin Han's mother engaged in cheerful banter with Zhou Ying. Mom, I'm standing right here. Lin Han pouted playfully. Observing her mother's affectionate demeanor towards Zhou Ying infused her heart with warmth, yet also a tinge of bitterness. Was her status as the daughter beginning to feel precarious? However, it was heartening to see Zhou Ying endearingly winning her mother's affection, perhaps making it easier for her to eventually become a daughter-in-law. Or rather, a daughter-in-law. Have you lost weight? You look a bit thin. Lin Han's mother finally turned her gaze to her daughter, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Is it because you've been staying up late, writing again? You should let Xiao Zhou take care of you. Lin Han, well, there it is, confirming my family status. Upon entering the house, Lin Han's father popped his head out from the kitchen, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. Xiao Zhou is here. Please take a seat. There are 2 more dishes that will be done shortly. Hello, uncle. May I help you? Zhou Ying offered, stepping toward the kitchen. No, you're our guest. How can we make you work? Lin Han's father waved his hands in protest, then turned to Lin Han. Han, Pour some water for Xiao Zhou and get some snacks or fruits. Resigned, Lin Han went to fetch water, while Zhou Ying was ushered by Lin Han's mother to sit on the sofa, where she was warmly inquired after. Xiao Zhou, has the hospital been busy lately? You seem a bit exhausted. Those dark circles under your eyes are quite noticeable. Not too bad, Annie. I've been on night shifts for a few days. Catching up on sleep during the day, so it's manageable, Zhou Ying replied softly. Night shifts are so taxing on the body. You must take care of yourself. If you neglect your health while young, you will suffer when you grow older. Lin Han's mother continued, in my opinion, you should come over more often. I can cook delicious meals for you to replenish your energy. No need to trouble Annie. I can cook for myself. And Han Han has learned some simple dishes as well, so we won't go hungry, Zhou Ying said, glancing at Lin Han as she approached with the water, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Lin Han placed a glass in front of Zhou Ying and muttered softly, that was all due to someone's insistence. Learning to cook is beneficial. Lin Han's mother interjected, girls should know how to take care of themselves. Xiao Zhou is so capable and nurturing. Whoever marries, you will be incredibly fortunate. As this classic statement hung in the air, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively glanced at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying maintained an unflinching expression, merely lifting her cup to sip delicately. Only upon setting it down did she smile gently and remark, Andy, times have changed. Marriage is no longer an obligatory milestone in life. Happiness manifests in myriad forms. I believe that one can lead a fulfilling life alone, which is no less admirable than being with someone else. Lin's mother paused briefly before chuckling softly. Indeed, indeed. You young people have such progressive ideas. Yet, as someone of an older generation, I still feel that having a companion who understands your every need offers an irreplaceable solace. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Han, causing the latter to scratch her head in puzzlement. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement without contradiction, feigning casualness as she added, then perhaps Annie should also encourage Han Han to find someone special. What? Lin Han's mouth fell open as she looked at Zhou Ying. However, paid her no mind. Lin's mother sighed with a hint of resignation in her voice. Xiao Zhou, you must have noticed that celebrity poster hanging in Han Han's room last time you were there, right? Zhou Ying was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yes, I did. She remembered well. It was a high-quality movie poster featuring a man who had recently risen to prominence, a top-tier star named Liu Zhe, whose brows carried a calm, yet piercing intensity. Zhou Ying had even speculated then whether Lin Han admired such a demeanor. Lin's mother exhaled deeply, as if confiding in a trusted ear. That girl has been infatuated with him since her freshman or sophomore year. Completely smitten. I heard from her cousin that she's what they call a girlfriend fan, someone who fantasizes about marrying that star. You see, we're an ordinary family. How could she possibly aspire to be with such a luminary? It's nothing but daydreaming. Lin Han's face flushed scarlet, half from embarrassment, half from anxiety. Mom, that was all in the past, and it wasn't tea like that. I simply admired his acting. Admired? Lin's mother shot her a pointed glance, mercilessly exposing the truth. Remember that winter break in your sophomore year? You came back with red-rimmed eyes, clutching your phone watching his interviews, and told me, Mom, I will only marry him. I was terrified, thinking you'd been scammed in some online romance. Lin Han felt as though steam was about to burst from her head, wishing she could vanish into thin air. That was the original owner's sordid past, at least from her current perspective as the reborn Lin Han. It was a blemish she wished to erase. Yet, she dared not voice this. Zhou Ying's grip on her cup suddenly tightened, a subtle tension flickering in her eyes. She turned away from Lin's mother, casting a half-smiling, dangerously sharp glance at Lin Han. Only marry him? Lin Han shook her head vehemently, secretly reaching out to grasp Zhou Ying's hand out of her mother's sight, gently shaking it with a look of plaintive appeal. Unaware of the delicate undercurrent between the two young women, Lin's mother continued her lament. From that moment on, I gave up trying. Once that girl sets her mind on something, not even 10 oxen could drag her back. Since she's fixated on an unattainable dream, she probably won't look kindly on any real boys. So I stopped pestering her about finding a partner. It only annoyed her. As long as she is happy and healthy, and has a good friend like you, Xiao Zhou, to look out for her, I'm at ease. Observing Lin Han's aggrieved expression, Zhou Ying swallowed hard. Hearing Lin's mother's words somewhat eased the jealousy gnawing at her heart. She hastened to suppress the envy and turned to Lin's mother with a look of understanding and reassurance. Andy, I understand. Han Han does have a strong will at times. But rest assured, she is very independent now and knows how to take care of herself. We look out for each other, and that is wonderful. She artfully redirected the emphasis of mutual care back to the bond between herself and Lin Han. Lin's mother was visibly pleased, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Seeing you two get along so well puts my mind at ease. Xiao Zhou, you are steadier and more sensible than Han Han. Having you by her side saves me so much worry. I'll be counting on you to look after her more in the future. Suddenly, Lin's mother sneezed, interrupting her own words. After regaining her composure, she reiterated, Really, Xiao Zhou, please take good care of Han Han from now on. Neither noticed that the unexpected sneeze stirred a peculiar flutter of emotions in the two young women. Zhou Ying's hand trembled slightly as she held the cup. A faint blush tinged her ear, and a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Lin Han's face flushed even deeper, far hotter than when her starstruck past had been exposed, making her wish she could evaporate on the spot. Why did her mother's ordinary admonition have to emerge at such a pivotal moment, and in such a manner? Instinctively, she reached out again to grasp Zhou Ying's hand, intending to convey with her eyes a silent plea. My mother didn't mean anything by it, don't overthink. Yet as her fingers moved, Zhou Ying seemed to anticipate the gesture and subtly shifted the hand holding her cup to the other side, deftly evading contact. That slight movement, coupled with the enigmatic depth in Zhou Ying's gaze, sent Lin Han's heart racing. Oblivious to the subtle exchange, Lin's mother rubbed her nose after sneezing, smiling sheepishly. I must be coming down with a cold these days. Anyway, Xiao Zhou, I'm entrusting Han Han to your care. Rest assured, Andy. Zhou Ying's voice was husky, as if suppressing something within. I will. She paused briefly, her eyes briefly flickering over Lin Han's flushed cheeks, lips curling faintly. I'll do my utmost. Though softly spoken, every word was resolute and crystal clear. Chapter 78. I hope I won't be grounded tonight. The kitchen door swung open, releasing a wave of rich, appetizing aroma accompanied by Lin's father's hearty voice, perfectly dispelling the delicate tension lingering in the living room. Come. The final soup is ready. Everything is set. Lin's father, apron tied around his waist, carefully placed a steaming earthenware pot filled with mushroom chicken soup at the center of the dining table. Xiao Zhou, Han Han, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Lin's mother promptly rose from the sofa, her face radiant with warmth and enthusiasm. Yes, let's eat first. No matter what, big matters can wait until we're full. She hurried toward the kitchen. Old Lin, I'll bring the bowls and chopsticks. Han Han, don't just stand there. Take Xiao Zhou to wash your hands. Oh, all right. Lin Han felt as if granted a reprieve, swiftly rising from the sofa, though the flush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Senior sister, the restroom is over there. She glanced at Zhou Ying, her gaze flickering nervously, momentarily forgetting that Zhou Ying already knew where it was. Zhou Ying rose gracefully and nodded slightly to Lin's parents. Thank you, uncle, auntie, for all your hard work. Inside the cramped restroom, they stood side by side washing their hands as the water gushed rhythmically. In the mirror, Zhou Ying lowered her lashes, meticulously cleansing each finger, while Lin Han appeared distracted, furtively glancing at her reflection. What are you looking at? Zhou Ying suddenly lifted her eyes, catching Lin Han's gaze. Startled, Lin Han nearly splashed water upon herself. And nothing. She hurriedly turned off the faucet and grabbed a towel, drying her hands with trembling haste. Zhou Ying took the other clean towel offered to her and methodically dried each finger. What your auntie said earlier was quite interesting. Lin Han's heart leapt, but Zhou Ying said no more. After finishing, she hung the towel and was the first to exit the restroom. At the dining table, Lin's father and mother had already laid out 4 sets of dishes, bowls, and chopsticks. The steaming food emitted an enticing fragrance. Come sit. Lin's mother warmly pulled Zhou Ying to her side. Xiao Zhou, sit here beside me. Han Han, you sit next to Xiao Zhou. The 4 of them took their seats, and Lin's father, as the head of the family, cheerfully raised his cup filled with a refreshing beverage. Come, let us welcome Xiao Zhou to our home for dinner. Make yourself at home. Please do not stand on ceremony. Let us first toast, and then enjoy the meal. The cups clinked gently together, producing a crisp sound. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for your hospitality, Zhou Ying said as she lifted her cup and politely took a sip. All right, let us dig in. Lin's mother eagerly began to serve, first using the communal chopsticks to pick up a generous piece of the most succulent fish belly and placing it in Zhou Ying's bowl. Xiao Zhou, do try this fish. Your uncle is a master at steaming it, cooked to perfection, tender and flavorful. Zhou Ying hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Annie, but I can serve myself. However, Lin's mother insisted, adding a piece of rib. And this rib, it's been stewed to perfection. You youngsters work hard at your jobs, so eat more meat to replenish your strength. After tending to Zhou Ying, she turned her attention to her own daughter, casually instructing, Han Han, don't just sit there. Help Xiao Zhou with the dishes too. Oh, Lin Han seemed to awaken from a daze and quickly took the communal chopsticks, awkwardly placing a piece of sweet and sour ribs in a Zhou Ying's bowl, her movements clumsy due to her bashfulness. Senior, you should eat this. Thank you. Zhou Ying glanced at her, gracefully picking up the rib with her chopsticks but not eating it immediately. She gently blew on it and then naturally offered it to Lin Han's lips. Your face is a bit flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Have something sweet to soothe yourself. This gesture was too familiar and intimate, and Lin's mother observed with a deeper smile, feeling that the bond between the two girls was truly wonderful. However, under the gaze of those calm eyes, Lin Han felt an invisible pressure. She opened her mouth, biting into the rib, the sweet and sour juices melting in her mouth. Yet she could not discern much flavor. She only felt as if Zhou Ying's gaze had tiny hooks that brushed against her lips and tongue. Thank you, Senior. She mumbled, quickly lowering her head to focus on her rice. As the meal progressed, Zhou Ying did not engage in any particularly intimate actions again, and her demeanor towards Lin Han seemed even gentler than before. Nevertheless, Lin Han felt an unsettling tension beneath Zhou Ying's calm exterior. It was as if a volcano was on the verge of erupting, held back only by politeness and decorum. Especially when Zhou Ying's gaze occasionally flitted over her or when their arms brushed against each other while reaching for food. Lin Han could sense the undercurrents of possessiveness tinged with jealousy beneath that placid facade. Finally, after the dinner concluded, Lin Han hurriedly volunteered to wash the dishes, attempting to alleviate her inner turmoil through labor. Zhou Ying did not follow her this time to assist, but stayed in the living room, chatting and drinking tea with Lin's parents, her cool voice mingling with their laughter. Lin Han mechanically scrubbed the dishes while straining to listen to the sounds outside, her heart racing. Xiao Zhou, we're going to Miaofeng Mountain tomorrow. Drive carefully, it's been hot lately, so be mindful of heat stroke. Sure, Andy, I'll be careful. Han Han can't stand heat, so I prepared some cooling oil and a sunshade. You really think of everything. Han Han, this child, is so forgetful. Listening to this conversation, which was so normal and harmonious, Lin Han felt that every additional word of concern Zhou Ying expressed towards her made the impending interrogation she would face even more severe. Will Zhou Ying find an excuse to come sleep with me again tonight because she accidentally wet the bed? The thought of this made Lin Han even more distracted. After washing the dishes, the two of them accompanied their parents to watch television for a while as the night deepened. Lin's mother yawned and began to arrange bedtime matters. The sheets and blankets in the guest room have all been changed, nice and clean, she said to Zhou Ying. Xiao Zhou, you've had a long day traveling. Rest early. Lin Han's heart sank, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Zhou Ying. Huh? Zhou Ying looked up at Lin's mother, her expression hesitant. Auntie, thank you. But what is the matter? Lin's mother asked with concern. Lin Han's heart raced again. Zhou Ying wouldn't directly tell her mother about their relationship, would she? Or would she directly say she wanted to sleep with her? But how would they explain that? Han Han has been home alone these days and watched a horror movie, Zhou Ying said, casting a glance at Lin Han. It's said to be particularly terrifying. She was too scared to sleep alone and insisted on waiting for me to get off work before she could sleep. Lin Han, when did she watch a horror movie? How come she didn't know about it? Zhou Ying continued, her expression unchanged. She's a coward. If she sleeps alone tonight, she might be a bit frightened. Lin's mother paused for a moment before a knowing, amused expression spread across her face as she turned to her daughter. Han Han, how old are you? Still afraid of this? If you're scared, stop watching those scary things. Lin Han opened her mouth, and under Zhou Ying's watchful gaze, which seemed to carry a challenge, she swallowed back her denial, managing to mutter, that movie is quite frightening. Lin's mother shook her head and laughed. All right. Then let us not make Xiao Zhou sleep in the guest room. Han Han, your bed is big enough. You two can sleep together and have a good chat. She then turned to Zhou Ying. Xiao Zhou, Han Han is a handful. Please be more understanding. If she gets scared at night, it would really trouble you. Zhou Ying nodded earnestly. Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of her. Lin Han. She felt like a puppet with her fate predetermined, with no room left for protest. Lin's mother gave a few more reminders to rest early and then pulled Lin's father back to their master bedroom. Only the two of them remained in the living room. Lin Han then dared to glare at Zhou Ying, lowering her voice. When did I watch a horror movie? And that I'm afraid to sleep alone? Zhou Ying had already stood up, leisurely adjusting her sleeves, and, at her words, she turned her head to look at Lin Han, her gaze innocent. Didn't you? Perhaps I remembered incorrectly. But it was evident she intended to settle the score right then and there. What was Annie talking about earlier, saying you're not marrying him? Classmate Lin Han. It seems you have quite the passionate past. Lin Han stiffened at that moment, meeting Zhou Ying's half-smiling, half-teasing gaze, and her scalp tingled. No, Senior, let me explain. She hurriedly lowered her voice, realizing that it was difficult to deny such matters, and try to provide a reasonable explanation. That was all in the past when I was young and naive. Besides, I truly only appreciated his work. His acting is superb, and he has a keen eye for scripts. That comment was made after watching a particularly heart-wrenching movie of his. I was carried away by my emotions. So please don't take it seriously. Oh, carried away? Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly towards Lin Han, her lowered voice laced with a dangerous undertone. When emotions run high, the words spoken often reflect our subconscious thoughts. Her gaze meaningfully swept towards Lin Han's study, as if she could penetrate the walls to see that poster. Your taste is quite commendable. Liu does indeed have a decent appearance. That tone, dripping with jealousy, made Lin Han feel hopeless. She reached out to grasp Zhou Ying's hand. Senior, please don't misunderstand. That was all in the past. Right now, my heart is only. Before she could finish her sentence, her palm brushed against Zhou Ying's hand, but Zhou Ying deftly evaded her touch, opting to pick up an orange from the coffee table and leisurely began to peel it. Only who? Zhou Ying's eyes lowered, intently focused on the golden orange segments. Lin Han grew anxious, disregarding her parents in the adjacent bedroom, leaning closer to Zhou Ying's ear and whispering rapidly. Only you, Zhou Ying. Right now, my heart, my eyes, my mind. I'll only have you. That poster I want. I'll take it down right away. No, I'll throw it away. Zhou Ying paused her peeling, the fragrance of the orange wafting through the air. She broke off a segment of the orange, not eating it herself, but instead offering it to Lin Han's lips, her voice softening. Open your mouth. Lin Han instinctively complied, taking the sweet, cool orange segment into her mouth. No need to throw it away. Zhou Ying watched Lin Han, who was somewhat bewildered as she chewed, her cheeks puffed out adorably, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. It looks quite nice hanging on the wall. After all, being a former idol. She placed a slight emphasis on the words former idol. Lin Han, savoring the orange, blinked and contemplated the flavor behind those words. It seemed less sour now, yet it felt as if she had not entirely let it go. However, Zhou Ying plucked another segment of the orange, consuming it leisurely as she spoke. Since Annie has brought it up, I believe that as your current good friend and roommate, I have both the responsibility and obligation to help you thoroughly untangle the emotions of your past and present. She turned her face, her gaze clear and piercing as it rested on Lin Han, her expression devoid of overt emotion, yet causing Lin Han's heart to skip a beat. Tonight, we may need to have a serious discussion. Zhou Ying's tone was gentle, regarding the elaborate emotional journey you embarked upon with the sentiment of I can marry no one but him, and how to ensure that such intense feelings and casual banter would not affect anyone other than me. The sweetness of the orange in Lin Han's mouth suddenly dissipated. She felt a chill creep down her back. Sister, Senior Lin Han attempted to feign innocence. First, take a shower, Zhou Ying interrupted, casually handing her another segment of the orange, thereby concluding the topic. Though her eyes clearly communicated that she would settle the score later that night, Lin Han thought to herself, it's over. Tonight will likely be difficult. Am I going to be reprimanded? Chapter 79, please. My parents are next door. After her parents finished showering, Lin Han hurriedly returned to her bed, hoping to fall asleep during Zhou Ying's bathing time. Surely, Zhou Ying wouldn't wake her once she had fallen asleep, would she? Unfortunately, even after Zhou Ying had drifted off, Lin Han found herself unable to succumb to slumber. When Zhou Ying returned to the bedroom, the room was illuminated solely by the bedside lamp. Lin Han kept her eyes tightly shut, striving to regulate her breathing to appear as if she were asleep, attempting to deceive her. However, the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the stiffness of her posture betrayed her anxiety. The mattress on the other side sank slightly, bringing with it the refreshing scent of post-bath steam and a familiar fragrance. Lin Han's heart raced even faster. Asleep? Zhou Ying's voice resonated close by. Lin Han held her breath, remaining utterly still. It seems she truly has fallen asleep. Zhou Ying appeared to be speaking to herself, but in the next moment, her cool fingers gently pinched Lin Han's earlobe, kneading it slightly, as if to say, now that she's asleep, I can do as I please. Lin Han could no longer maintain her facade, abruptly opening her eyes to meet Zhou Ying's gaze, which held an enigmatic smile. Sister, have you finished bathing? Yes. Zhou Ying lay on her side, propping her head with one hand while the other continued to play with Lin Han's earlobe. We can start discussing that, Mr. Liu now. Lin Han's scalp prickled. Zhou Ying still seemed skeptical of her previous assertions. She attempted one final struggle. I already said it was in the past. I truly only admired his work. Admired to the point of wanting to marry him? Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow, her fingers gliding along Lin Han's jawline, gently caressing. Lin Han, your appreciation has quite a unique scale. Her tone was light, even teasing, yet Lin Han could sense the undercurrent beneath that calm exterior. She realized that if she did not provide a profound explanation tonight, she might not escape unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han turned to face Zhou Ying, gazing into her eyes in the dim glow. Sister, she spoke earnestly, her voice trembling slightly. I admit I did say such things in the past. I was young then, unable to distinguish between infatuation with a screen persona and genuine feelings. But after meeting you, I finally understood what true affection feels like. She took Zhou Ying's hand, gently pressing it against her heart. Through the thin fabric of her sleepwear, one could feel the rapid and powerful heartbeat beneath. Yet, Zhou Ying's hand grew slightly restless, giving a few gentle squeezes. Lin Han blushed, disregarding Zhou Ying's actions, enunciating clearly, here, now, and in the future, my heart will only race for you. Only for you. Zhou Ying remained silent, though her breath seemed to quicken. Time flowed slowly, and after a moment, Zhou Ying finally spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. Lin Han. Yes. Where did you learn to express such sentiments? Zhou Ying paused, seemingly restraining herself. Who taught you to charm like this? Lin Han was momentarily speechless, thinking, isn't this genuine emotion? However, Zhou Ying did not wait for her to respond. She wrapped her other arm around Lin Han's waist, pulling her closer, their bodies pressing tightly together beneath the covers. I find this quite enjoyable. Her kiss descended, lips and tongues entwining, breaths mingling. Lin Han felt dazed by the kiss, wondering if this meant she had passed the test. As the kiss ended, Zhou Ying's lips moved slightly away, her nose brushing against Lin Han's, breathy and warm. You don't need to throw away the poster. Zhou Ying stated again, her tone considerably lighter, even tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Keep it. Let him see. See what? Lin Han, still dazed, inquired. See who you belong to now, Zhou Ying whispered, her lips moving to Lin Han's ear, gently biting her earlobe, sending shivers down Lin Han's spine. This statement coursed through Lin Han like a current, electrifying her entire being. Yet, Zhou Ying did not seem inclined to stop there. Her gaze settled on Lin Han's slightly swollen lips, a darkness pooling in her eyes once more. However, her fingers traced along Lin Han's collarbone, assuring her, words and actions are two different matters. Lin Han's heart raced again. What actions? Zhou Ying did not respond immediately. Instead, she rolled over, hovering just above Lin Han. The dim light was obscured by her form, casting a hazy halo around her and rendering her gaze even more inscrutable. Sister, please, my parents are next door. Lin Han instinctively reminded her, her voice lowered due to the tension. Then you should keep your voice down, Zhou Ying replied nonchalantly, lowering her head to capture Lin Han's lips once more. This kiss bore an air of possessiveness, tender yet assertive, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Han soon found herself softening under the kiss, her arms instinctively wrapping around Zhou Ying's neck, clumsily but earnestly responding. When the kiss concluded, both were left breathless. Zhou Ying's forehead rested against Lin Han's, her voice husky. Do you remember? Why yes, Lin Han panted, her eyes glistening. Not enough. Zhou Ying's kiss traveled to the side of her neck, lightly sucking, it needs to be deeper. The warmth of her breath and the tingling sensation made Lin Han tremble all over, biting her lip to stifle a sound. Her fingers gripping the fabric of Zhou Ying's shoulder tightly, turning pale. Zhou Ying's kisses traveled along the delicate collarbone, lingering at the neckline of her sleepwear. The buttons of her nightgown were deftly undone one by one, the cool air meeting the suddenly exposed skin, causing Lin Han to shiver, goosebumps rising on her flesh. Sister, she pleaded softly, her voice quavering with anticipation, almost an unconscious invitation. Zhou Ying paused her movements, lifting her head to look at her. Under the bedroom light, Lin Han's cheeks were flushed like the dawn, her eyes glistening with a sheen of moisture, her lips slightly swollen, the neckline of her garment open, revealing a swath of fair skin and the exquisite collarbone that rose and fell with her rapid breaths. The intensity of this scene struck Zhou Ying, causing her breath to quicken, her gaze darkening with desire. She closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, the surging tide of emotions within her was forcibly subdued. She reached out, somewhat awkwardly, rebuttoning Lin Han's nightgown one by one. Then, Zhou Ying embraced her tightly, resting her chin atop Lin Han's head. Let us leave it at this for tonight. Zhou Ying's voice was hoarse, clearly suppressing her unquenched longing. It's inconvenient here. I've heard that when a son-in-law returns to his wife's family, they are not supposed to sleep together. We have already crossed the line. What son-in-law? You are clearly the daughter-in-law. Lin Han protested inwardly, but she refrained from voicing her objections, instead snuggling into Zhou Ying's embrace, distinctly feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat mirroring her own, thumping against her eardrums. This rhythmic pulse soothed her earlier anxiety and shyness. After a moment of quiet, she softly asked, Are you still angry? Are you still jealous? Zhou Ying let out a soft chuckle, her chest gently vibrating. She was never truly angry. Ruffling Lin Han's hair, her tone softened, imbued with a hint of helpless affection, overshadowed only by a tinge of jealousy. But all was well now. Chapter 80. The truth behind the fortune-telling. The following morning, Lin Han awoke to find Zhou Ying still peacefully slumbering, her breaths even and steady. Yet her arm instinctively encircled Lin Han's waist, as if fearing she might slip away, recalling the almost uncontrollable kiss from the previous night. Lin Han felt her cheeks warm anew. She quietly lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Ying's serene, sleeping visage. How beautiful she was! A wave of tenderness surged within Lin Han, compelling her to lean in and peck gently at Zhou Ying's chin. Just as she completed the act, Zhou Ying's eyes fluttered open. Good morning. Lin Han was caught off guard, feeling a bit shy. When did you wake up? Right when you were stealing a kiss. Zhou Ying replied, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she tightened her embrace, pulling Lin Han closer. But I rather like it. Lin Han now suspected that Zhou Ying possessed some sort of extraordinary ability. Every time she attempted a secret kiss, she was invariably caught. The two lingered in the warmth of the bed until the sound of Lin's mother's footsteps and her calls for breakfast wafted in from outside, prompting them to reluctantly part. At the breakfast table, Lin's mother noticed the dark circles under both their eyes and reproached gently, "You two chatted until quite late last night, didn't you? Young people truly have boundless energy." Lin Han nearly choked on her porridge, while Zhou Ying maintained her composure, nodding. "Yes, we discussed some past matters." That's good. That's good. It's essential to know each other better," Lin's mother said, serving each of them a fried egg. "We're heading to Miaofeng Mountain today. Make sure to eat well. I prepared snacks and water for you in the car. Remember to eat if you get hungry on the way." "Thank you, Auntie," Zhou Ying replied politely. After breakfast, the two tidied up and prepared to depart. Lin's mother walked them to the door, her voice a stream of reminders about safety, before finally allowing them to leave. As the car drove out of the community towards Miaofeng Mountain, the weekday traffic was relatively light. Zhou Ying drove steadily, while Lin Han leaned back in the passenger seat. Watching the scenery speed by, her heart buoyed with lightness. "Senior," she suddenly recalled something and turned to inquire, "last time we hiked up, should we take the sightseeing bus this time? It would save us some energy." Zhou Ying glanced at her, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It's your choice. I'll follow your lead." "Then let's take the bus," Lin Han said with a grin. "Our main purpose this time is to fulfill our vow, so there's no need to tire ourselves out climbing." "All right," Zhou Ying nodded. Indeed, the number of visitors at Miaofeng Mountain on a weekday was significantly reduced, and there was hardly any queue for the sightseeing bus. The two purchased tickets and chose seats at the back by the window. The bus slowly ascended along the winding mountain road, the fresh scent of grass and trees wafting in through the open windows. Leaning against Zhou Ying's shoulder, Lin Han gazed at the lush greenery outside, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. "Are you tired?" Zhou Ying asked softly, intertwining her fingers with Lin Han's. "Not at all." Lin Han shook her head, turning to look at her. "Being with you makes everything feel effortless." A smile blossomed in Zhou Ying's eyes as she tightened her grip on Lin Han's hand. "Your words are getting sweeter." "I'm just following your example," Lin Han retorted confidently. Upon reaching the mountain, the two disembarked and hand in hand, made their way towards the goddess temple. The temple, unusually serene on a weekday, had only a few elderly devotees kneeling in earnest prayer before the ancient structure, which glimmered warmly under the sunlight, while the wind chimes jingled melodiously in the gentle breeze. They first visited the main hall, where Zhou Ying offered 3 incense sticks and handed one to Lin Han. "Shall we do this together?" she asked. "Yes." Lin Han accepted the incense, and together they knelt on the prayer mat. The fragrant smoke spiraled upwards as Zhou Ying closed her eyes, her expression devout. Lin Han followed suit, silently wishing, "May our future be smooth, and may my senior find peace and joy." After finishing their prayers, Zhou Ying took out a small red silk pouch from her bag, filled with several bills and coins. "This is the offering for our vow," she explained, depositing the pouch into the donation box. "Since the wish I made last time has been fulfilled, it's customary to return and express gratitude." Watching Zhou Ying sincerely perform, the ritual warmed Lin Han's heart. Zhou Ying, usually so pragmatic, was willing to believe in these traditions for her sake, and that sentiment was worth more than anything. After leaving the main hall, Zhou Ying and Lin Han headed towards the fortune-telling stall beneath the ancient tree, but upon arrival, found no sign of the old monk. Only a few stone benches remained in the clearing, dust settling over a table that had evidently been untouched for several days. "Not here," Lin Han remarked in surprise. "Is he not working today?" Zhou Ying furrowed her brow slightly, surveying the area. At that moment, a staff member, busy sweeping fallen leaves, approached them with a friendly demeanor. "Hello, young ladies, are you looking for someone?" Yes, Zhou Ying nodded. Is the fortune teller who usually sets up here absent today? The staff member paused, then his expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, you mean that so-called expert? His tone carried a subtle, teasing quality, prompting Lin Han and Zhou Ying to sense something amiss. Expert? Lin Han repeated, puzzled. Isn't he? The staff member chuckled, shaking his head. What expert? He's just a charlatan. What? Both women exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Really? The staff member, seeing their disbelief, set down his broom and began to explain. That old man has been peddling his wares here for about half a year, claiming to have mystical skills. But he's merely a self-proclaimed sage who has read a few psychology and physiognomy books. He specifically preys on young tourists like you. He pointed at Lin Han and Zhou Ying. See? Young and impressionable. He has a repertoire of lines ready for you. Lin Han and Zhou Ying exchanged glances, both feeling a bit disoriented. Yet Lin Han hesitated before speaking. But last time he interpreted our fortune, he was quite accurate. We didn't mention what we were asking for. He just knew I was inquiring about my career, and she was asking about love. Hearing this, the staff member laughed even more heartily. That's just his skill, reading body language and employing a bit of rhetoric. Think about it. Young people coming here typically want a few things: career, academics, love, health. Older folks usually ask about health or children. If he guesses right on the first try, the odds are already in his favor. And what if he guesses wrong? Zhou Ying asked, her brow furrowing. He has ways to recover, the staff member replied. That old man's eloquence is impressive. For instance, if you asked about love and he guessed career, he might say, my dear, your features suggest romantic prospects are intertwined with your career opportunities, and somehow make it fit. Most people, upon hearing such a twist, would believe him, thinking him truly gifted. Lin Han recalled the previous encounter, feeling an air of wonderment at the time. Now, hearing the staff member's explanation, it seemed quite plausible. As for the fact that they coincidentally guessed right on their first try, the staff member shrugged. That could only be attributed to luck. Zhou Ying fell silent for a moment before asking again, what about the fortune text? How did he interpret it so aptly? The fortune texts are even simpler, the staff member explained, evidently knowledgeable in this area. Most of those phrases are vague enough to be interpreted in myriad ways. For instance, the clouds part and the moon shines could signify a turning point in one's career or clarity in a relationship, or even an improvement in health. It all depends on how he spins it. Of course, some texts are more straightforward, but those are rare. If you happen to draw one of those, there might be a sliver of truth to it. But most people end up with the ambiguous ones, which can be explained in any number of ways. Thus, not many seek him out for grievances. After all, the fortunes are drawn by themselves, and the interpretations are what they wish to hear. He sighed. However, just a couple of days ago, someone did confront him. A young man claimed the old man mispredicted his financial luck, and after losing money, he got so angry that he overturned the old man's stall. Since then, the old man hasn't dared to return. Chapter 81. Look, even the heavens acknowledge us. Upon hearing these words, Lin Han and Zhou Ying exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. So this is how it is? The divination that both Zhou Ying and Lin Han firmly believed in turned out to be merely a carefully orchestrated coincidence and psychological game. The two continued their silent walk until they reached the wishing tree, where they paused. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the stone path. The red ribbons and wooden plaques swayed gently in the breeze, producing a faint sound of clinking, as if countless wishes were whispering to one another. At a glance, Lin Han spotted the two plaques they had hung last time, closely positioned with their red ribbons intertwined. They're still here. Zhou Ying chuckled, her voice laced with mirth. They approached the tree, gazing up at the two plaques. Weathered by time, the wooden signs had darkened, yet the inscriptions remained clear. Zhou Ying turned to Lin Han, noticing a peculiar expression on her face, uncertain whether it was disappointment or relief. Han, she gently tugged at Lin Han's hand. Are you all right? Lin Han turned to her, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a moment's pause, she let out a soft sigh. A bit unexpected, she admitted honestly, though it seemed she was not entirely unable to accept it. Upon reflection, the words he spoke were indeed rather generic. Zhou Ying, with a rational demeanor, analyzed. Patience is required for career success, and destiny governs love. Such sentiments, expressed at any time to anyone, would rarely go awry. Lin Han nodded, indeed. Moreover, he mentioned that I would have benefactors aiding my career, yet I currently have no such benefactor. Zhou Ying laughed, a smile imbued with relief. Thus, we have been deceived by rhetoric and coincidence. But not everything is false. Huh? Lin Han looked at Zhou Ying in confusion. The divination is false, and the interpreter is false. Zhou Ying stepped forward, clasping Lin Han's hand, her fingers interlaced. But my feelings are genuine. Your response is genuine. Our presence here is real. Her thumb gently caressed the back of Lin Han's hand, imparting warmth. Whether that divination existed or whether the interpreter was real, the outcome remains unchanged for me. I have long since determined my feelings for you. That divination, those words, merely provided me with an opportunity to voice my sentiments earlier, or perhaps served as a self-comforting excuse. When I heard about destiny and love, I secretly rejoiced for a long time, feeling as though even the heavens were on my side. Look, even the heavens acknowledge us. Why should we care about the judgments of the mundane world? She chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet her gaze was filled with tenderness. Now that I know it was false, it is, paradoxically, for the better. Why? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Because Zhou Ying drew her closer, their foreheads almost touching. Our relationship is merely a matter between the two of us. It does not rely on fate, nor does it depend on divination. It is solely based on ourselves. Isn't this more pure, more steadfast? Lin Han stared blankly into Zhou Ying's eyes, which mirrored her own image. Indeed, she mused, all notions of destined love and divinatory guidance were merely embellishments. What truly brought them together was Zhou Ying's deliberate and cautious approach, her own journey from confusion to certainty, every moment of shared laughter, and the warmth of their hands pressed together. Despite the absence of benefactors, her career was gradually taking shape. These were the truths. Lin Han nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with warmth. You are right. It is our choice, and it has nothing to do with anything else. Zhou Ying beamed, her smile more radiant than the sunlight filtering through the treetops. She released one hand to point toward a nearby stall selling wishing plaques. Shall we write another one? Lin Han followed her gaze, contemplating before shaking her head. No more. The wish has already been fulfilled. Lin Han turned to Zhou Ying, her face breaking into a broad smile. And I believe that all our future wishes can be realized through our own efforts, without needing to hang them here and plead with anyone. Her gaze swept across the wooden plaques and ribbons dancing in the wind, allowing them to remain as a memento, commemorating how they once naively believed in fate, but ultimately grasped one another. All right, Zhou Ying tightened her grip on Lin Han's hand. Then we shall rely on ourselves. Hand in hand, they made their way to the temple of the goddess, preparing to descend the mountain. Lin Han glanced at her phone. It was just past 10 in the morning, the sunlight perfect. Senior, should we head back now, or would you like to come to my house for lunch first? She turned to Zhou Ying, suggesting, my mom was just saying yesterday that if you came back early today, she would definitely keep you for lunch. She bought fresh shrimp this morning, saying she would make your favorite oil-braised shrimp. Zhou Ying did not release Lin Han's hand. Her gaze drifted towards the distant outline of the city below, pausing momentarily as if fixed on a particular direction. Lunch? She turned back to Lin Han. I want to take you somewhere. Where? Lin Han inquired, intrigued. Zhou Ying took her hand and started walking towards the sightseeing bus stop down the mountain. Back to the city. To my uncle's house. Lin Han's footsteps abruptly halted, nearly tripping over herself. What? She thought she had misheard. To your uncle's house? Right now? Today? Lin Han's voice wavered slightly. Senior, isn't this a bit sudden? We haven't prepared anything there's nothing to prepare. Zhou Ying tightened her grip on Lin Han's hand. It's just a meal. Moreover, there's no time like the present. She looked at Lin Han, her gaze reassuring. While we are on the mountain, you said that all our future wishes will rely on ourselves. I believe you are right. Therefore, the first step to realizing our wishes is to face the people we need to face. Zhou Ying spoke clearly. I do not wish to wait any longer. Nor do I want to keep you hidden from my life. I want the most important person in my life to meet you, even if it is only in the capacity of friends for now. Chapter 82. Uncle's broken promise, the most important person, Lin Han murmured. She understood that Zhou Ying's uncle, having lost both parents, was a parental figure to her. This recognition held profound significance. All right, Lin Han took a deep breath, grasping Zhou Ying's hand in return, nodding earnestly. Let us go. A smile blossomed in Zhou Ying's eyes, reaching deep within. Don't be afraid. She softly reassured her, I'll be here. On the return journey, Lin Han gazed out at the swiftly receding streets, unable to suppress her curiosity. Senior, what is your uncle like? What does he dislike? Is there anything I should be cautious about? While concentrating on driving, Zhou Ying replied, my uncle appreciates practical and sincere individuals. He detests ostentation and cunningness. Just be yourself. There's no need to act differently. Should I change how I address him? Lin Han asked again, should I call him uncle? Zhou Ying cast a quick glance at her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Not for now. Just call him Uncle Ren for the time being. As for later, she paused. We'll see how it goes. The car entered a tranquil yet upscale residential area in the heart of Haizhu City. Lush trees adorned the surroundings, creating a serene environment. with elegantly designed detached villas distributed harmoniously. As Zhou Ying's car turned into a secluded tree-lined path, slowly approaching an understated black wrought iron gate, Lin Han began to sense that the atmosphere was far from ordinary. This was no ordinary residential area. The roads were wide and immaculate, nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only a few expensive vehicles passing by. On either side were meticulously trimmed landscaping and towering trees, ensuring a high level of privacy. "Senior, is this?" Lin Han hesitantly inquired, casting a curious glance out the window. My uncle lives here." Zhou Ying calmly responded as the car came to a stop in front of the gate. She lowered the window, and it seemed a sensor recognized the vehicle, causing the seemingly substantial gate to silently slide open. As the car entered, Lin Han's astonishment deepened. Inside was a different realm altogether. The expansive driveway meandered onward, flanked by meticulously designed garden landscapes, complete with rock formations, flowing water, and scattered pavilions amidst lush greenery. Nestled amidst a collection of distinctively styled standalone villas, each spaced generously apart, lies a sanctuary of absolute privacy. Each residence resembles an independent miniature estate, marked by impeccable design and exquisite materials. Although Lin Han is not particularly attuned to the real estate market, she is acutely aware that such a grand and serene villa community in the heart of Haizhu City is not a realm for the ordinary. This place resembles more a gathering ground for the elite or societal luminaries. Previously, she had only surmised that Zhou Ying's family must be well off, given their ability to support her medical studies and afford a respectable car during her internship. Yet, what she now perceives clearly transcends the realm of mere comfort. As Zhou Ying slows her vehicle before a villa adorned in shades of gray and white, featuring extensive floor-to-ceiling windows, she steers into the private driveway and halts at the entrance. Unlike some neighbors who flaunt ostentatious luxury, this dwelling exudes a quiet sophistication that speaks volumes through its understated elegance. "We've arrived." Zhou Ying turns off the engine and unbuckles her seatbelt, casting a glance at Lin Han. "Senior, I can't help but whisper," Lin Han murmurs, her tone laced with disbelief. "Your uncle lives here?" "Yes." Zhou Ying switches off the ignition, unfastens her seatbelt, and turns to Lin Han, as if recalling the need for an explanation. "I forgot to mention, my uncle is in business and his company is doing quite well, so the conditions are better." Her words are delivered in a casual manner. Yet Lin Han feels a tempest of emotions within. A businessman of such stature residing in a place like this? Zhou Ying is far too modest. Reflecting on Zhou Ying's typically simple yet high-quality attire and her naturally refined demeanor, Lin Han suddenly realizes that her understanding of Zhou Ying's family background may be woefully inadequate. "You never mentioned it," Lin Han murmurs, a twinge of unease stirring within her as she gazes through the car window at the minimalist yet grand abode. Instinctively adjusting her clothes and hair, dressed in a simple t-shirt and casual pants for the hike, she is fortunately clean and fresh. There's no need to make a fuss. Zhou Ying observes her tension, reaching over to gently pinch her cheek. "Relax. My uncle isn't a monster, right?" Lin Han takes a deep breath, nodding as she follows Zhou Ying out of the car. Instead of ringing the doorbell, Zhou Ying inputs a code to unlock the grand entrance. The foyer is spacious and bright, adorned in a modern minimalist style, with crisp lines and a palette dominated by gray, white, and natural wood tones. As Lin Han steps into the foyer behind Zhou Ying, she is enveloped by a harmonious blend of subtle sandalwood and fresh greenery. At the end of the foyer, a robust ink wash painting hangs on the wall, depicting pine and cypress trees amidst the mountains, evoking a profound sense of tranquility. "Uncle, we're back." At the moment the door swings open, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and radiating warmth greets them. Upon seeing Zhou Ying, her eyes crinkle into a smile. "Miss Belle, you've returned. And this must be Miss Lin Han. What a charming young lady. Come in, it's sweltering outside." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Han nods and greets her. "Hello, Andy, you can just call me Lin Han. This is Aunt Wang, who has been a tremendous help at my uncle's home for many years." Zhou Ying introduces with familiarity as she leads the two inside. "By the way, Annie, Mr. Run had to leave unexpectedly due to an urgent matter at his company. He mentioned an important overseas video conference and won't be back until after dinner. He specifically asked me to assure you that it's nothing personal." Zhou Ying pauses momentarily, her expression remaining composed. "It's all right, business comes first." Yet Lin Han secretly breathes a sigh of relief. With her uncle absent, her previously taut nerves begin to relax. However, as Aunt Wang speaks, she retrieves a finely textured light gray envelope from a drawer in the foyer and hands it to Zhou Ying with a cheerful smile. "Here you go. Regarding the matter you discussed with Mr. Ren last night, he instructed someone to take care of it right after your call, and it just arrived." Zhou Ying takes the envelope, her fingers gently squeezing it. Its thinness suggests it contains merely 2 cards. A smile tugs at her lips as she places the envelope into her bag without opening it or providing any explanation to Lin Han, simply nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Wang, and please extend my thanks to Uncle Ren as well. Lin Han casts a curious glance at the envelope, pondering its contents. Is it a gift, or perhaps some kind of document? Miss Bai Ao, you don't need to be so formal with me. Aunt Wang waves her hand dismissively, then turns to Lin Han with enthusiasm. Is this your first time visiting Miss Lin? Stay for lunch. I'm just preparing it. Miss Su is upstairs, and while Mr. Ren has gone to the company, both the young master and mistress are home. Aunt Wang, there's no need to fuss. Zhou Ying interjects gently. We have some matters to attend to, and can't stay for lunch. Oh, you're leaving so soon? Aunt Wang looks surprised. It's quite late. It wouldn't hurt to eat and then handle your affairs. At that moment, footsteps and laughter descend from the staircase. Is that Zhou Ying? Booms a cheerful male voice, revealing Lin Han's cousin, Ren Yu, alongside his wife, Su Yangzhen. Cousin, sister-in-law, Zhou Ying greets them warmly. Indeed, Ren Yu's eyes light up at the sight of Zhou Ying and Lin Han as he descends the stairs. Little sister Lin Han has come too. Welcome, welcome. Su Yangzhen smiles gently. Zhou Ying, Lin Han, please take a seat. Aunt Wang, brew some tea. No need, sister-in-law. Zhou Ying remains firm in her refusal. We truly have some urgent matters to attend to. We're just here to pick something up. Ren Yu approaches, his gaze shifting between Zhou Ying and Lin Han, as if he wishes to say something. Su Yangzhen lightly nudges her husband and turns to Zhou Ying with kindness. Since you have things to do, we want to insist. However, Zhou Ying, do bring Lin Han over for a proper meal next time. Father isn't here today, but I'm sure he'd love to meet her. Absolutely. Zhou Ying replies promptly, then turns to Ren Yu and Su Yangzhen. Then, cousin, sister-in-law will take our leave. Are you leaving already? Ren Yu seems eager for more conversation, but upon noticing his wife's glance, he quickly adjusts his tone. All right then, be careful on the way. Little sister Lin Han. Come and play again next time. Goodbye, cousin, sister-in-law, and Aunt Wang. Lin Han bids farewell politely. Aunt Wang waves cheerfully in return. Take care on your way, and enjoy yourselves. Chapter 83. The jealous and scheming Zhou Ying. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted Aunt Wang and her cousins, the two return to the car. Zhou Ying gently places the light gray envelope on the center console and turns to Lin Han in the passenger seat. The dappled shadows from the trees outside play across her face as she presses her lips together, her eyes revealing a hint of apology. Lin Han, I'm sorry. She begins. Lin Han turns to look at her. We had planned for you to meet my uncle today over lunch, Zhou Ying explains, her fingers unconsciously tapping the steering wheel. I didn't expect him to have an urgent matter arise. Observing Zhou Ying's rare vulnerability and remorse, Lin Han feels the slight disappointment in her heart dissipate almost instantly. There is no need for apologies. Lin Han beams, her eyes crinkling with a smile, her tone light. Your uncle is a busy executive. It's only natural for him to have pressing matters. Not seeing him today gives me a bit of time to prepare. She pauses, her voice lowering slightly. We can always come back when I'm fully ready. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. Zhou Ying gazes at her, noticing that there is no trace of disappointment or reluctance in her eyes, allowing the last remnants of her own guilt to vanish. Right? Zhou Ying finally smiles, her expression one of relief. There is indeed much time ahead. She starts the engine and drives away from the tranquil villa community. Once the vehicle smoothly merges into the flow of traffic on the main road, Lin Han's gaze drifts to the envelope on the console, and she can no longer contain her curiosity. Senior, what's in the envelope? Where are we headed? To a place you might find quite surprising. Zhou Ying's lips curl into a mysterious smile. Consider a way to make amends for last night's interrogation. Lin Han's gaze instinctively returns to the envelope. What could it possibly contain? Is it related to last night's questioning? Perhaps concerning her previous infatuation with Lu Zhe? She stole a glance at Zhou Ying, who was intently focused on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to divulge any more information. As the scenery outside the car transformed, Lin Han gradually realized that they were leaving the city and entering the highway leading to a neighboring city. Are we leaving the city? Lin Han felt an increasing sense of confusion. Yes, Zhou Ying replied cheerfully. It's not far, just over 3 hours by car. You can take a rest for now. We can grab a bite at the service area later. Over 3 hours? To the neighboring city? What on earth are we going to do? The questions in Lin Han's mind multiplied, yet seeing Zhou Ying's air of secrecy, she knew probing would yield little. So she suppressed her curiosity and gazed out at the swiftly retreating fields and distant mountains. You can open it and take a look if you wish, Zhou Ying suddenly said, turning her head slightly as she noticed Lin Han's lack of inquiry. No, Lin Han shook her head. Since you wish to maintain an air of mystery, I want to peek. I'll find out once we arrive. Zhou Ying chuckled softly and turned on the car's music, allowing soothing melodies to fill the air. Whenever they stopped at a red light, she would occasionally reach over to gently grasp Lin Han's hand, her fingers delicately tracing the palm. Lin Han responded by intertwining her fingers with Zhou Ying's, and her initial apprehension began to be replaced by an intriguing sense of anticipation. She trusted Zhou Ying. Wherever she was being taken, it certainly would not be a negative experience. 3 hours later, the car entered the downtown area of the neighboring city. The streets were bustling with traffic, appearing even livelier than Haizu. Zhou Ying seemed quite familiar with the route, navigating through twists and turns until she finally parked in the underground garage of a large sports center. However, they encountered a considerable delay on the way to the sports center, inching forward for quite some time before finally arriving at the parking lot. Once parked, Zhou Ying retrieved an envelope that had been resting on the center console, and with Lin Han's curious gaze upon her, she pulled out 2 exquisitely designed tickets. The tickets shimmered with a pearl-scent sheen, adorned with intricate patterns, and featured an artistically crafted title against a backdrop of starry sky and faint stage lights, resembling tickets for a grand performance. Moreover, they were located in the prime VIP section, row A. Lin Han leaned in closer to discern the words more clearly. Yet, Zhou Ying subtly angled the tickets, allowing Lin Han to glimpse the astonishing seating area while cleverly concealing the performance name and lead artist information behind her fingers. She shook the tickets, and with sparkling eyes, looked at Lin Han, saying, "A certain person you once vowed to marry is holding a concert here tonight." Lin Han's mind buzzed, instantly blanking out. The one she once vowed to marry. Luze's concert. She abruptly turned her gaze to Zhou Ying, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Luze was the current sensation, with tickets for his concerts selling out in an instant. Scalpers driving prices to astronomical heights, let alone such evidently premium VIP tickets. Zhou Ying had managed to secure tickets, 2 of them, right after she had interrogated herself about Luze the previous night. Today, she was brought here directly? How did you? Lin Han stammered, overwhelmed by a wave of astonishment that left her momentarily speechless. Zhou Ying observed her reaction with satisfaction, a hint of pride and affection in her smile. Leaning closer to Lin Han, she lowered her voice, infused with an enticing tone. "Didn't you say you wanted to prove through actions who you belong to now? I believe the best proof is..." She gently placed one of the tickets into Lin Han's slightly trembling palm, her fingers barely grazing across her palm. "To let you sit in the best spot and witness your former idol shining brightly on stage." And then, Zhou Ying's breath brushed against Lin Han's ear, possessing an unmistakable blend of possession and tenderness. "Then, to let you clearly know who is holding your hand and can genuinely embrace and kiss you." Chapter 84. Taking your current partner to your ex-idol's concert. Is this considered an action? Lin Han murmured, her face flushed, her heart racing uncontrollably. She gazed at Zhou Ying, who was so close, her eyes glinting with mischief, and a wave of helplessness surged within her. "And honestly, I regard Lu Zhe merely as an ordinary audience member now. I no longer harbor any such thoughts." "Oh," Zhou Ying raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "An ordinary audience member? Is that why you once vowed to marry him?" This matter was evidently not so easily dismissed, was it? That was youthful ignorance. Lin Han nearly wished she could go back in time and cover the original protagonist's mouth. She leaned forward, attempting to convey her sincerity through her eyes. "Senior, I'm serious. My perspective has changed after experiencing certain things. She paused, her voice softening, unknowingly adopting a tone of endearment. "You don't know who occupies my heart now?" Zhou Ying's eyes brightened, her throat moving slightly. Seemingly pleased by this declaration, yet she remained non-committal. Knowing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Lin Han opened her mouth, realizing she could not possibly win an argument against the person before her. She decided to change the subject. "Senior, you must tell me honestly, when did you decide to get these tickets? Moreover, tickets for Lu Ze's concert, especially such prime locations, cannot simply be acquired with money, can they? How did you manage it?" "Last night," Zhou Ying replied candidly. "After you fell asleep." Lin Han was taken aback. Last night? Zhou Ying had questioned her about Lu Ze, kissing her senseless, and ultimately, with restraint, helped her fasten the buttons of her nightgown, enveloping her in an embrace and saying they would leave it at that for the night. At that moment, Lin Han believed Zhou Ying had turned the page. After all, the subsequent embrace had been so gentle, even their breathing gradually calming down. But after she fell asleep, Zhou Ying had remained awake, quietly dialing her uncle's number in the dark. You weren't asleep then?" Lin Han's voice came out somewhat dry. "No, you fell asleep quite quickly. As soon as your breathing slowed, you were out like a light, blissfully unaware." She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of lament. while I held you. My heart raced so fast I couldn't sleep. Thus, Lin Han had comfortably nestled in Zhou Ying's embrace throughout the night. While Zhou Ying had not only suffered from insomnia, but had also meticulously planned this excursion to her former idol's concert. Zhou Ying continued to explain, last night, I called my uncle to say I was coming back for dinner and casually asked him to help me get 2 tickets. She glanced at the coveted VIP ticket in Lin Han's hand, casually adding, coincidentally, Luze is a spokesperson for a high-end brand under my uncle's company, and they have a fairly deep collaboration. Obtaining 2 internal PR tickets with good seating isn't too difficult. So that was it. Lin Han understood, realizing why Zhou Ying could acquire such prime tickets so swiftly. Zhou Ying's gaze shifted to the growing number of young men and women outside, brandishing support items. Clearly fans of Luze. She looked back at Lin Han, her expression complex. I want to see your reaction when you meet him in person. Lin Han grasped the underlying meaning. Zhou Ying, while professing her trust, undoubtedly harbored a hint of doubt. She wished to confirm how much weight the once-beloved idol still held in Lin Han's heart. This was quintessential Zhou Ying, possessing an almost obsessive seriousness in matters of the heart, coupled with a touch of insecurity. Suddenly, Lin Han no longer felt helpless. Instead, she felt a pang of sympathy. She reached out, taking the hand Zhou Ying had resting on the steering wheel, gently scratching her palm with her fingers. While she didn't particularly wish to attend Luze's concert, if it would ease Zhou Ying's mind, then she would go. Senior, her voice was soft yet resolute. You just watch closely. See whether my gaze lingers more on the stage or on you. Zhou Ying's fingers curled around Lin Han's, giving a firm squeeze. She remained silent, but the tension in her lips softened. Let us go. She finally released her grip and unfastened her seatbelt. The concert was set to commence at 7:30, and it was currently 5 o'clock. Let's first find a place to dine before we enter, she suggested. The two of them exited the car and made their way from the underground parking lot to the surface. The path leading to the arena's entrance was already teeming with a throng of young girls, most of whom held glow sticks, support banners, and light boards. Their faces radiating excitement and anticipation, the air thick with a fervent atmosphere. Lin Han and Zhou Ying held hands, navigating through this vibrant sea of energy. Zhou Ying kept her close, carefully maneuvering around the bustling crowd and the flailing support items. Lin Han could sense numerous gazes directed at them, as it was indeed striking to see 2 exceptionally beautiful girls strolling hand in hand amidst the crowd, especially Zhou Ying, even in her simple shirt and trousers. Her cool demeanor and inherent aura stood in stark contrast to the surrounding fervor. There are so many people, Zhou Ying remarked with a slight frown, pulling Lin Han closer to her side. After all, he is a top-tier idol, Lin Han replied casually, her gaze drifting to a nearby girl holding a large light board featuring Luze's photograph. The man in the picture had deep-set features and an intense gaze, undeniably charming. She thought objectively, yet felt a calmness within, even unconsciously comparing. Yet senior sister is more beautiful. Your eyes are clearer, and your aura is purer. They found a relatively quiet restaurant near the stadium to have dinner. During the meal, Lin Han could feel Zhou Ying's gaze occasionally resting on her, seemingly assessing whether she was distracted by the impending concert. Lin Han found it amusing yet tinged with a bittersweetness. She set down her chopsticks, propping her chin in her hand, and met Zhou Ying's eyes directly. Senior sister, if you continue to look at me like that, I might end up with my face in my food. Zhou Ying paused mid-action, her ears flushing slightly, and averted her gaze. Eat up, we need to get in. The ticket-checking process went relatively smoothly. The VIP lane was less crowded, yet the ticket inspector scrutinized their tickets a bit longer, particularly upon seeing Zhou Ying's expressionless, iceberg-like face. The inspector's eyes conveyed surprise, likely wondering why these 2 did not fit the typical mold of fervent fans. As expected, the VIP area offered an exceptional view. The stage was within an arm's reach, with even the details of the equipment above clearly visible. Their seats were in the first row, slightly off-center, akin to royal thrones. Many affluent individuals were already seated around them, some appearing to be representatives of brands or associates, while others were seasoned fans, engaging in hushed conversations. The atmosphere, while not as frenzied as outside, brimmed with anticipation. After settling in, Lin Han curiously surveyed the vast stadium, though the lights had yet to dim completely. The stands were already a sea of stars, the fans' synchronized cheers resonating with grandeur. She felt a wave of nostalgia. In her past life, as Lin Han, she had never pursued idols and could not comprehend such fervor. Though she inherited the original owner's memories and emotions, experiencing this environment firsthand was still a revelation. What a spectacle, Zhou Ying remarked as she settled beside Lin Han. She seemed uninterested in her surroundings. merely tilting her head to focus on the illuminated profile of Lin Han. Indeed, he is quite popular. Lin Han nodded, redirecting her gaze towards Zhou Ying. With the din of the venue surrounding them, she leaned closer to Zhou Ying's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, I suspect this atmosphere isn't quite to your liking. You needn't endure this if it's a chore. My eyes truly see only you." Feeling the warm breath against her ear, Zhou Ying gazed at Lin Han's concerned and apologetic expression, and her earlier irritations dissipated. "Not at all," she replied softly, leaning closer to Lin Han's ear. "I find it quite pleasant to be in a place where I can discern every nuance of your expression." Lin Han felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Playfully glancing at her while sitting up straighter, her heart racing uncontrollably at Zhou Ying's words. Just then, the lights abruptly dimmed, and the arena erupted in a cacophony of ecstatic screams. The thunderous music blared as the central platform slowly ascended, revealing the name that countless fans had been cheering for, Liu Zhe, bathed in dazzling spotlights. Clad in a strikingly designed performance outfit, his features appeared almost sharp under the bright lights, instantly igniting the crowd with his energetic opening dance. The screams nearly threatened to lift the roof off. The VIP area stirred as well, many standing to wave their glow sticks. Lin Han instinctively straightened in her seat, fixated on the stage. It was undeniable that Liu Zhe's stage presence was extraordinary. His singing and dancing were superb, and he exuded an aura that could easily drive thousands of fans into a frenzy. She observed intently, objectively evaluating the stage effects, the song adaptations, and even analyzing the cultural symbols and fan economy phenomena behind the concert, almost as if it were second nature. Suddenly, she felt a cool hand grasp her left hand, fingers entwining firmly. Lin Han was momentarily startled and turned her head. In the dim, flickering light, Zhou Ying was not watching the stage. Instead, she was gazing quietly at Lin Han, her eyes inscrutable amidst the shifting shadows. The deafening music and shouts faded into a distant backdrop, leaving only Lin Han's silhouette in Zhou Ying's world. In that moment, Lin Han understood Zhou Ying's deeper intention in bringing her here. It was not a childish contest or a test, but rather an invitation to demystify the idol she had once revered from afar, to bring the once unreachable moonlight before her eyes, revealing it as merely an illusion cast by stage lights. The genuine warmth and companionship that were truly within reach lay right beside her, in the tight grip of Zhou Ying's hand. Unbeknownst to her, the moonlight she sought had always belonged to her alone. Feeling a surge of warmth, Lin Han tightened her grip in return, gently digging her nails into Zhou Ying's palm. Zhou Ying seemed to shudder slightly, her gaze flickering, and a smile curving her lips unrestrainedly. Though still not looking at the stage, she placed their joined hands on her lap, covering Lin Han's small hand completely with her own, her thumb softly caressing Lin Han's hand. As the concert progressed, Lin Han divided her attention between the stage and Zhou Ying. When Liu Zhe sang a particularly heartfelt ballad, stepping to the edge of the stage and extending his hand towards the audience, inciting a wave of uncontrollable screams, Lin Han felt Zhou Ying's grip on her hand tighten significantly, as if fearing her escape. A close-up of Liu Zhe's handsome, sweat-drenched face appeared on the big screen. Zhou Ying would slightly tilt her head, leaning towards Lin Han's ear to comment in a tone only they could hear. "His makeup is a bit heavy, but his voice is quite good." Lin Han stifled a laugh, occasionally leaning in to retort, "Indeed, not as attractive as you. His vocal quality is impressive, but..." She deliberately elongated her tone, and as Zhou Ying's curious gaze inquired, she swiftly kissed her earlobe and whispered with a chuckle, "But your voice is far more melodious, especially when you speak close to my ear." Zhou Ying's ears flushed visibly, and she glanced around to ensure that the attention of those nearby was still on the stage, before shooting Lin Han an incredulous look. Yet that gaze lacked any real authority, instead appearing as if she were trying to maintain composure after being teased, igniting a playful flutter in Lin Han's heart. As the concert reached its midpoint, the atmosphere grew even more fervent. Following a lively performance, Liu Zhe stood at the center of the stage, slightly breathless, and took up the microphone to engage with the audience. "Today, I see many familiar faces, as well as many new friends. Thank you for coming." His voice resonated through the top-tier sound system, imbued with a magnetic and slightly hoarse quality that elicited yet another wave of screams from the crowd. "Next, I would like to randomly invite a lucky fan," he declared with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the front rows of the inner area. A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Lin Han's heart. Sure enough, Liu Zhe's gaze seemed to linger momentarily in their direction. Suddenly, a spotlight descended without warning, precisely illuminating the area where Lin Han and Zhou Ying were seated. The crowd erupted in astonishment, followed by even more frenzied screams. Lin Han squinted against the blinding light, instinctively attempting to shield herself. but her hand was firmly grasped by Zhou Ying. On stage, Lu Zhe clearly noticed the two bathed in the spotlight. His gaze first lingered on Lin Han's face, a flicker of admiration and puzzlement crossing his eyes, then shifted to the serene and composed Zhou Ying, expressionless even under the intense beam, and finally rested on their tightly interlocked hands. Lu Zhe's professionally perfect smile faltered momentarily, his eyes briefly fixed on their clasped hands before swiftly adjusting his approach. Maintaining his smile, his tone softened and became more courteous. He gestured toward a young girl a few seats away, who was nearly fainting with excitement. Could the lovely girl in the blue dress please come up on stage? Yes, you. The spotlight instantly shifted to the fortunate girl, eliciting envious gasps and applause from the audience. Lin Han exhaled in relief, suddenly aware of the thin sheen of sweat across her back. She glanced instinctively at Zhou Ying, only to find her watching the girl being led onto the stage, her steps trembling with excitement as if her hands and feet moved in unison. Senior? Lin Han gently shook their entwined hands. Zhou Ying turned her head and offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. Yet Lin Han could feel her grip tightening, holding her hand more firmly than before. The lucky fan engaged in a brief interaction with Lu Zhe on stage, singing a short duet, receiving a warm embrace and a signed album, before stepping down, overwhelmed with happiness. This small interlude sent the atmosphere soaring to another peak, but Lin Han found herself distracted. She couldn't help but ponder Zhou Ying's reaction moments ago. At that instant, she sensed Zhou Ying's anxiety over her was magnitudes greater than her own. If Lu Zhe truly invited her on stage, a personal invitation from a former idol, a chance for intimate interaction, then the impact on Zhou Ying would be akin to a past love rekindling, demanding reconciliation. Contemplating this, Lin Han met Zhou Ying's gaze and suddenly made a decision. She said nothing, merely releasing Zhou Ying's hand. Zhou Ying's fingers clenched abruptly, as though trying to grasp something, but found only emptiness. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes, too swift to conceal. Before she could react, Lin Han turned sideways, cupped Zhou Ying's face with both hands, and then, amid swirling confetti and deafening music in the front row of the VIP section, with tens of thousands of eyes fixed on the stage, she kissed her. It was a kiss born of all her courage, rendering Zhou Ying utterly frozen. Those usually composed, distant eyes now reflected confusion and helplessness. She seemed unable to believe it, as if fearing it was a mirage, forgetting even to breathe. Lin Han did not close her eyes. In Zhou Ying's slightly trembling pupils, she saw her own reflection, and the thin sheen of tears swiftly gathering. She withdrew slightly, pressing her forehead against Zhou Ying's, their noses gently touching. On stage, Lu Zhe was singing the final encore with heartfelt melody, the audience's screams merging into a roaring sea. Yet Lin Han heard nothing but her own heartbeat and Zhou Ying's suddenly rapid breaths. Her voice trembled, but each word was enunciated clearly. No matter how wonderful, how dazzling, how adored by thousands that person on stage, if she brushed her nose softly against Zhou Ying's, like a playful animal seeking affection. It's not you. Zhou Ying remained silent, merely raising her hand to touch her lips, still warm from Lin Han's kiss. Then she smiled, eyes crescent-shaped like glaciers melting, clouds parting to reveal the moon, as if something long-awaited had finally been truly embraced. Lin Han, she whispered hoarsely. You're finished. Zhou Ying pulled Lin Han close, her lips brushing against her ear. Voice so soft, it was nearly drowned by the music. You'll never be able to escape me for the rest of your life. The concert concluded amid a grand encore and a cascade of falling confetti. As the crowd dispersed, Zhou Ying kept Lin Han safely in her arms, carefully navigating through the still ecstatic, tearful, and laughing fans. Only after they were back in the car, shutting out the clamor, did Lin Han truly relax. Zhou Ying did not start the engine immediately, but sat quietly in the stillness of the car. Senior, Lin Han broke the silence first, turning to look earnestly at Zhou Ying's profile. Do you believe me now? Zhou Ying exhaled slowly and turned toward her. In the dim interior light, her gaze was suffused with an unfathomable tenderness. I never stopped believing you, she whispered, lifting her fingers to gently caress Lin Han's cheek. I just didn't believe in myself. I doubted whether I had the strength to surpass that grand dream you had in your youth. Lin Han's nose tingled with emotion. She clasped Zhou Ying's hand lingering on her face and pressed it to her heart. That was never a dream, only a fleeting illusion of youth. But here, she held Zhou Ying's hand firmly, letting her feel her heartbeat. Every beat is for you. It started long ago, perhaps earlier than you think. Zhou Ying, you never need to compare yourself to anyone else, for from the moment you enter my sight, there has been no place for anyone else in my world. Her words faded into a profound silence. Zhou Ying gazed deeply at her, her eyes a sea of warmth. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed Lin Han. This kiss was unlike any before, gentle, tender, trembling slightly, tracing her lips as if to confirm, a silent sigh, a complete surrender. When the kiss ended, their foreheads rested together, breaths mingling. Home, Zhou Ying murmured hoarsely. Yes, home. Lin Han nodded, her eyes curved in a smile. Chapter 86. Together after the concert concluded, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The car crept through the congested traffic, slipping into the night. Outside the highway window, scattered lights rushed backward, the distant city skyline winding along the horizon like a blurred ribbon of light. The cabin was silent. Zhou Ying had not turned on the music. Her focus fixed on the road ahead, her fingers steady on the wheel, her jaw clenched tightly. Yet, every time a car stopped at a red light, Zhou Ying would glance sideways at Lin Han, who caught each look with precise timing. Each time their eyes met, Zhou Ying quickly averted her gaze. Her ear flushed pink as the streetlight fleetingly bathed it in a rosy glow. Lin Han remained silent, leaning against the passenger seat, her head tilted to watch the passing scenery, her palm resting quietly on her lap. Only she knew her fingers trembled slightly. Scenes from the concert played in slow motion in her mind, frame by frame, each replay tightening her heart. Now within this quiet car, the grip on her heart had not loosened but transformed into a slow-burning heat coursing through her veins. Clenching her fists, she felt both anguish and anticipation. The 3-hour journey seemed interminably long, yet fleetingly brief, so swift that before she could compose her tumultuous heartbeat, the car smoothly entered their familiar neighborhood. Turning off the engine and unbuckling the seatbelt, Zhou Ying moved deliberately slowly. Lin Han did not stir immediately, sitting still in the passenger seat, listening to the subtle clicks as the engine cooled, her heartbeat pounding like a drum against her eardrums. Then Zhou Ying spoke, her voice low and hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of her throat. We have arrived. MHM, Lin Han replied, her voice barely recognizable as her own. She unfastened her seatbelt and pushed open the car door. The night breeze rushed in, bringing a slight chill, yet she still felt her cheeks burning. The two of them walked into the elevator, one after the other. In the confined space, Zhou Ying stood beside her, merely a fist's distance apart. Lin Han could hear her breathing, soft, unsteady, like fragile ice, as if it might shatter at any moment. As the elevator doors opened, the sensor lights illuminated sequentially. Zhou Ying approached the door and retrieved the key. The faint sound of the key entering the lock was amplified 1,000-fold in the silence. Once the door swung open, the entrance light flickered to life, illuminating the small world they had constructed together. Lin Han stood at the threshold, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. So much had transpired today, as if several days' worth of emotions had been compressed into these mere hours. She took a deep breath and bent down to change her shoes. I'll go shower first, she managed to say, her voice emerging lighter and more hoarse than she had anticipated. Zhou Ying remained silent, standing very close behind her, close enough for Lin Han to feel the weight of her gaze resting on her back. Lin Han straightened up without turning around, heading straight for the bedroom. She retrieved her pajamas from the wardrobe and made her way to the bathroom. The door to the bathroom clicked softly as she closed it behind her. Lin Han leaned against the door panel, taking a deep breath and standing with her eyes closed for a moment. Her reflection in the mirror revealed flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, as if she had just escaped from a sweltering place. She hesitated to look at herself in the mirror, then walked over and turned on the shower, warm water cascading down, steam beginning to rise. The glass partition of the shower had not yet been pulled shut, and the entire bathroom was enveloped in a hazy white mist. Lin Han lowered her head, placing her discarded clothing into the laundry basket. And just as she wrapped a shower cap around her hair, she heard a faint click from the door. Her movements froze abruptly. She lifted her head suddenly, peering through the rising steam at the bathroom door, forgetting to shield herself with her hands. Zhou Ying leaned against the bathroom doorframe, illuminated by the hallway light behind her. In the next moment, she gently closed the door behind her, another soft click resonating. The sound of the shower continued to roar, and the steam created a thin veil, slightly obscuring their vision of one another. Lin Han could not discern Zhou Ying's expression, but she clearly observed Zhou Ying's actions. Zhou Ying removed her hand from the doorknob, and then she took her first step. As her foot fell, she raised her hand, unbuttoning the first button of her shirt. Lin Han's breath hitched. She could only stand there, water cascading down her shoulder and neck, splashing tiny droplets. With the second step, another button was undone. Zhou Ying's eyelashes hung low, obscuring the emotions hidden within her gaze, yet her fingers were steady, methodically unfastening each button as if performing a solemn ritual. With the third step came the third button, the collar of her shirt parting to reveal her delicate collarbone and the expanse of her fair skin. The fourth step followed, and the fabric of her shirt slid off her shoulder, pooling at her elbows. Zhou Ying gave a slight shake of her shoulder, and the pale shirt slipped completely to the floor, falling silently. She stepped over the discarded fabric and continued forward. With the fifth step, her hand moved behind her, her fingertips gently curling. A crisp, subtle sound echoed. With the sixth step, her exquisite lingerie slipped from her body, gliding down her fair arms. At that moment, Lin Han had forgotten how to breathe. She watched as the steam clung to Zhou Ying's shoulders, tracing the curves of her body, forming fine droplets on every inch of her exposed skin. With the seventh step, Zhou Ying lowered her head, her fingertips catching the edge of her pants, her hands trembling slightly. In the next moment, her pants fell away, leaving only the final layer of delicate fabric. The eighth step saw her fingers tugging downward once more, the last piece of cloth sliding along her straight legs. The ninth step, and Zhou Ying lifted her foot from the discarded fabric, reaching for shower cap, just like Lin Han, wrapping her hair. The rising steam enveloped her, blurring her outline, rendering her almost ethereal. There she stood, completely unadorned, like a white magnolia drenched in rain. Her eyelashes, glistening with either moisture or something else, trembled softly. She raised her gaze to Lin Han, and in her usually cool eyes, there now resided an overwhelming tenderness. She took her ninth step. The warm water drenched both of them, cascading down their forms and pooling on the bathroom floor. Finally, Lin Han regained her voice, though it trembled violently. "Senior you." Zhou Ying reached out, her cool fingertips gently resting against Lin Han's lips. Her fingers, too, were quivering. Her gaze drew near, filled with glimmering moisture, mist, and a soft blush. Then she spoke, her voice light and slow, as if afraid of shattering some fragile dream. Each word trembled. "Let us shower together." In the haze of steam, Zhou Ying's voice was almost a whisper. Her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Lin Han said nothing, merely conceding half of the warmest spot under the shower. Zhou Ying stepped forward, the curtain of water cascading down, drenching her shoulders and neck, droplets sliding down her collarbone, converging into tiny streams on her chest. She picked up a shower puff, creating a rich lather of white foam, and then that hand rested on Lin Han's shoulder. Lin Han shivered slightly. Zhou Ying washed slowly, moving from shoulder to arm, from wrist to fingertips, meticulously massaging each digit, her fingertips circling the delicate skin at the base. Lin Han bit her lip, her heartbeat drowned out by the sound of water. Zhou Ying's hand moved behind her, palm resting on the nape of her neck, on her shoulders, along her spine. Her fingertips pressed gently along the contours of her bones. With each press, Lin Han felt her body soften further. Zhou Ying's thumb pressed into the shallow dips of Lin Han's waist, gently tracing circles. Lin Han's waist tightened suddenly, then gradually relaxed. She hung her head, only able to see the rising curve of her chest, and Zhou Ying's soapy fingers lingering at her waist. Then Zhou Ying instructed, "Turn around." Lin Han did not move. Zhou Ying did not rush her. She simply withdrew her hand from Lin Han's side, sliding along her body's contours, gliding over her side, over her ribs, then resting on that tender softness. Lin Han's breath instantly became erratic. Zhou Ying's palm conformed to her curves, gliding slowly from the outside in. Her fingertips caressed gently, the foam quickly enveloping that layer of skin under her touch. Lin Han felt her knees weaken. She sensed Zhou Ying's palm, felt those slender fingers meticulously tracing every inch of her. A soft sound escaped Lin Han's throat. Zhou Ying paused momentarily, but did not withdraw. She merely coated her hand with the shower gel before continuing downward. Her palm pressed against the flat, smooth skin of Lin Han's abdomen, slowly tracing circles as it descended. Her fingers brushed through a few strands of hair, fleetingly touching and then withdrawing. Lin Han's entire body tensed. Zhou Ying did not linger, but knelt down, her palm resting against Lin Han's thigh, pushing down from her hip bone, her thumb in front, four fingers trailing behind, as if caressing a fragile porcelain piece. The inner skin of Lin Han's thighs, untouched by anyone else, was particularly tender. The moment Zhou Ying's fingers made contact, she couldn't help but flinch. Zhou Ying looked up at her. Through the mist, Lin Han could not discern her expression, only catching sight of those glistening eyes. "Did it tickle?" Zhou Ying asked. Lin Han shook her head, then nodded, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Zhou Ying lowered her gaze, her fingers continuing to glide slowly over the soft skin, tracing from the root of the leg to the bend of the knee and back again. This motion repeated itself. Each time she passed over the deepest boundary at the root of the leg, she would deliberately linger, occasionally allowing her fingers to sink in slightly. Lin Han's legs began to tremble. Instinctively, She reached out to steady herself on Zhou Ying's shoulder, stepping back half a pace. Her voice trembling uncontrollably. I should help you apply the shower gel. Zhou Ying lifted her head, gazing at Lin Han through the mist. All right. She stood up, fixing her gaze on Lin Han. Lin Han squeezed a dollop of cool shower gel in her palm, inhaling deeply as she approached Zhou Ying from behind, pressing her palm against Zhou Ying's shoulder. The slippery sensation of the shower gel against Zhou Ying's warm, delicate skin stirred something within Lin Han. With her palm resting on that patch of skin, she glided it down the arm, taking her time as if she were replicating an invaluable masterpiece. Careful not to make a single mistake. Her palm traced the gentle contours of the biceps, glided over the tender skin of the inner elbow, and followed the visible veins of the wrist. She held Zhou Ying's hand, mirroring how Zhou Ying had held hers moments ago, meticulously and attentively applying the gel to each of her fingers. Then, she released Zhou Ying's hand, returning her palm to the shoulder. Beginning at the shoulder blade, she slowly swept down along the curvature of the spine, section by section. As she passed over the side of the waist, Zhou Ying quivered slightly. Lin Han paused. Is it ticklish? She inquired, echoing Zhou Ying's earlier words. Zhou Ying did not turn around, merely responding with a soft Lin Han refrained from asking again. Continuing her careful application, her movements becoming more deliberate. Her palm lingered on the delicate skin of Zhou Ying's lower back, drawing slow circles, applying the slippery foam to the shallow dimples there. Once the ample curves at the hips were also enveloped in the shower gel's foam, Lin Han turned back to pump more gel into her palm. Seizing the moment, Zhou Ying had already turned to face Lin Han, standing quietly like a white jade statue awaiting a gentle polish. Lin Han's throat tightened suddenly. She slowly raised her hand, pressing her palm against Zhou Ying's collarbone. Crossing over that exquisite dip, her palm halted just beneath the soft rise, a mere inch away from a boundary she dared not cross. In that suspended moment, Zhou Ying clasped Lin Han's wrist. Here, she guided Lin Han's hand slowly downward. The palm met the soft rise. Lin Han's breath caught in her throat. Zhou Ying's grip was steady, leading her to trace a beautiful tableau. As her thumb glided over the peak, Zhou Ying's body shuddered. Yet, Zhou Ying did not halt. She maintained her hold on Lin Han's hand, continuing downward, over the sternum, gliding across the flat skin of the stomach, past the lower abdomen, and further still. The area was smooth. Lin Han felt as if struck by an electric current, her entire being turned rigid. But Zhou Ying did not allow her to pause. Trembling, she held Lin Han's hand, pressing down further. Zhou Ying's breathing quickened, her chin resting on Lin Han's shoulder, breathy sounds escaping her lips. Lin Han's mind blanked, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. Regaining her senses, she quickly withdrew her hand, cradling the soft curves behind Zhou Ying and pushing back towards herself. Their bodies, both smooth and white, pressed tightly together. Lin Han looked up at Zhou Ying, panting, her voice hoarse. Senior, if you continue like this, how can we wash? Zhou Ying gazed down at Lin Han, who was a head shorter, her appearance only amplifying her shyness, intensifying a certain emotion in Zhou Ying's eyes. Then let us not wash for now. After all, we will need to wash again later, won't we? With that, Zhou Ying pressed Lin Han against the tiled wall, her arm cushioning her back, shielding her from the slight chill. The water from the shower cascaded down her chin, flowing over her exquisite collarbone, coursing past their tightly pressed hearts. Chapter 88. Confusion and passion. Zhou Ying's kiss descended. Lin Han tilted her head back, surrendering to the kiss infused with steam. Zhou Ying pried open her lips, each movement imbued with careful reverence, concealing a desire long suppressed. Lin Han couldn't help but emit a soft sound, her hands climbing to Zhou Ying's waist, leaving faint red marks on that skin. Zhou Ying's body quivered, deepening the kiss. Lin Han's hand slowly ascended from Zhou Ying's waist, tracing the shallow dip of her spine until it finally reached the nape of her neck, applying a slight pressure. Zhou Ying's breath became heavier, drawing Lin Han closer, their heartbeats intertwining. Zhou Ying's kiss deepened, the subtle sounds drowned by the flowing water, yet they lingered in Lin Han's ears. Lin Han felt her body soften, as if held aloft by something ethereal, floating in midair. She could sense their bodies rising and falling gently with each breath, their forms colliding. She could feel the smooth skin pressed against her, the taut lines of muscle beneath. She could also feel Zhou Ying's leg lifting slightly, the knee gradually rising. Lin Han involuntarily stifled a soft moan, instinctively attempting to retreat, yet Zhou Ying's arm encircled her tightly, rendering her immobile. Zhou Ying's lips traveled from Lin Han's mouth along her jawline to her ear, gently sucking on the petite earlobe. Lin Han tilted her head back, gasping for air, her fingers unconsciously gripping Zhou Ying's nape. Senior, her voice trembled, tinged with an unrecognized sweetness. Let's go back to the room. Zhou Ying paused, looking at Lin Han. In her cool gaze, a profound emotional intensity shimmered, her eyes glistening with moisture, flushed with color, and tinged with a hint of suppressed restraint. Amidst the steam, Lin Han's eyes sparkled, glistening with a thin veil of water. "All right," Zhou Ying replied hoarsely. Yet she did not move, simply gazing at Lin Han, her eyes tracing the damp lashes, lingering on the rosy cheeks, and finally resting on the slightly swollen lips. Lin Han's heart raced under her gaze. And just as she was about to urge her again, Zhou Ying spoke first. "But first, let us wash off the foam on you." Lin Han opened her mouth to say she could manage it herself, but Zhou Ying had already picked up the shoriad. The warm water cascaded down again, washing over their tightly pressed bodies. The dense foam gradually dissolved under the water's flow, trailing down the curves of their skin. Zhou Ying's lips descended once more. This kiss was even deeper than the last. One hand supported Lin Han's back while the other held the shoriad, ensuring the warm water flowed evenly over both their bodies. Water droplets slid down their intertwined skin, converging into a warm stream in the gaps, washing away the foam's slickness. Lin Han felt dizzy from the kiss, clinging tightly to Zhou Ying's neck, responding awkwardly yet fervently. Zhou Ying's arms tightened, holding her firmly. The hand holding the shoriad slid around Lin Han's side, allowing the water to wash over her lower back and hips, removing the fine beads of sweat that had emerged during their intimate exchange. Steam enveloped them, filling the entire shower space, the mirror completely obscured by white mist, only the blurred silhouettes of their entangled forms visible. Zhou Ying lifted the shoriad high, water cascading down from their heads adorned with shower caps, flowing over their lips and tongues. The foam was gradually washed away, revealing their originally fair and delicate skin. But soon, anew, it was tinted with a rosy hue from their caresses. Suddenly, Zhou Ying withdrew her lips, and as Lin Han regained her senses, Zhou Ying had already wrapped her arms around her from behind. Zhou Ying's lips pressed against her nape, kissing down the spine, lingering at each point, gently sucking, leaving faint red marks. Lin Han braced herself against the tiled wall, tilting her head back, gasping for air. The warm water cascaded down her shoulders, tracing the delicate curve of her spine, flowing over the skin that Zhou Ying was kissing, whisking away all excess warmth. Zhou Ying's kiss lingered at the small of Lin Han's back. She tenderly caressed, occasionally tracing that exquisite arc with her tongue. Lin Han trembled uncontrollably, her pale fingers tightening against the tiled wall. The senior's voice quivered, filled with both pleading and an invitation. Zhou Ying finally lifted her head, straightened up, and turned Lin Han back to face her. The flow of water from the shower continued, as she raised her hand to let the warm water wash over their bodies one last time, from shoulders to chests, from lower abdomen to thighs, meticulously cleansing every inch of skin. As the stream dwindled, Zhou Ying turned off the shower. The bathroom fell into a sudden silence, broken only by their hurried breaths and the soft sound of water droplets cascading onto the floor. Zhou Ying reached up, gently brushing aside the damp strand of hair from Lin Han's forehead. "All clean," she murmured, her voice husky. Lin Han gazed at her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Zhou Ying hung the shoriad back on the wall, her free hand moving from Lin Han's back to rest on her side, her palm pressed against the slightly heated skin, slowly gliding upwards to cover Lin Han's heart. Lin Han's body shook involuntarily, yet Zhou Ying's movements did not cease, kissing her lips once more. Droplets slipped from their lips, falling onto Lin Han's chest, then continuing their descent. Lin Han felt as though she might collapse. Her legs weakened, knees trembling, her entire weight leaning against Zhou Ying, supported by the arm wrapped around her back. Zhou Ying seemed to sense her condition, tightening her embrace to hold Lin Han more securely, and in the next moment, bent down to lift her. Lin Han, her lips unblocked, gasped, instinctively wrapping her legs around Zhou Ying's waist and clutching her neck. Zhou Ying's embrace was warm and damp, infused with the fresh scent of a post-bath fragrance and lingering steam. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ying removed their shower caps, fumbling for a dry towel to casually wipe away the water from their bodies. Soon, Lin Han felt the shower door being pushed open, a chill from the corridor rushing in, causing her to shiver slightly. Zhou Ying held her close as they crossed the short corridor and entered the bedroom. Their wet footprints trailed to the edge of the bed. Lin Han was gently placed on the soft bedding, and Zhou Ying leaned down, her damp hair cascading, droplets falling onto Lin Han's collarbone, sending a refreshing chill through her on this sultry summer day. Throughout, the kiss had never ceased. Chapter 89. Moonlight on the bed. Lin Han could feel Zhou Ying's breathing growing heavier, the warmth of her body pressing down increasingly intense. Simultaneously, Zhou Ying's hands were not idle, slowly exploring the contours of Lin Han's waist. Lin Han couldn't help but emit a soft hum, her fingers gripping the sheets beneath her. Zhou Ying paused momentarily, finally parting her lips from Lin Han's, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Han's eyes. The only light in the bedroom streamed in from the window, outlining Zhou Ying's nearly flawless silhouette. Her eyes appeared especially profound in the dim light, swirling with unabashed emotion, yet tempered with careful restraint. "Is it all right?" Zhou Ying's voice was hoarse, her fingertips lightly brushing Lin Han's collarbone. "If you're not ready, we can wait." Lin Han parted her lips, somewhat speechless at the absurdity of the question. They had come this far, and she was still being asked for permission? Looking into Zhou Ying's eyes, filled with tenderness and restraint, she suddenly felt a warmth welling up in her eyes. This person, from the very beginning, had been meticulously cherishing her, even at the height of her desire, ensuring her willingness first. In that moment, when the urge was overwhelming, Zhou Ying still asked if it was permissible. When Zhou Ying did not receive a response, she spoke again. "Lin Han, if you change your mind now, it's still possible." Lin Han remained silent, merely extending her hand to gently cradle Zhou Ying's face. Then, she tilted her head slightly and initiated the kiss. Zhou Ying was momentarily taken aback, then responded with fervor. Her hands returned to Lin Han's waist, palms against her delicate skin, slowly caressing, and then tentatively exploring upwards. Lin Han's breath became erratic once more. She could feel Zhou Ying's hands trembling slightly, igniting tiny flames within her, from her waist to her ribs, from her ribs to her chest. When Zhou Ying lowered her head to kiss her heart, Lin Han couldn't help but tilt her head back, her fingers tangling in Zhou Ying's hair, gently tightening. Zhou Ying whispered her name, her voice trembling with an unrecognized desire. "Call me Senior." Zhou Ying's kiss trailed down to linger on her lower abdomen for a moment. Then Lin Han's body tensed suddenly, only to gradually relax. She could feel Zhou Ying's lips, Zhou Ying's breath, Zhou Ying's tentative explorations and tenderness. The sheets crumpled in her hands, her vision blurring. Only the unlit ceiling light remained in her sight. An unprecedented sensation rose from the depths of her lower abdomen, as if being gently lifted, ascending higher and higher. "Senior," she called out again, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Ying did not respond, merely tightening her grip on Lin Han's hand, their fingers entwined. Then, the taut string within Lin Han suddenly snapped. A blinding light erupted before her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip, swallowing all sounds, with only the silent tears escaping from the corners of her eyes, wetting the pillow. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly descended from that blinding light. Zhou Ying sat up, gently brushing the damp strands of hair from Lin Han's forehead, leaning down to place a kiss on her brow. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her voice hoarse yet gentle. Lin Han shook her head, her cheeks flushed, avoiding Zhou Ying's gaze. Zhou Ying chuckled softly, pecking her lips lightly, then lay beside her, pulling her into an embrace. They held each other quietly, their breaths gradually calming. Suddenly, Lin Han rolled over, pinning Zhou Ying beneath her. Zhou Ying was momentarily stunned, surprise flickering in her eyes, soon replaced by amusement. "Trying to counterattack?" She raised an eyebrow. Lin Han's face flushed deeply, yet she did not retreat. She leaned down, kissing Zhou Ying's lips. Zhou Ying let out a soft sound, her arms encircling Lin Han's back, drawing her closer. Although Zhou Ying was now the one being pressed down, her hands quietly sought out Lin Han. Lin Han instinctively tightened her hold, yet gradually relaxed under Zhou Ying's gentle caresses. Zhou Ying's fingers were light and tender, as if playing an incredibly cherished melody. Each touch was accompanied by cautious exploration, each deeper movement accompanied by gentle inquiries. Lin Han could feel Zhou Ying's fingers exploring within her, the string within her body tautining once more. She finally couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her voice resonating clearly in the silent bedroom, quickly stifled by Zhou Ying's kiss. In the haze of consciousness, one hand roamed over Zhou Ying's body, while the other mimicked Zhou Ying's movements, gently playing. Lin Han learned quickly, imitating Zhou Ying's earlier actions, her fingertips exploring gently. With each touch, Zhou Ying's body would shudder slightly, suppressed moans escaping her lips. "Han Han." Zhou Ying's voice was hoarse, imbued with a soft, sultry emotion, a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor. Their breaths became increasingly rapid, beads of sweat forming on their bodies, mingling with the scent of hormones that filled the room. At some point, the battlefield had once again fallen under Zhou Ying's command. She pressed Lin Han down once more, their fingers having retreated from the main conflict, now merely skirmishing at the edges, supporting the offensive. In a main battlefield, their lips met, gently brushing against each other. Lin Han's consciousness had blurred into a haze, she found herself lost, unsure of her whereabouts or actions, yet acutely aware of Zhou Ying's fingers and lips, which seemed to possess an enchanting power, making her feel as though she were adrift in a warm ocean, gently swaying with the waves. In the room, breaths intertwined, bodies entwined. On this summer night, two individuals, freshly emerged from hot bath, paid no heed to their flushed skin or the sticky perspiration. They were lost in an intimate ritual, the sheets beneath them already soaked and continuing to spread outward at a languid pace. Time slipped away, and Lin Han lay languidly in Zhou Ying's embrace, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, even her fingers reluctant to stir. Their sweat-soaked skin clung together, sticky yet impossible to part. Zhou Ying's breath gradually steadied, her fingers still gently caressing Lin Han's back, as if soothing a contented kitten. "Are you tired?" Lin Han lacked the energy to respond, merely shaking her head softly in Zhou Ying's arms, her hair brushing against Zhou Ying's collarbone, eliciting a soft chuckle from her. "So, you doing all right?" Zhou Ying turned over, drawing Lin Han closer beneath her. Lin Han finally opened her eyes, meeting Zhou Ying's astonishingly bright gaze in the dim light, her heart racing. "Senior, are you still coming?" "MHM." Zhou Ying leaned down to kiss her forehead, teasing, "Weren't you just quite capable? Still daring to counterattack?" Lin Han's face flushed crimson, murmuring softly, "I just wanted to experience it." "And how was the experience?" Zhou Ying's lips moved to her ear, gently nibbling on her earlobe. Lin Han shivered, her voice trembling. "It was quite good, but tiring." "Then let me help you review." Zhou Ying's kisses trailed down her neck, deepening the impression. Lin Han wished to say something, but was silenced by a kiss. Outside, the moonlight quietly shifted, slipping through the curtain's gap, casting a silvery glow on the floor. That light lay still, listening to the fluctuating breaths in the room, the occasional soft hums and suppressed laughter, the subtle sounds of sheets rubbing against one another. Time passed unmeasured, and soon the moon hid behind clouds. The two finally collapsed onto the bed, Lin Han, too exhausted to even hum, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Zhou Ying, lying beside her, still had some energy, propping her head up with one hand, leisurely observing Lin Han's state, a smile gracing her lips. "Are you truly tired this time?" Lin Han lacked the strength to glare at her, merely rolling her eyes weakly, continuing to gaze at the ceiling. Zhou Ying laughed, leaning in to gently peck Lin Han's lips. "What are you thinking about?" After a moment, Lin Han replied softly, "I was thinking, so this is how it is." Lin Han pondered her words, previously unaware that such matters could be so. She thought for a long while but couldn't find the right phrase. Zhou Ying chuckled lightly, completing her thought. "So good?" Lin Han's face reddened again, burying her face in Zhou Ying's neck, muffledly affirming, then curiously asking, "Then, senior, how are you so familiar with this? Your words carry a hint of jealousy." Zhou Ying teased, running her finger along Lin Han's nose. "But I like it." Then, she seemed to drift into reminiscence. "Since around middle school, I realized I was different from other girls. I didn't like boys. I was somewhat frightened, fearing I might truly like a girl, so I avoided close contact with them, often keeping to myself. It wasn't until I met you that I gradually began to change my perspective, becoming less concerned about it. During that time, I developed an interest in girls and watched quite a few related educational videos online." Senior you. Chapter 90. Video exposure? Zhou Ying observed the look in Lin Han's eyes, as if she were seeing her anew, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her gaze. She quickly sat up, pretending to get out of bed, diverting the topic. "I'll go take a bath. Want to soak for a bit?" "No." Lin Han reached out to pull her back, her voice soft and pleading. "Just let me lie here a little longer, just a little." Zhou Ying chuckled, lying back down and drawing Lin Han into her embrace. "All right, as you wish." Nestled in her arms, Lin Han closed her eyes, savoring the moment of tranquility. Though her body felt sore and weak, her heart seemed to float in a honey jar, bubbling with sweetness. After a while, she remembered something and reached for her phone, placed on the bedside table before their bath. "What are you looking at?" Zhou Ying's voice came from above her. Checking the time, Lin Han unlocked the screen, revealing it was 2:17 a.m. Just as she was about to set the phone down, a WeChat message notification popped up. It was from Chun Siyu, time-stamped at 1:20 a.m., an hour prior. Lin Han instinctively clicked on it. Han, have you seen your idol's concert?" Chun Siyu. Link. The concert site reveals a divine couple. Their gaze and kiss were absolutely sweet. "Sisters, come in and ship." Lin Han's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. She clicked on the link, which led to a short video that had already amassed thousands of shares. It was an aerial shot, showing Lu Zhe singing a love song, the spotlight sweeping over the VIP area. In the corner of the frame, two girls were kissing. The clip lasted only 2 seconds, barely capturing their faces. But the intertwined fingers, the silhouette, and that passionate yet restrained kiss set the comments ablaze. What a divine scene. though only a blurred profile was visible. Both appeared to be stunning beauties. Wait, the girl on the left has such an exquisite aura, completely unlike a fan. She looks like she is here on business. Does anyone know who they are? Please point me in the right direction. I'm dying. This is the real couple. Lin Han felt her blood rush from her feet to her head. She stiffly turned to Zhou Ying, who had evidently also seen it. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ying remarked, "The shot is decent." Lin Han, "The composition is good, and the lighting is quite nice," Zhou Ying critiqued seriously. "Though the angle was a bit tricky, it didn't capture you fully." Lin Han, "Is that the point, senior? Aren't you worried?" Her voice trembled, fearing recognition. "What is there to worry about?" Zhou Ying replied nonchalantly, her thumb gently stroking Lin Han's hand. "Worried that the whole world will know you are mine?" She paused, a slight smile gracing her lips. "I wouldn't mind." Lin Han took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Being recognized for her relationship with Zhou Ying was one thing, but doing such things at a concert was another. However, the image was so blurry that no one could possibly identify her, right? Yes, surely no one would recognize her. She reassured herself, yet her fingers betraying her. Clicked on the link Chun Siyu had sent, replaying the 2-second clip 3 times. The more she watched, the more uneasy she felt. That profile, that silhouette, it did bear a slight resemblance to her. Lin Han licked her dry lips, exited the video, and messaged Chun Siyu back. "I saw the video. The quality is so poor. Is there a clearer version?" After sending the message, she was about to put her phone down when in the next moment, a voice call request from Chun Siyu popped up. Lin Han's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone again. She instinctively glanced at Zhou Ying, who had also noticed the name on the screen. She raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips, clearly encouraging her. "Answer it. What are you afraid of?" Lin Han took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello, see you?" Her voice was tinged with anxiety. Han, you're still awake?" Chun Siyu's voice came through the earpiece, evidently lively and alert. "MHM, I was just about to sleep. I saw your message." There was a brief silence on the other end before Chun Siyu spoke again, her tone carrying a subtle nuance. Han, I watched that video several times. Though the image is somewhat blurred, I sense that this profile resembles you, Han. Lin Han felt her heart almost leap out her throat. She parted her lips, intending to articulate something, yet found her throat painfully parched, rendering her voiceless. At that moment, a hand gently encircled her waist as Zhou Ying pressed against her from behind. Resting her chin on Lin Han's shoulder, warm breath brushing against her ear. Lin Han stiffened entirely. Han, Chun Siyu's puzzled voice emanated from the receiver. "Are you still there? Is the signal bad?" Yes. Lin Han quickly responded, her voice betraying a slight tremor. Zhou Ying's lips grazed her ear, bestowing a soft peck. Lin Han bit her lower lip, desperately stifling an almost instinctive gasp. About that video, she endeavored to make her voice sound more composed. "I watched it. That profile does bear a resemblance. However, in such a crowded setting, it must merely be a coincidence, right?" "Indeed." Chun Siyu's tone carried a hint of regret. "I noticed the comment section is abuzz, searching for those 2 young ladies, calling them a celestial beauty couple. If it truly were you, that would be exhilarating." Zhou Ying's hand began to glide upwards along her waist. Lin Han felt a tingling sensation envelop her body, her strength waning as she succumbed entirely into Zhou Ying's embrace. She gritted her teeth to maintain her composure. How could it possibly be me? I've long since unfollowed. Lu, Han. Chun Siyu finally sensed something amiss. "Why do you sound like you're panting?" Lin Han's mind raced. That I just returned from a night run, still a bit breathless." "A night run?" Chun Siyu's voice brimmed with incredulity. "It's already past 2 in the morning, and you're out running?" I had no inspiration for my writing, so I decided to go for a jog," Lin Han replied, shooting Zhou Ying a glare. Zhou Ying showed no sign of restraint, leaning in closer to place a gentle kiss on Lin Han's collarbone. Lin Han nearly cried out, biting her lip fiercely to suppress the sound. "Oh right. Your recent column has garnered quite a bit of attention. It must be stressful." Chun Siyu seemed to accept this explanation. "Make sure to rest early. Don't overexert yourself." All right. Lin Han's voice quivered slightly. "Okay then. I won't disturb you further. Rest well. Good night, Han. Good night. See you." Lin Han hastily ended the call, her heart racing as she glared at Zhou Ying, her cheeks flushed, breath uneven. "Senior, do you have any idea how anxious I was just now?" Zhou Ying lifted her head, a smile playing on her lips. "Of course. Then why precisely? Because I feel compelled to act this way," Zhou Ying replied unapologetically. "It's exhilarating. Senior, why are you wearing Pinru's clothes?" This was clearly intentional. Zhou Ying observed Lin Han's flustered and irritated expression, her amusement deepening. "However, it is late. Hurry and take a shower, then off to bed." Zhou Ying rose first, then bent to lift Lin Han from the bed. Lin Han gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhou Ying's neck. I can walk by myself, she murmured softly. I know. Zhou Ying looked down at her, the warmth in her gaze nearly overflowing. But I want to carry you. We'll shower together. Unacceptable. Lin Han protested quietly. If we shower together, we might as well forget about sleeping. Zhou Ying leaned down, brushing her lips against Lin Han's, only to part instantly. Rest assured this time, it will truly be just a shower.